Chapter 646, 5 Spiritual Immortal Spell. By now, the regular players in the new shop sat together but had made different progress in the game. For example, after traveling around in Green Bird Peak, the elves had just entered Rock Creek Cave. Meanwhile, Helen and the other Golden Griffin Knights who were faster than them had triggered the talisman spirit in Rock Creek Cave. Still not understanding this game, the elves and mages only knew that the dull-looking main character seemed to have a powerful father. There were memories of his parents in Tianhe's mind, and the players only got a rough understanding of it. Overall, they got the feeling that this young man couldn't meet his parents' expectations for him. In Assassin's Creed, the two main characters were masters at the beginning of the games, but this person was an orphan without any self-defense abilities. Although he was cute in a dull way, it was his life that was on the line. Hearing Helen scream, everyone around her looked over at the horrifying talisman spirit on her screen, wondering if she would die soon. At this critical moment in the game, Helen was oblivious of her surroundings. Finding that she could move again, she began to run while pulling Han Lingsha with her. Han Lingsha looked puzzled, and she asked, "Didn't you say that nothing is as scary as your dad?" While her face twitched, Helen looked embarrassed and said, "Girl, please stop talking. I'm protecting you right now." Och! Kui Jiao summoned 2 ordinary talisman spirits to sweep toward them swiftly as a mass of white mist with faint spiritual light. Gusts howled and sword energies whistled around them. It was obvious that with their speed, they couldn't come out of Rock Creek Cave alive under Kui Jiao's spiritual spells. They had no choice but to fight. With the inhumane training from Assassin's Creed, Helen used the little strength in her body and controlled Yun Tianhe to stop. At this moment, Yun Tianhe turned and dodged Kui Jiao's attack at the last moment while stabbing his sword into Kui Jiao's body. She got it. Many people's eyes brightened when they saw that Kui Jiao didn't dodge. The sword pierced into its vital point. If Helen were in Assassin's Creed, this would be a perfect counterattack. However, everyone saw the long sword piercing through Kui Jiao's body in the next moment, inflicting no damage to the creature. Meanwhile, Yun Tianhe felt an excruciating pain all over him as Kui Jiao went through his body. Different from the original version, the talisman spirits had no solid forms in the system version, and their ordinary attacks could do damage to the player's souls. "I told you," Merlin said while watching the scene, "this one is absolutely an alchemy creature. A high-level alchemy creature who is immune to damage and can cast spiritual spells." On the screen, Yun Tianhe, who was under Helen's control, had been severely injured, and Han Lingsha pulled him to flee. Meanwhile, the audience looked toward Merlin and asked, "You know about this creature?" Of course, Merlin was sure of himself. This alchemy creature must be a powerful monster created to guard a tomb or something. The mercenaries, knights, and elves looked at the young man curiously. They thought, "He isn't old. Is he? Are you an alchemist?" Of course, Merlin was touched by the fact that he was recognized. He thought, "These elves sure know what is going on. Do you know how to deal with these creatures?" Sala and the other young elves asked expectantly. "I can if I encounter them. After all, I'm a master alchemist," Merlin said calmly and thought, I'm finally being recognized and valued. I'll see if the damn shop owner dares to treat me as a scammer again." Then, Alina pointed at the 2 people running for their lives on the screen and asked, "Can you help them?" "No," Merlin shook his head with absolute certainty. "Then, you're useless." Not only Alina, but the elves around Merlin looked at him in disdain. "You little girls, don't you have any respect for your seniors and compassion for juniors?" With a dark expression, Merlin pointed at the screen and said, "In this situation, even a supreme level 9 master can't do anything about it." He just told them the facts. The moment he said it, Han Lingsha said in the screen, "No. We'll both die here if we keep this up. We must use whatever method we can think of, regardless of how far-fetched they may seem. Hey, calm down and listen to my incantation. We'll deal with it with an immortal spell." Everyone froze at her words. What is going on? Tao combines heaven, earth, and people to achieve essence. Heaven circulates with essence, earth moves with essence. Taoist spells sense everything through essences. What's this thing? Everyone was stupefied. Are you 2 young people who don't know anything? How come you suddenly took out such advanced things? They didn't understand a single sentence, but they felt like the incantation was extremely profound and lofty. Merlin, who had declared that no one could find a solution to this situation, was also stupefied. With his high-level skills in spiritual spells, he could sense the power contained in the mysterious words even though they came from another system which was totally different from his. Smooth water penetrates all holes, burning flames burn all things, fierce lightning shatters all tough materials, sweeping winds travel through all barriers, and nurturing earth merges all things. Ah! The moment Han Lingsha finished chanting, Helen yelled, I seem to have mastered this spiritual spell. What? Merlin yelled in astonishment. How is this possible? Han Lingsha had just taught Yun Tianhe the general guideline of the 5 spiritual immortal spells. All the spells later in the game had to be derived and learned from this general guideline. This was why the players could comprehend all kinds of advanced immortal spells later. The system version of the game gave the players a greater degree of freedom in this area. For example, these spells would be comprehended by players with their own abilities and experience, which meant that different players would obtain different understandings in different things. For example, Helen circulated the spiritual essence in her body with the incantation after screaming. Then, she lightly placed her left palm on the sword blade and yelled in a low voice, lightning spell. A streak of faint lightning energy appeared on the blade the moment she uttered the incantation. The sword in Yun Tianhe's hand emitted a wave of pale blue light. With the same basic incantation and the same lightning spell, different people would use it in different ways after they understood it from the spiritual spell general guideline. Chapter 647, Gradually Merging In. Ha ha ha, check out my new spiritual spell. Looking at the slim lightning energy on her sword, Helen was thrilled. Mr. Fang, who was standing behind her, glanced at it. Recalling the thick blue lightning beams of the lightning spell in the original game, he was speechless when he saw this. However, Helen was thrilled. With a clear yell, she went into battle again. While the lightning bolts flashed on her sword, 3 talisman spirits roared together and swept the air in the cave into howling gusts which in turn transformed into destructive hurricanes. The sword skills that the players had learned in Assassin's Creed were efficient skills to kill enemies, but the targets were all humans. Since talisman spirits didn't have vital organs, these skills were not enough to deal with them. Helen's fierce attacks afflicted no damage on the talisman spirits. In contrast, Yun Tianhe, who was under Helen's control, received many wounds. Still, Helen fought hard and killed 1 talisman spirit, giving the audience a glimpse of hope of turning the tables. Of course, it was only a small hope. This is good, Helen said excitedly. I think I can pass this one if I become more proficient with this spiritual spell. While being cautious, she ducked the attacks and tried to find a chance to fight back. Can we learn spiritual spells this way? Merlin froze. Although the players were placed in a weird world, everything felt real with a vivid storyline running through the whole game while they were forced to understand and learn spiritual spells under the pressure of life or death situations. In this situation, if you don't win, you'll die. So, the people cultivating in this mystical realm must focus all their attention on the stuff they need to learn and thus achieve a level of learning efficiency at least twice as much compared to the usual situations. At this moment, Helen had totally merged herself with the character in the game. This way, one can obtain more understanding efficiently. More importantly, smooth water penetrates all holes, burning flames burn all things, fierce lightning shatters all tough materials. Merlin murmured the words in an awkward accent. This language was stored in Yun Tianhe's memory, and it wasn't difficult for this supreme mage to learn a new language. The deep and mysterious general guideline immediately drew his attention. Other than Merlin, the elf Elder Sewell and the Knights of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion had also resumed the game. The mages were all amazed. Are these spiritual spells from the East Continent? Miraculous. On the screen, the second talisman spirit dropped to the ground under the sword attacks engulfed by lightning bolts. However, what happened next went beyond the player's imagination. Violent winds filled the Rock Creek cave. It seemed that Kui Jiao had just begun using its true power. On the screen, the audience saw that Han Lingsha and Yun Tianhe couldn't even get close to the talisman spirit. So powerful, the gusts instantly sent them flying like cannonballs. The essence and spirit in Yun Tianhe's body had almost run out. At this moment, the Wangshu sword in Yun Tianhe's hand suddenly lit up. Kui Jiao finally stopped its attacks and bowed while saying, Wangshu. It's you, Master. Master. The audience, who had thought that the main character was dull and weak, were stupefied. After all the dangers they experienced, the players found out that this powerful alchemy creature was a subordinate of this sword. It turns out that this savage is quite powerful. Alina whispered, No, it's his father who's powerful. Merlin commented, he must be a very powerful alchemist. Also, this sword must be a very powerful magic item. On this continent which had different knowledge and cultures, it was natural for the people to use the terms such as alchemist and magic items to describe what they saw. At this point, the players began to have a general idea about this game. I think I get it. This is a story about a great alchemist and his son. Merlin commented solemnly. I can't wait to see if someone is going to teach magical alchemy skills in the game. Mr. Fang put his hand on his forehead. In fact, before Fang Chi traveled through time and space, he had met many foreign friends who didn't know the difference between wuxia and shanja. However, this didn't dampen their enthusiasm for the games. Despite their many misunderstandings, these new players enjoyed the game very much. I'm going to fight this powerful alchemy creature now, elf girl Sala said eagerly. Pray for me. Will it submit to me after I show this powerful sword to it? Oh, haha, we can have such a shortcut. Let me try it. In the system version, despite the greater degree of freedom, the players still had to do certain things such as learning spiritual spells. The players couldn't expect Kui Jiao to submit to them the moment that they took out the Wangshu sword. While retaining its high degree of freedom, the system had used all kinds of methods to avoid certain situations. In fact, the players had only one sword, which was Wangshu, from the very beginning. Helen had battled Kui Jiao with Wangshu, but the latter showed no reaction to the sword at that time. This was an issue with the activation and awakening of power in the Wangshu sword. In the original version, the sword woke up the moment Yun Tianhe encountered Han Lingxia, the destined person. However, in the system version, the sword had just been activated once by accident. If the players wanted to activate it again before Kui Jiao, they must know how to use the force of the spells. Right now, Yun Tianhe only had one sword at his disposal, which meant that his spiritual spell had to travel into the body of the sword and meet the requirement for activation. So, it was impossible to skip the learning of the spiritual spell. At this moment, Kui Jiao vanished while a yellow talisman paper floated down from the air. Oh, this is miraculous. Elves watched the scene in amazement. They couldn't believe that such a powerful monster actually. It just turned into a piece of paper. This is... Merlin pointed at the talisman paper on the screen and said, this must be a special spiritual spell scroll. Yeah, it must be. The players led by the elves exclaimed in surprise. In their eyes, this world was full of natural beauty that paused their steps and also miracles they had never seen before. For them, this was a place full of surprises. Yes, surprises were everywhere. Before they knew it, they merged into the game with their own understanding. Chapter 648, Monsters at Nest Lake, the Sword Immortal emerges. Who are the Sword Immortals this girl keeps talking about? Are they the people who can fly on swords? She seems to be looking for Sword Immortals. She said that the true Sword Immortals can control swords with essence and travel 1,000 kilometers in one breath. They sound powerful. I would like to see such a Sword Immortal too. Sala said excitedly. It would feel great to fly while standing on a sword. It seems that Yun Tianhe's parents are Sword Immortals. Yeah, then, will Yun Tianhe become a Sword Immortal too? While playing the game, the elves talked animatedly with the knights and mercenaries. Of course, some people were not interested in this idea. For example, Commander Elvin said, our golden griffins are our lifelong battle companions. Flying on swords sounds cool, but the honor of knights doesn't allow us to abandon our battle companions. I think we must check out something else. Haha, Yun Tianhe is so silly. I wonder how his father taught him. I'd rather learn some self-defense sword skills to kill wild boars. He's funny. Remembering how Yun Tianhe mistook Han Lingxia as a demon boar, Alina became amused as well. Haha, I think this guy has dealt with demon boars all his life. He knows nothing but wild boars are demon boars. This Lingxia keeps talking about looking for treasures and legends. Is she a treasure hunter? Some elves asked curiously. It's likely. Ha ha ha, I like this kid, Yun Tianhe. Harrison laughed as well. He is not stupid but very honest. After all, he had to deal with wild beasts to survive from a very young age. The story seemed to drive some of the worries from his mind. The enemies that the assassins would face were too powerful. Without thinking, they were certain that a big trap would wait for them when they go to try to rescue their old peers. Only in such moments could they alleviate a portion of the mountain-like pressure that they were feeling. Let's watch some more before we go and train in the virtual reality mode. Wow, I never knew that a tomb chamber could be so beautiful. The tomb chamber in the Rock Creek cave was covered in thick ebony ice, and the sparkling lights inside the tomb chamber flew over and gathered around the blazing Wangshu sword in Yun Tianhe's hand. So beautiful. To see the beautiful tomb chamber, the elves had hurried into this place too. Obviously, nothing could stop the steps of the fans of natural beauty. Yun Tianhe waved his hand casually. Wherever the sword energy went, the ebony ice and walls in the tomb chamber were all cut into two. Then, the earth-shaking booming noises sounded. Ah, the tomb is collapsing. Run, run. The elves ran faster than bunnies. For the players in the old shops, the world of the legend of the Sword and Fairy 4 was also a new backdrop. They could only find a few traces about such factions in a few scrolls in the Shu Mountain faction. In the legend of the Sword and Fairy 1 era, the fall of the Changhua faction was an unexplainable ancient mystery. Now, they were trying to find the answer to the mystery by tracing the footsteps of the people who were ancient even for the characters in the legend of the Sword and Fairy 1. How come I feel like this story so far has nothing to do with the Changhua faction? Maybe Yun Tianhe's parents are related to the Changhua faction. In Su Tianji's live streaming room, all kinds of questions flooded her screen. Su Tianji chose an option and said, "Do you see that? I can choose to control Han Lingsha. In the game, if the players weren't in the important parts involving crucial events and the learning of Dharma spells, they could change some of the later plot through their different actions. If the players wanted to get the perfect ending, they could do it by looking at Han Lingsha's actions from the perspective of Yun Tianhe. Likewise, they could choose to play as Han Lingsha and see how Yun Tianhe made his decisions. Of course, since the players would have the memories, habits, and intuitions of these characters in their mind, they could feel what they should do next. I feel like I must go to a place named Nest Lake. While controlling Han Lingsha, Su Tianji explained, in the Legend of Sword and Fairy game series, there are always wild animals and monsters in the wildness. I have a feeling that we can't reach it before night. Will we encounter any dangers? Bullet comments shot up on the screen. Song Qingfeng said, "It's easy when you encounter danger. Just use the sword control technique." Lin Xiao chimed in, "She doesn't need the sword control technique. With a shot of the Su Tianji cannon, she can destroy the whole lake." The Cloud Ocean faction master Yi Songtao commented, "She can swim in the lake by jumping with the leap of faith. She'll be fine even if she lands on her face." "Oh, you guys." Su Tianji had the urge to jump up and beat them. "I remember every one of you who badmouthed me." Humph. In the game, Han Lingsha gritted her teeth under Su Tianji's control. "Don't let me catch you guys. Don't run after you get offline. These people are infuriating. If I knew a day like this would happen, I wouldn't have live-streamed Assassin's Creed that day." It was night in the game. The reeds swayed around in the lake. Putting up a bonfire and sleeping on the bank of the river in the high reeds under the moon was quite an enjoyable experience. In the new shop, the scenery-loving elves stood by the lake and watched as the sun set in the west across the lake and moon rose high into the sky from the east. Of course, if Yun Tianhe wasn't starving and didn't try to draw out male boars by copying the honks of a female boar, the players could continue enjoying the tranquil beauty. "Oh, I didn't know that hunting can be done this way." The elves looked interested. After all, they had grown up in the forest, and hunting was their strong suit. While considering trying this trick when they returned, the elves stared at the reeds intently. No, intense murderous spirit. The elves had acute senses, and so did Yun Tianhe who had grown up in the mountains. His senses were even sharper. In a flash, Yun Tianhe rolled to one side. A black shadow lunged out from the deep reeds. It was so swift that it brought sharp winds with it. "Monsters!" Han Lingsha yelled in alarm. Then, the players saw that the attackers were tigers standing on hind legs. Lightning spell. Helen had also come to this place. Bright blue lightning bolts erupted from her sword. Fly feather arrow. Almost instantly, Elf Captain Lance controlled Yun Tianhe to dodge the attack and then pull the bow to the fullest. Fly feather arrow was an archery skill that Yun Tianhe created. With his poor talent and more than a decade of hunting experience in the mountains, Yun Tianhe obviously was very skillful in archery instead of cultivation. Likewise, these elves were also skillful archers. Elf Captain Lance had even added some of the elf clan's excellent archery skills into his shooting. Wangshu's sword shot out like a rainbow. The monster moved like a flash of lightning. Didn't hit the vital point. Lance was startled. These monsters are powerful. Fortunately, Wangshu could fly back by itself. After catching Wangshu, Elf Captain Lance placed the sword on the bow again, feeling as if he were hunting magic beasts in the forest. Interesting. On the other side, Helen and other knights dashed toward the demon beasts with the sword in hand. Sword energies flew on the screen. We should be fine as long as we kill all these demon beasts. Su Tianji also had Wangshu in her hand. Obviously, she had switched back from Han Lingxia to Yun Tianhe. It was an accident in Assassin's Creed. Okay. Now, I'll show you my real skill. With a strong gust, a monster lunged at her with a roar. Su Tianji lifted her sword and charged. Ear-piercing grinding noises sounded when the sword connected with the monster's claws. The sharp claws were swept to one side by the blade, and then a streak of blood gushed out. A deep bloody wound appeared in the neck of one monster. How about this counterattack? Su Tianji said proudly. Who dares to call me an idle streamer? This is interesting. Not as good as Senior Nolan. It's good, it is good enough. After all, Senior is a professional at using swords. No one is his match. Soon, she killed the second monster. Praises instantly flooded the screen. Ha 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 ha. Su Tianji was smug when she looked at the couple of monsters lying dead on the ground. I can deal with 40 of such minor monsters. Roars sounded while about 40 demon beasts charged out from the reeds. Su Tianji gaped at the scene in a daze. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote dot. FK, don't do this to me. I'm doing a livestream. I want to watch how Elder Su deals with about 40 monsters alone. Elder Su's sword skills are unrivaled. Elder Su, I can deal with 40 of such minor monsters. Su Tianji almost jumped up from her seat. Damn it, can I livestream properly? In fact, many other players had also come to this part. Han Lingxia had been wounded while they escaped. Yun Tianhe guarded her and didn't have any intention to flee by himself. It seemed like they were doomed. My goodness, how come there are so many monsters? Merlin slapped his hand on his thigh and said, I don't believe that they can escape this time. Suddenly, sword energies flashed in the sky like shooting stars. Look, what are those? Forming a prison with sword array, many flight swords with blazing white spiritual light turned into a sword array in the sky and surrounded the demon beasts. Sword immortals, Sala and other elves instantly exclaimed. Chapter 649. Murong Ziying. At this time in the new shop, the elves and some knights, mages, and assassins had come to this part of the game. A few knights of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion and Elder Suol controlled Yun Tianhe or Han Lingxia, and they stood under the night sky. Many people stood behind them and watched them play. At this moment, the players looked up and saw dozens of monsters flying into the high sky while roaring. The sword energies full of spiritual essence looked extremely bright in the pitch-black sky. More than 50 sword energies danced and surrounded the demon beasts. The sword energies rotated and then shot across the sky like beautiful shooting stars. The demon beasts howled while the bright white sword energies pierced through their chests. At this moment, another group of sword energies gathered and merged into a huge dazzling sword. Its radiance blinded people who looked at it directly. Subconsciously, the players covered their eyes with their hands. Meanwhile, the huge sword crashed down like a meteorite, exploding with an overwhelming sword spirit which swallowed all the monsters in the blink of an eye. When the light dimmed, the audience saw many monsters falling from the sky, either pierced through by sword energies or shattered by the huge sword energy. None of them survived. At this moment, dozens of sword energies drew beautiful and elegant arcs in the sky like feathers or flowers, coming together to the center. A figure wearing blue and white clothes floated down from the sky like a feather, lightly landing on a flying sword that was emitting a bright light. The other dozens of sword energies danced and flew back into the blue long case behind him. This person waved his sleeve, and nectar fell onto Yun Tianhe and Han Lingxia, healing their wounds at a visible speed. Then, this person floated away. Is he a sword immortal? All the players in the game gazed at the sky in a daze. This, Commander Elvin couldn't find words to describe his feeling. Ethereal. Helen looked at the illiterate commander in disdain. Right, Commander Elvin said, he reminds me of those existences in the ancient legends and mythologies. Not only the knights and mercenaries, but the elves were staring at the scene in a daze as well. Is he a human? Sala glanced at Commander Elvin and Big Sword Crete and then at the figure on the screen. How come I feel like humans and these humans are two different species? Is there a humanoid race named Sword Immortals? Otherwise, which humans can act so elegantly and ethereally? Although they had seen people flying on swords in the previous war, Those people were copycats and were not nearly as graceful as this figure who mastered the authentic skill. They say that all the cultivators can do this. Oh, Lingsha said that they will find sword immortals in Chen State. Does it mean that we can learn this while playing as Yun Tianhe? If we master this skill, we can also fly around standing on swords in the game. Seeing such an elegant and ethereal skill, the elves were eager to try it. Can we do this too? I want to try flying on swords. Elf girl Sala had stars in her eyes and couldn't wait to try it. I'll try it too. After turning his dazed gaze from the screen, Merlin snapped back to reality and hurried back to his seat. They seem to say that the pattern on the tombstone of Yun Tianhe's parents looks the same as the pattern on the clothes of those sword immortals, Helen said while she watched the story. I got it. The following story will tell us how he finds out the things about his parents while he learns the sword control technique from these sword immortals. We'll surely get the chance to watch how that miraculous spiritual spell is used. On Helen's screen, Han Lingsha was considering how they would learn the sword control technique. If your parents had lived in the mountains as hermits for many years, they wouldn't have known these people. But they might be related to this cultivation faction in some ways. On the screen, Han Lingsha murmured to herself, it seems like I was right. This savage's father must have been a sword immortal. Wonderful. Faction. What's that? Yun Tianhe looked at Han Lingsha in bafflement. Helen was also curious, and she wondered, yeah, what is a faction? In frustration, Han Lingsha explained, I can't bear you. In simple terms, a faction is a group of people who gather together and cultivate. So that is what it is. Helen understood the situation. A faction is like a school of thought and a society in our world. In fact, these new players were as ignorant about this world outside the mountain as Yun Tianhe, who was a young man born and raised in the mountains. With Yun Tianhe, they started to understand this world in the game step by step. Yun Tianhe would ask Han Lingsha some basic questions that almost everyone should know. For the players in the old shop, they only felt indulgent for his ignorance of the world and even found him cute. But the elves and knights were different. Like Yun Tianhe, they didn't know the answers to these basic questions either. They traveled from the Green Bird Peak to the Peace Village at the foot of the mountain, and then from Peace Village to Nest Lake to Lu Mansion in Shuyang City. After entering the city, Han Lingsha said, let's go and find something to eat in a Kezhan. Yun Tianhe replied, Kezhan? What's that? Han Lingsha said, Kezhan is a place for people to rest. Oh, it's an inn. The players understood immediately. They stood before a wanted notice. The knights and elves controlled Yun Tianhe and walked to the poster. Is this Lingsha? The picture of her looks very lifelike. Some constables walked over and asked, young man, have you seen the girl in the picture? The knights and elves controlled Yun Tianhe and replied, oh, I have. She just entered the Kezhan. They felt happy to have the chance to use this word, Kezhan, so soon. Walking out of the Kezhan, Han Lingsha saw this scene and was at a loss for words. Inside the Lu Mansion, Lu Shifeng, the adoptive father of Lu Mengli, said, come on in, nephew. Come in. The knights and elves controlled Yun Tianhe and replied, did you call me nephew? Lu Shifeng said, ha ha ha. Of course, if you want, you can call me Uncle Lu. The knights and elves controlled Yun Tianhe and replied, okay. Uncle Lu. Chapter 650, Execution. Mr. Fang's face twitched as he watched from behind. Quote. Any problem with that? While playing the game, Helen asked curiously, did I do anything wrong? Following Yun Tianhe's footsteps, the players began to understand the world from the basics and learned some vague ideas about the things in the world just like the main character. Oh, 8 hours already passed. Sala stretched her back in comfort. Meanwhile, many others had also finished their 8 hours of playtime today. They sat down on the couches in the lounge area with Sprite or red tea in their hands. Some took the opportunity to buy a mug of cappuccino or a bag of potato chips. A large group of players could be seen in the lounge area. No. At this moment, Helen exclaimed, didn't we agree to try this new game after breakfast and then go back for training? One of the Golden Griffin Knights said to one of his peers with a dark expression, I told you to remind me. Why didn't you remind me? The other knight looked to the other side and asked, didn't I tell you to remind me? Anyway, we trained in the cultivation mystical realm. It counts as training. Commander Elvin found an excuse for themselves. Ahahaha, right, I feel like my sword skills have improved. The knights immediately said while laughing. Sir, Mr. Fang was still playing the game, but he was dragged over by elf girl Sala to the lounge area. Can you tell us about it? Elf girl Sala patted the seat beside her on the couch while asking Mr. Fang to sit down. Sala sat with Elder Sewell next to Mr. Fang, and she said, I still feel like there are many things that I don't understand. So do we, Commander Elvin said, we indeed learned many things, but we got more questions in the process. He. I'll sit down here. Merlin had realized that this mystical realm was quite unusual. Hearing the people talking about it, he immediately joined in. The players asked many questions about the basics and some questions concerning the complex workings of this world. How about this? Mr. Fang said, I'll write a knowledge post and explain all the things that you don't understand. If you have any more questions, I'll add them in the post later. Although an internet cafe owner wasn't a teacher, it was clearly Mr. Fang's job right now. Awesome. The players' eyes lit up. In the game, Yun Tianhe could bring his questions to Han Lingsha. If the players had more questions, they would find answers in Mr. Fang's knowledge post. Everything seemed complete. Sir, will Yun Tianhe and Han Lingsha find the sword immortals and learn the sword control technique? What kind of people do you think Yun Tianhe's parents are? Yun Tianhe's Wangshu sword is a powerful alchemy item, right, sir? Do you think? It was balmy in the afternoon. Without blazing sunshine or gloomy rain, it was a perfect time for a chat over tea. These people talked among themselves in the lounge area with red iced tea or cappuccino in hands. Right now, the elves, mercenaries, knights, and even assassins had only one identity, fans of the legend of Sword and Fairy 4. I can't wait to see their alchemy techniques, Great Mage Merlin said. I think the archery and the sword control technique are more interesting. Don't you think so, sir? Elf Captain Lance stuffed a potato chip into his mouth, obviously in a good mood. I think this kid Yun Tianhe is interesting, Assassin Harrison commented in excitement behind them. Also, that sword immortal looked so dashing. I wonder if we'll see him again. I hope so. Joseph, Ron, and other young people said hopefully. Before they knew it, it was late in the night. While bugs occasionally chirped from the bushes around the flower bed, Kanglan City was as quiet as usual. Moonlight spread over the street before the shop like a silverish white carpet. The last few players reluctantly walked out of the shop in groups of 2 or 3, savoring the progress that they had made today. However, nothing is constant in the world. Every person had their own path. Despite their reluctance, some people had to leave to do certain things. Inside the godly palace of Grey Eagle City, it was late, but lights were still burning brightly inside the palace. I think they're scared. In the palace, Luther listened to the report from the knight standing before him while sneering. As I expected, the real aristocrats in Kanglan City regard the ridiculous, assassin mystical realm, with contempt, which is why they began to advertise their East Continent mystical realm. However, the lava workshop is useless. The knight captain said with a snort, their so-called interception plan had no effect. That person seems to have a powerful background, he is not someone broken. If we can't destroy his business, I think we'll have a problem, at least here in the Morning Light Empire. Don't worry, Luther poured himself a glass of wine and said calmly, let this guy live a few more days. Our priority right now is to deal with these assassins. His expression turned cold as he said, these lowly rats really think that we can do nothing to them. This time, I'll show them that the reason that we haven't destroyed them is that we don't think garbage deserve our efforts. At this moment, noises came from outside the palace when several assassins were dragged over. These guys are well known among those bugs. Luther gave a signal to the knight captain with his eyes, and the latter drew out his huge sword from his back and viciously smashed it onto one assassin's hand. With a soul-wrenching scream, the bones in the slim and nimble hand were instantly shattered and made a series of cracking noises. Okay, it's time to wake up. Damn rat, Luther said coldly, get the scaffolds ready. We've released the news long ago, and I don't think they will sit back and watch. Yes, the knight captain immediately put the assassins into prisoner transport vehicles and brought them to the execution grounds. Chapter 651, Rise. Assassins. Maybe everyone in the world thinks that the Underground Council is the most elite assassin group in the whole world, Luther sneered while lounging on a wide luxurious chair. It was a piece of cake for them to deal with a group of assassins whom were even looked down upon by ordinary people. They will never know why their assassination attempts are just jokes to us. Luther glanced at the knight captain beside him and asked, do you want to know why? The knight captain said with a bow, I don't think I deserve to know. It doesn't matter if you know. In fact, the most ancient assassin group belongs to our godly palace, Luther said proudly. This is the most secretive team in our godly palace. Now that these assassins angered Street Doolin and St. Heinz, the lowly ants of the underground council will see what true assassins look like. What assassin pioneer, Altair? What eagle of Florence, Ezio? Luther said, they are all fledgling juniors before our assassins. I think we'll have a good show to watch. The knight captain said with a laughter. In a small, insignificant inn in Candlin City, some figures whispered about something as if they were hiding in the shadows. Oh, it's truly a great story. I can feel it even though I only watched a part of it. Watch it while you can. After all, people like us never know which comes first, tomorrow's sun or our deaths. Don't think too much of it. If I can come back alive, I must try that sword control technique. Haha, maybe. Harrison carefully packed his stuff, including the newly made throwing knife and hidden blade. With a turn of his wrist, he shot out a chilly light into the dark night. If I die in that damn place, remember to tell me the ending of the story by burning a paper copy of it at my tomb, buddy. I'd like that too, another assassin said with a chuckle. In her room, Alina swiftly changed into black assassin's clothes which were made after the style of the Brotherhood uniform. After putting on the black robe, body-fitting pants, and leggings, she lightly pulled up her hood, revealing only the lower half of her exquisite face. This was a battle that only belonged to assassins. It was hidden in the darkest shadows of the world, with few people knowing its existence. It was a shadow under the sunshine. The night in Candlin City was always quiet. Elegant aristocrats didn't have the habit of going out during the night. As for the civilians, they thought that the quiet night was the best time for cultivation, and they didn't want to waste it. On White Pigeon Square, even the pigeons had left and gone home. The quiet square seemed to be telling a story of its prosperity, and it reminded the assassins of the cheers and exclamations that they had heard during the busy hours. Harrison entered the pitch-black back alley again. It seemed like the shadows of two assassins remained here, and they were hopeful toward the future. Standing in the back alley all by himself, Harrison brought his hands together before his chest and prayed silently, "Oh, brother, I know this is a trap set up by those people, but I just can't stop myself from going into it. Do you know that I've finally understood the true meaning of being an assassin? If you want, I'll tell you all about it," he murmured. "I don't know if you're still alive. If you are, please hold on and wait for me." At this moment, the square became the assassins' world. One after another, assassins wearing white or black robes with pointy hoods came and gathered here. Harrison also walked out of the alley and came to the square. Brothers, sisters. Alina glanced around the crowd, knowing that she must unite these assassins together for the upcoming battle. Fight together with me, let them see what they get for messing with assassins. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. Harrison walked toward the crowd. In many people's eyes, he was an elite assassin, but he was not confident due to his lowly background and poor talent. However, when he walked among his peers, he felt different. Everyone is equal before the hidden blades. It's time. If we work together, we're the Brotherhood. Maybe we will create a miracle, something impossible that will go down in history. Victory belongs to the Brotherhood. Vows echoed on the quiet White Pigeon Square. All members of the Brotherhood, get ready and attack. A clear eagle shriek resonated in the sky in the dawn, declaring the beginning of the battle. "Mom, what's that?" Woken up by something, Joseph rubbed his eyes and opened the window. Then he shouted in astonishment, "Eagles! So many eagles! They are flying to Grey Eagle City. You know what to do, right?" A beam of sunlight appeared in the eastern sky. At this moment, Luther was having morning tea in his courtyard. "Mr. Luther," an old man wearing a priest's robe said respectfully, "we've bribed the Castellan of Grey Eagle. That man is only a despicable person who craves for riches. Today, this city will activate the highest level anti-air magic array, under which even mages, spell for increasing their leaping abilities, nimble spirit of cat, will be turned ineffective. They can only enter through the main gate which is heavily guarded." Dressed in a luxurious robe, Luther looked as if he was going to host a great ceremony at this moment. "The magic traps are set up." "Yes, sir. We set up the highest level magic traps that even the mages, spell, spiritual detection, can't discover. We even set up the anti-mage array," the red-robed senior priest said. "After its activation, the assassins can't use stealth spells anymore." The most important thing is that all the warriors and mages will find their strength suppressed to the lowest point. Only godly spells can be perfectly used in this place. The moment they show their faces, they will die. Meanwhile, several assassins in white cloaks were standing on the high walls to the east of Grey Eagle City with the golden morning sunlight shining on their backs. They looked down on the many houses that had white walls and red tiles and the bustling crowds. Many soldiers and godly palace knights were patrolling the streets. The whole city was engulfed in a mysterious great magic power. Harrison felt that he couldn't activate any chi or essence, which was the same as he had felt in the last assassination attempt. However, he didn't panic this time at all. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. These words resonated in his mind. We must understand that we're executioners of our behaviors, and we must bear the consequences regardless if they are glorious or tragedies. The words that he had once heard came back to him with clarity. These are the tenets left by our ancestors, and they are still valid. First, stay your blade from the flesh of an innocent. Second, hide in plain sight. Third, never compromise the brotherhood. Take these as your creed. Follow them and surpass them. If you break them, you must bear the consequences. Rise, assassins. At this moment, no fear, hesitation, or confusion could be seen in these assassins' eyes. They looked firm and determined. They were assassins and proud of that. Chapter 652. Everything is ready. In the language spoken on the Nora continent, Stan had the meaning of flying knights, and the Stan kingdom could also be called the nation of knights. On this continent, only the truly honorable warriors could have their own mounts. Powerful mounts would increase the warriors' combat strength by many folds. Also, the mounts that could fly would give a great boost to the warriors who were lower than level 7 and hadn't mastered the ability to fly. It meant that these warriors could battle in the sky, which was a critical ability. Therefore, flying knights, also known as sky knights, became another word for nobleness and prestige. It was why this nation of knights was the dream place for warriors. However, in the luxurious royal palace, the king of the nation who should be enjoying the highest position and the greatest luxuries was now anxiously waiting for something. He seemed to be waiting for some news which had not arrived yet. Suddenly, rapid footsteps came from outside the palace. The old king looked up with panic and fear on his face. 2 rows of people walked in. The people on the left row all wore red robes while those on the right were dressed in radiant light armor. They followed a silver-haired young man dressed in a beautiful white robe that was embroidered with gold threads. I think you don't have to wait anymore, Your Majesty. The young man flicked imaginary dust from his snow-white robe and remained silent, but the priest beside him spoke and seemed to be passing the message for him. Why? The red-robed priest looked regretful and said, why would someone as lofty as Your Majesty betray the glory of God? Why are you here? The old king looked horrified. In the whole nation, Your Majesty probably is the only person who doesn't know that the assassins who dared to assassinate Mr. Luther have been captured. They exposed everything under torture. Great Mage Merlin received heavy blows from Mr. Luther for working with assassins and committing treason, and it's only a matter of time before we capture him, one knight said with a sneer. The mortals should never try to test God's power, it will only lead to your destruction. The silver-haired man finally opened his mouth. He sounded as aloof as a lofty god. At this moment, Mr. Fang was sitting before his computer and writing explanations for different terminologies. Cultivator. Mr. Fang typed the definitions word by word, trying to include all the detailed information that he knew. The difference between artifact making and alchemy, flying on swords, the dragons in the world of the legend of the sword and fairy. Sir, someone called Mr. Fang, but the latter was so engrossed in his work that he didn't notice it. What else? Mr. Fang scratched his head, finding that his job as the shop owner was even more demanding than before. After all, his work should only be keeping an eye on the shop, right? Alas, he regretted his offer of writing the knowledge post. Of course, he knew that this work was necessary to promote communication between the new shop and the old shops. Clearly, Mr. Fang didn't notice the hustle and bustle outside the shop. The public execution of the assassins in Grey Eagle City drew many people's attention. Therefore, people gathered to watch around the execution ground. Of course, the public execution wasn't an order from the higher-ups. However, Luther thought the godly palace needed to repair its image and reputation among the nations. He found it necessary. After all, the scandal caused by the war had almost passed, and no one dared to mention it anymore. Therefore, It seemed like the right time was now. By executing some notorious people, they would strike fear and respect into people from all nations. The best candidates for the execution were naturally the assassins who had been audacious enough to enter the godly palaces and try to assassinate the priests. Also, the execution would shock the assassins who disturbed his big plans. They were only weak and lowly assassins. Luther had dealt with these stinky and detestable rats for many years and didn't think that it was a daunting job. He would make these assassins regret what they had done. He was well prepared for this public execution. Other than the anti-air magic array, anti-mage array, and magic traps, they had another trump card. The most secretive Knight Legion in the Judgment Godly Palace was classified as a Knight Order, but was actually the most ancient assassin group in this world. Luther believed that if these damn lowly bugs saw these ancient assassins, their expressions would be fantastic to see. By now, all the captured assassins had been brought to the execution platform. "It's you, Mr. Luther." Among the assassins, a middle-aged man covered in wounds looked up and smiled. "You know me," Luther said arrogantly. "Of course. I remember how you yelled like a moron about those so-called barbaric natives before turning off the spiritual spell visual projection." Luther's face froze. "Ha ha ha ha." The assassin laughed wildly. "You guys called them barbaric natives, and invaded them with lofty excuses, but you were beaten senseless by these barbaric natives. What are you? I watched you at White Pigeon Square. You are shameless invaders. You're dog shit. Shut him up." A staff hit this assassin's face viciously, silencing him instantly. After a long while, he spat out a few bloody teeth. With half of his face numb, this assassin still laughed and yelled, "Long live the Sunrise Empire. One day, all your despicable schemes will be exposed to everyone in the world." "Plug his mouth," Luther yelled furiously. Soon, a filthy rag was stuffed into his mouth with vicious force. Good. Above the execution platform were the seats for the aristocrats of Grey Eagle City. Luther sat in the most prominent seat in the center. Meanwhile, in the distant Stan Kingdom, the nation of knights. Wearing prisoner uniforms and covered in wounds, many assassins were brought out onto the meadow inside the prison. Before them, a spiritual spell visual projection was taking shape. Among them were two white-haired old men who were locked by strange black chains. They were core figures in the elder group of the Underground Council. They were the assassins, who had broken the godly spells and almost killed those lofty priests. "Watch how your stupid peers die. Damn bugs," a guard cussed viciously. Chapter 653, Assassination. "I think they can't make it here to reach us." Beside Luther, the red-robed senior priest chuckled and said, "If they dare to come here, they will end up in defeat just like before. Yes, with the anti-air magic array here, they probably can't even enter the city." The red-robed senior priest said while laughing, "Even if they can enter by climbing the walls, which is the stupidest way they can use, they can't get down. Otherwise, those morons will break their legs if they jump down and can only wait to be captured." On the city walls in the northwest of the city, many cold corpses of patrol guards were laying on the ground. Then, several white-robed figures spread their arms and leapt down from the wall. "Right, the magic arrays will allow even the ordinary soldiers to kill them with ease." The red-robed senior priest said with confidence, "The moment they enter the city, they will die." At this moment, several people wearing white robes with pointy hoods walked among the bustling crowd. They strolled forward with the crowd calmly. Two godly palace knights who were wearing silver armor walked in from the opposite direction. They were chatting leisurely, not taking this mission seriously. "I think they just don't dare to show their faces after all." "Ha ha ha, right, those lowly rats probably can't enter the city. Mr. Luther is waiting for the morons to come into the trap. After all, we'll soon execute their peers. Ha 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 ha." Their laughter suddenly stopped. At this moment, they looked up and saw a figure in white robes standing before them, slamming his palms onto their necks. The people in the area suddenly ran away screaming. The two godly palace knights each had a bloody hole in their necks. What happened? People looked around in alarm. Other than the fleeing crowds, they saw nothing. Meanwhile, a white-robed figure vanished in the bustling crowd. Meanwhile, on the execution platform, a large fat man wearing thick armor was talking smugly. "To avoid accidents, my Grey Eagle City is even more heavily guarded compared to the last time. Don't worry about it, Mr. Luther." This man was Count Savon, the castellan of this city. "There's a guard every 3 meters and a post every 5 meters. Even the roofs are guarded by soldiers with magic firearms. They can't escape from our notice regardless of which direction they take. After the restriction arrays were activated, only a few magic items could be used in the city. Magic firearms were one of them. At this moment, on the roof of a house with white walls and red tiles, a soldier with a magic firearm spotted the white-hooded assassin walking among the crowd. While he was aiming and about to fire, he felt a chilling sensation in his chest. He wasn't sure when, but a silver throwing knife was now protruding from his chest. This soldier with the magic firearm dropped to the ground in silence. If they are discovered, they won't be able to find any place to hide, the red-robed senior priest continued, because we set up magic traps in all the possible hiding places in the city. Meanwhile, Alina in a set of black assassin's clothes moved swiftly on the roofs like a black eagle. She paused occasionally to observe her surroundings. Observing from her perspective, one would see that everything had turned blurry when she paused while the magic traps were as clear as bright light bulbs. Count Savon seemed to be showing off the military power of the city. Even if a few of them are lucky enough to come close to the execution platform. He glanced around the edge of the platform and said, "Everywhere is heavily guarded by my own guard teams." This was an open, round square surrounded by all kinds of residential houses. There were 4 entrances, and each one of them was guarded by many soldiers wearing heavy armor. At this moment, a white-robed assassin slowly walked toward one entrance with the crowds. Since such scholarly robes didn't exist in this world, the dozens of soldiers guarding the entrance became suspicious. The heavily armored soldiers tightened their grip on the halberds in their hands, and their eyes emitted chilly glints as they looked through the eye-holes of their heavy helmets. When the white-robed assassin entered the execution platform, he was surrounded by heavily armored soldiers. Meanwhile, the assassin who were captured in the distant Stan Kingdom and other nations were watching this scene as well. The 2 gray-haired elders of the Underground Council were watching the scene intently. Then, they looked away as if they were afraid to watch it. They seemed to foresee that the assassin would end up dying in a blood puddle. "Damn it, you will all die pathetically." An elder of the Underground Council cussed loudly and struggled to get up, but he was knocked down by a stick. "Be quiet, old man, I don't know what good luck brought you here." From the spiritual spell visual projection, Count Savon saw the assassin and yelled, "But your good luck will end here." He gestured with vicious force. "Get him." An eagle feather seemed to float down from the sky, and it landed on the palm of the white-robed assassin. Before the heavy-armored soldiers could react, they stumbled back frantically. Each of them had a bloody hole in their chests. The heavily armored soldiers who had surrounded this assassin dropped to the ground one after another. One of them struggled forward but was pushed onto the ground by the assassin with a slight nudge, losing all senses of life. "What's happening?" Count Savon stood up from his seat in horror. He looked up and saw Alina revealing herself on the roof. As the smoke of the magic firearm rose, her fiery red hair fluttered in the wind beneath the black hood of her black assassin's robe. "Thank you for your firearms." Meanwhile, several assassins appeared from the gun smoke like ghosts. They wore elegant robes that looked those of scholars, and the pointy hoods looked like eagle beaks. With the hems of the robes fluttering in the wind, the proud figures looked down at the crowds with a unique lofty presence. "Are they assassins?" The aristocrats sitting above the scaffold platform and the captured assassins who were watching the spiritual spell visual projection all looked at the scene in a daze. Chapter 654, You might be the worst group of gamers that I tutored. Don't come near, or these assassins are dead. Count Savon roared in fury and horror while directing the executioners, "Kill them." Soon, the executioners put ropes around the assassins' necks. The moment the floor was lowered, the assassins would be hung to death. Suddenly, many assassins leapt down from the roofs of the surrounding houses like water drops in a waterfall. While landing with neat and clean movements, they released their hidden blades, instantly killing 1 executioner each. "Godly Palace Knights, kill them." Beside Luther, the red-robed senior priest roared in shock and anger. Instantly, large groups of soldiers and heavily armed Godly Palace Knights swarmed up. Meanwhile, the red-robed senior priest lifted his magic staff and began to chant. Soon, his magic staff released a golden light beam which landed on the armor of these Godly Palace Knights. Instantly, the armor of these Godly Palace Knights emitted faint golden lights. It was the Holy Light Armor spell which could harden and strengthen the knights. Armor so much that even magic firearms couldn't pierce them, let alone the assassins who were deprived of strength. Then, another golden light beam fell. Instantly, the knights found that their strengths grew greatly. They slashed out their huge swords and created a series of air-piercing noises. The red-robed senior priest looked vicious. Despite your great combat experience, you can't kill more than 7 fully armed knights without chi or magic energy in your body. Now that I've empowered the knights with godly spells, I'll see how many you can kill. Sure enough, an assassin unsheathed his hidden blade, and it made a crisp noise when it collided with a knight's armor. It couldn't even leave a scratch on the knight. Ha 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 ha, Count Savon laughed, they are dead. However, in the next instant, the assassin stabbed his hidden blade into the knight's body through a crevice in the armor. Then, blood immediately gushed out. The godly spells had toughened the armor and increased the knight's physical strength but hadn't toughened their bodies. With the blades stabbing through the crevices every time, the armor looked as fragile as paper before them. It didn't take the assassins more effort. Slaughter. It was a one-sided slaughter. With their current combat techniques, the assassins could easily defeat enemies who were more powerful than them. Everyone instantly stood up from their seats. Luther's face became livid. Escort me back to the godly palace. Quickly. On the square in the prison of Stan Nation, the captured assassins who were watching the spiritual spell visual projection while sitting on the meadow were stupefied by the scene, wondering if the people they were seeing were really assassins. Immediately escort Mr. Luther out of here, Count Savon roared, and his face became wicked as the fat on his face distorted. Elites of Grey Eagle City. Kill them all. For the Brotherhood, Harrison roared and charged into the enemies with red eyes. For our glory. Battle until death. Kill them all. In each second, there were soldiers of Grey Eagle City and Godly Palace Knights dropping to the ground. Harrison had dashed to the forefront of his group, and he used counterattacks and strung together combo kills, taking out his enemies with one strike each. The skills that he had practiced endlessly in the virtual reality training sessions replayed in his mind like flashbacks. This combat style seemed to have merged into his blood and bones. His hands, feet, knees, and everything he got his hands on could be turned into deadly weapons. He even felt like he could find his enemy's weakest points with his eyes closed. Harrison picked up the middle-aged assassin who had passed out and said, "Oh, brother, I got you. We're late, but we'll triumph over them. Believe us. Charge." His hoarse roar signaled the full-force attack. At this moment, Luther was hurrying toward the direction of the Godly Palace. "Mr. Luther, do you have a plan?" Count Savon said in horror. Are these assassins devils? How can they kill so many people?" Luther's face was livid. Although he hadn't anticipated this situation, he obviously was prepared and wasn't panicking. "Don't worry, the battle has just begun." Under the protection of Godly Palace Knights, he walked into the Godly Palace. Suddenly, the glass windows of the building shattered as dozens of assassins swarmed into the Godly Palace like a giant flood. Luther, Count Savon, the red-robed senior priest, and about 20 Godly Palace Knights were surrounded in the center. "You can't escape, Mr. Luther." Alina released her hidden blade. After a long while, she finally returned to this place. But this time, she wouldn't flee in despair. Instead, victory belonged to them. "Don't be happy, so soon. Damn it," Luther said in a cold voice, "if that's all you can do, you'll die soon." The moment he said it, Alina felt a chilly sensation shooting up into her head from her heart. Used to the dangers that were hiding everywhere in Assassin's Creed, she had obtained a faint intuitive sense of danger without using chi or spiritual spells. It was this intuitive reflex that made her lower her head without thinking. A silent black light shot past her scalp. If she was 1 second late, her head would have been chopped off. "Be careful," Alina exclaimed in alarm. The others were alarmed but couldn't move fast enough. Instantly, several assassins were severely wounded. Alina didn't even have the slightest idea where the sneak attackers were hiding. These new assassins wore simple black cotton robes, looking like a group of ascetics. No one could sense any aura coming off of them, as if they were one with the void. Instead of the huge swords that knights like to use, they used pure black short swords which were designed for the killing technique that they just performed. These techniques were more advanced and ancient than those used by the assassins of the Underground Council. Are they assassins too? On the square in the prison, the two elders of the Underground Council couldn't believe their eyes. They had never thought that the Judgment Godly Palace was the most powerful assassin organization in the world. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 assassins dropped to the ground, losing all combat abilities. Only Alina remained standing in the building, and Harrison was outside helping the captured assassins escape. Alina looked grim. Despite the anti-mage array in the city, These assassins had sneaked up to her without her noticing. Even Luther looked respectful. He bowed and said, "Welcome, Mr. Moody. You asked me to come here to deal with these wastrels. They are so weak." With his hands clasped behind his back, the man in the black robe looked to be the leader of these new assassins, and he glanced at the other assassins with a cold expression. In fact, Luther's targets weren't only the assassins who had escaped in the last failed assassination. His targets included Altair, who was called the Assassin Pioneer, and Ezio, who was called the Eagle of Florence. In other words, his goal was to draw out the person who created the assassin mystical realm and taught the elves assassination skills. Of course, he wouldn't go to that shop himself. Drawing out his targets was the best strategy. The red-robed senior priest said with sudden understanding, "So, Mr. Moody is our real hidden card." Luther said with a laugh, "You guys can't imagine how powerful he is. In my opinion, even the so-called great pioneer Altair or Eagle of Florence Ezio can't block one attack from Mr. Moody." Hearing Luther's introduction, everyone was astonished to learn that the godly palace had such well-hidden people. "Do you think you need to state the fact?" Moody said mildly, but before he could finish, he suddenly stopped, turning around and revealing a throwing knife had pierced into his back and through his heart. He collapsed to the ground instantly. Luther instantly froze. The red-robed senior priest and Count Savon froze too. Looking at the black-robed man lying on the ground lifelessly, everyone's brain turned blank. The assassins in the Stan Kingdom stopped thinking while they watched this scene. The audience members looked forward and saw a white-robed assassin directly walking through the gate. The large group of guards standing at the gate didn't see this assassin due to their strong desire to live. "Hurry, turn it off." In the prison of the Stan Kingdom, the soldiers who were guarding the assassins and watching the spiritual spell visual projection yelled wildly, "Turn the damn visual projection off." While Mr. Fang was compiling the knowledge post, he suddenly received a task. New task: The Battle of Assassins. Task content: complete synchronization with Altair or Ezio. Task target: destroy all the assassins in Grey Eagle City who are not a part of the Brotherhood. Task reward: activation of the third large-scale online game, connection between all private teleportation array between all shops. Host can take one person along while using the array. Note: using complete synchronization with other characters will be regarded as failing this task. Therefore, Mr. Fang took the chance to check up on the assassins by having a look. Seeing the scene, Mr. Fang was at a loss for words. "You might be the worst group of gamers that I've ever tutored." Yeah. Alina felt like she was going crazy as she thought, "Can you show some mercy in front of so many people? Luther is trying to run. Hurry, deactivate all the magic arrays." Desperate howls came from the palace. "Deactivate the magic arrays, and we might have a chance. Turn off the anti-air magic array so that we can escape." Demons. They are demons. Their defense methods now became their death curse. Meanwhile, in a dark corner under the real Grand Hall which worshipped the gods inside the Judgment Godly Palace, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. "I can't believe that I lost a figure projection this way. Who was that?" Chapter 655, only used 2 strikes. Who are you?" The other black-robed ascetics looked grim, astonished that Mr. Moody's figure projection doppelganger had been instantly killed. "Who the heck is you?" Different from Luther and others, these black-robed ascetics were astonished but didn't panic like Luther and the others. After all, different from ordinary people, their training and experience had taught them to forget life and death. These assassins knew that there were many things in the world that went beyond their understanding, which was why they regarded this unexpected accident as something not surprising. With this mindset, nothing could be a surprise. The purpose of their existence was partly to solve these unexpected problems. Each of them could execute missions alone. In their limited lives, they had killed horrifying monsters and lofty lords with prestigious statuses. It wasn't beyond the ability of this group to kill a saint-level master. Different from those soldiers, their abilities went beyond the skills that they showed. Compared to others, they had far more advanced physical conditions. A level 9 anti-mage scroll could turn a level 9 mage into an ordinary person and could turn a level 9 sky knight into a mortal with some moderate combat techniques. Reduced to this state, supreme masters would be as fragile as mortals and would die with one stab of a sword into their vital parts. Could one use such things to assassinate people? Of course. It was why these ascetics were absolute masters in this anti-mage realm even though their cultivation strengths were not extremely high. Casting spells on physical bodies would change people's physical conditions and cause great danger to these people, which was why the godly spells were usually cast on armors and weapons. That was the function for the most ordinary godly spells. Only senior priests had the right to learn these godly spells, which were extremely difficult to master. For the fully armed soldiers, full suit of armor strengthened by godly spells were enough for them to block any attacks. However, these ascetics couldn't move agilely if they wore heavy armor. With the permanent magic spells or even godly spells in their bodies, they could kill level 3 and level 4 magic beasts with bare hands. These people's strength, speed, and reflexes far surpassed those of ordinary people. With curses and extreme poison on their weapons, they could kill any master whose strength was suppressed by the anti-mage array. Their overall strength far surpassed Alina and the other assassins. With the element of surprise, they had easily wounded these assassins severely. They didn't think that Fang could deal with them all by himself. If their blades put one scratch on Fang would instantly lose all of his combat abilities. Don't worry, since each of them had the ability to handle a situation alone, there wouldn't be the situation where they lacked central command. Soon, one of them took over the responsibility of the team leader and said, "He's alone." Meanwhile, in the prison inside Stan Kingdom, who dared to turn off the visual projection? Beat him, I've had enough. The assassins suddenly erupted into a rage. With pathetic screams, the guards were instantly knocked down by the large group of assassins. Satisfied, the assassins resumed their seats on the square and continued to watch the spiritual spell visual projection. "Who do you think this guy is, Mr. Altair or Mr. Ezio?" an old man asked. "I think he should be Mr. Ezio. I heard that assassin Ezio wears a little white cape on his shoulder," another old man whispered. Meanwhile, before Fang, the black-robed ascetics divided into two rows calmly as if they had done this in the past while facing enemies. They knew that the person before them was a powerful opponent, but many powerful opponents had fallen under their blades. The whole palace was full of grim murderous spirit which almost suffocated the audience who were watching this battle. With their strength frozen, this battle would be a fight of combat techniques, combat experience, and brute killing skills. Fast, these black-robed ascetics moved much faster than ordinary people. The audience could only see blurry shadows sweeping toward Fang. Under complete synchronization with his gaming character, Fang slightly shifted away. Before the audience could understand what was happening, Fang grabbed the wrist of the first black-robed ascetic who was holding a sword while his short saber pierced a hole in the ascetic's back as if this person's body were only a piece of fragile paper. Then, the second ascetic's short sword reached him. Fang moved his body slightly and slashed open the ascetic's wrist with his short blade at the same time. Blood sprayed everywhere from the ascetic's severed artery. More attacks came one after another. The black sword shadows merged and combined into a deadly net. As people who knew all about killing, their attacks were deadly and almost impossible to dodge. However, Fang seemed to know their attacks before they used them. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, Fang squatted at lightning speed as a sword slashed over his back with a deadly arc. At the same time, Fang used the forward momentum and stabbed his short blade into the foot of the black-robed ascetic who charged toward him. His attacks were graceful and smooth with a special rhythm, making it feel like no one could interrupt. The attacks happened at lightning speed, too fast for the audience to clearly see. The leader's face turned cold, knowing that it would be too late if he didn't move now. However, at this moment, Fang leapt up high like a snow-white eagle, hacking down his short blade with vicious force. With crisp metal colliding noises, the new leader blocked this heavy strike and punched his left fist toward Fang with vicious force. Fang blocked the fist with his palm smoothly with momentum. Before his opponent could react, his hidden blade shot forward and pierced the ascetic's palm. Then, he pushed his hand forward, and the hidden blade went through his opponent's chest. How is this possible? The ascetic dropped to the ground with dazed eyes filled with disbelief. The Judgment Godly Palace had spent an exorbitant amount of money on these assassins each year, making their physical strength, combat experience, and combat skills far surpassing those of ordinary people. However, they were just killed by this man with at most 2 attacks. The money that the Judgment Godly Palace spent on them all these years had been for nothing. Meanwhile, Mr. Fang also looked at this ascetic in shock. He thought to himself, with the perfect T-virus created by the system, I can kill one magic beast with one punch. I even synchronized with Ezio at the peak of his life and know all his skills, but I still can't kill this guy with one strike. I had to use 2 attacks to kill him. Chapter 656. The new task for the large-scale online game, World of Warcraft. Is this the true power of Master Ezio? Alina and other assassins were at a loss for words. They had only experienced such smooth moves in the game. The attacks and counterattacks were all perfectly used. It was enjoyable to watch such perfect moves. Is he really an assassin? The assassins who were watching the spiritual spell visual projection in the prison were stunned. Honestly, if they met these black-robed ascetics, they would have been pierced instantly. In their mind, assassins should hide in the darkness and launch deadly attacks at the very moment that they made their appearance. But now, looking at the corpses on the ground inside and outside of the godly palace, they wondered how this assassin could be so powerful. In their mind, assassins should kill targets with one strike from the darkness. In fact, most of them were born with poor family backgrounds and poor talent, and they had inferior combat techniques. This was their only way to defeat an opponent. Becoming assassins was the last choice that these people had. After all, they could do nothing but sneak attack and assassinate others. Thus, they were looked down on by people everywhere they went. But now, they felt like they were falling in love with this brand new profession. Many guards had swarmed in. Then, they saw the assassins who had knocked down the prison. These people didn't riot nor escape. Instead, they just sat on the square and watched the spiritual spell visual projection. What is so enthralling? They looked up at the spiritual spell visual projection in the center of the square. The assassin wearing the white hooded robe stood over the bodies of the black-robed ascetics, and Luther and the senior priest were nowhere to be seen. What happened? How come things had changed so drastically when our heads were turned? At this moment, Mr. Fang finally turned to the assassins, and the latter yelled, "Awesome!" Mr. Fang asked, where are the others? Where are those priests? Oh, they seem to have fled. Alina pointed at the gate and said, "Why didn't you chase them?" Mr. Fang gaped at Alina and the other assassins. "You just let them go. You guys were just yelling awesome and watched. Are you waiting for me to chase? I've finished my task and won't do anything else." Alina seemed to have finally understood the situation and yelled in alarm, "Hurry! Go after them." Mr. Fang froze for a second and wondered, how come I have such noob teammates like you? Alina was sulky, thinking, we were too engrossed in watching the battle. It's not my fault. Hurry, go after them. Alina yelled immediately. Wait. The severely wounded assassins of the Brotherhood struggled up and said, "First." Alina looked at Mr. Fang and then at the assassins on the ground. "Help your teammates before chasing the enemies." Mr. Fang slapped his hand onto his forehead. "Do you guys know how to play as a team?" Mr. Luther and the others fled. At this moment, the godly palace guards in Stan Nation saw this scene on the spiritual spell visual projection and yelled in alarm, "Hurry! Report to Mr. Cesare. Big trouble might be coming. How about these assassins? Leave some soldiers here to guard them, inside Grey Eagle City." "Senior Harrison, look at this." A young assassin handed several parchment scrolls to Harrison. These magic parchment scrolls could record and store lots of information for a long time, which was why they were used to store documents and important information. "These are..." Harrison was startled. "They contain the evidence of Count Savon receiving the bribery of treasures from the Judgment Godly Palace. They record how he traded official positions for money and forced people in Grey Eagle City to have one religion." Awesome. Meanwhile, Alina carried the corpse of the red-robed senior priest in one hand and Count Savon in the other hand. "Where's Luther?" Alina asked fiercely. "Escaped," some assassins said. "When we arrived, he had left through a teleportation array." On the next day, a huge scandal about the Grey Eagle City of the Morning Light Empire and the Judgment Godly Palace spread all over the world. The highly anticipated public execution of assassins changed into the destruction of the Godly Palace in Grey Eagle City by the assassins. During the process, a red-robed senior priest died, and Ambassador Luther had gone missing. The more astonishing news was that the Judgment Godly Palace had tried to bribe the Castellan to force the citizens to believe their god and turn the whole Grey Eagle City into a small religious nation. Facing endless blame and questions, Street Doolin lost his usual composure and looked livid. "We can't rule out the possibility that these damn assassins are spreading rumors to slander us. I'm sure everyone knows what kind of people they are. Of course, if this rumor turns out to be true in this isolated place, we'll punish the related people severely." Soon, Street Doolin's words were spread all over the world through the spiritual spell visual projection. Then, Street, Doolin heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these assassins didn't have control of the spiritual spell visual projection in different places. He beckoned at a knight and asked, "Did anyone escape from the Grey Eagle City?" "Yes, Mr. Luther did," the knight reported. "Kill him immediately." Street, Doolin inhaled deeply and then closed his eyes. It was easy to fool ordinary people, but there were certain people who were not so dumb. Someone must take the blame. Otherwise, the Judgment Godly Palace couldn't spread its beliefs to other nations that didn't currently believe in their faith. Having failed to exploit the land of the Elf clan, they couldn't lose their own home base. Meanwhile, the task for the new large-scale online game was activated after Mr. Fang finished everything. New task. Cross-era masterpiece, World of Warcraft. Task target, 1. The reputation of the new shop reaches 100,000 people, 2. Players include people from other races such as elves, orcs, and dwarves. Task privilege, receive the original cinematic trailer, the right to design your own trailer, and the right to host small-scale events. Task reward, upgrade and combine the TV series and movie Cultivation Room and the game Cultivation Room, 10-day access to the new Cultivation Room. Mr. Fang patted his forehead, ... Suddenly, he felt like this task was very difficult to finish. Reputation meant that people knew what this shop did by just hearing its name. These people didn't have to come into the shop and play games. But 100,000 was still a big number. As for orcs and dwarves, he hadn't seen any of them after he came to Kanglin City. Chapter 657, The Elves, first time using the sword control technique. Street, Doolin, these assassins, don't mind them now. Street, Doolin said in a cold voice. Their top priority was to find out the background of the assassin who killed Moody's figure projection and those assassins who wore grand hooded robes. Obviously, these assassins were totally different from the assassins they had captured and prisoned. According to the information that they had received from Grey Eagle City, these assassins could move freely in the anti-air arrays. Things like magic traps, scouts, and guards were ineffective against them. They even killed soldiers who were strengthened by godly spells. How could assassins become so powerful? The other thing, Street, Doolin said, don't set up anti-mage realms again. They could still use anti-air magic arrays and magic traps. After all, there weren't only those assassins who wore white hooded robes, there was also the Underground Council. However, if they set up the anti-mage realm, they wouldn't be able to escape if they encountered the white-robed assassins. Inform Cesare that these assassins will probably go and break free the captured assassins imprisoned in Stan Nation. He must be on guard. Besides, send more forces to him from the Godly Palace. Without a better solution, Doolin had no choice but to add more manpower. Meanwhile, in the new shop of Origins Internet Club. Sir, what's happening with you guys? The sensitive elves such as Sala found that Mr. Fang had a friendlier relationship with Alina, Harrison, and the others. These players were eating instant noodles with Mr. Fang while chatting and laughing. They even treated Mr. Fang to instant noodles. How come I feel like I missed something interesting? Elf girl Sala looked at them in suspicion. How come you guys are sitting here together today? Commander Elvin joined them with some knights that were also holding instant noodles in their hands. Did anything interesting happen today? I say. Did you guys hear about the incident in Grey Eagle City? Oblivious to what happened, Commander Elvin ate instant noodles and said, according to the rumors which spread all over the place, they tried to execute the assassins but it ended in a pathetic failure. It's said that the assassins even spread the rumors about the collusion between the Godly Palace and the Count of Grey Eagle City. I wonder if it's true. I have a relative living there. The rumors are probably true. The civilians in Grey Eagle City are saying that the assassins freed the city. Otherwise, no one would have found out these schemes of that count who fooled his superiors and subordinates in a long time. Didn't they say? Many people died there. Helen asked with a frown. It's said that Grey Eagle City was full of corpses. They are all Count Savon's personal guards as well as the knights and mages of the Judgment Godly Palace. The others didn't get hurt, one knight told her in a low voice. My goodness. When did the assassins begin doing things so cleanly and fairly? First, stay your blade from the flesh of an innocent. This was the first tenet of the Brotherhood, and the assassins all kept it in mind. Each profession had its own code of conduct. The creed of, nothing is true, everything is permitted, didn't give them the excuse to do anything they wanted. Altair understood this creed and passed it down to other assassins, and the latter had respected and followed it. But, I heard that the assassins mostly wear white robes with hoods. Merlin joined the conversation on the side. White robes. The elves exchanged a look. Hoods. The knights and mercenaries looked at each other as well. Their faces all twitched as they thought, did a brotherhood go there to do it? But, no matter who did it, I only want to say. Commander Elvin slapped his thigh and said, "Well done." Meanwhile, the assassins sitting near him looked at each other with a smile, hiding their identities and glories. Slurp, slurp. They even found instant noodles more delicious than ever. Today, we can play the Legend of the Sword and Fairy 4 again, right? Commander Elvin said while eating instant noodles. Due to his theory of training in mystical realms, Commander Elvin had decreased the time of training in the real world and set aside more time for training in the mystical realms. Today, they would continue playing this new game. While they played it, they would know more about this strange, East continent. Besides, they hadn't seen the sword control technique yet. They had been waiting. Yesterday, the assassins had gone to rescue prisoners in the morning and returned to the shop quite late, so they didn't know what the elves had played. Today, they watched from behind in puzzlement. Who is she? She's so beautiful. They watched the beautiful woman beside Yuntianhe and exclaimed. This is Lu Mangli, the daughter of Uncle Lu. Obviously, the elves had toured many places and experienced many events with Lu Mangli and Han Lingsha, including the miraculous and strange Niluo Rock, the gloomy and deep royal tomb of Wainan, and the sad love story of Qinji. The players experienced the different hidden places and events in the world and got familiar with everyone. Everything about the game was moving. I'm telling you guys that this game is super fun. While playing the game, Sala said smugly, yesterday, we experienced a lot of stuff, met many people, and heard many stories. I wonder how the master created this mystical realm. I feel like I've traveled all over the world. We're forming a group to play the game. Helen asked, do you guys want to join me? Can you take me? One knight immediately lifted his hand. No way, isn't it great to play with Commander Elvin? How can we group with Commander Elvin? At this moment, Marong Xiang hadn't shown up yet. The knights all looked sulky since they couldn't play as the two female characters, Han Lingsha and Lu Mangli, and thus couldn't play the game in a group. Hey, we're friends. Can you let me join you? Haha, no, Helen said with a laugh, no position available. Poochie. The assassins who were watching laughed too. Hey, come here, Mercenary Crete yelled. When Marong Xiang joins the team, two male players can play together. Do you want to join me? Oh, really? Wait for me. Hurry with your game, hurry. The Legend of the Sword and Fairy 4 was a story about looking for immortals. The characters traveled from Green Bird Peak to Chen State and experienced many things, but their purpose didn't change. Finally, they encountered Wai Shuo and Zanji who had followed Marong Xiang in Chen State. When in the sky, don't harbor any irrelevant thoughts, or you'll fall. On the screen, Zanji said while laughing. Yeah. With a scream, someone yelled, I'm flying. I'm flying while standing on the sword as well. Several knights cheered, although it was Wai Shuo who was commanding Yun Tianhe's Wangshu sword with the sword control technique. Is this fun? The assassins watched them play and felt tempted. It's more than fun. Sala yelled, it's thrilling. Ah, so thrilling. The knights yelled in the shop. Too fast, so high, don't fall. With two people standing on a slim sword, it looked obviously more dangerous than riding on a mount. The audience exclaimed repeatedly. Chapter 658, What are elves? Can we catch them with poke balls? The task, reward of a personal teleportation array was indeed good. With this array, Mr. Fang could return to the Juhua City shop, the Yuanyang City shop, or the Half-City shop whenever he wanted. Besides, he could travel with another person, which meant that he could bring someone here. Who should I bring? Mr. Fang thought about it while peeking at the messages in the group chats on his new communication Jade. At this moment, players were talking animatedly about the story of the Legend of Sword and Fairy 4 in QQ group chats. Zhang Xiaoyu jumped out with the profile photo of Lu Mangli. Mangli is my favorite. Don't fight with me over her. Pouting, Mr. Fang said, Xiaoyu, do you want to come here and play? Grin. Soon, he locked his eyes on Aloli and tried to capture her. Scummy boss. Zhang Xiaoyu looked at Mr. Fang who had been absent for a long time. I don't want to talk to you. Mr. Fang froze. I support Xiaoyu. The scummy shop owner has been absent for a long time. Dong Qingli joined the accusations. Song Qingfeng added, the scummy shop owner who has been quiet in the group finally emerged. Tang Yu said, he must have been peeking at us. He wants to bully Xiaoyu again. Nolan Mingshe said, Xiaoyu, come and play with big sister. Having been hiding in the group chat lately, Mr. Fang's sudden emergence caused turbulent waves. It seems like we can go to that place now. Demonic woman Ning Bai joined the fun. How is that place anyway? After all, they didn't have a good impression of that place, and they thought that Mr. Fang was battling every day. Right, Zhang Xiaoyu asked curiously, how are things going over there? Sir, do you use Musou in that place every day? Su Tianji also joined the discussion. Fighting for what? Mr. Fang's face twitched. I live in a peaceful place. We have friendly, elegant, and peace-loving elves, assassins believing in freedom despite their newbie skills, and funny knights who leapt down buildings after playing Assassin's Creed. Elves. Dong Qingli posted a picture of Pikachu. Do they look like this? Do you use poke balls to capture them? TL note. In Chinese, Pokemon is translated as little pet elves in terms of literal translation, so that is why people mentioned elves. We all thought that you've been working hard over there. However, you've been catching elves without us knowing. A large group of people started to protest. Su Tianji quickly added, can you catch one for me? Dong Qingli said, I want one too. Shen Qingqing chimed in, money mouth face give me one. Mr. Fang's face darkened. Single quote. Opening square bracket. You're talking about Pokemon, not elves. Mr. Fang emphasized, you can't catch elves. He quickly killed this thought in those players' heads before it took root. Do they look like this? Zhang Xiaoyu posted a screenshot of her playing in Dungeon Fighter Online. As a battle mage, she was a cute elf with two pointy ears. Is this also an elf? Obviously, many players knew nothing but killing monsters and making competitions. They are just humans with pointed ears. I wondered why these people have such long and pointy ears. I never knew that they were not humans. Mr. Fang looked exasperated toward these people. Can you guys be dumber? Didn't you read the plot at all? We kill abyss demons every day, why should we read the plot? Some players who were not fans of stories declared that they were still not familiar with the plot of the game. They only knew that they were adventuring on a continent and exposing behind-the-scenes schemes while they were doing so. Nolan Mingshe concluded, Sir, do you mean that there are cute humans with pointy ears over there? Don't they only exist in the game? Su Tianji was baffled too. In the game, she also played as a female mage and had advanced to a witch who was naturally also an elf. Isn't that an imaginary creature that the game created? The others were also baffled. According to Mr. Fang, such creatures really exist in the world. Don't lie to me, I've never heard of such creatures in my whole life. Meanwhile, the elves, knights, and assassins who were watching them play the game from the back also looked baffled, and they became more curious as they played. They keep talking about demons and monsters. Some monsters are plants and animals which can turn into humans after obtaining certain levels of power. How could things work in this way? It seemed like Lu Mengli is also a demon. How could that be? She is a human being. If animals can turn into humans after they obtain strength, then why can't our griffins with high-level strength turn into humans? On this continent, only the legendary magic beasts which had reached the saint level could speak human languages. They only heard about animals turning into humans in mythologies and legends. The magic beasts that could speak human languages were all extremely lofty existences with great bloodline, strength, and backgrounds. No ordinary people could get in touch with them. As for orcs, they were born that way. As elves, they were naturally close to certain animals and plants, especially the mild-tempered, peace-loving small animals or herbivores. For example, deer and squirrels. We deal with these animals every day in the forest. How come we've never seen one turn into a human and play with us? Sir, the elves looked disgusted. There are indeed many wonders in the world, but don't you try to lie to us. They immediately called the shop owner over to them. How come the animals in your world can change into humans as if they are saint beasts? If that's possible, then I would have changed all the small animals in our Silver Moon Forest into humans. The elves couldn't believe or understand it. Looking at the disgusted elves who thought that Mr. Fang had exaggerated things in the mystical realm, Mr. Fang looked frustrated and said, these people don't believe that there are elves in the world. I was trying to explain your existence to them. They don't believe our existence. Elf girl Sala pointed at herself and said in a huff, aren't we elves? Right, the knights around them seconded her. If they are not elves, what are they then? Mr. Fang soon posted the conversation to the group chat. Tang Yu and the others were displeased. I'm now sitting together and playing games with a deer, and you are telling me that there are no demons in the world. How can you explain this scene then? Mr. Fang glanced at his communication jade and said, they said the same thing. Zhang Xiaoyu curled her lips and said, I don't believe it unless I see a real elf with my own eyes. A player with the profile photo of a big white deer also protested in the group, I don't believe it either. Chapter 659, Dashing Sword Immortal, and Making Artifact Online. At this moment, the elves also looked incredulous. We won't believe you unless you bring a real demon to us from your homeland, sir. No, we want to see one as cute as the one in the game. Elf girl Sala remembered the cute little demon that could speak the human language at Niuluo Rock. We also want to see one as pretty as her. She pointed at Lu Mengli and said after a pause. Even if you can't find someone as pretty as her, you have to bring one on a similar level. Otherwise, she would say that Mr. Fang was a fraud. Zhang Xiaoyu also said, unless I can touch their ears, I won't believe that they are real. Exasperated, Mr. Fang acted as the messenger between both parties. According to the result of their discussion, Zhang Xiaoyu would ask for a vacation from school and then come to the new shop with Little Bell to see elves. She would find out if the shop owner was telling the truth or not. As for the new task of building a reputation for the new shop, Mr. Fang felt like it was hard to achieve. I must manage the shop each day and stay here, how can I obtain a greater reputation? As for dwarves and orcs, don't I need to keep an eye on the shop? Where can I find them? What should I do? Mr. Fang thought for a while and said, System, can you give me a recommendation? System replied, as an excellent shop owner who can work independently, you must find a solution by yourself. I'm only responsible for setting up tasks and objectives. Mr. Fang would never use his brains if he could solve the problem only using his physical strength. But to complete this task set by the system, physical execution was obviously not enough. Right now, few new players visited the shop, most of the players were old players. The number of players hadn't grown much recently. Of course, as a new shop, it was quite a feat that it had attracted so many players. However, the numbers didn't look good when compared with the truly big workshops in this city famous for their cultivation mystical realms. In the old shops, players had swarmed into them after word about the game spread out. However, in Kanglan City, there were many cultivation mystical realms, and every shop claimed that its products were the best. Besides, the Lava Workshop was releasing its new mystical realm, so few people would pay attention to a little-known shop. Mr. Fang considered the situation and soon found the root of the problem. On this continent, he couldn't rely on word of mouth. After all, the civilization development of this world was far more advanced than that in the continent of immortal relics. Mr. Fang decided to go on an errand in the morning. Different from the people who went to work at around 8 a.m. in the world where Fang Qi came from, the warriors and mages in this world must start their training in the early morning. Some apprentices and disciples got up at daybreak and started to do things. The Alchemist Union, Mercenary Union, and Mage Union didn't close doors at midnight. This morning, the Alchemist Union was even more crowded than usual. In this ancient and elegant hall gathered not only alchemists but mercenaries and mages as well. They were here because Leo, the representative of the Lava Workshop and a master alchemist, would demonstrate the new mystical realm of the Lava Workshop to the public. Meanwhile, he would show his advanced alchemy skills through this perfectly crafted new mystical realm on the spiritual spell visual projection. This was probably the most ancient building in Kanglan City, it had a long history. The yellowish-white walls and the brown platform and steps paved by huge rocks gave the building a low-profile elegance. In the courtyard in front of the building was a round fountain which sprayed water with magic power. The building was permeated with the smell of ingredients and herbs, reminding Fang Qi of an ancient pharmacy shop in his world before he traveled through space and time. As the representative of the Lava Workshop, Leo had his own spiritual spell visual projection room in this building. Of course, since he would give the public a demonstration, he had borrowed the most eye-catching spiritual spell visual projection crystal in the center of the Great Hall of the Alchemist Union. Everyone could see it when they passed the hall. Mr. Leo, I heard that you'll demonstrate the Lava Workshop's comprehensive mystical realm that contains subjects such as alchemy and forging, right? In the spiritual spell visual projection from the crystal in the center of the Alchemist Union, an alchemist wearing a mage's robe and a badge of the Alchemist Union asked the question. Obviously, this man was the representative that the Alchemist Union sent over. Of course, Leo was dressed in a formal luxurious mage's robe, looking like an elegant aristocrat. However, I heard that a new shop released its East Continent-style mystical realm a few days after the Lava Workshop released its new mystical realm. It's also a comprehensive mystical realm with subjects such as alchemy and forging. What do you think of it? Obviously, Mr. Fang's shop had some reputation now. Usually, the small shops would watch out and avoid releasing their mystical realms in the same time period as the big workshops in order to avoid unnecessary clashes and losses. If they still wanted to do it against all odds, it meant that they were super confident in their own products. I only want to say that those people know nothing about the market. With our mystical realm out, there will be little business for them. More hilarious is that I heard that their mystical realm contains the East Continent's alchemy. It's ridiculous. I've never heard of anything amazing about alchemy in the East Continent. After all, Leo was a high-level master alchemist, and the Lava Workshop that he represented was one of the most famous mystical realm workshops on the whole continent. That explained his arrogance and why he looked down at the new shop. I think they are stupid to do that, and I don't think we need to show any concern to this issue. Meanwhile, before a service counter in a corner of the Alchemist Union, an ordinary-looking young man was applying for a position for the spiritual spell visual projection. Respected Mr. Alchemist, please name your content that will be displayed on the spiritual spell visual projection. Dashing sword immortal, and making artifacts online, Mr. Fang said. Mr. Fang had played to the part in which Murong Xiang joined the team. As an expert in forging swords and making artifacts in the Changhua faction, Murong Xiang planned to equip the main characters with better items. Mr. Fang intended to broadcast this portion of the game to the public and see if it would bring greater fame to his shop. Of course, he had to translate the content into the words that were easy to understand, just like how he had to tell the people in this world that the airplanes and cell phones in Grand Theft Auto 5 were artifacts. If these people wanted to know the differences in depth, all that could come after. Chapter 660, The Dwarf Clan. At this moment, the square of the Alchemist Union was crammed with alchemists and mages from nearby cities, mercenaries, and knights who were interested in this new mystical realm, and even some high-level officials of the Kanglan City branch of the Alchemist Union. Mr. Leo. In the spiritual spell visual projection, the black-robed alchemist wearing a Union badge said, "I'm pleased to work with you again. I heard that you've invited the famous Master Lam, the well-known master in forging swords in Kanglan City, to demonstrate this brand new comprehensive mystical realm." Yes. Leo nodded casually and said, "Master Lam will use the unique blacksmith and alchemy equipment in the mystical realm to make a battle sword swiftly. Then, I'll refine some excellent extra material with alchemy and attach magic effects onto this battle sword. You'll see how well equipped our mystical realm is for the training of alchemy and blacksmith skills." Excellent, the alchemist of the Alchemist Union said. "I'm full of anticipation. I believe everyone here are also eager to watch it, but I think our Master Lam is here right now, right?" The mage continued, "Can we ask Master Lam to come up and say hello to the people here? Let's call out to Master Lam louder, okay? Master Lam, Master Lam." Ear-deafening shouts rose from the hall of the Alchemist Union. Having just finished the application process, Mr. Fang walked past them with his hands covering his ears, looking a little frustrated. What are they doing here? While muttering, he walked out of the door. "I think we should begin as soon as possible." A brawny middle-aged man walked up, his gray tank top revealing his bulging muscles. "Master Lam looks eager to try this new mystical realm," the alchemist of the Alchemist Union said in a loud voice. "Then, let's begin. Now, we come to the ore warehouse following Master Lam. These categorized materials are top-quality metal ores including black iron, mountain copper, and some rare materials such as purified gold and mystical silver," Lam said proudly as if he had come into his own huge treasure chamber. "But our destination is not this place but the warehouse of refined materials in the front. To forge a good battle sword swiftly, we can't waste time on smelting and refining ores. Now, we've arrived at Mr. Leo's alchemy room." The alchemist of the Alchemist Union soon came into Leo's alchemy room. Right now, Leo was concocting a black potion with a transparent crystal bottle. Mr. Leo, I wonder if your work will be affected in such a situation. The alchemist from the Alchemist Union said, as everyone knows, alchemy is a meticulous process. I can't make high-end magic items in such a situation, Leo said while measuring the potion, but today, this is an easy job for me. Excellent. It seems that Master Leo is very confident in his skills. The whole hall was crammed with people. The spacious hall in the Alchemist Union was crowded as more people came in to watch the demonstration. Ha ha ha. At this moment, hearty laughter sounded from outside the Alchemist Union. This way, please. The speaker was a female mage in a moon-white alchemist robe. Walking in with her was a white-haired and white-bearded old man in a moon-white mage's robe, and a few short and stocky figures were trailing beside him. Elder Sock came here to watch the demonstration of the Lava Workshop's new mystical realm. The female mage asked with a smile. She was an intellectual and graceful female mage. With her light brown long hair coiled up into a bun behind her head, she looked like a royal aristocrat. Beside her was a stocky figure with a hearty and resonant voice which could be heard clearly over the noisy crowd. I think this old man came to drink my black wine. The white-bearded old man laughed. Ha 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 ha. The dwarf's height only reached the female mage's shoulder. With his beard trimmed neatly and hair tied into braids, he looked wild but not ugly in his clean, thick leather armor with black scale patterns. He looked like a rough-looking human with a stocky and short build. Several other stocky dwarfs followed him. Sock Stonehammer was an elder of the Stonehammer dwarf tribe from Black Iron Castle. Looking at the enthusiastic atmosphere in the big hall, he laughed heartily and said, "Are these people here to watch the new mystical realm?" Of course. The female mage gestured forward and said, "This way, please." These people moved away from the crowd and walked toward the back of the great hall. At this moment, the dwarf elder suddenly paused his steps when he saw a spiritual spell visual projection in one corner of the great hall. On it was written, "Dashing Sword Immortal, and Making Artifacts Online." What's that? A few people are actually watching it with great interest. The female mage's face twitched as she thought, "Come on. Why are you here watching this stuff instead of watching the alchemy demonstration in the center of the hall?" She also noticed that a girl in the gray mage's robe at the counter of the material store was also watching the Dashing Sword Immortal, and Making Artifact Online without blinking. Do you want to keep your job or not? Adolf was the vice president of the Royal Alchemy Association of the Morning Light Empire and one of the white-robed elders in the headquarters of the Alchemist Union. His position was much higher than the president of the Alchemist Union of Candlin City, and this female mage named Dekas was his disciple. "I'll go and see what's happening." With a dark expression, the old man walked over with his disciple. Elder Sock exchanged a look with the other dwarves. A while later, "What's going on?" The dwarves who were forgotten on the side began to wonder. Didn't they say that they would just take a look? At this moment, an old man in a blue mage's robe hurried toward them with a group of alchemists. Chapter 661, Making Artifact on the Heaven-Abiding Sword Platform in Changhua Faction. "Hello, Elder Sock. Where are Mr. Adolf and Dekas?" The dwarf elder pointed in the direction of Dashing Sword Immortal, and Making Artifact Online, and said in bafflement, "They said that they will only go over to have a look." The dwarves looked over curiously and wondered, what is taking them so long? The blue-robed old man looked embarrassed. "I'm sorry for the delay," the old man said immediately, "we'll go call them over." The dwarves stood on the side and exchanged a look of bafflement. What is taking them so long? My goodness, isn't this Elder Sock? At this moment, some alchemists noticed the situation over here. "I'm surprised that you're here. Where are the people of Alchemist Union?" An alchemist frowned. "They are having less and less manners. Why didn't they send people over to receive you guys?" The dwarves exchanged a look and said, "We came with Mr. Adolf. Adolf has always been our friend." "Oh, I see," those alchemists asked, "then where's Mr. Adolf?" Elder Sock pointed in the direction of Dashing Sword Immortal, and Making Artifact Online. "Should we go over and remind him?" "Oh, they are just leaving our guests here, and it is improper." With that said, these alchemists walked over. 20 minutes later. What's happening? Totally forgotten, the dwarves scratched their heads in puzzlement. In the Great Hall of Alchemist Union, while wearing a metal mask to protect him from the smell, Leo was holding a bottle of dark green liquid with gurgling bubbles. "You must be careful with the poison of this poisonous arrow frog. Its stinky smell might suffocate you and make you regret your existence, friends." Our master Leo is working efficiently. It seems like an excellent potion is about to be made. Let's see what Mr. Leo is going to do with it. Sharp light potion, Leo said confidently. I'll make a sharp light potion that can infuse the ultimate blade spell into weapons. Meanwhile, Master Lamb, the master sword blacksmith with bulging muscles, was pumping the bellows with great efforts to stoke fire over a piece of silver-colored metal. The furnace had a blue flame with white threads in it, looking different from ordinary flames. We're casting an excellent compound battle sword, Lamb said while pumping the bellows. We must hammer this block of star-patterned iron flat, so it can completely wrap around this black ink steel. The clanking hammering sounds came from the visual projection. At this moment, the dwarves had also walked over to the spiritual spell visual projection of Dashing Sword Immortal, and making artifact online, subconsciously, and began to watch. On the screen was a huge round platform engraved with a Tai Chi pattern which contained the fish-shaped yin and yang. The yang fish represented fire. It looked like a giant vein in earth that was filled with lava, and people could see hot lava-filled grooves on the dark red stone platform. On the opposite side, clear ice was situated on the edge of the heated, dark red stone platform. The yin fish represented ice. Looking up, one could see that this side of the sword platform was covered and sealed in ice. This was the heaven-abiding sword platform in the Changhua faction. In the position of the fisheye on the sword platform was a huge round sword creation platform that was built on rocks. Now, we've got all the materials. On the spiritual spell visual projection, a young man stood before the hot sword creation platform and took out all the materials he had prepared. The young man wore a blue and white robe and a green jade headpiece and carried a sword case on his back. Today, we'll forge a ghost blade which is relatively simple to make. While he spoke, he took out the materials. One was an orange-colored red iron ore which emitted traces of spiritual essence, and the other main material was an ember-colored mystic cloud crystal which was as smooth as jade. He also took out 2 pieces of kunwu coal which were dark green with a trace of purple. On the screen, Murong Xiang formed a sword-shaped hand gesture and directed the materials to float onto the sword platform with his spiritual essence. Then, we'll open the sword furnace with the spell. Murong Xiang used the sword creation spell of the Changhua faction. He made quick gestures, and his fingers danced nimbly like bees that were flying. Soon, the orange flames surged up in the huge sword furnace while the materials slowly melted at the bottom of the furnace. In the furnace, flames surged up one after another like a blooming lotus flower of blazing flames. With the movements of his fingers, pointing and directing, streaks of spiritual light fell into the lotus flower-shaped flames, and the materials in the furnace seemed to be driven by an unknown force and began to merge, stretch, and take shape. Finally, a thick sword embryo that looked like a red jade crystal lay on the bottom of the furnace. Now, this sword has taken its embryonic form. To forge it into the final form, we can use some common techniques. For example, we can hammer it with the force of wind and lightning. Murong Xiang chanted in a low voice as a strong wind fluttered his robe and lifted him into the air. Sitting on the top of Kunlun Mountain, the heaven-abiding sword platform was very close to the sky. Soon, lightning bolts crashed down onto the sword embryo with vicious force as thunders rumbled. Like invisible huge hammers, the crazy winds knocked onto the sword embryo with crisp and rhythmic sounds of flowing water. Gradually, the rough and cudgel-shaped sword embryo turned thinner and sharper. At this moment, a large group of people was watching the spiritual spell visual projection. The alchemy in the East Continent works this way. How come we never heard of it? It's amazing. Swords can be made like this. Ah, I think I've fallen in love with this sword immortal. He's so dashing. A girl screamed. The dwarves exchanged a look and then looked at Master Lamb who was waving his hammer. They exclaimed with their hands on their foreheads, "My God!" Meanwhile, Master Lamb waved his hammer and struck the red star-patterned iron with sweat all over his body. While wiping off sweat from his forehead, he left a streak of black dust on his face. He continued with his hammering. "Ladies, gentlemen, do you see that? Master Lamb's masterpieces is almost ready." The alchemist of Alchemy Union exclaimed passionately. Around the spiritual spell visual projection in the center of the Great Hall of Alchemist Union, there were only a couple dozens of people remaining. I think that the Great Hall in Alchemist Union must be bustling with crowds. The alchemist yelled, "Cheer for him. Let me hear your enthusiasm. Let's go." Some mercenaries nudged each other and said, "Let's go and watch that, making artifact online. That one is more interesting." Chapter 662. Friendship in the legend of the sword and fairy. Meanwhile in the internet cafe, the elves and knights all stood behind Mr. Fang and exclaimed, "Swords are created this way. How can you people of the East Continent do things like this? You travel in style using the sword control technique, you kill monsters in a dashing way, and you even turned the hammering process of making a sword into such a gorgeous performance. Each of your moves screams style and elegance." At this moment, Murong Xiang waved his right hand, and the sword body which was being forged and hammered repeatedly flew from the sword creation platform in the Yang fish into the ice pool in the Yin fish, drawing an elegant curve in the sky. Even Elder Suel looked dumbfounded, let alone the young elves. They all screamed. On the screen, Murong Xiang finally finished the basic creation of the sword, and pushed up his imaginary glasses. Then, Mr. Fang immediately realized his mistake. How come I feel like I put up the wrong pose? How can one create swords this way? Seeing the sword immortal dressed in blue and white clothes standing in the wind and lightning bolts, the alchemist union erupted in exclamations. Where is the place shown in the spiritual spell visual projection? Do you think this kind of people really exist in the world? A male mage asked. Of course, they exist. The girls glared at him with red eyes. Especially Dika's. She already had intense murderous spirit in her beautiful eyes as she looked over. They must exist. At this moment, Adolf and Elder Sock of the dwarf clan exchanged a look of surprise. What do you think about this young man's sword creation skill? At this moment in the visual projection, a heavy ink black sword with orange luster flew out from the chilly ice pool. Of course, creating a sword wasn't so simple. There were still processes such as creating the cross guard, handle making, engravings, and spirit injection to be done. Well, today's livestream ends here. Thank you for watching. Tomorrow, we'll livestream the rest of the processes, including engravings and spirit injection. Don't miss our show. That's all. Hurry, go and find out the user of this spiritual spell visual projection. Find out the person who forged the sword in the visual projection. How come the alchemy union knows nothing about this method of alchemy? Adolf felt incredulous. To them, this sword creation method combined alchemy skills and blacksmith skills. For example, with only blacksmith skills, one couldn't merge all the materials in the sword furnace. I'll go and investigate. Dika's thought that she couldn't sleep until she found out the source of the visual projection. Then, many female voices rose from behind her, "We'll help. Please count me in." Meanwhile, in the Origins Internet Club, Mr. Fang exited the game and stretched. It was so tiring. I hope it can bring the shop some popularity and reputation. Mr. Fang murmured to himself. He casually looked back and asked, "How come you're all standing here?" He saw a large group of people standing behind him. "Aren't you going to play the game today?" Everyone froze. "Of course, we are going to play." "Yeah, my Xiang, I'm coming," elf girl Sala shrieked as she hurried to get online. Mr. Fang was at a loss for words. Are you really an elf? Does she still have any of the composure and reservation of an elf? Also, didn't you say that you would return to the Silver Moon Forest? How come you're still here? Mr. Fang watched while all the elves entered the game. "Wait for me." Helen hurried to her seat. "Our love will continue into the next life." "What is love? People live and die for it. With you by my side, I don't envy anyone, not even an immortal." Elder Suel entered the game while humming to herself. "Wow, you sing so well, Elder." Sala applauded and cheered in pleasant surprise. "Your pronunciation is so good." Commander Elvin praised as well. It was the song, Seeking Love in Sword and Fairies played by Qin Ji. She had even learned some foreign language in order to sing the song, which earned her many envious glances. "Can we learn this? It sounds so complicated." "I don't think it's easier than the sword control technique." For the peace-loving elves, the sword techniques and spiritual spells were not as important or interesting as the miraculous scenery in the grand world shown in the game. "Come and look," Sala said in amazement. "The forbidden zone in this faction has an ice mountain, and someone is sealed in there." "I saw it," Helen said. "You'll know it when you come to Jimo. That place is super fun with a fox immortal who loves to tease people. Still, we taught this fox immortal a lesson. Look, we'll go to this small town to release flower lanterns." On the screen, Murong Xiang, Yun Tianhe, Han Lingsha, and Lu Mengli were walking on the street among the bustling crowds during the Lantern Festival. In this seaside town, wooden bridges zigzagged on the pier by the sea. Han Lingsha picked up a lotus flower lantern. Looking forward, They saw pretty lotus flower-shaped lanterns covering the sea surface under the starry nightly sky. Those lanterns were radiant, looking like stars. This place is so beautiful. I can also take them to watch fireworks on the mountainside. Helen said happily, I never knew that a small town of ordinary people could be so pretty. The hero's life goals is to eliminate evil and protect the world so that they can see this scene in the smiles on people's faces, don't you think so? Standing on the side of the mountain, Murong Xiang looked down on the crowds and up at the radiant fireworks in the sky as he said. Okay, let's get serious. Han Lingsha said, I'm so happy today. I hope that the four of us can stay together like this and do things we need to do. Hee hee. Sala chuckled and said, I wish that I could tour the world with them each day. It's super fun, and I can learn lots of stuff. I wish we can stay together like this forever. While the Legend of Sword and Fairy 1 talked about fates and the Legend of Sword and Fairy 3 emphasized reincarnation, the Legend of Sword and Fairy 4 touched people with the simple yet sincere friendships that were formed among the four people as they toured the world. TL note. As a game, the Legend of Sword and Fairy 2 was bad, so not many people ever played it. Their search for immortals and their fates were all based on their friendships which would deepen as time went by. Chapter 663. The Ancient Legendary Place, Buzhou Mountain. The players in the old shop progressed much faster in the game compared to the players in the new shop. The Legend of the Sword and Fairy 4 is a story about their search for immortals before they battle with the demon realm. Zhang Xiaoyu was also live streaming. Yo ha ha ha, they are having so much fun. Beside her, the big white deer had just arrived at the Jimo Lantern Festival and was enjoying itself. But the Changhua faction isn't as good as I imagined. Zhang Xiaoyu had progressed faster in the game. By now, she had returned to Changhua after experiencing many events in Jimo. By now, the Changhua faction had discovered Han Lingsha's identity. She was a tomb thief, which immediately strained the relationship between the faction and her. On the other hand, the battle between the Changhua faction and Fantasy Netherworld was drawing near. The first half of the Legend of the Sword and Fairy 4 was an uneventful Shanja story in which the young people searched for immortals in Dao and helped the weak and the innocent together. They grew up as they met different people and experienced different things as bystanders. While touring the world and experiencing life, the young people grew out of their innocence and began to consider the differences between humans and demons, right and wrong, and the meaning of life. People would change and mature as they got more worldly experiences. Their views on the world were no longer simple and naive. For example, Murong Xiang, who was born in Changhua, always followed the principle that demons were evil and must be eliminated. Yun Tianhe gradually grew out of his confusion and innocence and began to form his own ideas on many things. Perhaps there was no division between right and wrong most of the time, the difference lied in the different perspectives and choices. Above the cloud platform, the gate to the netherworld opened again, and the promise that they made at the Jimo Lantern Festival which stated they would stay together all their lives wasn't realized. Lu Mengli finally confirmed her identity as a demon in the fantasy netherworld and left with sadness, returning to the netherworld reluctantly. Maybe one day, they would face each other as enemies in the battle between the Changhua faction and the netherworld. Outside the Forbidden Zone where Zhan Xiao was sealed in ice, the players finally heard the truth about the Changhua faction and the netherworld 20 years ago from the faction master. Faction Master Su Yao instructed the disciples to read the confidential information in the faction scrolls and told them the truth of that battle. With astonishing talent and a lifetime of hard work, Daoyan Spiritual Master, the 20th master of our faction, finally understood the secret method of ascendance in his last years of life. This method requires the combination of the forces of a yin sword and a yang sword as well as the support of the disciples. From then on, the faction put in 3 generations of manpower and materials and finally made the Zaihei sword and Wangshu sword. Yin and yang swords must be merged with the users, and the process usually takes years. On the other hand, the ultimate spiritual essence needed for the dual swords to ascend is too much for humans to cultivate. Daoyan Spiritual Master considered this for a long time and found a miraculous place while he observed the stars. This place has abundant spiritual essence and is perfect for us since it is useful to us, and we should be able to control it. However, this place belongs to the netherworld which doesn't allow us to use it. With excellent talents, disciple Zhan Xiao and Su Yu were chosen to be the hosts for the dual swords. 3 years later, the netherworld, which opens every 19 years, opened again. Zhan Xiao and Su Yu launched the dual swords and froze the netherworld to activate the powerful spiritual essence. However, the Netherworld resisted as stubbornly and even killed Taiching's spiritual master, the 24th faction master, causing a long-lasting fierce war. At the critical moment, Su Yu, the host of Wangshu's sword, became afraid and escaped with her lover and senior brother, Yun Tianqing, bringing her sword with her. Zhan Shao, the host of the Zaihei sword, couldn't control the Netherworld all by himself. In the end, the Netherworld got away from Kunlun Mountain. In the battle, more than 100 elite disciples died. This was the battle between humans and demons in the opening cinematics at the beginning of the game. At this moment, the major streamers in the old shops had almost all come to this part. In fact, the first half of The Legend of the Sword and Fairy 4 wasn't difficult, so the players other than the elves who paused to enjoy the views had almost the same progress in the game. Oh, since humans can't travel to the Netherworld, if we want to find Mengli, we need to go to the Ghost Realm and find the Shadow Branch which can travel through any barriers. In Su Tianji's livestream, Elder Su looked amazed. Then, I must take Lingsha and Xiang to the Buzhou Mountain and find the path to Inconstant Hall, right? What is Buzhou Mountain? The players in the new and old shops were all curious. The mountain is so powerful that it can even support the sky. Such mountains exist. By now, the name of Su Tianji's livestream room had been changed into Elder Su Takes You to Tour Buzhou Mountain. At the same time, the big white deer had come to the shop early today and was exiting from the game when it saw this idle elder livestreaming. Princess Xiaoyu, come and watch Elder Su's livestream. Elder Su is livestreaming again. For some reason, I'm always worried that she will fall from her sword when flying with a leap of faith whenever I watch her livestream. Murmuring to herself, Zhang Xiaoyu moved to watch the livestream. Meanwhile in the half-city shop, the almighty smirk face emoji was also livestreaming with the room named The Tour of Buzhou Mountain. It's said that this is the mountain that supported the sky in ancient times. In the half-city shop, a black cloud hovered above a computer desk with a virtual reality headset. There might be many unknown dangers, but do you think I'll be afraid of them? Today, I'll bring you guys to tour this Buzhou Mountain and see what's inside of it. As fans of scenery and nature, the elves hadn't reached this part yet but didn't want to miss the tour. Immediately, they began to watch Helen's tour of Buzhou Mountain. Buzhou Mountain. Bu meant not, and Zhou meant complete. Therefore, Buzhou Mountain meant incomplete mountain. In the world where Fang Qi had lived before he traveled through time, there was a legend that had circulated for countless years. In the story, Gong Gong, the god of water, crashed onto Buzhou Mountain and caused the collapse of the sky pillar, which led to the huge flood all over the world. However, this story was new to everyone in this world. Standing on flying swords, they traveled north from the Chonghua faction and arrived at the land of mythology half an hour later. They stopped their flying swords on a mountain peak and looked forward. The gloomy sky and dark boulders made this place look like a wasteland full of ominous presences. In this desolate land, there were no plants growing in it. Near their landing spot, a dark, evil, and filthy presence swept over to them. Not far from them was a pile of skeletons, and among the bones stood a purple heavy sword that had a weird shape. Red light flashed on the sword, making it look extremely fierce and dangerous. What's this? For players in the new shop, this sword looked strange and dangerous. Chapter 664, Peak of Buzhou Mountain. Orogen. In her livestream, Su Tianji exclaimed, "Yeah, a demonic sword, isn't it little Kui?" While watching the livestream, Tang Yu suddenly leapt up from his chair. How come my little Kui is here? The almighty smirk face emoji was also surprised. How come the demonic sword is here? Can you guess who will come out first, red Kui or blue Kui? You can place bets on the bottom right corner of the livestream room. You. Don't come close the demonic sword. I, little Kui, don't want to hurt more people. A faint voice came from the demon sword. Oh, it's truly little Kui, the players of The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3 all exclaimed. She sounds like blue Kui. Little Kui, I'm your elder brother Jing Tian. Before exploring Buzhou Mountain, Su Tianji began to play with the demonic sword. She yelled while controlling Yun Tianhe. She was delighted to make this discovery in Buzhou Mountain. Everyone watching her livestream froze. Messages began to appear on the screen. Song Qingfeng, I'm not an Asura player. Do you think I can't see your Yun Tianhe? Zhong Wu said, the guy who insulted blind people. Don't run. Tang Yu replied, move aside. I'm Ying Tian. Bedlam broke out in the livestream room. Oh, be quiet, guys. What's happening? Why is the demonic sword in this place? Many players who were watching the livestream looked amazed. In the Legend of the Sword and Fairy 3, Long Kui had stayed in the demonic sword for almost 1,000 years, and part of which was spent with Murong Xiang. They encountered each other in this place. This was the beginning of another story. After subduing the demonic sword, they continued to fly toward the center of Buzhou Mountain stepping on swords. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck down from the sky. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. In the booming noises of the heavenly thunder, an imposing voice resonated from behind the thick clouds in the high and deep sky. Mortals, why did you come to Buzhou Mountain? A monster. Messages flooded the screens in Su Tianji and the almighty smirk face emoji's livestream rooms. The players in the game had cold sweat popping out on their foreheads since they felt an invisible pressure even though they couldn't see the source of the voice. They felt as if they were mortals standing before a god or ants standing before a huge elephant. Be careful, there is possible danger. Also doing a livestream, Nalan Hongwu looked grim. At this moment, Yun Tianhe yelled, "We're here to find a way to enter the ghost realm." Who are you and where are you? Tianhe is a bit dumb. Comments appeared on the screen. Something is coming out from the clouds, the elves exclaimed in the new shop. The storm clouds gathered in the sky while lightning bolts flashed one after another, turning the whole world white. At this moment, a figure larger than a mountain appeared before them. It had an elk's antlers, a snake's neck, a fish's scales, and eagle's claws. It looked extremely miraculous and dignified. What's this? The elves, knights, and mercenaries in the new shop all exclaimed in alarm. It looked like a legendary godly creature instead of a monster. Maybe, it was indeed a legendary godly creature. Soon, the thick and widespread clouds revealed a huge dragon that looked like winding mountains. Godly dragon, Murong Xiang exclaimed. The three of them had high-level cultivation strengths. But standing before this true dragon, they felt as tiny as a grain of rice in the ocean. According to the legend, when the Orogan opened its eyes, daytime came, and when it closed its eyes, nighttime came. When it exhaled, summer came, and when it inhaled, winter came. The Orogan lived in the sunless nation located in the icy cold place in the ultimate north, and it illuminated the place with a lantern in its mouth, which was why it was also known as the Lantern Dragon. In the Legend of the Sword and Fairy, the dragon illuminated the land of the deserted Nether Nation in the northwest wasteland. For the cultivators in the immortal Relic continent, dragons were legendary holy creatures and the auspicious creatures closest to them. After all, they had seen the bones that godly dragons left in their world. In comparison, immortals and gods were far more distant to them. They had only heard and read about the descriptions about dragons in the scroll fragments in the relics, but they had never seen real dragons before. Having lived for many years, Nalan Hongwu had never felt so stunned or moved before. Standing before the Orogan, he was stunned by its ultimate grandeur and stunning beauty. The Orogan's voice boomed like thunder. When it was pleased, the sky cleared. When it was angry, the sky turned dark. When it breathed, strong winds swept all over the world. Is it a true dragon? Nalan Hongwu yelled. Is this a true dragon? Messages flooded the livestream rooms instantly. Zhang Xiaoyu was dazed by the scene. Ah, my ancestor looks so miraculous and magnificent. The big white deer covered its head with its hooves. Ah, I'm scared, is it a true dragon? It was the Orogan from the primeval times. Ghost realm, mortals or existences that are as tiny as grains of sand in the 6 realms. Do you really understand what the ghost realm looks like? The Orogan's voice boomed like thunder. I don't know what the ghost realm looks like, but we must enter it to find a friend. Yun Tianhe yelled as booming thunders resonated around him. Yun Tianhe was still a little dull and innocently dumb. However, it was because of these traits that got rid of any irrelevant thoughts that usually filled an ordinary person's mind. He only had the single-minded thought that he must find his friend even if a godly dragon blocked his way. Even though there were great dangers in the ghost realm, he wasn't as afraid as ordinary people. Ordinary people would turn jelly-legged and couldn't even speak when they faced such a horrifying existence such as a true dragon. But Yun Tianhe was brave. Even though it might be derived from his ignorance, it showed his great courage since he could speak these words before such an existence. I don't dislike bold mortals but hate mortals who are loud. If you dare, come up to the coiling dragon pillar. The Orogan's voice boomed like thunder again. You might not get out of Buzhou Mountain alive. My goodness, what does Yun Tianhe want to do? Does he want to challenge a godly dragon? The people in this world felt as if their minds had turned blank. Chapter 665, bold mortals. Fine, I'll hold you to it. Just wait. With that said, Yun Tianhe ran toward the coiled dragon pillar. Not only the people in this world, but Yun Tianhe's teammates, Han Lingsha and Marong Xiang, were shocked by his audacity. Having grown up in the wildness, Yun Tianhe was like a piece of blank paper and always said what was on his mind. He never had any wicked thoughts. His father Yun Tianxing had taught him that men should be fearless, so Yun Tianhe became such a person. When the godly dragon challenged him to go up to the coiled dragon pillar, he just did it without a fuss. The huge ancient godly dragon stone statue winded up along the deserted Buzhou mountain and spiraled up along the coiled dragon pillar to the high and distant heavens. If the players went up along the coiled dragon pillar all the way to the dragon head, they would probably reach the new immortal realm shown in the Legend of Sword and Fairy 3. The players of the Legend of Sword and Fairy 3 could see the huge dragon head when Chonglu and Jing Tian battled many years later. Of course, the godly dragon only challenged them to go up the coiled dragon pillar to test their strength and courage and wouldn't allow them to travel to the top. It must be noted that in the world shown in the Legend of Sword and Fairy, there were many immortal realms, and they were not related to the abodes and residences of the immortals in the heavenly realm. The immortal realms could be divided into heavenly immortal realms and mortal immortal realms. The latter were, like blessed cave abodes in the mortal realms such as Penglai where the spiritual essence was abundant. The new immortal realm discovered by Fei Peng and Chonglu in the Legend of Sword and Fairy was a heavenly immortal realm which was a blessed cave abode in the heavens. The story of the Legend of Sword and Fairy 4 happened after immortal General Fei Peng reincarnated as Prince Long Yong of the Zhong nation but long before Jing Tian was born, which was why the players had encountered the demonic sword in Long Kui. It meant that even if the players could force their way up to the top, the most they could see was probably the ruins of the battle between Fei Peng and Chonglu many years ago. The coiled dragon pillar wasn't easy to walk on since the players couldn't fly up with the sword control technique. The higher they went, the stronger the gusts would be. If they were not careful, they would fall and shatter into pieces. In fact, they might be knocked down by heavenly lightning bolts and encounter all kinds of demons. Despite all these difficulties, the players and the characters in the game could still manage to pass it. However, many people were still worried and wondered, would we need to battle the godly dragon later? The players in the old shops were feeling uneasy while they walked up the path. However, for the players in the new shop, they wondered, did you say that this is a basic cultivation realm? Where is it? I don't see it. How can anyone play this? Even Merlin, a level 9 sky mage, felt like his legs were shaking while he walked up, let alone these knights. Saint level. If Saint level masters could create such gusts by just breathing and sound like booming thunderbolts as the godly dragon did, perhaps even the gods in the world will have had to submit to these masters. Although Merlin couldn't imagine the power beyond the saint level, he knew that this dragon was in existence with power far greater than the saint level. Also, Merlin had a vague feeling that even some legendary gods didn't have such horrifying auras. After all, there were powerful gods and less powerful ones. Is this a saint-level mystical realm? He suppressed the horrifying thought and chanted silently, "This is a fantasy." It must be. This chant calmed him down a bit. After all, few people could face the Orogan as fearlessly as Yun Tianhe. "Hey, we're up. Where are you?" Yun Tianhe yelled at the sky. "Fuck." Song Qingfeng and the other players in the old shops were so scared that they almost dropped from their chairs, afraid that the ignorant Yun Tianhe would be killed by one palm strike. For the elves, it felt the same as if they were yelling at the elf god, "Hey! Where are you?" Having never seen such dumb and fearless man, the players in the new shop felt their legs turning into jelly. Others would respectfully address this godly dragon, but you just walked up and said hey. Ah! With a shrill scream, Yun Tianhe was knocked down by a lightning bolt. After a long while, Yun Tianhe got up, looking nonplussed. "Why am I always getting struck by lightning bolts since I came down from the mountain?" Everyone put their hands on their foreheads. "Mortal, do you know how disrespectful you were when you yelled at a godly dragon? This is what you get for your rudeness. I don't know about good manners. You told us to come up, claiming that you know how to get to the ghost realm, so we hurried up to find you. What's wrong with that?" Yun Tianhe was honest and frank. He didn't have the concept of politeness. This gloomy place was a portal leading to the depths of the ghost realm, and it was a very important portal between the heaven and the earth. Otherwise, it wouldn't be guarded by the Orogan. If it allowed people to enter this portal easily, then everyone could go to the ghost realm whenever they wanted. Therefore, people had to pay a great price for the entry. The godly dragon demanded the life of one of Yun Tianhe's teammates as the price. The life was useless to the godly dragon, but it would act as a warning to all others that no one could pass it with ease. However, Yun Tianhe would never accept this condition. If you anger me, I'll kill you all. Heavenly lightning boomed, showing the godly dragon's fury. New to the world, Yun Tianhe knew no fear and said, I can tell that you're powerful, but it's me who doesn't want to make the choice, and it has nothing to do with them. Please don't kill them. I won't sacrifice my friends, and I won't change my mind either. Obviously, Yun Tianhe spoke whatever was on his mind. The godly dragon was silent for a while. Perhaps it had never seen such an ignorant and ridiculously dumb mortal before. Not a bloodthirsty evil dragon, it decided to give them a chance. Mortal, you're very interesting. Perhaps you haven't seen enough suffering in the world and think that everyone can solve their problems with their own power. Maybe you're worthy of my appreciation, or you're just a moron who knows nothing about the world. What do you mean? Yun Tianhe asked. Perhaps he indeed knew nothing. I'll give you a chance. I'll release a phantom of me from hundreds of thousands of years ago before I ascended and understood Tao. If you can defeat it, I'll send you to the inconstant hall in the ghost realm. Really? You are willing to help us? Yun Tianhe was delighted. Ha ha ha. The Orogan laughed. I've guarded this place for 9,900 years and will soon finish my job with success. I'm surprised to see a ridiculous mortal like you. Should I help you guys enter the ghost realm, or should I send your souls into the ghost realm? Chapter 666. The Mystical Land in the Sky, the Temple of the Sky. After all the talk, we still have to fight it. Seeing this scene, the players' hearts sank. Although they didn't know the power of the phantom of the Orogan before it ascended and understood Tao, they were sure that an ancient true dragon wouldn't be weak even before it ascended. This mystical realm, the players in the new shop didn't know how to continue. Thinking that they had to battle with the phantom of an ancient godly dragon, their faces turned pale in fear. Merlin, who had suspected that this was only a basic mystical realm, now looked ashen-faced. However, for the players in the old shops, despite their shock, they were not as afraid since they had battled with the prison-guarding Wisdom King and Chonglu, whose cultivation strength was suppressed to the peak of the mortal level. Despite their experience, the old players were not sure that they would win. Even though it was only a phantom of the Orogan, it excelled in the 5 spiritual immortal spell. Meanwhile, its body was the toughest weapon, and its scales were a powerful defense that few mortals could break. What kind of spell is this? Players exclaimed in the new shop when they saw gusts, lightning energy, rocks, flames, and ice pallets crashing down together as the huge dragon's claw struck outward. Everyone knew that ice and fire couldn't be used together, but the elves and mages saw these two elements were actually not fighting each other but complementing each other, creating even greater power. How can we fight it? Looking at the words "please try again" on their screens, all the players were stupefied. Mr. Fang. Players in the group ed Mr. Fang. Nolan Mingshe said, this is hard. Su Tianji chimed in, it was a piece of cake until now. I feel like I don't know how to fight anymore. I was killed instantly a moment ago. Nolan Hungwu said, I think I must study it carefully, and I'm afraid that I can't pass it for the time being. Su Tianji asked, Sir, do you have a guide or something? Mr. Fang replied, I don't have a guide for dumb people. What do you mean by guide for dumb people? Su Tianji was displeased, and Huwei said, Sir, just tell us if you can livestream it. Zhang Xiaoyu asked, Boss, tell us where you're in the game. Mr. Fang replied, I passed it long ago. Song Qingfeng shouted, fuck. Sir, why didn't you put it on livestream when you did it? Dong Qingli said, Sir, you changed. Did you save before you fought it? Quickly reload and livestream for us. How long has it been since your last livestream? Sir, you became lazy. You're no longer the hardworking and productive shop owner anymore. The people became indignant in the group chat. Hurry, put it on the livestream. Even Xiaoyu livestreams more frequently than you do. Mr. Fang looked puzzled as he asked, what does it have to do with me that Xiaoyu is livestreaming? Sir, I'm warning you. If you livestream now, we will still be friends. This group of people were just short of putting a knife against Mr. Fang's neck. Okay, I'll livestream. On the coiled dragon pillar, Mr. Fang chose to play as Yun Tianhe. You're playing it too, sir. The elves and some members of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion looked toward him. This is so difficult. I wonder if the shop owner can pass it. Watch how he plays it. Soon, many people gathered behind Mr. Fang. The Orogan can use many spiritual spells, Mr. Fang told them, but you must pay special attention to its 5 spiritual immortal spells. If water, fire, wind, lightning, and earth spells are casted at the same time, anyone who is hit by it will die. You have 2 options to deal with such spells. One is to dodge it with superior footwork and skills, and the other is the shapeless cancellation technique. The shapeless cancellation technique was a high-level spiritual spell which could block and absorb the power of the opponent's spiritual spells and turn it into one's own strength. If cultivators mastered this spiritual spell with proficiency, they would be at the advantage when dealing with some powerful monsters who could use immortal spells. However, the godly dragon also knew how to use this kind of spiritual spells, so it didn't guarantee success. The players shouldn't grow complacent. If the dragon interrupted this spell and slashed its claws at Yuntianhe, he would be in big trouble. Only after you understand this basic knowledge can you defeat the godly dragon. In the battle with the Orogan, the players could fly on their swords. In the high sky, a huge dragon flew through the ocean of clouds. In the ear-deafening thunders and dragon roars, Yuntianhe, Marong Xiang, and Han Lingsha flew up on their swords. Faced with the godly creature flying through the ocean of clouds, flying up to fight it required great courage. Everyone could feel that Yuntianhe was fearless. Marong Xiang just followed nature with the casualness of Tao, and Han Lingsha was overcoming her fear to help her friends at the risk of her life. By joining the battle, they showed their sincere care for their friends, including Lu Mengli. This was destined to be a hard battle. In this battle, on top of your own strengths, you need great adaptability and fast coordination. Thunderbolts crashed down from the sky. The 3 sword beams danced in the sky like shooting stars, and the godly dragon slashed out its sharp claws while creating violent gusts, narrowly missing Fang Qi several times. The 5 elemental spiritual essences transformed into 5 streaks of horrifying forces and merged together. The dancing gusts, flashing lightning, bolts, and the mixed ice and fire made the audience feel dizzy just by watching. The players in the new shop had never seen a battle on this scale before. The dragon's horrifying attacks seemed to be able to destroy everything they touched, but the 3 sword beams were as slippery as fish, slipping from the huge dragon's claws again and again. About 15 minutes later, Fang Qi tore through the high sky like a sharp sword beam while flying on his flying sword. Here is the chance. Metal melting demonic fire. Meanwhile, a horrifying hurricane gathered around Fang Qi like shadows. On top of the wind element, this hurricane also contained the fire, lightning, water, and earth elements. The variations of the 5 elements made this spiritual spell hard to predict. Use the shapeless cancellation technique. Soon, Marong Xiang used a spiritual spell, and the violent 5 spiritual essence surrounding Yuntianhe seemed to calm down. Taking this opportunity, Fang Qi shot out with explosive fierce presence, stabbing into the vital part of the godly dragon like a lightning bolt. Good, mortal, you worked very hard. When the sky cleared, the Orogan revealed its true form again. By now, Yuntianhe and his 2 companions were covered in wounds. Who, Mr. Fang exhaled deeply, feeling exhausted. In the end, the godly dragon helped the main characters go into the ghost realm, disguising them for 24 hours so that they wouldn't be discovered by the ghosts. After several turns of events, the main characters finally got to the shadow branch in the ghost realm that could travel through the barrier of the demon realm, which was known as the Netherworld. In the process, they also encountered Yuntiansheng, who hadn't entered the reincarnation yet. Yuntianhe finally got the chance to ask his father why his parents did what they had done in the Chonghua faction and forced Yun Shao to seal himself in eternal ice. Yuntiansheng admitted that he was sorry about what happened to his senior brother and then explained why he had left with the Wangshu sword. If they tried to seal the demon realm with the dual swords, the demon realm would refuse to submit. Only the initial battle caused the deaths of many elders and elite disciples in the Chonghua faction, including faction master Taiching's spiritual master. Even if they defeated the demon realm, only a few cultivators in the Chonghua faction would survive the battle. Perhaps only a handful out of the 1,000 disciples could survive this battle, and this was the most optimistic estimate. For Yun Tianqing, ascendance and becoming an immortal was meaningless if it meant the destruction of almost the entire faction. If the battle prolonged, heavy casualties would appear, and the entire Chonghua faction would be turned into a living hell. Since the elders were unwilling to back down from the plan, Yun Tianqing had no choice but to leave with the Wangshu sword to end the war. Meanwhile, Yun Tianhe's parents happened to save a young and severely wounded demon and put it under the care of Lu Shifeng, and this demon was Lu Mengli. This was what happened about 20 years ago. On the Nether River, the main characters encountered Han Lingsha's uncle, who was doing hard labor working as the boatman on the Nether River. With his help, the three young people got the chance to escape from the ghost realm. Sometimes, fates were unpredictable. For generations, the people of the Han family had been tomb thieves, thinking that they were doing a good thing to dig out the treasures from the tombs to help the living people. However, due to the disturbances that they caused the dead, the people of the Han family not only got short lifespans of less than 30 years but had to do hard labor to redeem themselves after death. Han Lingsha had spent a lifetime searching for ways to seek Tao and become an immortal, so she could change the fate of early death for the people in her family. However, in the end, she discovered that the technique to prolong the lifespan was useless for people in her family. Everyone had one's own fate. Just as Han Lingsha's uncle, Han Baikwang, had said, everyone had their own destiny, no one could change it. After coming out from the ghost realm with the knowledge that her days were numbered, Han Lingsha, who had reprimanded Yun Tianhe for his recklessness, made an even bolder decision: steal from the Temple of the Sky. The main characters had made the wish and said, the four of us will be together like this all our lives, doing things that we need to do. Mengli might still have a chance to realize this wish, but Han Lingsha couldn't live long enough to see that day. Han Lingsha wanted to get a meaningful item to replace her company with Xiang, Tianhe, and Mengli. After a lot of thinking, she decided on the Huyi sun shooting bow in the Temple of the Sky. TL note: Huyi is a mythological Chinese archer. He was also known as Shen Yi and simply as Yi. He is also typically given the title of Lord Archer. He is sometimes portrayed as a god of archery descended from heaven to aid mankind. Now that Yun Tianhe had a great sword made by Xiang, he still needed a good bow. No one had imagined that such a grand tomb hovered in the sky. Like a floating city in space, this secret garden in the sky was magnificent and beautiful, ancient and vibrant. Standing in the temple, the main characters looked forward and could see an extremely wide path leading to the heavens. Under the blue sky, they looked down and could see puffy white clouds under their feet. Seeing this scene, the audience members' jaws dropped, feeling like this palace with gold tiles and white walls was more stunning than anything they had seen. Are they going to steal from such a tomb? The players thought that either these characters or themselves had gone crazy. Chapter 667, Huyi Sun Shooting Bow, Immortal General Go Mang. Perhaps the main characters had sensed the fierceness of the imminent battle between the Changhua faction and the Demon Realm. On one side was their best friend Lu Mengli, and on the other side was Changhua, which hadn't treated them well and seemed to have used them as chess pieces, but it was still Murong Xiang's faction. When they returned, regardless if they returned to the Demon Realm or Changhua, they would be in danger. Han Lingsha wanted to steal the item to help her friends, but they didn't want her to take the risk all by herself. In the end, Murong Xiang and Yun Tianhe decided to accompany her to the Temple of the Sky. The Temple of the Sky was guarded by heavenly soldiers, which meant that regardless of who was buried in the tomb, it was a highest-ranked burial place that few existences in the whole world, both in heaven and on earth, could enjoy. The players in the old shops had been to the outer range of the Ghost Realm in The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3, so this trip to the Inconstant Hall in the Ghost Realm wasn't something too novel for them. But the situation was different this time. In the Yuanyang City shop, Zhang Wu, Ji Yu Tingyan, and the others were sitting on the couches in the lounge area. While stuffing a couple of hot strips into his mouth, Zhang Wu stared at the screen with widened eyes. This is so grand. Whose tomb is this? Ji Yu Tingyu also widened his eyes. The players in the new shop didn't quite understand the situation but were shocked by the name, Temple of the Sky, the sight of this grand structure, and the big scale of the tomb. Is this a god's tomb? Perhaps it wasn't a tomb, and the entity buried in the tomb wasn't human, but it must be an ancient relic of the highest level. Different from the original version, the system version required the players to sneak in except for the swift fight against the soldiers at the entrance. After all, if they exposed themselves and caused chaos before they got close to the treasure, they wouldn't be able to fight their way out and would be killed even if they had 10 such teams. Obviously, Mr. Fang was quite familiar with the map. By dodging the guards, he soon led his companions to the palace in the southern corner of the Temple of the Sky. The Temple of the Sky was a grand tomb hovering in the sky, and it was so large that people couldn't see the end with one glance. Of course, Yun Tianhe and the others couldn't tour every corner of this place. On the topic of the Temple of the Sky, Han Lingsha's grandfather had to be mentioned. Coming from a family of tomb thieves, her grandfather had had the chance to enter this place due to great fortune. After he returned, he seemed to have gone crazy and murmured to himself all the time. Still, some members of the family got some clues from his few mentions of this trip. It seemed that Han Lingsha's grandfather only ventured into a small part of the huge tomb, which was like the tip of an iceberg. However, in this small corner, he had seen an unimaginable treasure, the Huyi sun shooting bow. According to legends, there had once been 10 suns in the sky, and people in the human world suffered greatly because of them. Godly archer Huyi shot down 9 suns and thus eased the drought on the land and saved many people. The main characters couldn't see any sources of light in the ancient palace, but soft light illuminated the interior. The lighting was perfect, neither blindingly bright nor dim. Shaped like an upside-down tower, the interior of the southern palace had no guards, but the main characters had to be careful of the restriction arrays and traps while they ventured down. After walking down to the ground level, they could see a wide high platform in the great hall. The ancient longbow was hovering over the platform silently. It seemed like no one was guarding it, and there were no protective measures. The scene of 9 suns in the sky and the blazing fire were engraved on the green jade-like stone surface of the bow. In one glance, the scene seemed to be the background of the ancient bow. For one instant, it brought the audience back to the distant ancient time. It just hung there silently, but people could feel the streak of powerful spiritual essence in it. They seemed to hear the hoarse roars and yells from that era of 10 suns. Wow, the elves screamed. Even Elder Sewell covered her mouth, trying to suppress her thrill and shock that were pouring out. For elves, the bow was one of their inheritance weapons since ancient times, and all of them were great archers. Although they didn't know the history of this bow, they could still vaguely sense the grand presence from this ancient and elegant long bow at this moment. She came here to steal this bow and give it to Tianhe. Humans only had a short lifespan of about several dozens of years, but even this short lifespan was a luxury for Han Lingsha. Regardless of how many days are left in my life, I want you to remember me as your good friend. Okay, at this moment, Yun Tianhe and Han Lingsha's feelings toward each other might have gone beyond friendship, but they treated these feelings as a part of their friendship and wanted to remember each other forever. Perhaps it was due to fate, the treasure in the Temple of the Sky happened to be a perfect weapon for Yun Tianhe. Having no good gift for Marong Xiang, Han Lingsha apologized to him. I don't care about godly weapons, but you must keep your promise and stop doing tomb thefts which will further shorten your life. Marong Xiang said, I don't approve of what we do today, but I'm your friend, and I will do anything for you guys and bear any consequences for taking this bow. At a young age, these people weren't greedy and didn't scheme for any personal interests, which made their friendship even more pure and precious. In fact, Han Lingsha had given Xiang a 9-dragon silk sword tassel which was a royal item, a perfect gift for him since he had been a royal member of the Yan nation before he joined the Chonghua faction. She had pushed it into his hand to bribe Uncle Master Xiang, and Marong Xiang hadn't paid much attention to it at that time. Now that he thought about it, he suddenly found this thing quite precious due to their friendship. Marong Xiang suddenly turned silent. At this moment, all the players watching the scene turned silent as well. Then, could it be that they'll take the godly bow just like that? Su Tianji asked in bafflement when she watched Han Lingsha go over to take the bow. At this moment, a voice came from the void. Sinner, put down the Huyi sun shooting bow right now. A god who had a human head, a pair of bird wings, and was wearing a golden headpiece suddenly appeared before them. I'm Immortal General Go Mang, and I'm guarding the Temple of the Sky. Song Qingfeng said, Elder Su jinxed it. Oh, it's not my fault, Su Tianji rebutted. Everyone knows that this place must be guarded by someone. Then, she stared at Immortal General Go Mang and asked, what god is this one? Nolan Mingshe said, Immortal General. Is he on the same level as Fei Peng? A fan of stories and plots, Shen Qingqing knew the story well and made a reasonable speculation. They should be on the same level, but I'm afraid that this one is less powerful since Fei Peng is the #1 Immortal General. Hearing her appraisal, others felt less scared and heaved a sigh of relief. Although he still seemed powerful, he didn't seem that terrifying anymore. However, in the new shop, the players watching the scene took a few steps backward and said, there's a god in this place. What's wrong with this world? Even a tomb needs to be guarded by a god. Chapter 668. Returning to Changhua and battling. On the next day, the players came early and sat in the lounge area, waiting to watch Mr. Fang's livestream. Go Mang and the godly dragon shared the same opinion about mortals, and they believed that these tiny existences weren't worth their efforts. Considering that Han Lingsha didn't want to take the godly bow for herself, he intended to kick them out of the Temple of the Sky instead of killing them. Godly dragon's presence. While Yun Tianhe activated his cultivation strength, Go Mang sensed a special presence from him. He asked, "What's your relationship with the Orogan?" "What relationship?" Yun Tianhe thought for a moment and said in confusion, "A pure fighting relationship." Not only Go Mang but the audience froze at Yun Tianhe's words. "Excellent. Tianhe is awesome. Ha ha ha. This fighting relationship is cool." The audience flooded the screen with bullet comments. "Ha ha ha. Tianhe is super fun." The elves laughed, feeling like there was nothing wrong with Tianhe's answer. Look at Go Mang's livid face. Ha ha ha, he's really a savage, he knows nothing. Such audacity. At this moment, Go Mang attacked again, but only to test their strengths. After finding that they were indeed powerful enough and potentially battled the Orogan, he stopped testing and thought for a bit. However, taking the godly bow was obviously impossible now. Go Mang said, "A sinner, Han Lingsha, can't touch the godly artifact. Only people with the purest mind are qualified to be its owner." Does it mean that Tianhe can take it? In the Yuanyang city shop, Jessica ate another slice of spiritual melon as she watched the livestream with great interest even though she wasn't allowed to play the game. Yun Tianhe is as pure as a blank paper, does he meet the requirement? Obviously, Go Mang had also sensed the extraordinary quality in Yun Tianhe who had the presence of the godly dragon in him. At this moment, Mr. Fang said in the livestream, "Such a situation. I can't just take it after you say so, right? You heard Lingsha." Yun Tianhe was obviously extremely angered. "I don't care about it." The elves looked envious, wishing that they could take the bow. On the screen, Yun Tianhe's teammates persuaded him to take the bow. Otherwise, their efforts so far would be in vain. Finally, he took up the sun-shooting bow. "I want to try it." The elves were eager to try this godly artifact with their own hands. However, these fans of natural beauty turned sulky after remembering that they hadn't even met the godly dragon yet. It would take a long while for them to reach this part of the story. Let's watch how the shop owner uses the bow. Let's see how powerful this bow is. As instructed by Pan Ji Yu, all things in the six realms have their own destinies. The movements of the sun and the moon, the change of 4 seasons, and everything in the world all follow their destined paths. The ultimate power is the heavenly Tao. From now on, the Huyi sun-shooting bow will submit to you and take you as its master. TL note: Pan Ji Yu is the first living being and the creator of all in some versions of Chinese mythology. How come it sounds so deep? The players in the new shop looked baffled as if they were listening to God's teaching. They had a vague feeling that these words contained ultimate truth but couldn't really understand it. They were all awed by these words. The mystical realms in this shop. The players exchanged a look and thought, how come they are so excellent? The Legend of Sword and Fairy 4 was a complete and vast world. The journey to the Temple of the Sky was scary but not dangerous. With the godly dragon's presence with them, even immortal General Go Meng went easy on them, respecting the godly dragon. Therefore, compared with the battle with the godly dragon, this battle was much easier. The power of Huyi's sun-shooting bow was determined by its owner's strength. In the system version, the players could make it easier by controlling Yun Tianhe to take the bow directly, but Go Meng would still test their strengths. But this way, the players could pass this stage more easily. When the main characters entered the demon realm again, they saw the past events with more details from the fantasy array. After faction master Taiching's spiritual master died in the war, the demon realm hovered over all the disciples of the Changhua faction like a huge shadow, which caused conflicting views among them. However, Lu Mengli's mother, Chan Yu, the lord of the demon realm, wasn't in a better situation. At this moment, Zhan Xiao broke out from the ice. With the Zaihe sword and Wangshu sword in hand, he merged the yang essence of Zaihe with the chilly yin essence of the ice-freezing scroll in his body, reaching the peak stage of his strength. Under the powerful force of the two swords, the barrier was broken, and many demons were killed. The purple crystals which was used to supply energy for the demon realm were taken away. Stimulated by the prospect of imminent ascendance, the disciples of the Changhua faction were mad with murderous spirits, even turning against Murong Xiang and Yun Tianhe, their peers in the fraction, as the latter tried to dissuade them. It proved that certain things could indeed turn people into maniacs. Demon General Gui Xie was killed at the entrance of the demon realm. The battle was happening between Chan Yu, the fatigued lord of the demon realm, and Zan Shao, who was in the prime of his life. Everyone shivered silently as they watched the extremely powerful Zan Shao, who emitted blazing murderous spirit. The viewers weren't even this scared when they saw immortal General Go Mang emitting blazing flames and chilly icy mist. Alternatively, Zan Shao's murderous spirit almost suffocated the audience even through the screen. At a loss for what to do in this situation that was extremely one-sided, Yun Tianhe and his friends watched many demons getting slaughtered while they tried to protect Lu Mengli and a few others. Godly artifacts chose their owners. The Huyi Sun shooting bow chose its owner, and so did the Wangshu sword. Perhaps due to the workings of destiny, Han Lingsha was the new host of the Wangshu sword. Born at a yin hour and a yin moment with a life of contradictory elements, only her appearance could wake up the Wangshu sword. Yun Tianhe had used this sword for years and didn't see anything special in it. But after Han Lingsha appeared, he hacked open his parents' tomb with the sword at the Rock Creek Cave. However, due to the aggressive power contained in the Wangshu sword, its activation would damage the vital soul of the host, who wasn't a cultivator. When the dual swords were used to trap the demon realm, it would cause even greater damage. Yun Tianhe had given the Wangshu sword to Zan Shao due to his guilt for the things that his father had done and helped Zan Shao break out from the ice. At that time, he didn't know what Zan Shao would do with the sword. When Yun Tianhe found out, it was too late. Tianhe, it's been a while since I last saw you. Big brother missed you. Despite his selfish intention for using Tianhe, Zan Shao was still grateful to Tianhe, who had helped him when he was most in need. He and Tianhe had even become sworn brothers. Perhaps since everyone whom Yun Tianhe had met after he came down the mountains were good to him, he trusted everyone he met, including Zan Shao. Big brother, is everything you told me a lie? Your only purpose is to take back the Wangshu sword. You only want to take spiritual essence from the demon realm and ascend to become an immortal. What happened in the past, real and fake, are not important, Zan Shao said gravely. The most important thing is that you're still my brother. After I ascend and become an immortal, it's a piece of cake for me to save Han Lingsha. Zan Shao even invited Yun Tianhe to ascend with him, fulfilling the great achievement that the Changhua faction had been working on for in the past 1,000 years. Chapter 669, The Ascendance of the Whole Faction. I have a weird feeling about Zan Shao. Hearing the maniac-like obsession in Zan Shao's tone and seeing it on his face, the players found that he was no longer the ethereal-looking Taoist who had cultivated on the immortal mountains for years. Even the viewers could see it through the screen, let alone Yun Tianhe in the game. Naturally, Yun Tianhe didn't agree with Zan Shao and insisted on the latter returning the Wangshu sword. With the activation of the tremendous power in the Wangshu sword, Han Lingsha's condition was getting worse each day. He wasn't sure if she could survive until the day of ascendance. Zan Shao, who was obsessed with the ascendance, wouldn't return the sword, there was no doubt about that. When Yun Tianhe lived on the mountains, he had nothing and knew nothing. He would be delighted by things such as catching a wild boar or having a fine clear day. Just as Yun Tianqing had taught him, Yun Tianhe had been a fearless man. He didn't fear anything even when he collided with the godly dragon and faced the immortal General Go Mang. However, at this moment, fear suddenly struck his mind. He was afraid that he would never see Mengli again, and he was afraid that he couldn't stop Zan Shao, and even more afraid that he couldn't save Han Lingsha. The godly dragon once said, "Perhaps you haven't seen enough suffering in the world and think that everyone can solve their problems with their own power." At this moment, Yun Tianhe suddenly understood that there were certain things in the world that he couldn't achieve even though he tried his best. Tianhe is still too naive. Watching this part, the players in the new shop and the old shops all felt deeply touched. Finally, the fearless savage became afraid of something. However, what he feared wasn't the godly dragon or a god. Tianhe, we're just mortals. Murong Xiang was obviously more open and more resigned to fate. Everything in life, including birth, aging, sickness, and death, has been prearranged by the heavens. We're humans, how can we fight with the heavens? Yeah, it's all fate. In the Juhua City Shop, Yuanyang City Shop, and Half City Shop, people like Nalan Hongwu, Ning Bai, and Su Tianji had played The Legend of Sword and Fairy 1 and The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3. Despite Li Xiaoyao's great power, he still couldn't save Linger. Despite Fei Peng's great power, he was still struck down into the mortal world. Some things were just beyond the power of humans. For the players in the new shop, even though they didn't have concepts such as the mandate of heaven, they knew about destiny, which was a mysterious and magical force that no one could touch. For Helen, Commander Elvin, and the others, it was as distant as a god. For Merli, Enhu was a supreme existence. Destiny was probably scarier than gods. Even if they could predict something, they didn't have the power to change it. This sense of powerlessness was enough to drive people into despair. In the breeze stream, the main characters tried to enlist help from Chang Guang and Qing Yong, the only two elders of Changhua who had survived the war 19 years ago. However, they found that Chang Guang was dead, and Qing Yong was severely wounded. Obsessed with ascendance, Zhan Shao had become so evil that he had attacked these two elders so that no one could find the weaknesses in the dual swords from the forging notes left by Zhong Lian. The Changhua faction used several generations of accumulation and created the ultimate dual swords Zaihe and Wangshu that were famous around the world. These two elders had once regarded all these glories with great pride, but they eventually realized that everything was just a dream. The ethereal-looking faction on Kunlun Mountain was now fraught with smoke and evil. The Changhua faction's last sword maker, Zhong Lian, Marong Xiang's Grand Master, had recorded that the power in the dual swords was too aggressive in his notes. Anything too extreme will create the opposite effect. The sword hosts must be self-disciplined during cultivation. Otherwise, they would lose control of this power and get killed by it. The dual swords were spiritual artifacts that could help people ascend but could also become fierce weapons leading to catastrophes. The dual swords were too powerful. If the power of the dual swords got out of control, there wasn't a perfect solution. The only solution was the deaths of the hosts, which would lead to the evaporation of the power in the dual swords. In the Boxian town at the foot of the mountain, everyone was talking about the rumors involving the ascendance of the Changhua faction. The viewers could hear mortals talk among themselves. I heard that place is where the immortals live. They are going to return to the heavens and abandon us in our town. They will no longer give us clean water to drink. Except for ascendance, Zhan Shao had no other thoughts on his mind. After taking enough energy crystals, he did Yun Tianhe a favor and released the old, weak, sick, and crippled demons back to the demon realm and withdrew the seal that the dual sword placed on the demon realm. In this war, the casualties of members of the demon realm were so great that only Lu Mengli and a small group of demons survived. Now, it was time for them to depart. Lu Mengli became the new lord of the demon realm and flew away with the demon realm. Just as the words in the song described, our intertwining fate will continue in the next lifetime. What is love? People live and die for it. Perhaps it was the main character's destiny to continue their fate in the next lifetime. The memories of them touring the world, doing valiant deeds, and releasing flower lanterns were so fresh as if these experiences had just happened yesterday. However, there were too many regrets and powerless moments in a mortal's life. In the sky, the huge mountain that hosted the Changhua faction began to slowly rise toward the radiant Kunlun heavenly light. This scene stunned everyone. None of them, regardless if they were players in the old shops or the elves and knights in the new shop, had ever seen or heard of such a feat. Their hearts trembled at this scene. However, at the same time, a sense of melancholy filled their minds. When the main characters flew up on flying swords, they saw the ruined walls and buildings littering the Changhua faction. Corpses lay in blood puddles on the square before the mountain gate, and the Changhua faction that was as balmy as spring all year round was now deadly silent. The few remaining disciples were nowhere to be seen. On the cloud platform, Zhan Shao and Su Yao controlled the Zaihe sword and Wangshu sword respectively. Although Su Yao wasn't the host, she was the faction master and could control the Wangshu sword with Zhan Shao's help, but the consumption all came from Han Lingsha. One sword condensed chilly frost while the other released blazing fire. The tremendous power from the dual swords had far surpassed the limit of mortals. In the new shop, all the audience members were so shocked that they were at a loss for words. Ascendance and becoming immortals were the dream for several generations of members of the Changhua faction. Zhan Shao had cultivated and became a sword host for this purpose. Regardless of how Yun Tianhe dissuaded him, he couldn't change Zhan Shao's mind. In the previous battles, the godly dragon didn't use its true power, and Go Meng just used some attacks to test the main character's strength. But now, they faced a life and death battle. In the Changhua faction, Su Yao was jealous of Yun Tianhe's talent, which was why only Murong Xiang had taught him how to cultivate. Also, Yun Tianhe had learned lots of stuff from Zhan Xiao. Zhan Xiao was master and friend to Yun Tianhe, but now they had to meet in a battle as opponents. Everyone felt emotional at this scene. Perhaps the legend of the Sword and Fairy 4 would come to its end with this battle. Would Yun Tianhe succeed in stopping Zhan Xiao's ascendance? Or would Changhua succeed in its ascendance with Han Lingsha dying during the process? It all depended on the result of this battle. Everyone stared at the screen without blinking, afraid to miss a tiny detail. Chapter 670. The Legend of Sword and Fairy 4 isn't as good as the previous games in the series. A senior brother, master and father, you still want to fight me for others. In the last 20 years while he suffered in the ice, only one person offered Zhan Xiao help, which was why Zhan Xiao only showed a sliver of kindness to Yun Tianhe. When Yun Tianhe refused to ascend with him for the last time, Zhan Xiao became so furious that he looked like a maniac. Many years ago, when faction chief Taiching's spiritual master died and the lord of the demon realm lived, most disciples in the Changhua faction thought that it was quite probable that they would be defeated. To some extent, releasing the demon realm and ending the war had saved the whole faction. However, Zhan Xiao had suffered the burning of Zaihe's power for 20 years in the chilly ice, and there was no way around it. Yun Tianhe had his own reasons. You don't want to give up ascendance, but I have to save Lingsha and others. In the Legend of Sword and Fairy 4, there was no final battle like the one with the ancient water demon beast in the Legend of Sword and Fairy 1, or like the one with Chonglu, the almighty demon lord who was the most powerful across 6 realms at the end of the Legend of Sword and Fairy 3. With 90% of his strength to keep Changhua in the air and slowly rising toward Kunlun Heaven Light, Zhan Xiao used the remaining 10% of his strength to fight his opponent. However, only 10% of his strength was still powerful. The strong ice and fire presences could turn anyone into ash or ice if they got close. This battle wasn't as stunning as the one fighting with the water demon beast in the Legend of Sword and Fairy 1, and it wasn't as hearty and enjoyable as the one with the almighty demon lord Chonglu at the end of the Legend of Sword and Fairy 3. Regardless of how this battle ended, there was no winner. The audience didn't want to see either of them lose. How come the Legend of Sword and Fairy 4 is going to end like this? In the old shops, the players looked anxious. They would rather watch a battle with the almighty demon lord Chonglu at the end of the Legend of Sword and Fairy 3 since it was more peaceful. Elder Su, who do you support? Nalan Mingshe asked. I hope Yun Tianhe wins, but I will pity Zhan Xiao if he fails at this stage. On the cloud platform, sword energies swept around and crossed each other while countless blinding sword beams and sword arrays shot down like raindrops. While Murong Xiang fought faction chief Su Yao, the sword beams from 5 spirits returning to root and 1,000 fragment light sword engulfed the whole platform. Yun Tianhe pulled the Huyi Sun shooting bow to its limit. Zhan Xiao's ice and fire energies spread out. The ice froze everything, and fire burned everything, turning the whole cloud platform into a world of fire and ice. Flying swords flew past each other, and ice and fire collided with the bow and swords. Each attack was deadly until one sword energy cut into Zhan Xiao. Blood spilled. Covering his wound, Zhan Xiao half-kneeled on the ground and said with hatred, Tianhe, I went easy on you, but you aimed to kill me. Good, really good. It must be noted that if Yun Tianhe were defeated here, Zhan Xiao wouldn't kill him, which made the Legend of Sword and Fairy 4 less difficult to play than the Legend of Sword and Fairy 3. I can only use 10% of my strength to deal with you while using the rest to support Changhua in the air. Aren't you guys taking advantage of me? Hearing Zhan Xiao's furious accusations, the audience became curious and wondered, will the game end like this? On the screen, the conversation continued. Zhan Xiao, why, you can always find another way to ascend. I'll go with you until we find it. Zhan Xiao was silent for a long time and then shook his head firmly. You are 22 years too late. When I was in a bottleneck while cultivating with the dual swords, no one asked me to give up. When I obtained some progress and mutated my meridians, no one asked me to give up. When I lost the Wangshu sword and burned day and night in the fire, no one cared. Now, it's too late. The story is not bad, but it's too. Su Tianji sighed, how can it end like this? At this moment, a wave of cold and radiant light fell from the sky. It was Kunlun Heaven Light that people of Changhua faction had dreamed about. Even though Zhan Xiao was wounded, it was too late for Yun Tianhe to stop them from ascending in the last moment. Besides, if Yun Tianhe tried, Zhan Xiao wouldn't show any mercy anymore. How powerful were the dual swords? If they released their full power, it was no less than that of an immortal. An unrivaled force exploded from the swords. As the host of one of the godly swords, Zhang Xiao's presence turned even scarier. Soon, the Changhua faction would ascend with success. In the Yuanyang city shop, Zhang Xiaoyu sat with other students of the Heavenly Academy. Is this the end of the legend of Sword and Fairy 4? Tang Yu sent a bullet message. It's okay, but it's not as good as the previous games of the series. In the new shop, the people were also talking among themselves. Helen of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion said, it's quite good, but its ending isn't as good as that of Assassin's Creed. I have the same feeling, Elf Girl Sala said, the master assassins in Assassin's Creed don't have such great power, but their spirit and beliefs are admirable. Song Qingfeng said, I feel like the legend of Sword and Fairy 4 isn't as good as the previous games in this series. At this moment, a golden godly light shot down from the sky. It was so bright that it blinded everyone here. What kind of godly light could have such a power? Have they successfully become immortals now? Did they have immortals to welcome them? Everyone exclaimed as they watched the scene. A dignified-looking woman dressed in exquisite clothes decorated with gold and jade appeared before the characters in the game. She seemed to have even greater godly power than Go Mang, and no one could look directly at her noble face. I'm the 9th Heaven Mystic Fairy under the Heaven Emperor, and I'm here to pass the decree from the God Realm. Finally, on the screen, Faction Chief Su Yao looked thrilled that the ultimate dream of Changhua would come true. The players in the shops were all stunned. My goodness, they actually made it. Although they didn't approve of their method, the viewers were still stunned and excited about the grand feat and the success. Nolan Hungwu said, I'm surprised that they succeeded like this. However, they heard a cold reprimand, you are ignorant mortals who have turned evil. How dare you wish to become immortals? The Heaven Emperor decrees that the Changhua faction worked against the Heaven Dao and committed great sins. The faction will be burned by heavenly fire and fall to the ground. The disciples will be imprisoned in the East Ocean whirlpool for 1,000 years. Su Yao's heart sank and turned cold. However, she wasn't the only one who was stunned. The audience also felt their hearts lurch. What's happening? Aren't they close to ascending with success? Aren't they going to obtain and temper their immortal bodies? Chapter 671, I control my destiny and not the heavens. The grandest eulogy of humans. From the perspective of the 9th Heaven Mystic Fairy, the Changhua faction had turned evil in their minds, and the Heavenly Dao wouldn't allow such evil people to ascend and become immortals. However, Zhan Xiao thought that the Heavenly Dao was only an excuse of the God Realm. How could one word from the God Realm decide the fate of mortals? Heaven is above me, so I respect it. However, if the God Realm wants to push me around, you can keep on dreaming. The 9th Heaven Mystic Fairy's voice remained mild. Ignorant mortals think that their lives are as tiny as weeds and regard the gods and immortals as lofty beings. However, you don't understand the rules of the Heavenly Dao. Even gods and immortals have to follow the mandate of heaven. The Changhua faction chief Su Yao murmured, Mandate of heaven. Do you mean that the dream which the Changhua faction had pursued for generations is just a fabricated fantasy? But our faction removed demons and protected the humans in the world. All our deeds are evil instead of virtuous. The 9th Heaven Mystic Fairy answered her in a cold voice, humans and demons are not born with goodness or evilness in them. If the demons don't do evil things, why should you kill them? The Changhua faction slaughtered the demon realm due to greediness, which makes it no different from the evil devils. Su Yao's heart turned cold. On top of her, everyone in the Changhua faction including Murong Xiang also turned cold inside. Eliminating devils and killing demons. The faith that the members of the Changhua faction had held for generations was a joke in others' eyes. However, they had stuck to and fought for their goal with self-righteousness for generations. Humans were tiny and ignorant. The Changhua faction had explored and advanced in the darkness for generations and finally came to this stage where they could ascend as a whole. They were only one step away from becoming an immortal faction. However, everything fell apart at this moment. Seeing this scene, everyone was touched by an inexplicable feeling. 20 years ago, Yun Tianqing and Su Yu stopped the process of ascendance and blocked the mission. If this mission wasn't stopped, the ascendance would have failed anyway, and the whole faction would have been destroyed. 20 years later, Yun Tianhe tried to stop the ascendance. If he succeeded, the faction would continue its pursuit in another cycle of 19 years. However, if Yun Tianhe failed, the Changhua faction would still be destroyed. It seemed like an invisible force in the world had been leading Changhua to its destruction. The two earth-shaking artifacts were the ultimate products of the artifact making for cultivators, and the ascendance of a whole faction was probably the most glorious thing in human history. Even the players had looked odd and envious when they heard about this great faction at the beginning of the game. Many generations of people of the Changhua faction poured all their energies and efforts in this dream, but no one had known that it would be the cause of the faction's destruction since the beginning. Perhaps this was the vague and ethereal fate and destiny. In the Legend of Sword and Fairy 4, the final enemy was neither Zhan Shao nor anyone else. The enemy was the unfathomable mandate of heaven. The heavenly fire was about to fall. When the heavenly fire falls, it will strike down the Changhua faction. But what about the people at the foot of the mountain? Will they all die? Yun Tianhe yelled out his question on the screen. I want to save them, Yun Tianhe said. There were too many powerless moments in one's destiny. Perhaps just as Murong Xiang said, everything in life including birth, aging, sickness, and death has been prearranged by the heavens. We're humans, how can we fight with the heavens? Along the way, Yun Tianhe had experienced many things and found that he could do nothing to stop Lu Mengli's departure or Han Lingsha's imminent demise. Now he couldn't even save the lives of the people in Crescent Village. Perhaps you haven't seen enough suffering in the world and think that everyone can solve their problems with their own power. The godly dragon's words replayed by Yun Tianhe's ears, and he suddenly understood that there were so many regrets and powerlessness in life. This was destiny. You can't work against the heaven's will, the ninth heaven mystic fairy said. Zhan Shao laughed in anger. No wonder people say that, the heavenly Tao is indifferent to all, and all creatures are considered straw dogs. You are indeed merciless and cold and would kill without caring if it's fair. The ninth heaven mystic fairy's voice still sounded cold. The heavenly Tao is indifferent means that the gods and heavenly Tao regard everything fairly. However, you misunderstood its meaning by so much. It's shameful that the heavenly Tao acts in such a way. Zhan Shao laughed wildly as if he was a maniac. I, Zhan Shao, swear today with my life that since the heaven Tao rejected me, I'd rather become a devil. Everyone saw the ice and fire elemental murderous energy around Zhan Shao growing even darker and gloomier until they turned into a chilly and horrifying devilish energy. Thunders boomed and lightning bolts flashed in the sky as if they were venting endless fury. The lightning bolts danced like snakes in the sky, and the stars fell down, shaking the earth as if the heavenly Tao was eager to instantly kill this devil. Zhan Shao's determination and madness deeply shocked everyone. They saw him turning into a devil under the tremendous pressure of destiny. The stunning despair that Zhan Shao showed stirred and saddened everyone, creating the most tragic song. When Zhan Shao was stuck in the bottleneck of cultivation with the dual swords, he didn't give up. When he obtained some progress and mutated his meridians, he didn't give up. When he lost Wangshu's sword and suffered from being burned by flames day and night, he didn't give up. He had borne all the pain just for today. The maniac figure under the gloomy sky and the flashing lightning bolts was printed into everyone's mind as if he was the only person to do so. This was the mandate of heaven. Zhan Shao's roars which stated that he would one day kill his way to the godly realm and his howls that contained endless fury hammered on everyone's heart with vicious force. As a newborn devil, Zhan Shao was naturally no match for the ninth heaven mystic fairy. What he got was endless imprisonment in the East Ocean whirlpool. 20 years of burning in fire was nothing compared with the terrifying fate that awaited him. No one made a sound. Everyone watching the scene was deadly silent and terrifyingly pale. The ninth heaven mystic fairy was about to leave when Yun Tianhe yelled, "Wait! You haven't told me how to save those people at the foot of the mountain yet. Was it truly impossible to disobey the mandate of heaven? Could he make a small change? A tiny small change? You said that everything in the world is part of the heavenly Tao, then humans are part of the heavenly Tao too, right? Then, why can't humans decide our own destiny?" Yun Tianhe was ignorant of the worldly things due to his young age and inexperience, but he was more intelligent than ordinary people. Then, I control my destiny and not the heavens. What was the purpose of cultivation? What were cultivators? The elves and knights in the Nora continent didn't understand it. Even the cultivators and warriors on the continent of immortal relics only had vague answers to these questions. The Shu Mountain faction only cared about the humans in the world and didn't pursue for immortal Tao. Jing Tian was the reincarnation of an immortal general and didn't care to ascend or become an immortal. Under the strike of the blazing heavenly fire, Changhua fell from the sky like a burning sun. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be roasting by this sun as if it was the end of the world. At the foot of the mountain, people saw Yun Tianhe pulling out the arrow and drawing the bow, and they felt like they had gone back to the distant ancient time and saw the figure who shot down 9 sons. Here, a group of mortals wanted to control their own destinies. Being born as immortals and gods with special gifts and talents wasn't something to be proud of. In contrast, these mortals, the dust in the 6 realms is called by the godly dragon, and the weak ants in Go Mang's eyes, were admirable and touching since they dared to do the impossible. Everyone in the audience was also mortals and knew that many things were out of their control. At this moment, they began to understand the true meaning of being a cultivator. Cultivators were a group of people who tried to control their own destinies. Then, they watched as Yun Tianhe drew the bow and shot the arrow toward the blazing heavenly fire and the Changhua faction which were falling from the sky. At this moment, a mortal issued a brave challenge to destiny and the mandate of heaven. At this moment, everyone stood up from their seats subconsciously. Now, all the elves and knights felt their eyes turning moist as sudden understanding dawned on them. There are such people. They felt like a voice was yelling in their minds, and their hearts trembled. They had never felt so stunned and thrilled before. This spirit and this courage of challenging things beyond one's power formed the most epic tale in human history. Chapter 672, What are you guys all doing? Falling from the high sky with blazing heavenly fire burning around it, the Changhua faction looked like a small meteor, or a sun, falling from space. It was a catastrophe. If it landed, the surrounding area within a diameter of hundreds or even thousands of kilometers would be razed to the ground. The strong light dyed the entire sky into fiery red. Knowing that it was impossible, Yun Tianhe still tried to lock horns with the great power of nature with human strength. Perhaps countless years ago, another great archer had the same feeling. Yun Tianhe lifted the same bow that he had used and drew it open. Everyone watched as a rainbow shot across the sky like a shooting star and pierced the sun-like Changhua faction. As if it was struck by a horrifying force, the fire instantly exploded. An earth-shaking noise sounded from the high sky. The entire Changhua faction with its mountain exploded under the force of Hui's sun-shooting bow. Everything was shattered, and countless debris shot outward like a rain of shooting stars. At this moment, Yun Tianhe depleted all his strength and fell down in the end. Seeing this, the players from the new shop and the old shops had tears in their eyes. Perhaps it wasn't sadness but of an indescribable emotion that touched their hearts. In the end, Yun Tianhe succeeded, even though it was insignificant. At least he had saved these mortals from being crushed to pieces by the iron hooves of destiny. The heavens are in motion ceaselessly, the enlightened exert themselves constantly. Was it truly impossible for tiny humans to become immortals or gods? Were they going to remain as existences similar to dust or ants in the eyes of the gods forever? No, with possession of such spirit and courage, there was nothing impossible in this world. Many people felt as if a chain was unlocked in their minds, and something had loosened inside their bodies. It was drizzling, and the puddles on the ground suddenly reflected images of 2 figures in black clothes and black cloaks. The 2 figures walked in the drizzle leisurely. Although they were talking, they didn't stir up any ripples in the puddles when they walked on them. The legend said that Grand Masters left no footprints walking on snow, but leaving no trace on water was even rarer. Since it required extreme control and powerful movement techniques. I'm surprised to see such prosperity in this forgotten land. However, the array in this city, is a bit out of date. They walked while chatting leisurely with each other. The layout of this city, tisk, reminds me a bit of my faction, but it has gone awry. It seems that they have declined generations after generations. The tall and thin man shook his head and said with a smile. It seems that the people here should respectfully address us as Supreme Messenger, right? This place looks like the lower realm. I think they should address us with this title. Ha ha ha, his companion laughed. Heavenly Academy. Good, it should be close. Although we've lost it long ago, since we have this opportunity, we should meet and help this branch of our faction. At this moment, they saw Sia passing by with a bag of spiritual melons in her hand. She murmured, "This Jessica. She always asks me to bring her melons. Little girl, do you know how to get to Heavenly Academy?" At this moment, Sia saw 2 guys walking over to her. "Why are you asking?" Sia spoke with the spiritual state language but still had the awkward accent. "It's not time for the Academy entrance test yet. We're old acquaintances of the Heavenly Academy Master," one of them explained. Oh, with sudden understanding, Sia pointed at the Origins Internet Club helpfully and said, Academy Master GU is in the Internet Café, you can find him there. Outside the door of Kanglin's city shop. Is that Marong Xiang? In this place. The white-haired and white-robed Adolf walked over with a long magic staff and extended his neck, glancing into the door. How can he stay in this small shop? Dwarf Elder Sock Stonehammer looked at the shop doubtfully. This place looks too low-end. Mr. Fang's shop was quite good in Kanglin City, but it still looked low-end in Dika's eyes. After all, she was born in an aristocratic family. A large group of people followed them. What? He lives in this place. We came with great expectation and awe for his abilities, but I feel like we might leave in disappointment. Then, the group of people pushed open the door and walked in. With his magic staff in his hand, Adolf was the first to walk into the shop. The others followed him closely. At this moment, they saw a big group of people standing in one big circle while intently watching something on the big screen in the shop. Also, some of them such as Sala and other elves were rubbing their eyes with handkerchiefs as if sand grains had entered their eyes. They continued to rub their eyes non-stop. None of them noticed that another group of people entered the shop. How come these people are all like this? What's happening? Having just walked into the shop, the newcomers were puzzled by what they saw. Elder Sock of the dwarf clan seemed to see a familiar face since his small eyes suddenly lit up. He walked over and said, "Isn't that Elder Sewell of the elf clan?" Meanwhile, the two black cloak messengers from another continent also pushed open the door of the Yuanyang city shop. They also saw a group of people standing before the big screen with tears in their eyes. What are they doing here? The tall and thin messenger coughed slightly and said in a friendly voice, "Can I ask if Academy Master GU is here?" A white-haired old man instantly stood up with complicated emotions on his face. Many people turned to them. One of the newcomers had shoulder-length black hair, and the other was short and fat but had a mild and smooth presence. They stood there like two-time mountains with magnificent presences. Obviously, they had extremely high cultivation strength, probably higher than anyone in the entire spiritual state. Gu Tingyan hurried over and reached out his hand while asking curiously, "Friends, do I know you?" Friends. Looking at Gu Tingyan's weird hand-shaking gesture, the two exchanged a look and chuckled. However, before they could speak, they heard Gu Tingyan letting out a long howl which was as high as the roar of an old dragon. Then, they felt Gu Tingyu's presence rising continuously until it reached a limit. But instead of stopping at the limit, it seemed to have broken through a threshold and grew. Gu Tingyan's cultivation strength had stopped at the 30th small realm of the 3rd level of the spiritual void realm, which was the 8th realm for cultivators, for many years. The 31 Street, the 32nd, the 33th, the 36th small realm, level 4 spiritual void realm, the 1st small realm of the 4th level of the spiritual void realm. The 2nd, quote exclamation mark question mark quote. The two newcomers, hands that just reached out froze in midair. Then, more long howls sounded in the shop, and the presences all started to grow. In the Kanglin city shop, Elf Elder Sewell turned her head. The mage Adolf and the dwarf Elder Sock were about to walk over when they saw Elder Sewell opening her small mouth wide. She let out a long howl. Suddenly, her cultivation strength suddenly rose from the 2nd tier of level 8. TL note. It seems like the levels in the new continent refers to the same thing as realms in the old continent. Then, they heard more howls in the shop. With the long howls, streaks of powerful presences shot up like explosive fireworks. Breakthrough. The two black cloak messengers in Yuanyang city shop exchanged a look, and Adolf, Sock, and the others in Kanglin city shop looked at each other and almost shouted in shock. What are you guys all doing? Chapter 673. The online game about to be released is called World of Warcraft. In the Yuanyang city shop, Half City shop, and Juhua shop, most of the senior players with high cultivation strength had obtained breakthroughs after a long time of accumulation. The people who hadn't obtained breakthroughs had acquired some understandings and inspirations. The effect was more obvious on the old and experienced cultivators and warriors such as Gu Tingyan who had accumulated strength for a long time and experienced many regrets and powerlessness in life. In comparison, the young people obtained fewer inspirations. However, since the old shops had many players, even a small percentage of them breaking through right there caused a great upheaval. The long howl shocked the two nonplussed black cloak messages so much that they almost turned and ran. What kind of weirdos are these people? We've not come to this place for many years. How come things have changed so much in this place? How can people make breakthroughs like this? The newcomers in the Kanglan City shop obviously had the same feeling. What? What are you doing here? The two asked immediately. We are watching the livestream. Old man Gu Tingyun was also puzzled. I was watching Mr. Fang's livestream and suddenly felt the knots in my heart completely unraveling when I saw the part where Yun Tianhe took the control of his destiny from the heaven and shot down Chonghua. Then, I just, what? Livestream, what's do you mean by, I control my destiny and not the heavens? The two people looked even more baffled. Do you want to try it? The Legend of Sword and Fairy 4. Gu Tingyun said, let's try it. They walked toward the counter in doubt. In the Kanglan City shop, a group of people were watching the scenes on the big screen with curiosity. On the big screen, fire rained down while the Chonghua faction exploded into many chipped rocks and debris in the high sky. While burned by blazing heavenly fire, everything falling down the sky turned into ash before landing on the ground. Despite some damages, they were much less serious than what they could have been. I never recommended mystical realms that weren't made by the elf clan. Elder Sewell still looked emotional. But you must try this Legend of the Sword and Fairy 4. How can we try it? Adolf immediately asked. How do we pay? Dwarf Elder Sock asked loudly. Elder Sewell pointed at Mr. Fang, who was live streaming with his virtual reality headset. Asked the shop owner to buy a membership card. Sir, I want to buy a membership card. As soon as Mr. Fang put down his virtual reality headset, he saw a large group of people swarming to him. Get in line, one by one. Everyone can have one. Get in line, soon. Such shouts sounded in the shop. I'm afraid that the new shop will soon need to be expanded again. Tang Yu, Xuan Yuan, and other disciples of the Heavenly Academy mumbled, let's go. Let's go. Let's go to the bathroom. As mentioned before, in the Legend of the Sword and Fairy 4, Go Mang wouldn't unleash his full force, and Yun Tianhe could still lose to Zan Shao, which meant that the only difficult battle was with the shadow of the godly dragon in Buzhou Mountain. Obviously, it was less difficult to play than the Legend of Sword and Fairy 3 if the players didn't want a perfect ending. With the previous training of skills, the veteran players could complete the game without much hassle. With the strengthened items and spiritual treasures, the new players could also stumble to the end with success. A few days later, the first group of players cleared stage 1 after 100 years later in the Legend of Sword and Fairy 4. Amid the crisp bird chirps and fragrant floral fragrance, the familiar and melodious notes of the flute song, Immortal Dream, sounded in Green Bird Peak. A white-haired Morong Xiang stood on the edge of the cliff, looking out into the drifting clouds in the valley. The gorgeous sword immortal had grown into a grand master. Lu Mengli walked over slowly, looking the same as she did 100 years ago. Life was like a big dream. Youth turned into white hair in one instant. The only constant thing was the heavenly Tao, which permanently moved in cycles. 100 years later, the four people gathered again. On Green Bird Peak stood two tombs beside the sacrificed object, the Wangshu sword. On one tombstone was engraved the words beloved wife Han Lingsha's tomb, while the other tombstone was blank, and a pair of butterflies danced around the sword. The two looked back and saw a figure pushing open the door to the small wooden house and walking out. He still looked like the youth he had been 100 years ago, but his bright eyes were no longer there. His eyes were tightly closed and couldn't open. He changed the lives and destinies for many people. In the end, he had to pay the price. Seeming to sense the presence of his old friends, a smile gradually appeared on his face. Despite the many troubles in the world, it was a moment of happiness that his best friends could still come together after so many years. For a moment, they seemed to return to the Nest Lake, Huainan King's tomb, Jimo Town, and Boxian Town. Those were the best memories in their lives. Without them knowing, tears came to their eyes and wetted their faces. Messages appeared in the Legend of Sword and Fairy 4 group chat. Song Qingfeng posted, screenshot, it's the end. Screenshot, scattering flower petals for the ending. Zhang Xiaoyu still had tears in her eyes. In the Kanglan City shop, the group of elves had tissues in their hands. Woo! So touching. I never knew that such a stirring story exists in this mystical realm. Hiss. Why did Lingsha die like that? It seems that she died of old age, but I'm still sad. It seems like we can finally return to Silver Moon Forest in peace. Elder Sewell murmured. At this moment, Commander Elvin of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion asked leisurely, Sir, will you host new games from the East Continent in the future? New games. What new games? Elder Sewell and the other elves perked up their extremely pointy ears. Obviously, the melancholic elves needed something new to divert their attention and ease their sadness. New games. Many players who had cleared the game also looked over. Sir, will you host and run new games? Or, do you have sequels of Assassin's Creed or Resident Evil? The players in the old shops were also speculating. Song Qingfeng said, what do you think the next game in the shop will be? Whatever it is. Su Tianji rested her head on the computer desk in her Q-zone and said, I'll buy it anyway. Su Tianji's Q-zone was completely different compared to before after meticulous care. Her residence was now a luxurious mansion, and the large fields of spiritual vegetables and spiritual fruits were flourishing under the care of the semi-automatic machines that she had bought. She had several computers in her house and a small laptop for her to play and chat on QQ while lying on her bed. Beside her lay a jade flute, and the sheet music for Immortal Dream was still displayed on the computer screen. Obviously, she had been practicing this song a while ago. In the Yuanyang City shop, Zhang Xiaoyu sat among her peers from the Heavenly Academy. Yu Bai stretched her back with force and said, I'm bored. I finished the new game. Zhang Xiaoyu said in the group chat, I think the next game must be a sequel of an old game. I think it will be a brand new game. After all, the shop had released a sequel of Resident Evil, Brotherhood was a sequel of Assassin's Creed, and The Legend of Sword and Fairy 4 was also a sequel. Nolan Mingxie said in the chat group, I think the next one won't be a sequel. It's more fun to speculate on the creator of the game, Blizzard, Ubisoft, or Soft Star. We can use the process of elimination and rule out Soft Star first. After all, The Legend of Sword and Fairy 4 has just ended. Meanwhile, the new shop's reputation had been growing, and it seemed like the task wasn't so difficult to complete after all. Therefore, Mr. Fang gave the players a clue and said, the new game will be an online game named World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft, the players in the new shop looked curious. And what is an online game? Chapter 674, heated discussions about the new game. The mystical realm of Assassin's Creed is about assassins. Alina, who wore the hooded assassin's outfit, asked curiously, does it mean that the World of Warcraft is about? She glanced at the direction of Dusk Forest with a frightened look. Magical beasts. TL note. World of Warcraft was translated into World of Magical Beasts in Chinese. Is it a mystical realm for magical beasts to experience life? Alina exclaimed. Not likely. The elves were also puzzled. However, they knew that this shop, which had released an assassin-focused mystical realm and then the East Continent-style mystical realm, was unique and thus couldn't completely rule out this possibility. What nonsense are you talking about? Mr. Fang's face twitched. You'll know when the cinematic trailer is released. Obviously, the players in the old shops had also gotten the news. By now, Lingyun Academy of Juhua City had established new standards for the disciples in the four houses. But still, Xu Zixin and Shen Qingqing, two of the first group of players in the shop, were about to graduate from the academy. Meanwhile, people like Nolan Mingxie, Song Qingfeng, and even Fatty Wang Tai had entered the Earth House and became senior students in the academy. Due to the booming sales of the official novel of Diablo 2, Shen Qingqing now had a part-time job as a writer and was quite famous. Time flies, right, Qingqing, Xu Zixin said with a new communication jade in her hand. We'll soon graduate. Shen Qingqing froze when she casually glanced at her communication jade. What's it, Qingqing? The shop owner replied to my message about the new game. Shen Qingqing said in pleasant surprise. In addition, the shop owner plans to release new official novels and, comics. Some games in the shop such as the Legend of Sword and Fairy series focused on the main plot of the story. However, other games had good stories which were overshadowed by other great features, and these games included Diablo 2 and Dungeon Fighter Online. Big news. Big news. In the big group chats such as The Legend of Sword and Fairy and Mr. Fang's group tour, Shen Qingqing posted the news. The shop owner revealed that the next game is called World of Warcraft, a massively online game just like The Legend of Mir 2 and Dungeon Fighter Online. It's not a single-player game. According to the newest information, Dungeon Fighter Online might get an updated version. A massively online game named World of Warcraft. An updated version of Dungeon Fighter Online. Zhang Xiaoyu yelled, how did you all know it? How come I know nothing about it? She was angry. Don't fight. What's this World of Warcraft about? The person making the comment was Shiqi, a veteran player and one of Song Qingfang's classmate. Does it mean that the world is full of demons and wild beasts? In the post bar, many posts appeared on the forum, and some of them were titled, Hot Headline, the imminent new game is a massively online game. And I'm buddies with Mr. Fang series, the detailed analysis of World of Warcraft with potential trailer leaking out before the official release. Mr. Fang looked puzzled. I only revealed the name, and you guys came up with a detailed analysis. With a trailer, Mr. Fang even clicked the link. When the video played, he saw a yellow mouse yelling, Pika Pika. Mr. Fang's face darkened and thought, damn, what a clickbait. Then, he deleted the post and banned the user who posted it. Meanwhile, a big event seemed to have happened in the neighboring Stan nation. The imprisoned assassins were rescued by a group of people who claimed to be from the Brotherhood. Similar things were happening in other areas frequently as well. Damn it, these damn people. Meanwhile, head priest Cesare of the Judgment Godly Palace in the Stan nation was enraged and had shattered everything that he could see. Ha 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 ha, another group of morons clicked my link. In the half-city shop, a black cloud reached out, two arms condensed from black mist and clapped while laughing. Is Pokemon interesting? Before he could finish, Ningbai, who was sitting at the computer across from him, yelled, smirk face emoji, you're banned. Who did it? According to the shop owner, an online game means that the players from different shops can enter the same big mystical realm. The players in the new shop were talking among themselves while sitting on couches. It's said that before the World of Warcraft is released, the shop will connect us with the players from other shops through the internet. Is this shop very famous in the East Continent? Sala asked curiously. I suppose it is, Elder Sewell said while thinking. Resident Evil, Assassin's Creed, and The Legend of Sword and Fairy are all huge projects. I think this shop must be a very big agent for games. It's no wonder that it doesn't take names of any workshops. It's said that the creator of World of Warcraft is, the Blizzard Workshop. Is it better than the previous ones? The players who hadn't finished The Legend of Sword and Fairy 4 were still battling in the game. As the earliest group of players, the elves and knights had finished the game and thus had more free time on hand. Whenever they had time, these people would gather at the lounge area with a mug of cappuccino and talk about the new game. It's said that the shop will release the trailer of the new game tomorrow, Sala said in boredom. Why isn't it released today? I can't wait to watch it. It won't be released on the big screen until tomorrow at noon, Elder Sewell added in frustration. Can't it be released in the morning? Oh ho ho. Dwarf Elder Sock sat on a couch with a few other stocky dwarves. Eastern alchemy is miraculous. Oh, I should call it artifact making skills. I look forward to trying this new mystical realm. I think I should recommend it to my people in the Black Iron Castle. Although the dwarves couldn't change their profession and become artifact masters, they could get inspired and learn a few things from this new field of knowledge. I've sent a message back home, Elder Sock. Elder Sewell sipped her cappuccino and said mildly, please don't tell too many people about it. Otherwise, we'll have no seats for ourselves. Sorry, guys. Old Mage Adolf walked up from behind them and said, I think our magic communication system has spread the news all over the world. At least, many mages have gotten the news. You can see the effects, he said as he pointed at the big group of new customers who came to the shop after watching Mr. Fang's livestream of artifact making. I think, tomorrow, the customers in this shop will double. Get prepared, old friends. Chapter 675, The Vastest Game World. There was more than one big screen to watch livestreams in the old shops. Several neighboring sections shared one lounge area and one big live streaming screen. In the new shop, Mr. Fang expanded the space to accommodate 20,000 computers in one go. Of course, this consumed a lot of system energy. Just like the space folding technology used in the old shops, the shop was divided into 10 sections. Since most of the sections were empty, Mr. Fang didn't open all of them to the public. Right now, only about 2,000 computers were for public use in the new shop. The shop barely had a full house at the busiest hours. Should we report this to our superiors? How come the mystical realms in this forgotten continent look more powerful than ours? The two black-cloaked, dignified-looking messengers came from the distant, the legendary place where ancient factions had ascended to. Let's check out World of Warcraft first, the fat messenger said. If it's as good as the others, we should inform our faction by passing back a message. Noon of the next day. All the players in the new shop and the old shops, regardless if they had been playing games or waiting to get online, were all gathering at the lounge areas. In the new shop at Candlin City, someone even paid to have the spiritual spell visual projection on the White Pigeon Square broadcast the trailer. It's almost time. Dwarf Elder Sock glanced at the time and said, only 10 seconds left. At this moment, many people stood before the big screens in the new shop. 10, 9, 8. The excellence of Assassin's Creed and the legend of Sword and Fairy obviously gave the veteran players in the new shop great confidence in the new game. They all counted down with great anticipation. It begins. It is beginning. Suddenly, sounds came, and images appeared on the big screens. It was an old map that looked old and had a yellow tone. There were 2 huge continents on the map. In the center was a whirlpool that almost occupied the whole sea area. 4 years have passed since the mortal races banded together and stood united against the might of the Burning Legion. A voice introduced the background, and it felt like the curtain before a grand world was slowly lifted. Though Azeroth was saved, the tenuous pact between the Horde and the Alliance has all but evaporated. The drums of war thunder once again. The initial stage of World of Warcraft didn't begin from the war with the Burning Legion. Despite the previous Great War, the game began with the conflicts between the Alliance and the Horde. It was going to start with something simple and slowly lead up to the more important issues. When the huge map vanished, a dwarf's face appeared on the top of the snow mountain. Oh, how come this guy's nose is so big? Obviously, the players in the old shops had never seen such people before. The camera zoomed out and showed a dwarf with bulging muscles and a long brown beard. Dressed in leather armor, he was holding a firearm that was even taller than himself. A dwarf, Elder Sock said loudly, "Oh, I'm sure that he's one of us. He looks shorter than us but is very strong." In the snowstorm, a roaring brown bear walked forward with the dwarf one step at a time. The audience could still see a huge fortress in the distant mountains. Is this mystical realm? Custom made for dwarves? Elder Sock laughed. There are dwarves in it. I must try this mystical realm. In the next scene, a night elf who had grayish-blue skin and was wearing exquisite light armor looked around in a forest and then darted off nimbly as if she had sensed that a large group of people was looking at her. Is she an elf? Elf girl Sala asked curiously. How come her skin is grayish-blue? And this elf's ears are much longer and very pointy. In the back of the audience, Alina studied the ears of the elves around her and found that none of them had ears as long or as pointy. How come there is an elf like her? The night elf ran nimbly in the forest and then lunged forward, turning into a tiger. Oh, did this elf transform from a tiger? The elves watched the scene with great curiosity. On a patch of withering land, a decayed, zombie-like foot stepped on this land, seeming to have left flames on the ground. Then, the land with some remnant green plants decayed and turned into a dark deathly gray. Looking up, the audience saw a face that looked like a skull, and the infernal behind this figure was blazing with green flames and looked like a small mountain, letting out earth-shaking roars. What's this thing? The audience obviously had never seen the undead race. Yeah, look, on the screen, an armored creature with a bullhead and a human body spread out its body slowly. In the distance, the sun rose into the sky. Looking down from the cliff, they saw a magnificent view of a land dyed in purple by the morning sunlight. The winding rivers and mountains on the land formed a breathtaking view. This looks like, this is the orc, ha ha ha, this orc is ugly even for the orc race. Hey, this is a mage. The sharp-eyed Adolf saw a human mage on the screen. With blazing flames in his hands, he was battling with a huge infernal. Ice and frost gathered in the mage's hands, and snowflakes flew in the howling wind. The mystical realm has all kinds of races. This trailer only showed that each race could find their counterparts in the mystical realm, but what is special and unique about this mystical realm compared to others? Was its only advantage over other mystical realms the many races from which they could choose? Still, many people felt puzzled. Come and take a look. There's an introduction on the game's official website. Soon, people found that an official website of the game had appeared in the shop, and they clicked on it immediately. World of Warcraft is a nearly complete virtual world in which you can do almost anything you can do in the real world, including touring the continents, exploring the unknown places, and living as one of the races in this world. As everyone knew, in The Legend of Sword and Fairy or other games, even though the players could travel 1,000 kilometers in one instant with the sword control technique, they still couldn't travel around the whole Earth. The games had restrictions in this area. It was the same with Dungeon Fighter Online. However, In the world of Warcraft, if the players were patient, they could travel all over the planet. On the map, there were 2 huge continents on this planet. In other words, this mystical realm was vaster than everyone could have imagined. The area that the game provided for the players to explore was as big as a real planet, a small one at least. In this game world, there lived some existences far higher than humans. Meanwhile, the official website announced that the maximum game time for each day was extended by 2 hours, and the players could borrow game time from the next day if they found that 10 hours were not enough for one day. Of course, this policy was only used for special occasions and couldn't be used every day. Meanwhile, the business hours of the shop were going to be modified. The operation hours were getting longer. The information provided by the shop only showed the players an unprecedented game, mystical realm, and different races. As for what they could gain from the game and other unknown stuff, the players must find out themselves. Chapter 676, Here Comes a Dog-Headed Man. It was obvious that World of Warcraft was much more massive than any of the previous games. Its scale and magnitude surpassed all the past games. Right now, the players in the new shop were not worried about the quality of the mystical realm, but whether this huge world frame could sustain itself or not. In other words, they wondered which superpower in the East Continent was running this mystical realm. As for other aspects, if this force could produce such a huge mystical realm, its overall abilities would be at least as great as the major workshops such as the Dueling Workshop. There was no need to worry about the quality. At this moment, the people who had just finished watching the broadcast on White Pigeon Square in Candlin City and the players in the new shops all looked very curious. Blizzard Entertainment. The players in the new shop knew nothing about this name. They stared at the logo and wondered, what workshop is this Blizzard Entertainment? Is it really so powerful? Meanwhile, the players in the old shops were amazed. Hiss. Each game created by this senior Blizzard is a high-end product. They knew Blizzard was the creator of masterpieces such as Diablo 2 and StarCraft. They had been wondering what Blizzard was doing recently since nothing came out of this brand for a while, and they didn't expect it to suddenly release such a huge game. Young Master Song, we must buy World of Warcraft. Lin Xiao and Shu Luo browsed the information on the official website and exclaimed repeatedly. It's not a problem of buying it or not. Song Qingfeng looked at them in disdain and said, it seems that there are 2 opposing sides in World of Warcraft. If we choose different sides, according to the information on the website, we will even have a hard time talking in the game. Right now, we must consider which side we should join. In Dungeon Fighter Online, the players usually fought in the dungeons and the dojos, which meant that the conflicts among players were not as fierce as those in the Legend of Mir 2. It was overall peaceful. The players could play together even if they were from different guilds. However, in World of Warcraft, the Alliance and the Horde spoke different languages since these 2 sides were naturally hostile to each other. If they chose the wrong side, they couldn't even form a team to do quests together. Should we consult our class president? Nolan Mingshe had been the class president of Class A ever since they were in the Huang house. Let's ask Instructor Mew if she wants to play the game or not. If she does, we must join the same side. At this moment, in Mr. Fang's group tour group chat, Black Demon of Half City posted a question with the title as Black Demon Guild President, Speaker of the Royal Clan Guild, which side are you guys planning to enter? How about we enter opposite sides? Tang Yuan, the Yuanong Pavilion Master, immediately chimed in. Are you ready to fight again? At this moment, Nolan Mingshe was browsing the information about the 2 opposing sides, classes, and races on the official website. In the new shop in Candlin City, the elves were talking animatedly among themselves while browsing the official website. Elder, what race do we choose? We'll certainly choose to be elves. Elder Sewell said without hesitation, obviously very proud to be an elf. Then, she glanced at the young elves in disdain and thought, are you planning to choose other races? But, Elf Girl Sala pointed at the information on the official website and said, the leader of the Forsaken is also an elf. Besides, another elf said, Elder, this race, Blood Elf, isn't open yet, but they look quite like us. The Night Elf has dark skin and doesn't look good. I think we should join the Forsaken and fight with this elf leader to get familiar with this new mystical realm. Then, we can enter the advanced elf race Blood Elf. No, Elder Sewell shook her head and said, the Night Elves loves nature, which fits the values of our elf clan. We shouldn't focus on the appearances, my children. There's nothing wrong with dark skin. I think it looks good, Mr. Fang chimed in while he walked past them. Humph, humans' aesthetics. It doesn't look good at all. They glanced at Mr. Fang in disdain. Ignoring him, they continued their discussion. Obviously, the elves had a heated discussion about this topic. The people on the Nora continent were used to the humanoid races living in this world. Examples of these humanoid races were the various clans who lived in the Orc Mountains, which were far from the Morning Light Empire. It must be noted that they were not green-skinned orcs in World of Warcraft. They looked more like the beast people who had bull and wolf heads, could walk upright, and speak human languages. That was why the players in the new shop thought that the Tauren in the trailer was an orc. The orc was a special race. It was said that their gods had gifted wild beasts with intelligence and the ability to speak human languages, allowing them to evolve from being wild beasts that drank blood and ate raw flesh. After generations of evolvement, they had obtained their current appearances. On this extremely vast continent, they had their own kingdoms and their unique civilizations. However, it was a pity that there wasn't a beast person in the shop yet. Ah, mistake. It's a big mistake, Mr. Fang's head hurt when he thought of something. When he first came to the continent, he had seen many humanoid creatures with bull heads and tiger heads. But after he came to this city, he hadn't seen any such creatures. Sir. Assassin Harrison saw the painful look on Mr. Fang's face, and he asked, "What's wrong?" Mr. Fang raised his head and said in frustration, "Do you know why we don't see any orcs in this nation?" Orcs? Harrison asked curiously, "Why did you ask this question?" The reason is simple. This nation is far from the orc kingdoms. It's natural that we rarely see any of them here. What should I do? Would he have to go and kidnap some orcs from another nation? Meanwhile, outside the gate of the Candlin city. My goodness, this is indeed a beautiful place. Thanks for tuning into the Tour in Human Nations hosted by Mr. Dirk. Now, you're looking at the prosperous Candlin city of the famous human nation, Morning Light Empire. An orc with a head similar to that of a Shiba Inu stood before the city gate. Wearing light armor and a bright red scarf, he spread out his arms and exclaimed, "This is indeed a bustling human nation." Beside him was a stout and chubby orc with a black bull head. He was wearing leather armor, and he had a simple stone magic wand. This wand was stuck into the ground, and it supported a top-quality magic crystal. This crystal seemed to be able to capture all the visuals around it, working like a spiritual spell visual projection. Chapter 677. The Undead Rogue in Deathnell. At this moment, besides elves, dwarves were also considering which race they should choose, dwarves or gnomes, and which class they should choose. Meanwhile, a new group of assassins came to the shop. They were the assassins rescued by the newly established Brotherhood from Stan Nation and other neighboring nations. Before the release of the new mystical realm, you guys can try Assassin's Creed. Harrison, Alina, and other senior members of the Brotherhood introduced them to Assassin's Creed. The new official website had introductions of various races, classes, and race leaders. In the days before World of Warcraft was released, many players were talking about this. Lingyun Academy, the main road beside the martial arts field. At this moment, some disciples were taking a break on a slope beside the main road after the combat technique class. Our class president plans to choose the Horde. Shi Qi, a veteran player and Song Qingfeng's classmate, looked at his communication jade in surprise. No, I don't see any race I like in the Horde. Undead is a new race that I never played before. I want to try it, Nolan Mingshay said in the group chat. They had only seen necromancers in Diablo 2, and the only impression of undead that the players in the old shops got was that they were all skeletons. However, Nolan Mingshay found that the Forsaken race was very special and wanted to try it. I heard that the Royal Clan Guild has chosen the human race, right? Nolan Mingshay said, yeah. They talked about it for a long time before making the decision. Shengjing Academy also chose the Alliance. Okay, we must stick together. Let's join the Horde, Song Qingfeng said in the group chat. I'll play a Tauren since I've never played such a character before. Commander, what should we choose? A knight of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion asked. Without saying, we must choose the human race and be paladins. Commander Elvin said proudly, this name sounds lofty with the word, saint, in it. I'm sure it's the most powerful class. TL note, paladin is called Saint Knight in Chinese. Excellent decision, Commander. The knight yelled, I also think that knights with the word, saint, in the title are super powerful. In his mind, the scenario where he battled against many opponents on his own appeared. Do you know why I came to this city? At this moment, a dog-headed man walked into the shop. With his gray hair and mane meticulously combed, he wore a set of unique silver armor. The moment he entered the shop, his eyes widened. While looking around, he said in shock, "I'm surprised. Can you believe that this shop looks more high-end than the Lava Workshop and Duelan Workshop? Before I came, I asked about it and heard that this is a representative shop for the East Continent. I heard that it's going to release a new massive mystical realm that has something to do with us orcs. So, we are coming here to check it out." With that said, he walked deeper into the shop with the bull-headed man. Isn't that Mr. Dirk? Helen of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion was talking about the classes in the lounge area, and she suddenly turned her head. Mr. Dirk was a famous rogue of the orc clan since he liked to record his travels with spiritual spell visual projection whenever he went to a new place. Of course, this was only his hobby since. No wonder Mr. Dirk hasn't done any spiritual spell visual projection for the major workshops lately. Helen said in a huff, "It's because he came here. In the distant orc kingdom, some people could afford the projection crystals which could receive spiritual spell visual projections. Many people like to watch the spiritual spell visual projections from the nearby Alchemist Union branches. Obviously, many people were watching this scene right now." While Helen glared at him in frustration, this beast man went directly toward the counter. Mr. Fang was sipping his cappuccino when he heard someone knocking on the counter. Then, he saw the head of a Shiba Inu, and he asked, "Where did this dog?" Pooh! Helen almost stumbled and dropped to the ground. She almost walked up and told Mr. Fang that this man was an orc-headed man. Mr. Fang quickly reacted and added 2 more words after, "dog," calling this guest a dog-headed man. 2 magic crystals per hour. The activation prices for the games are on the small blackboard. While his face twitched, he thought, how come orcs look like this? Then, he blinked and discovered that there was a bull beside the dog. ... However, with their appearances, Fang Chi finally completed his task. New task. Cross-era masterpiece, World of Warcraft completed. Task target. 1. The reputation of the new shop reaches 100,000 people, completed. Point 2. Players include people from other races such as elves, orcs, and dwarves, completed. Fang Chi glanced at the system version of World of Warcraft. That was the reward. The system version of World of Warcraft costs 15 magic crystals or crystals for 1350 minutes, and 30 magic crystals or crystals could buy 2,700 minutes, so on and so forth. New task. Cross-era masterpiece. Following task 1. New chapter, Burning Crusade. It can only be released after basic requirements are met. Task target. The new shop's degree of reputation reaches 500,000 people. The degree of reputation of World of Warcraft reaches 300,000. After the task is completed, the system will upgrade automatically. Then, the host can actively seek and meet the requirements for the update of other games. After the upgrade, the shop can establish regional branch shops. The host can send employees to manage these branch shops. Task reward. The Ring of the Gaming King, special item. When being worn, plus 5% synchronization with all game characters, plus 20% cultivation strength and skills gains in the cultivation room, plus 10% compatibility with the game characters, and minus 10% consumption of complete synchronization. With higher compatibility with the game characters, the host will get used to the characters faster. Mr. Fang froze. We have such things. Obviously, this was a must-do task. Although Mr. Fang now had the right to release World of Warcraft, he decided to release it tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, the new shop had begun recruiting employees. He would need more than 1 employee. Since the business hours of the shop were increasing, 2 shifts were required even. Though 3 shifts weren't necessary at the moment. For the management of the shop, Mr. Fang pulled some people from the old shops. He decided to move Li Exener to hear from Yuanyang City shop first. Since Xiaoyu was coming to the new shop soon, he decided to let Li Lanruo come with her as well. Meanwhile, some people had gotten the news from Mr. Fang. Tomorrow, World of Warcraft will be released tomorrow. My goodness, we haven't decided which side to join yet. The elves exclaimed. Mr. Fang's face darkened. How many days have you been talking about it? On the next day, the number of players in the shop were obviously larger than usual with dwarves, elves, mages, large groups of mercenaries, and new assassins all coming into the shop. In fact, there were also many new players who had come to the shop from other cities after they got the news. Mr. Dirk of the Orc clan was one of them. My goodness. Mr. Dirk came to the shop at 8 a.m. sharp and found that the entrance was crammed with people. So many people. The elves had come very early and waited by the door, looking as if they were about to break into the shop. What's wrong? One elf checked the time. It's only 5 minutes to 8. It's still silent inside. Sir, get up. What are you yelling about? A figure hurried down the stairs inside the shop, looking groggy. Obviously, he had just gotten up from bed. Lazy shop owner. Upon entering the shop, elf girl Sala gave Mr. Fang a dirty look. Before she could finish, many people behind her swarmed up to the empty seats. Oh, quickly take seats, Sala exclaimed and dashed to a nearby seat and plunked down as swiftly as a bunny. Then, she gave Mr. Fang a disapproving look and said, "You get up at 8 o'clock each morning. How lazy you are. You can sleep to death if you want." It must be noted that these elves usually cultivated during the night and came out when the sky barely got bright again. In Silver Moon Forest, early morning was the perfect time for everything. Even the fruits tasted the best in the early morning. They were not like the scummy shop owner who slept until 8 a.m. when the sun was high up in the sky. The elves had had heated discussions over the past couple of days about which side to join. Finally, some elves decided to join the night elf race while others joined the Forsaken race led by Sylvanas. With a free nature, the elves wanted to try different things to make better decisions. Sala saw Mr. Fang sitting down one seat away from her. Don't you need to keep an eye on the shop? Mr. Fang pointed in the direction of the counter where two girls suddenly appeared. I moved 2 employees over from the old shops. So that you can play the game. Elf girl Sala looked at him in disdain. Sitting between them, Helen glanced at Mr. Fang's screen and asked, "Sir, are you going to play as well?" "Why not?" Mr. Fang pulled his computer chair closer to the desk and double-clicked on the logo on the desktop. While the game was loading, he picked up a bottle of Sprite and took a swig. "Sir, what class are you choosing?" With great familiarity, Mr. Fang chose the undead race in the rogue class, and he created the ID Midnight Pig Butcher. Then, he entered the game and finished the process in one breath. At this moment, Mr. Fang appeared at the spawn spot, Devnell, which was located on Azeroth. The elves sitting nearby were still deliberating over which face looked better. In the system version, the players could do some adjustments to their faces, and the undead players could even adjust the degree of decay. Some players even complained that the Forsaken had withered faces, sounding like they weren't here for the gameplay in World of Warcraft. Helen glanced at Mr. Fang and found that he appeared in the game just as a skeleton. Chapter 678, You're entrusted with the glorious task of saving humans. Hey, what classes did you guys choose? In the Yuanyang City shop, many disciples of Heavenly Academy had chosen to join the alliance. Mage, Xuan Yuan, the genius of the Xuan family, said, "Did you have to ask? I plan to play as a human warrior. What about you, Xiaoyu?" Yu Bai and Mu Qing, Zhang Xiaoyu's good friends in the Heavenly Academy, had made their decisions. Zhang Xiaoyu looked at their screens and then at the screen of the big white deer. "Little Bell, what did you choose?" "I saw them all choosing the orc or tauren, so I followed suit and chose tauren too." The big white deer complained in its baby voice, "There are only bull-headed people but no deer-headed people." The demon clan obviously all chose the horde. Meanwhile, Elder Su is live streaming again. Obviously, some players came too late and couldn't find a seat. For example, the disciples traveling from the distant 3 Saint Gates. They had no choice but to watch the livestream first to get a glimpse of the game. When the players chose characters in World of Warcraft, they could only choose the facial styles and make some minor adjustments. Of course, humans and night elves obviously had 2 different aesthetic styles. Su Tianji, who was live streaming, looked torn. Can you guys help me make the choice? Which do you think looks better? Let's get out of here. Trash Elder Su, some players have leveled up several times now, and you are still choosing your character. Idle streamer, can't you choose the gnome? Su Tianji replied, "Why? You haters, I won't ask you again." Meanwhile, in the new shop in Kanglan City, the dog-headed man looked more professional. "Welcome to the show hosted by Mr. Dirk. It's said that this is a mystical realm consisting of 2 continents. I wonder if we'll encounter friends from other continents in this mystical realm. This orc placed a stand supporting the magic crystal beside him and said, I haven't learned all the functions of the high-end magic item in this shop yet, but you can see on the screen that I've chosen a bull-headed orc. I think this is an orc. Hiss. I wonder why the orc race in this mystical realm doesn't include our kind. It's strange. Oh, no, no, how come the green-skinned creatures are orcs? Which clan do they come from? I don't remember any orcs in our clan looking like this. But I think we should put more focus on their talents. It seems that each race has its own unique talents. Now, let's first see. Obviously, there were many people watching this spiritual spell visual projection. They were mostly fans of cultivation mystical realms and would have discussions through the methods such as magic letters or spiritual spell visual projections. Of course, they usually used magic letters which were more affordable. Beside a windowsill covered by violet stock flowers, a unique quill drip pen was writing neat words on a pure white letter paper by itself as if it was alive. After the written conversation was the signature of the writer. Of course, it was not the true name of the writer. What am I seeing? I'm watching Mr. Dirk enter an unknown mystical realm, from minor mage Andre. It's World of Warcraft, which is said to be a product of the Blizzard Workshop in the East Continent. It's not an unknown mystical realm, friend, from Sky Ocean Knight Legion. I heard that this mystical realm consists of 2 huge continents and is more massive than we can imagine. But I wonder if they are just bluffing, from Wolf-Headed Man. We can't rule out this possibility, from Platinum Mage. Each race in World of Warcraft had its own unique talents which could change the battle style of different classes in some degree. For example, the Shadow Meld of Night Elves could be used instantly and enable the Night Elf to slip into the shadow, thus decreasing the chance of being detected by the enemies. It could last until the player cancelled it or upon moving. Shadow Meld could be combined with the stealth skill of Night Elf rogues or druids. Finally, with the suggestions from the viewers, Su Tianji, who wanted to play the mage class, chose to be a human mage and entered the game. Despite their hesitation at the character creation interface and wasting time there, most players including elves, dwarves, and orcs had all entered the game by now. The noble humans of Stormwind are a proud, tenacious race. Right now, Su Tianji was watching the cinematics at the beginning of the game for the human race. Before her was a solid fortress built with huge boulders. While the huge stone statues of different races such as humans, dwarves, and elves were revealed to the players, the passionate voice narrated the past of Stormwind City. The whole fortress slowly displayed itself before the human players. Though the recent invasion of the demonic Burning Legion decimated their sister kingdom of Lordaeron, the defenders of Stormwind stand vigilant against any who would threaten the sanctity of their lands. Stormwind City is one of the last bastions of human power in the world. The narrative voice grew more passionate with the rise of the music. Backed by their stalwart allies, the armies of Stormwind have been called away to once again fight the savage horde on distant battlefields. With the armies gone, the defense of Stormwind now falls to its proud citizens. The scene slowly turned from the Stormwind City to a beautiful human female mage in Northshire Abbey. She had just created her character. You must defend the kingdom against the foul mongrels that encroach upon it and hunt down the subversive traitors who seek to destroy it from within. Now is the time for heroes. Now humanity's greatest chapter can be told. Oh, isn't it me? Su Tianji suddenly felt like someone was patting her on the shoulder, entrusting her with the responsibility of humanity's future. Am I so powerful? She was instantly worked up. Is it going to be similar to the legend of Sword and Fairy later on where I can say that I control my own destiny, not the heavens? She got excited by the prospect of her great achievements on this continent. At this moment, the elves were also watching the cinematics after creating Night Elf characters or the Forsaken characters. While many players had entered the game, some dwarves and orcs had just begun watching the cinematics. Chapter 679, Who is the Greatest Race? Bound to the iron will of the tyrant Lich King. Elf girl Sala had chosen the Forsaken led by Sylvanas. Before her was a huge, gloomy, and decayed forest. The vast undead armies of the Scourge seek to eradicate all life on Azeroth. Led by the Banshee Sylvanas Windrunner, a group of renegades broke away from the Scourge, and freed themselves of the Lich King's domination. Known by some as the Forsaken, this group fights a constant battle not only to retain their freedom from the Scourge, but also to slaughter those who would hunt them as monsters. I think this race is awesome. Some elves murmured to themselves while watching the cinematics. For 10,000 years, the immortal night elves cultivated a druidic society within the shadowed recesses of Ashenvale Forest. Yet recently, the catastrophic invasion of the Burning Legion shattered the tranquility of their ancient civilization. Led by the archdruid Malfurion Stormrage and the priestess Tyran Whisperwind, the mighty Night Elves rose to challenge the demonic onslaught. Though victorious, the Night Elves were forced to sacrifice their cherished immortality and watch their beloved forests burn. As one of the few left in the world, it is your sworn duty to defend Darnassus and the wild children of nature against the Legion's encroaching corruption. Elder Sewell and many other elves had chosen the Night Elf race, and they thought, my goodness. The Night Elves are indeed a great race. We made the right decision of choosing it. Sala must be regretting her choice now. Meanwhile, the orcs were watching the opening cinematics of the game through the spiritual spell visual projection. Long ago, the orcish horde was corrupted by the Burning Legion and lured to the world of Azeroth. For generations, the orcs made war upon the human kingdoms of Stormwind and Lordaeron. Though the horde was ultimately defeated, a visionary young warchief named Thrall rose to lead his people in their darkest hour. Under Thrall's rule, the orcs freed themselves from the chains of demonic corruption and embraced their shamanistic heritage. Based in the warrior city of Orgrimmar, they stand ready to destroy all who would challenge their supremacy. Looking at the huge orc city in Durotar Valley, a player yelled, my goodness. I made the right choice. This is a huge mystical realm only a big workshop can produce. This orc looks weird, but it's compatible to the beliefs of our orc clan. Now, we need to defend Lordaeron. Mr. Dirk stuck out his tongue. No, defend Orgrimmar. This name is so difficult to remember. What Orgrimmar? Lordaeron. The alchemists of the East Continent always like these weird names. That's embarrassing. Orcs. We have a traitor among us. The audience from all over the world enthusiastically wrote down their comments on the magic letters. Meanwhile, Mr. Dirk stretched his body in the game. You've finally grown up, Mr. Dirk. Village Chief Kardik walked up and sized up the new orc. You can join the battle in the name of the horde and fight for the glory of the warchief. Of course, I'll kick out all the enemies who dare to challenge us orcs. Mr. Dirk yelled without thinking and then froze. This mystical realm is intriguing. Then, he glanced around and said, so many people. Guys, do you see them? Are they people from the East Continent? I'll go and greet them. Of course, we might speak different languages. At this moment, there were many orc players in the Valley of Trials, and it was the same in the Deathnell. The undead had high resistance against fear, sleep, and charms. When they concentrated, they were immune to most of these spells. This was their natural gift. Regardless if they were in melee combat or ranged combat, it was deadly if the players were controlled by these spells. This gift enabled the undead to be competent for most classes. In the Juhua city shop, Nalan Mingshe controlled her little undead warrior to walk around in Deathnell. How come there are so many people here? Her companion Lan Yan had just come out of the graveyard. While looking around at the bustling mages, warriors, and undead rogues, she said, I feel like there are more people than in Dungeon Fighter Online. Everyone says that the undead are ugly, but there are so many people playing this race. They were dazed by the scene. After walking out of the town, they saw tall evergreen trees and shrubs everywhere. In the dense Tirisfal glades where no sunshine could penetrate inside, there were many zombies and skeletons as if it was a ghost town. The players were amazed that they were a part of them. It seems like we are a part of them. But I don't like the scenery here. Suddenly, they saw two undead with pointy ears passing by. The ears looked like those of an elf, but they were less pointy and shorter than those of night elves. These people. While rubbing her eyes, Lan Yan thought that she had seen it wrong. Immediately, she walked up and asked, excuse me, can we choose the elf race in the undead race? How did you choose the race? Sala was nonplussed. We're born as elves. We didn't choose to be elves. After all, it was a feature that they were born with. Wait a second, are you from the elf clan that the shop owner once mentioned? Nalan Mingshe froze. What elf? We have elves here. Immediately, many players from the old shop swarmed up. Are you people from the East Continent? Elf girl Sala was amazed that she encountered people from a place hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Do you want to join us and do quests together? Nalan Mingshe sent an invitation. Can I join the group? Join the group. Sia quickly joined the group and went to kill mobs cheerfully. Most elves had chosen warriors and mages. After spawning, they would watch some introductions about the undead, and they then got the quest to eliminate the brainless zombies outside Deathnell. Maybe they were once your peers or brothers, but they had fallen and are now slaves of the Lich King. Obviously, this was a process for the players to learn the history of the Forsaken. At this moment, Elder Sewell put down her virtual reality headset and glanced over. How are you doing, little Sala? Do you want to join the Night Elves in the Alliance? No way. Sala was busy doing quests with her new teammates. This Forsaken race is very powerful. How can it be? Elder Sewell said curiously. I watched the cinematics. These savage members of the Horde were defeated in the previous war. No, we, the Forsaken, were defeated because we were fighting both the Burning Legion and the slaves of the Lich King at the same time. Sala refuted with the little knowledge that she just learned about the history of the Forsaken. Impossible. We, the Night Elves, defeated the Burning Legion before. Oh, we also have to deal with something called the Scourge Army. Sala was still confused with all these legions and armies which sounded quite powerful. They are people who escaped from the evil Lich King. They were once defeated but will rally in the future. This is a great race with a strong will. Hiss. What's going on? Elder Sewell was baffled as she thought, aren't we, the Night Elves, the greatest race? After all, it was what the opening cinematic had said. Chapter 680. A totally different life. In the dark and gloomy Tirisfal glades, the dilapidated town and the decaying houses littered this cursed land. All kinds of undead creatures bustled in this forest. It was a brand new feeling to wander around the huge Azeroth continent as an undead. Beware the living. In Devnell, the players heard such warnings constantly. For the living creatures, the undead were absolutely freaks and monsters. They themselves are monsters, Elf Girl Sala said while fighting the mobs in the forest. While dealing with these monsters, we have to be wary of all people. We're all fighting the evil Burning Legion, right? Why can't they stop bothering us? Those people just hate us because of our looks. Sala thought resentfully while searching for useful equipment with Nolan Mingshay and others in Devnell. Excuse me, are you really an elf? Lan Yan had been staring at the elves with great curiosity. In the game, the Horde used one language while the Alliance used another, which meant that communication wasn't a problem for them. After all, both the spiritual state language and Nora continent language became the languages of the Horde and Alliance in the game. Since the characters in the game had memories of their respective languages, the players could understand each other. Of course, soon, they each collected a bag of equipment and returned cheerfully. Even the trash equipment could be used to trade for some items from the undead guards. Of course, experience points were the most valuable thing. Ms. Sala, you really don't want to join our human army of the Alliance? The members of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion sitting nearby obviously had the same grand feeling of being endowed with the task of saving the world as Su Tianji did. Of course, they were now playing the characters who were recruited to defend the homeland and the Alliance. Right now, Stormwind City was facing a great threat. With their army stationed overseas, their home lacked manpower, which was why the newly recruited players must defeat the enemies from the outside and remove the internal conflicts, shouldering a portion of the responsibilities. Obviously, it was a lofty cause to contribute to the kingdom's prosperity and safety. I'm proud for making the wise decision to become a human paladin. Haha, this identity gave these knights a sense of achievement and responsibility, and the Golden Griffin Knights laughed. After all, their responsibility in the real world was defending the city. With the entire city prosperous and peaceful, they were now quite idle. A Golden Griffin Knight had platinum-colored lights flashing on his hands. The warm holy light can swiftly heal any injuries. Isn't it awesome? Among all the spells, the holy light spells had the fastest healing speed. There were healing spells in other games, but their healing speeds were relatively slower. I think our opponents will feel hopeless when we're in real battles. Another Golden Griffin Knight said in excitement. Right, may the holy light be with you. Helen exclaimed cheerfully, I feel like the paladins have super powerful combat techniques. Our levels are now low, but we will be unbelievably powerful when we grow stronger. At this moment, Commander Elvin exclaimed while he stared at the quest report in his hands with widened eyes. A report of a Duskwood wolf raid on Northshire. Does the Azeroth continent have a Duskwood too? There is a brotherhood here too. Right now, the Golden Griffin Knights were doing the Northshire Abbey quest, and Helen was amazed by what she read in the report. The humans wearing red masks. They call themselves the Brotherhood. It must be a coincidence. Another Golden Griffin Knight said casually, it's a coincidence of names. Northshire Abbey was a green valley with all kinds of thick ancient trees, and it was enjoyable to level up, kill mobs, practice skills, and do quests in this dense and vast forest. In this human territory, players could complete quests that would increase their reputation while touring the peaceful and tranquil human land. Perhaps they would understand why they must defend this land while they toured this beautiful place. Outside the tall city wall of the Northshire Valley, a gravel path in the forest led out to Goldshire, the biggest human town besides Stormwind City. Surrounded by tall and thick ancient elwyn woods, the peaceful Goldshire that was on the main road leading to Stormwind City was a miniature of the daily life of people living in Elwyn Forest. Adventurers from all over the world bustled in the inn named Lion's Pride. Obviously, today was the busiest day in its history. Oh, so many people. The Knights of Golden Griffin Legion had just entered the inn, and Commander Elvin called out, "A glass of Lion King black beer for each of us." Ha ha ha. They sat down at a table, feeling a bit tired after doing quests for about 2 hours in Northshire Abbey. Beside them were a few members of the royal clan guild such as Royal Princess Ji Yu, the second prince, and some disciples of Shungjing Academy. They slammed their hands on the table and shouted, "Servant, get us your best drinks and dishes." The Golden Griffin Knights gaped as they looked over. Anything wrong with what we said?" The members of the royal clan guild froze for a moment. Regardless of what background they came from in the real world, the players merged themselves into the game completely. Right now, they were human paladins who had just been recruited and began to learn the basic skills and combat techniques just as they had done when they first became knights. Of course, the skills of paladins looked noble and graceful. They used the platinum-colored holy light and had the holy light spell which could heal injuries swiftly and all kinds of holy seals. This feeling so cool. Looking at the bustling crowds in the Lion's Pride Inn, Elvin felt as if he had returned to his youth when he had just mastered his sword techniques and came out of his home for adventuring. Who said that one could never return to the past? Maybe in another world, people could find a totally different life. Chapter 681. A large group of newbies arrive at the battlefield. Judgment. Taking use of the brief break time, Commander Elvin carefully read the introduction about the skills. Release the energy of the holy seal onto the enemy and stop the target from escaping for 30 seconds. Each paladin can only use judgment on one enemy at a time. How come I can't cast this spell? Commander Elvin frowned. Seal of Righteousness. Fills you with holy light, causing melee attacks to deal 4 more damage to all targets within 30 seconds. Each paladin can only retain the effects of one holy seal at a time. Helen said in sudden understanding, "Is it so? No wonder I lost the Seal of Righteousness when I cast the Seal of the Crusader." In the system version of World of Warcraft, the players didn't control the characters with a mouse and keyboard, which was why the operations were much more complicated than the original version. For example, the Paladin was a class that inflicted damages mostly through auto attacks. In the system version, it was impossible to them to auto-attack the enemies after casting Seal of Judgment as in the original version, they had to focus on each battle themselves. Even without the aid of spells, they could attack with their own sword techniques and combat techniques. At this moment, the players had only a basic understanding of the skills that they had learned. With their current sword techniques, it was no problem for them to kill the ordinary mobs. They got themselves busy with leveling and completing quests and thus hadn't taken time to study these skills. The Seal of Righteousness can add more magic effects to our attacks. Another Golden Griffin Knight said in pleasant surprise. Knights and warriors usually cultivated chi, and their attacks could inflict magic damages only when their mages were helping them. However, in this game, even warriors can achieve these effects on their own. Soon, these players found that the power of holy light was achieved by faith. Obviously, like the freedom in Assassin's Creed, holy light in World of Warcraft didn't originate from a god. Right now, these players only had a basic understanding about it. To them, holy light was a special warm light that could heal injuries with extremely great speed, and it was totally different from any light they had seen in the real world. We can have faith in this light. How come there is such a strange belief? This setting in the game gave these players a completely new definition of faith. In Assassin's Creed, the faith was freedom. Now in World of Warcraft, the faith was the holy light. Of course, in the game, regardless if the players had faith or not, the characters such as paladins and priests had their fixed faiths, so the players who didn't believe in holy light had no problem playing their roles. Walking out of the Lion's Pride Inn, Commander Elvin came to the forest outside the town again to do the quest. I'll use the Seal of Righteousness first. It was fine to walk on the main road, but in the forest, players would encounter all kinds of dangers such as wolves, wild beasts, and rogues of Defia's brotherhood. Soon Elvin encountered a Defia's rogue wearing a red mask, and he came from the Defia's brotherhood which was mentioned before. Of course, they had nothing to do with the brotherhood in Assassin's Creed. They were a bunch of fierce and evil people, and they sneak attacked Elvin the moment he entered the forest. Elvin's combat techniques were excellent. With a slight shift of his body, he dodged the dagger and hacked with his double-handed big sword swiftly. Knowing the opponent's great speed, Elvin's strike focused on speed. Immediately, he left a long bloody wound in the rogue's body. So powerful, the strength increased by 30%. The Defia's rogue rolled on the ground and fled into the depths of the forest. With his great speed, there was no way that a paladin could catch up to him. At this moment, a streak of holy light shot out and knocked the escaping rogue to the ground in the blink of an eye. Then, the rogue instantly died. Elvin looked down at himself in puzzlement. How come I can use judgment now? Then, he read the descriptions of the skill again. Release the power of the holy seal onto the enemy. Holy seal. I just used the seal of righteousness. Elvin thought back carefully, and then judgment. Is this what it meant by releasing the power of the holy seal onto the enemy? No wonder I couldn't use it. I must use a holy seal first. Then, a shout sounded in the internet cafe. Guys, come and look. I mastered a core skill of paladin. You mastered a core skill already. At this moment, Mr. Fang, who was busy leveling up as an undead rogue, looked over in surprise. These people are so talented. They have mastered a core skill of paladins so soon. At this stage, they shouldn't have learned the core skill seal of command yet, right? The elves and assassins beside Elvin looked over in astonishment. This middle-aged knight demonstrated the spell to them in excitement by casting a holy seal and then shooting a beam of dazzling golden light at a wolf. With a whimper, the wolf dropped to the ground with blood gushing out of its head. I can use this powerful combat technique perfectly. Commander Elvin yelled in excitement. My goodness, is it judgment? The mercenaries yelled in surprise. I have a less than 30% success rate in using this combat technique. You can do it whenever you want to. I only managed to cast it once. Helen was frustrated, wondering if her talent was too poor. You have a success rate of 30%. Is this combat technique so difficult to use? The elves exclaimed. They felt like they had mastered all the skills after learning them, and they didn't know that there were such difficult skills in the game. You can even use ranged attacks. The assassins looked envious. Of course, Commander Elvin said proudly, I just understood this powerful combat technique. It needs a holy light technique before this powerful attack named Judgment can be used. Mr. Fang's face twitched, thinking, you only need to cast a holy seal as a prerequisite before using Judgment. I was foolish to believe that you guys can master deep and complex skills. With a dark expression, he returned to his game. What's a holy seal? At this moment, another mercenary asked curiously, I only have holy light. How come you guys also have the so-called holy seals and judgment? You can learn them with the class trainer. Helen said, didn't you do that? The mercenary looked at the knights in confusion. Where can I find a class trainer? In Northshire Abbey. Really? There is such a place in person? I didn't know that. The mercenary yelled in surprise, my goodness. Your masters. You Golden Griffin Knight Legion is indeed marvelous. Chapter 682. The Killing Elevator Incident in Undercity. Tirisfal Glades, where the undead spawned, was always gloomy. The dark and dense forest was always engulfed by gloomy thick mist without any light penetrating it. We have a group of powerful people here. Sala finally returned to her seat. While teaming up with the students from Juhua City, she said, they have mastered a powerful combat technique called Judgment, and it seems like it can only be used with special skills. It looks very powerful. What if we encounter paladins who use holy light? They are our enemies, right? Are they really that powerful? Lan Yan charged forward and swiftly hacked down a gnoll. Who are they? Although Song Qingfeng had gone to play as a Tauren, Lin Xiao was over here. He chuckled while hacking down the mob before him. We have quite a few powerful knights here. Lance, the elf captain, answered casually. Don't worry, Lin Xiao said, we are powerful masters too. You guys. Elf Captain Lance looked at them in puzzlement. Although they chose to be undead, they didn't choose the appearance of a skeleton like Mr. Fang, so Lance could see that these players were young people who were about 20 years old. Rain began to fall in Tirisfal Glades that was engulfed in chilly and damp gray mist, making these players feel a unique loneliness and sadness. Look, what's that? A big fat figure walked up from the gray misty rain in the forest with a huge axe and a chain in its hands. Is it a monster? Seeing the creepy figure, the elves felt their hearts began to race. Be careful. Nolan Mingshay grew cautious. When the figure got close, the players saw that it was a huge mountain-like monster as if it was sewed together by thick threads. It emitted a pungent smell of poison and plague, and its belly was cut open and empty. It was a horrifying and creepy scene. What's this? The elves had never seen such scary monsters before. The monster walked toward the players and yelled in a deep and muffled voice, "We won't harm you. Can you do us a favor? Our master needs grass, but our hands are too big to pick up the grass." The elves froze. Isn't it here to eat us? Unconsciously, they shrunk back a little, afraid to be eaten by this monster who looked extremely terrifying. They exchanged a look. I think not. You can ask others to help you. Okay. The monster walked off in disappointment. After a long while, the players began to wonder, what was that thing? It looks scary. Sala said, I think it must be an evil monster trying to get close to us with some evil purposes. I think it only wanted to give us a quest, Nolan Mingshay said in earnest. I think we must be careful. The elves looked very wary of this kind of horrifying monsters. How many quests do you guys have left? They are all done. Let's go back and hand in the results. So, we are able to go to that undercity later? One elf asked. It seems like it. Located in the east of Tirisfal Glades, Undercity was the main city for the undead race and the city that all the undead players must visit. Going south from Tirisfal Glades, the players saw the high wall standing in the Lordaeron's ruins. The gloomy sky lent a gray and dark look to the city walls. When the elves came here with Nolan Mingshay and other students, they saw many undead players bustling through the city gate. With many undead guards and patrolling soldiers mingling in the crowds, the place was boisterous. Undercity was a huge underground maze under the ruins of Lordaeron Kingdom. The large stretches of collapsed buildings and thick stone pillars covered by thriving ivies looked desolate despite the bustling players walking around them. The road leading from the gate to the interior of the city was the road that Arthas took after he returned as the Death Knight and killed his father. Following the road, they could go all the way to the throne. The huge bronze bell had crashed deep into the boulder, but no one bothered to get it up. Following the road, the players seemed to hear cheers and the crisp ringing of the bell when celebrating the return of the prince. They seemed to feel the people's panic and astonishment when the prince walked over to the throne and killed his father. Once the biggest human kingdom, even thought Lordaeron had turned into ruins, the heaviness of its history lingered in the air and the chilly rain falling from the sky gave people a special sense of sadness even if they didn't know about the historical events. Built in the ground under Lordaeron, Undercity could be reached through the many tunnels inside the castle. This must have been a prosperous kingdom. The elves looked around the ruins while they walked, and they exclaimed as they looked at the grand city walls built with huge boulders and the dilapidated buildings. Isn't that Ms. Sala and her companions, Alina and other assassins had also chosen the undead race and had just arrived at this city. Following the crowd, they walked toward the entrance of Undercity. My goodness, there are more of those horrifying monsters here. 2 meat mountain-like abominations guarded the entrance. Do we have to pass this place that they're guarding? Sala yelled in fear. I don't think they want to harm us. Hurry up, don't block the way, people behind them yelled impatiently. Meanwhile, they saw many people walking through the entrance guarded by the abominations without anything bad happening to them. Sala inhaled deeply. I'm going over. Sure, don't be afraid, I'm really going. Sala took in another deep breath and dashed forward in a fit of boldness. The moment that she rushed through the gate guarded by the abominations, she froze, feeling like there was nothing below her feet. The resonate scream grew fainter as it went down. What's wrong with her? The people nearby talked among themselves. The elevator hasn't come up yet, and she just jumped down. How many have jumped so far? Looking down the elevator shaft, they saw many small tombstones and an elf flat on the ground. Nolan Mingshay and the other students exchanged a look. Chapter 683. Leaving in Reluctance. It must be noted that by now, many players had finished playing Dungeon Fighter Online after getting the best equipment, and those who hadn't were close. Therefore, many Dungeon Fighter Online players were trying World of Warcraft. It was why each spawn place was bustling with players. In World of Warcraft, the players could resurrect after death, but it was not as convenient as other games. After death, the players had to choose to release their souls. The souls would resurrect in the nearby graveyard and had to return to find their corpses to resume the game. If the souls gave up on their corpses, they could talk to the spirit healers who looked like angels, and they could resurrect the players with the penalty of durability lost to all items in resurrection sickness. With resurrection sickness, the players couldn't do quests and level up. When elf girl Sala opened her eyes again, she found herself in a gray world with the huge shadow of a spirit healer standing by the graveyard. Having not died before while she did quests in a team, Sala was panicking when she saw this scene. Where am I? Also, she felt like her body was as light as a soul, and she was powerless. This elf was confused and lost in this strange gray world. How come your World of Warcraft looks like this now? The nearby elves put down their virtual reality headsets and looked over. I don't know. Sala looked lost. I got here after death. I feel like I've become a ghost. The Forsaken is dead already, right? How come I can die again? It seems like I must run back to my corpse or resurrect in this place with resurrection sickness. Sala said, I choose to resurrect here. Undercity looks very far from here. Okay. The other elves of the elf team said, we'll get ourselves familiar with the Undercity first. There were about 10 members in the Snow Pigeon team of the elf clan. Right now, 6 of them chose a different path and joined the strange Forsaken race led by Queen Sylvanas. Including the elves outside of the Snow Pigeon team, there were about 10 elves who had chosen this race. They were not leveling up together, only 6 of them were with Nolan Mingshay, including Sala and the other 2 female elves, rolling an ace. Other than the team captain, there were 2 male elves, Roger and Sloane. However, Nolan Mingshay and her companions still couldn't tell them apart except for the mature-looking elf captain and the vivacious Sala who had just fallen into the elevator shaft. In fact, the elves were also confused with names such as Nolan Mingshay and Lan Yan, which sounded quite strange to them. But it didn't matter. After all, they had just met today. Even if they made mistakes with people's names, it was no big deal. Instead, it might be a source of fun in the virtual reality world of the game. Should we tour around Undercity first? Lin Xiao suggested. We are thinking about it too. Captain Lance said, we're new here and must get familiar with the map. He opened the magic map in his hand. In the system version of the game, each player had a magic map which could automatically draw out the general terrain of the surrounding area and note down the positions of teammates and the places to accept quests. The Undercity in the system version was obviously bigger than the one in the original version. Even though the Forsaken wasn't a race with a large population, it still had a residential zone where many members of the Forsaken lived. Like players, many ordinary undead had woken up in Deathnell. The whole Undercity was built under Lordaeron with many tunnels leading to different places. Like a luxurious underground kingdom, its area was several times bigger than the ruins of Lordaeron Kingdom. According to the executive officer of Deathnell, we should go and find. Elf Captain Lance consulted the map and said, Bethor, it will greet us in this city. Lan Yan also consulted the map. We'll find this place soon if we go in this direction. 10 minutes later. How come we're still not there? This is the end of the road. 0.20 minutes later. They looked at the map. It should be here. 1 hour later. We're lost. They looked at the map in bafflement. It seems the Undercity has another level. Sala, are you here? Rolling, another female elf in the team, asked. She turned her head and looked. How come you're still in the graveyard? At this moment, words appeared on everyone's screen. Your time is up. Oh, I'm so weak. I met mobs soon after I walked out of the graveyard and died many times. Sala got offline reluctantly and complained. How are you guys doing? It's been a long while. You must be many levels higher than me now, Sala asked sullenly. We're lost, the elves said with dark expressions. ... They got offline, and some players who had been waiting in line replaced them on the computers, finally getting the chance to play World of Warcraft. There are so many people in this mystical realm. Elder Sewell got offline and clicked her tongue while saying, I've never seen another mystical realm with so many people before. Besides the elves, the dwarves, mages and even mercenaries were talking about the game while they walked out of the shop. You would never imagine such a mystical realm. Dwarf Elder Sock said to the white-haired and white-robed mage Adolf in a loud voice, the Grand Ironforge is not like our city, but I assure you that you will fall in love with it the moment you see it. Just imagine countless diligent dwarves working hard in the castle that was dug out by our clansmen in the belly of the snowy mountains. This feeling, you must go and see Stormwind City, Adolf said with a laugh, the statues of heroes, the busy commercial zone, the mage zone with tranquil and elegant violet-colored roofs. Oh, we also have the wine festival. Do you know about that? Walking on the street of Candlin City, Grand Mage Adolf said with excited hand gestures, now that we mention wine, you can't miss the Dalaran black wine in Stormwind City. Its taste is unique and rich, you must try it. Although they already got offline, the players walked out of the shop reluctantly. Chapter 684, New Paladins discovered a teleportation item named Hearthstone. Elder, do you know the people from the other side of the ocean? Sala asked when the other elves and Elder Sewell, who had joined the Night Elf race, got offline. I met some of them today. Did you? Elder Sewell asked curiously. I only saw elves. There were many night elves. The elves who joined the Forsaken race looked over. Some of them are humans from the East Continent. Oh, they are humans from the East Continent. Elder Sewell said in sudden understanding, we were busy leveling up and didn't notice them. We'll reach level 8 soon, she said proudly since she saw that many other elves had only reached level 5 or 6. They walked out of the shop while exchanging their experiences in World of Warcraft today. Although the shop extended its business hours, few people borrowed time from the next day. Longer time spent in the mystical realm would indeed give them more strength, but it would also cause more mental and physical stress. It wasn't easy to kill mobs for a whole day in World of Warcraft. Besides, not everyone had enough time to play 10 hours each day in the game. Mr. Dirk walked out of the shop and exhaled deeply while he looked up at the darkening sky. I spent a whole day in the game. Grumble. At this moment, a strange noise sounded. I have to stop the show now. This is the end of today's show in the new mystical realm, Mr. Dirk said. I've got to get something to eat. Shame on you. The audience from different places around the world wrote in and sounded reluctant. Judging from today's experience, this mystical realm is quite good. In this world, most prosperous areas could maintain magic communication through the Alchemist Union, and magic letters were a good way for people from prosperous areas to communicate with each other. The words leapt on everyone's magic letters. I almost thought that the Orc Kingdom had built another royal city in another land. It was magnificent. What kind of existence do you think the Blizzard Workshop in the East Continent is? From White Tulip. I'm surprised that the workshops in the East Continent have advanced to this high of a level. Have you noticed that there are many East Continent people in the mystical realm? From Observant Eye. At this moment, the two black-cloaked messengers were walking out of the Yuanyang City shop. Do you think that this is a mystical realm made by the West Continent? It's possible. Did you hear that some of them claim to be people of the Nora continent? It must be them who created this mystical realm. The tall and thin messenger gasped and said, I'm surprised that the mystical realms of the West Continent have reached such a high level. I wonder if this Blizzard is a faction or an organization. The stout messenger said, I think we must report this to our superiors. As the first group of players got offline, the players who had been waiting for seats finally got the chance to begin their journey on the Azeroth continent. It was midnight, and the shop was still bright with lights. Fortunately, Juhua City had lifted the night curfew. The last group of players from different big factions and families only left at 5 a.m. For now, the computers in the shop were barely enough for all players. Despite the crowdedness in the morning, there were some empty seats in the evening. The first streak of sunlight appeared in the east. Another new day. In their dorm rooms, several Golden Griffin Knights leapt up from their beds. We can continue leveling up today. One of them said, I feel more eager to get up in the morning every day now. During the previous day's gameplay, these new players had encountered the same problems, similar to the ones that Commander Elvin and Elf Girl Sala had met. For example, they didn't know how to use certain skills, they spent a long time trying to run back to their corpses, and they got lost in main cities. Therefore, after finding that the shop had enough computers for players, they weren't as anxious to get online today as they had been yesterday. It was more so the case for the players in the old shops. In the early morning, the players turned on their communication jades and saw messages jumping on the screens. Whose livestream should we watch today? Let's watch Nolan Mingshui's livestream. Yesterday, they met a few elves, and one of them fell into the elevator shaft and died. It was so dumb and cute. There are really elves. Really, it's a pity that I was busy leveling up and didn't see it. At least you were leveling up. I missed it while I watched Elder Sus livestream. In the Candlin City shop, Mr. Dirk came into the shop very early today. Good morning, everyone. Now, you are watching Mr. Dirk's journey in World of Warcraft. Yesterday, we saw the grand main city of the orc race, Orgrimmar, and I think today's journey will be more interesting. With that said, he followed the crowd into the shop. There were many people in the shop in the morning, and the elves who had intended to enter the game after breakfast had to get online first before buying instant noodles. Then, they logged into the game while eating the noodles. Sala found herself still sitting in the graveyard. Forget it, I'll recover from resurrection sickness first. She was sulky when she remembered her countless deaths yesterday. Do you want to return to the inn with a hearthstone and then come back? Beside her, female elf Rolling suggested, at least you'll know the way. What's a hearthstone? A few golden griffin knights sitting across from them asked casually, each with a bowl of instant noodles in their hands. It's a stone that has the teleportation spell. Sala opened her backpack and saw a round-shaped stone engraved with runes. Don't you know that? New Snow told me that I can use this stone to return to the nearby inn. Can we do that? A quest seemed to ask us to bound to a stone or something. Commander Elvin walked up from behind. But, we haven't tried it yet. Should we try it later? It's true, a knight exclaimed. I'm surprised that I got such a high-end item upon spawn. It took only a few seconds to activate, and then I'm back in the Lion's Pride Inn. Chapter 685, The First Battle Begins. Warsong Gulch. The internet cafe was bustling. As soon as this treasure was discovered, it quickly spread to other players. Of course, this was one of the basic mechanics of the game. Many of the players in the old shops were watching Nolan Mingshui's livestream. They said that there are elves. How come I haven't seen any? Many people came to the livestream room early, watching the livestream cheerfully while enjoying instant noodles. Soon, someone answered with a bullet comment. Maybe they haven't gotten online yet. Be patient. They're online now. They're online now. Nolan Mingshui clicked open the friends list and saw the names of the elves lighting up. You guys came early too. Sala friendly greeted them. Yeah, we don't have classes this morning. Soon, she received Nolan Mingshui's reply. Classes? Sala was curious. Are you students in an academy? Little kids. Hee. Many players in the old shops were watching the livestream, and bullet comments instantly flooded the screen. Ha. Little kids. Is she an elf? She sounds fun. New Snow, ask her how old she is. She looks young too. She looks younger than New Snow. Ha. It was still morning, and the livestream room was full of joyous laughter. Nolan Mingshui sent a message over and said, my friend said that you might be younger than me. How can it be? Sala replied smugly, I've lived more than 100 years. You guys can call me older sister Sala. Although many females were sensitive about their age, many teenagers were exceptions and were afraid to look immature to others. Although 100 years were old for humans, for elves, this age was equivalent to that of a teenager. The people here usually call someone over 100 years, aunt. Soon, she received Nolan Mingshui's reply. Bullet comments appeared on the screen. New Snow is still sharp-tongued. This attribute of hers will never change. The elf will probably get mad if we call her aunt. Does it mean that we can call Elder Sue, Aunt Sue? The person before me, are you serious? Be careful, Elder Sue might appear from behind you and explode your head. Don't worry, I'm her senior brother. Pooh, Luyun Taoist Palace Master, Sala replied while hurrying toward Undercity. You guys can go ahead and do the quests, I'll be there soon. Take your time, we're lost, and I must study the situation first. While these players wandered in Undercity, Mr. Dirk of the Orc clan was enjoying the game with a gray tail sticking out from his robe and swaying around. This Orgrimmar is so huge that I feel dizzy walking in it. I'll study the map first. Where's this place, Mr. Dirk? Someone asked on the magic letter. After all, some audience members didn't watch livestream every day. It was clear that this person hadn't watched yesterday's livestream. Is he back in the Orc Kingdom, from Huge Sword of Krima? He is in a newly released mystical realm. This seems to be a massive mystical realm made specially by the Blizzard Workshop in the East Continent. I'm sure the friend above me didn't watch the show yesterday, from Observant Eye. My goodness, is this a mystical realm? Does the East Continent have such super-sized workshops too? How come this place looks like an orc city, from Huge Sword of Krima? This is an orc city. Each race has its own cities in this mystical realm, from observant eye. Really? This city looks like a real one. Are you sure that there are many such cities in the mystical realm? While they were talking, Mr. Dirk wandered around, and his new audience took the opportunity to enjoy a lot of the scenery of Orgrimmar. Right now, I seem to be in the Valley of Honor. This place looks to be an important location with so many military officers here, but they didn't block my entrance. I wonder if there are some important quests here. I'll ask these soldiers. Mr. Dirk was an orc soldier who was carrying a double-handed sword on his back. Controlling this little orc character who was about level 10, he walked into the Valley of Honor. Around him were tent-like structures built with steel and huge boulders. They seemed to be talking about a battleground. I think this is the place where they fought the Alliance. Should I join them? Mr. Dirk asked. It looks dangerous, but I can resurrect here. Besides, those military officers told me that I will only battle with opponents on my level. Should I go in and try it? Are we going to watch Mr. Dirk kill enemies and dominate the battleground, from White Tulip? Opponents of the same level or opponents of the same strength, right? Then, there's nothing to be afraid of, from Huge Sword of Krima. We orcs are fearless. It is not fun to fight wild beasts. Finally, Mr. Dirk gets to show his real strength. Let them see the awesome sword techniques of the orc clan, from Wolf-Headed Man. It depends on who's playing, Mr. Dirk or Mr. Dog-Headed Man. If it's the latter, it will be embarrassing. From Sky Ocean Knight Legion. The audience gave Mr. Dirk two identities. One was the powerful Mr. Dirk, and the other was the embarrassing Mr. Dog-Headed Man. Although the two identities were the same person, if Mr. Dirk lost a battle or made a mistake, the audience would say that he was controlled by the embarrassing dog-headed man. At this moment, the audience saw that Mr. Dirk had agreed to join the battle. In World of Warcraft, players above level 10 could enter the first battleground named Warsong Gulch, fighting for their side. Although the system version of World of Warcraft had made everything as real as possible, it was still a game and maintained the features that were convenient for the players. Take the battlegrounds as an example. As a small battleground, Warsong Gulch obviously didn't need many people in it, which was why it was designed to have a separate plane for each group of Alliance and Horde players, just like the design of dungeons in Dungeon Fighter Online. At this stage, the battlegrounds in the system version of World of Warcraft divided players by every 5 levels, which meant that the players wouldn't encounter opponents more than 5 levels higher than them. In the battlegrounds, the players would gain experience points regardless if they won or lost, making it a great opportunity to practice their combat skills. It seems like we need to wait for a while. At this moment, many players had reached the required level but found that there were few people in the battleground. Mr. Dirk suddenly felt that his body turned weightless for a second as he was teleported to a strange place. I'm in. I have entered this battleground. Let's see what the battleground in World of Warcraft looks like. Before him was a moderate-sized stone chamber with many players in it. Obviously, they had also discovered this battleground mode and entered it as the earliest participants. Nolan Mingshay looked around in bafflement. Where is this place? It seems like she was teleported to another place. Nolan Mingshay said, I seem to have been teleported to another place named Warsong Gulch. Only a moment ago, the military officer was explaining this to me, and here I am. How come it is so fast? Chapter 686, ADHD Before Battle, and Elder Su who went AFK on the battleground. TL note, ADHD stands for Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, and AFK stands for Away from Keyboard. By now, only a small portion of players had reached level 10. After all, World of Warcraft was more refined than the Legend of Mir 2, and it wasn't as simple and crude. The players needed to learn lots of stuff. At this moment, like Elder Sewell, many players were still wandering in the beginner's zone. Like the members of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion, some still didn't know how to use the Hearthstones and only mastered skills such as Judgment by accident. The players who could go to the battleground were either lucky, skillful, or had been focusing on leveling up. For example, the dwarf Elder Sock in the Candlin City shop had been teleported to the battleground as well, and he was one of the players with good skills. In the Half-City shop, the King of Rangers, a youth who was about 14 years old, had graduated from Dungeon Fighter Online and was also trying World of Warcraft today. There was a moderate number of viewers in his livestream room. Playing as a Night Elf Hunter, he entered the battleground while reading the messages on the screen. Give a show. I'll try, but I think we'll have a big streamer on the battleground today. Don't you think so? I don't know the situation in the new shop, but I think we might encounter masters from the Outlands. He took off his virtual reality headset and said, I'll eat some instant noodles first and see what happens on the battleground. Meanwhile, on the side of the horde, the players were all teleported into a stone tower. The moment Mr. Dirk entered, he glanced around while holding his double-handed sword. I see enemies the moment I enter the battleground. It's indeed a dangerous place. I'm using Blood Rage, Charge, Whirling Cleave. He used his own battle technique, Execution. He yelled repeatedly as if he was controlling his combat techniques with his voice. While hacking and slashing with his double-handed sword, he used elegant movements as he charged toward a troll. Attacks are ineffective. Hiss. He seems to belong to the horde too. Oh, I hacked the wrong person. Looking at the troll who had been paralyzed by fear, the orc on the screen murmured to himself. At this moment, each player received a prompt. The battleground will be opened in 1 minute. The battle hasn't begun yet. I thought I would engage in a battle as soon as I came. Embarrassing. The audience erupted and talked amongst themselves. Dog-headed man. He's definitely the embarrassing dog-headed man. He almost hacked his teammate to death. By now, 10 teammates had all arrived, and the atmosphere became more tense during the countdown. Why does this person keep on twitching? Still need to wait for 1 minute. I'll eat some noodles then. While eating instant noodles, Nolan Mingshay put one finger on the keyboard and moved on the left key and right key repeatedly. On her screen, the undead character moved to the left and then back repeatedly as if she was having a stroke. Beside the undead, an orc wildly hacked at the door with an axe. The attacks are ineffective at this moment. The troll who had been paralyzed by fear condensed a magic ball in his hand and crashed it onto the head of the man beside him. As a veteran player, Black Demon was playing as an undead warlock. While stuffing a spicy stick into his mouth, he controlled his character to strike the magic staff onto the head of a teammate. It seems like the attacks are ineffective here. Beside him, a Tauren hacked at him with an axe. The 1 minute was obviously a long wait for these players. Some moved from left to the right and then back, some hacked at the door wildly, and some hacked at each other with staffs and huge axes, trying to hurt each other and looking extremely violent. This scene was unbelievably pretty. The audience of Mr. Dirk's livestream were dazed by the scene. Isn't this the battleground? The battle hasn't begun yet. What are you guys doing? I read the instruction. Su Tianji's human mage character was also on the battleground. It said that the side which takes 3 flags is the winner. At this moment, the countdown had begun. The doors finally opened, and both sides dashed out at a blistering pace. Su Tianji sat down by the Alliance's flag all by herself. Everyone, I'm sure that it's not right to rush out like this. I'll stay behind to guard the flag, so no one can steal it. Elder Su is finally smart for once. Su Tianji was a little smug. When someone comes here to steal the flag, you just watch my skills. Sitting on the edge of the Night Elf's Ashenvale, Warsong Gulch was covered in green turfs with many stumps left by huge ancient trees and huge boulders that had existed for many years. The Warsong Gulch in the system version was larger than the one in the original version, but it was an open space. When the players dashed out together, they soon spotted their opponents. Let's play a war song. Nolan Mingshay finally stopped controlling with the keyboard. Last of the Wilds by Nightwish, the spiritual state language version. When the passionate music sounded, she entered the battle while listening to the music. On the battleground, the players who had ranged classes had begun attacking. Lightning bolts and flames of all colors shot across dozens of meters, exploding and creating many streaks of dazzling light on the ground. Nolan Mingshay controlled her undead warrior character to observe discreetly at the edge of the battleground. Then, she heard a bestial roar and saw an orc warrior charging out. I'm surprised. Mr. Dirk's audience was surprised that Mr. Dirk became so valiant and fierce. Charge of a fierce man, from Sky Ocean Knight Legion. Orc sword technique, from Wolf-headed man. The warriors of this level were very powerful. Since the players didn't have adequate items and proper skill sets, they were defenseless and were easy to kill when the attacks struck their vital parts. Nolan Mingshay, who was observing the battle, watched the orc warrior charge and kill an alliance mage with one strike. Lead the horde to victory. The audience exclaimed. At this moment, the audience felt that the firepower of the alliance was inferior to that of the horde. Then, this orc was swallowed by all kinds of spells. That's embarrassing. How come he couldn't dodge the spells? Can these low-level spells lock onto their target spiritually? In the system version of World of Warcraft, the magic spells could lock onto targets via spiritual energy. Even if the opponents dodged the spells would seek after them for a while. Therefore, it was hard to successfully dodge a spell. The best method was blocking them with swords or shields or countering them with attacks. That's a close one. In the flames, the orc still had a few points of HP left and immediately hid behind a boulder. At this moment, his teammates used spells, battling their opponents and not giving them the chance to focus on him. Meanwhile, Nolan Mingshay had moved to the back of their enemies under the cover of the small rocky hills and plants. Quote, quote. The mage who was targeted by Nolan Mingshay casted spells while wondering, how come I have the feeling that we should have one more teammate with us? Charge. Nolan Mingshay dashed out at great speed and struck her sword onto the mage's chest with vicious force. She interrupted his spellcasting. While the battle went on fiercely, Su Tianji was staying behind in their home camp. She had waited for 2 minutes. Still, no one is coming. What's wrong? Outside the battleground, the King of Rangers said, I told you that there's a streamer among them. However, why do I feel like we have one less teammate? We can't hold them. Su Tianji had begun eating potato chips, and she said blurrily with chips in her mouth, how come no one is coming? Teammate, how come we've been fighting so long with one less player? She is AFK. She is going AFK so blatantly. I'm shocked. Why did Elder Su go AFK on her teammates on the battleground? Many bullet comments appeared. Chapter 687, Online Game Scale Mystical Realm. In World of Warcraft, the players could obtain experience points and also honor points which could elevate their prestige ranks. Prestige ranks were required to have the privilege to buy certain items. It was why there would be 2 groups of players who preferred to play PvP or PvE respectively. On the side of the Alliance, the King of Rangers wasn't the only one fighting. People like Dwarf Elder Sok and Mage Adolf's disciple Dikas were also in the battleground. As a mage, she had more convenience in certain things compared to Mr. Dirk, who was a warrior. For example, she had sent back the visuals of the battleground to the Royal Magic Union and some mages who were good friends of hers. With several streamers and players who activated the spiritual spell visual projection in the battle, many people were watching what was happening on the battleground. What are they doing? Some mages had just begun watching the battle. In the spiritual spell visual projection before them, the battleground was full of flying magic spells and arrows while the players with melee characters battled fiercely. Since several players on the Alliance's side had resurrected several times, the battlefront was stretched very long and wasn't as concentrated as before. Dika's human priest character was chanting a spell when a black shadow lunged at her. She waved her hands and chanted a simple incantation. Power word. Shield. Faint lights instantly rose around her. What's this spell? A new spell. When did the Magic Union develop this new shield spell? It looks to be a small spell but seems quite useful. Many mages watching Dika's battle on the battleground were surprised. Power word. Shield was different from the magic shield spell in the Legend of Mir 2. The latter could weaken the opponent's attack to an acceptable range, and the user of this spell would still be hurt by the attack. On the other hand, power word. Shield could completely absorb most of the regular damage. However, the magic shield spell could allow the user to take the attack from opponents 1 or 2 levels higher, but power word. Shield couldn't. Power word. Shield had its own advantages. For example, before the shield was broken, it could protect its caster from most of the regular attack and wouldn't be interrupted even if the caster chanted spells right before the enemy. The magic shield spell couldn't do that. At this moment, Dika's didn't run. Instead, she chanted spells under the protection of this shield. The warrior is a bit late to charge up now, right? The priest is protected by the shield. At this level, the warrior is already halfway defeated. The first spell that Dika's chanted was Mind Blast, which took only a short time to chant. Dika's was confident in her spellcasting skills. However, in the next moment, she found that this warrior moved around her in swift steps like a twitching phantom. She tried for a long time but couldn't lock her spell onto the target. Oh, can you stop moving? In the end, since she already chanted, she shot the spell forward. Poochie. It missed. She felt dizzy already. The shield was finally broken. Nolan Mingshui's undead warrior character slashed out her sword. Looking at Dika's, who was now lying on the ground, the mages of the Royal Magic Union asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm fighting on the battleground." With tears on her face, Deekaz was astonished that her opponent had dodged her spell this way. Resentfully, she returned to the graveyard and waited for resurrection. Meanwhile, Su Tianji, who had been guarding the flag, couldn't remain sitting anymore. "Don't mock me, okay?" Looking at the haters' comments on the screen, she stood up and said, "It is them who don't know how to win the battle, and no one is coming to get the flag. How can you say that I'm AF King?" After all, she was guarding the flag. It wasn't the same as going AFK. Okay. Realizing that they were all new players, and probably no one had thought of taking the flag, she finally came out. "Watch how I lead the alliance to victory. We'll lose if we continue like this." Dwarf Elder Sock was not dumb, and he knew that they were at the disadvantage and would be eliminated one by one if they didn't work together. "The resurrected players, come here. The people in the front, come back. Let's gather together. Don't be alone." Elder Sock played a dwarf hunter character who was using a gun as shown in the trailer. His firearm shot out a long stream of firelight. Before them, Liang Shi controlled his orc warrior character to charge at the dwarf. Then, he shifted to the side and dodged the bullet. Liang Shi was almost before the dwarf of the alliance when he heard a sharp sound. Then, his body turned cold, and his movements slowed down. He turned his head and saw Su Tianji still raising her magic wand after casting the spell. Meanwhile, Dwarf Sock's bear lunged at him and smashed down with his paw. A night elf hunter shot out an arrow from the cliff. Concussive shot. "We must come gather," the king of rangers said, "otherwise, we will lose the battle." Then, chilly ice spread out on the ground toward Liang Shi in waves. Su Tianji's frost nova. Immediately, Liang Shi saw another icicle shooting toward him. "Fuck. Honorable kill. Together. Come and charge together." Su Tianji raised her arm and yelled, launching the counterattack. "Kill the orc who is charging toward us. Clear them together. Clear them all." The players in the horde couldn't understand the words of the players in the alliance. With his spiritual spell visual projection still on, Mr. Dirk froze when he saw arrows, bullets, and spells swarming toward him in waves. Without a chance to dodge, he was instantly killed. The players had filed into the battleground separately, so they fought for themselves. Soon, almost half of the horde players, including the mages, assassins, and shamans, were all killed and sent to the graveyard. "They are so strong." The embarrassing dog-headed man was killed. Mr. Dirk's audience was still puzzled and didn't have the time to react. They wondered why this side seemed to be dominating a moment ago, but the opponents suddenly got more powerful. "Assassin, go and take the flag." Others follow. At this moment, many horde players were still in the graveyard, and the remaining ones were instantly scattered and watched as the alliance players took their flag. "Oh, the battle should be fought like this." Resurrected, Deekaz followed her teammates into the enemy's camp without meeting any resistance. The alliance got 1 point. In Su Tianji's livestream room. "This battle is excellent. Very good. Even the shop owner said it was good. I told you not to mock me." Su Tianji looked smug. "Now, who dares to call me an entertainment streamer? This battleground feels interesting. The opponents are very strong." The audience members in the Royal Magic Union were eager to try the game. After watching Deekaz playing in this so-called battleground, is this also a mystical realm? Could it be a new mystical realm? It's the Blizzard Workshop's new mystical realm called World of Warcraft. Deekaz looked at them, seeming to be judging their ignorance. "You guys don't know about it. Blizzard Workshop." The mages looked puzzled. Many people are talking about this previously unknown workshop. What's this mystical realm about? You just battle on the battlegrounds in it. This is only a part of it, Deekaz explained proudly. Battlegrounds are only a small part of the mystical realm. The races you saw come from different main cities in World of Warcraft, and some of the people in here come from the East Continent. World of Warcraft is a mystical realm that is called an online game. People from different continents can all gather in this mystical realm. Wow, they had thought little of the rumors around it. But after watching it and hearing the introduction, they exclaimed, "An online game, mystical realm. This online game is so good. Where are you now? Where can we enter this online game scale mystical realm?" Chapter 688. This elder is a muggle, and the end of battleground filled with newbies. "I'm in Kanglan City." Surprised that her team had turned the tables and won this round, Deekaz explained in elation and excitement, "I'm in Origins Internet Café with my mentor. We've been in World of Warcraft for the last 2 days. Your mentor." The mages, Expressions changed as they asked, "You mean Mr. Adolf is there too?" A mage in a black cloak asked in surprise, "Are you sure that he's not trying the new mystical realm of the Lava Workshop in Candlin City?" Lava Workshop? Dekas turned the camera to another direction. "Look, who is he?" The audience instantly saw an old dwarf wearing worn leather armor with a gun in his hand. This. The mages were at a loss for words. "Is he Elder Sock? He's in this mystical realm too. You came to another workshop's mystical realm instead of going to the mystical realm of your dwarf clan. You mean, Elder Sock of the dwarf clan is also using the mystical realm called World of Warcraft? Keep it up, friends." At this moment, the dwarf elder raised his arm and yelled, "Work harder, and our alliance will obtain victory on this battleground. We'll lose all advantages if we continue this way." Mr. Dirk died a moment ago. However, as a rogue who had toured many nations, he didn't lose his cool. "Our opponents are strong and we're only at a disadvantage because they had one less teammate with them. Therefore, we must change our tactics. They are indeed strong. Give me a moment to consider our next move. How can you win on this battleground?" On the other side, the mages watching Dika's spiritual spell visual projection were eager to know the rules even though they were not in the game yet. Knowing the rules beforehand would help them play the game better when they were in it. It was much better than going in blind. "It seems that we need to take their army flag," Dika's explained to them in the game. As a new player, she was still puzzled but knew that them taking the flag from their enemy seemed to be useful. At this moment, several mages saw a figure passing behind Dika's in a flash. "I saw someone pass with a flag on the shoulder." Watching the spiritual spell visual projection, a mage said, "He was right behind you." "Really?" Dika's looked around doubtfully, and then she said solemnly, "This is a battleground, don't try to fool with me." At this moment, a rogue raced away right under their nose while carrying a flag on his shoulder. Carrying the flag couldn't be done in stealth, or the flag would drop in the original version. In the system version, the players couldn't be in stealth while carrying the flag, which meant that they could sneak in but couldn't sneak out. "Come and help me, I stole the flag," Harrison howled. "Go after him." "Ah, our flag got stolen, how come he can run so fast?" Seeing this scene, Su Tianji and her teammates almost dropped to the ground. With so many people guarding the flag, it was still taken away by a rogue right under their nose. It was evident that Harrison's efforts in playing Assassin's Creed paid off. He had dodged almost everyone's eyes. Right now, he raced away with the flag on his shoulder. "Someone, anyone, help me." Nolan Mingxie was considering how to fight the battle when she suddenly heard the yell. Looking up, she saw an undead rogue racing to them with tears on his face while many people chased after him. They ran around the big tree stumps, mountain boulders, and hills again and again. "Don't let him get away." Frostbolt, concussive shot, entangling roots. "I'm going to die, I'm going to die, ah, stop these alliance people." Nolan Mingxie finally snapped back to her senses. Charge, Frost Nova, roar. A druid turned into a grizzly bear and came up to stop them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Black Demon's undead warlock character was shooting shadow bolts repeatedly. Both sides battled fiercely. Barely dragging his legs from the entangling roots, Harrison continued to run. "The thief is gone. Go after him." Su Tianji began her roaring Elder Su mode. "Stop him, anyone. I'll control the area with a Frost Nova, and you guys go get him quickly." Ah, a shadow bolt shot into her head. An honorable kill. Ah, who did it? The idle Elder Su was killed again. "Elder Su, open the ghost mode." "Who was it? Come out for me. Ha ha ha." Lowering his head, Black Demon immediately moved to another position. "What should we do now? It seems that we're at a draw." Mr. Dirk still looked confused. "Is it because we captured the flag in the center of the battleground?" "No flag now, we should probably continue," they whispered to each other. Both sides stood on the highlands in their home camps and faced each other from a distance. 1, 2, 8, 9. They did the head count. One person is missing. Now, Elder Su was sitting beside their flag again. "Just watch how I defend the flag all by myself." Then, she saw a female undead warrior sneaking up. New Snow, you dare to come and steal my flag?" Nolan Mingxie burst out. "You want to charge?" Su Tianji operated her character with her voice while live streaming. "I'll freeze you on the spot with Frost Nova. Frost Bolt." Oh, Su Tianji stood there and cast the spell, shooting 2 arrows at Nolan Mingxie. Entertainment streamer versus technical streamer. Praises flooded the screen. Thanks to Elder Sus professional hater for sending 66 feet awesomes. Su Tianji said in satisfaction, I'll show you what a technical streamer looks like, okay. While running after Nolan Mingshe, who had struggled out of the freezing effect, she said casually, someone asked me what I would do if I lose. You guys just have no faith in me, right? If I lose, I'm a muggle. The people who had watched Harry Potter were quite familiar with the word, muggle. Suddenly, a figure dashed past her from behind. How come there is another one? Su Tianji yelled in alarm. Assassin. Backstab. Ah, Su Tianji yelled, don't panic. I still have a chance. Watch how I fight two opponents on my own. Meanwhile, Nolan Mingshe slashed her with a saber. On the screen, bullet comments shot up. Elder Su is surrounded. Elder Su is between a rock and a hard place. Elder Su typed out GG. The bullet comments flooded the screen. Su Tianji fell to the ground. While waiting for resurrection, she found that someone donated to her. Sulkily, she took a quick look. Thanks to this elder is a muggle for 100 feet awesome. Su Tianji froze. Quote question mark quote dot. Before long, the battle on the battleground filled with newbies came to the end. Chapter 689. We discovered a super treasure reserves, deadmines. When entering the battleground without a team, individual strength was important but couldn't change the overall situation, especially in a battle where all the participants were strong. I stole the flag. On the other side, the King of Rangers excitedly carried the Horde's flag out of its home camp. Thanks to my teammates' coverage, I think I'll win this round for us. Then, he ran into a figure. During the charge, this figure took out a sword and a shield. While blocking the opponent's arrows, he killed the opponent with a slash. The King of Rangers was at a loss for words. Roar, I got the flag. Dwarf Elder Sock immediately ran over to help. Although they had never met before, at this moment, they were intimate comrades. Come and help. I've controlled the undead warrior. Fuck your control. Black demon hiding in the dark casted the spell named Corruption. Shadow Bolt. At this moment, Nolan Mingshe took the opportunity to charge up. At this moment, the orcs, traits of hardness, which reduced the duration of stun effects, was quite useful. I must get away. In the critical moment, Elder Sock reacted quickly by leaping dozens of meters backward. Having dodged tons of damages, he avoided the fate of being crippled. Only 1 minute was left. Orc sword techniques. With a blood-curdling roar, Mr. Dirk hacked around wildly. At this moment, a figure fell from the sky. I hacked on something. In Candlin City, Dwarf Elder Sock put down his virtual reality headset in confusion and slapped his palm on his forehead. What happened, old friend? Beside him, Grand Mage Adolf asked curiously. On Elder Sock's screen, his character lay on the ground with a red flag in his hand while an orc stood over him, waving his sword. Looking at Elder Sock, who still had his hand on his forehead, Adolf made the connection and was speechless. In this fierce battle full of Grand Masters, it was hard to notice everything and hear every sound. Having just killed an opponent, Mr. Dirk widened his eyes. Seeing that no one was watching, he picked up the flag and raced back. What a lucky dog. The audience was amazed. Embarrassing dog, waiting to get lucky. By now Mr. Dirk's audience obviously had summarized him and made some good quotes. It seems that they will win the battle. The dog-headed man who did nothing for the team actually won the battle. Charge of a fierce man. Orc sword techniques. You mean we won? How did we win? My teammates are so strong. All the credit should go to my awesome teammates. Yells came from their home camp when the two brought back the flags almost simultaneously. The time was up. Soon, the results showed on the interface. The Horde was victorious. Rewards for the first victory in the battleground. The awards look plentiful. The rewards for the first victory in battlegrounds were things such as extra experience points and honor points after players obtained a victory on the battleground each day. Each player could take the rewards only once per day. Excellent. I'll do it again tomorrow. Awesome. Anyone wants to join me and fight on the battleground together? The Horde players who obtained the victory were thrilled. Meanwhile, in Elder Sus livestream room on the side of Alliance. Entertainment streamer. Entertainment streamer. This elder is a muggle. She said that. She admitted it herself. In the King of Rangers livestream room. I was caught off guard by her attack. It was a mistake. The King of Rangers was regretful and wanted to battle again. I leveled up. Nolan Mingshui's undead warrior suddenly emitted a series of light as she leveled up, standing where she was. Where were you? In the personal chat channel, she saw messages from some elves. I went to the battleground. Nolan Mingshui replied, I obtained a victory and got some first victory rewards, which includes many experience points. I even leveled up once. So fast. The elves had started to understand the layout of Undercity. They discovered that it was divided into 4 floors, and the locations marked on the map could be on any of the floors. They could only travel to different floors through the elevators in the fixed locations in the city. Since the city was bigger than the original version, there were more elevators. After all, it was troublesome to find the locations of the quests on the map and then run back to take the same elevator up or down to find the spot. At this moment, the elves finally found the way and arrived at the quest location. Sala returned to her team and said, I watched the shop owner play this and found that he is several levels higher than us. What's he doing? Nolan Mingshui asked. I've no idea, I only saw him wandering in the wilderness. Sala complained. Don't mind him, Nolan Mingshui said. Do you guys want to fight on the battleground and take the first victory rewards? World of Warcraft was a game with many ways of playing. The players preferring PvP could level up through battlegrounds, and there was also the regular leveling up routes in the wilderness. Of course, few people would level up only through fighting in battlegrounds. With this method, the players could only level up faster than the regular way by entering each battleground without waiting and winning the battles with a landslide. The main function of the battlegrounds was leveling up the prestige ranks, which wasn't a top priority for low-level players. Therefore, the elves such as Sala and other players just went to the battleground to obtain the first victory before going back to their regular activities. While the players of the undead race in the Horde played happily on the battleground, the Alliance players began to walk out of Stormwind City. The royal members of the Royal Clan Guild had obviously all chosen to join the Alliance. By now, they had gradually leveled up to level 13 and level 14. Growl. At this moment, Royal Princess Gu and the disciples of Shungjing Academy had played the game for the whole morning, and their bellies growled. Sir. They sent a message to Mr. Fang. Can't we have 2 bowls of instant noodles each day in your shop? We're now hungry. You can order takeout if you have nothing to eat. While busy killing mobs, Mr. Fang answered casually. Takeout. Royal Princess Gu said in puzzlement, what's that? Touch a button on your communication jade, and your food will come. Mr. Fang said, wait a minute. No one does this in Juhua City. No, Mr. Fang thought for a moment and then browsed his QQ. Dong Qingli, your Wind and Moon Pavilion doesn't want to do takeout business. Huh, Dong Qingli looked baffled. Take. What's that? Meanwhile, in the Juhua City shop, some members of the Royal Clan Guild were still playing World of Warcraft. Suddenly, the second prince yelled, look what I found. It's a new place. Dead mines. What's this place for? Is it a treasure reserve? The second prince looked around and saw that no one had been here yet, and this place reminded him of the mine tunnels in the Corpse King Palace in the Legend of Mir 2. If this place also was a super treasure reserve like the Corpse King Palace. The second prince sent several private messages in the game. You guys, come and check this out. I found a super treasure reserve. Get more people here. Get more people here. Chapter 690. The beginning of, for the Horde. The epic legends told by the bards sounded very distant for people in this age. The deeds in the legends had been long forgotten or only existed in the fragmented tales or legends passing down from the distant past. However, part of the things told in the seemingly unreachable legends and tales had existed all the time but were not known to ordinary people. Humans seemed to be living on an island named Ignorance in the gloomy ocean, which was vast and contained endless mysteries. But luckily for most of the people, they didn't venture too far out or examine things too carefully. In the Silver Moon Forest of the Elf Clan. In the royal palace of the Elf Clan lived the royal members who enjoyed the loftiest rank within their society. Only elders and royal members could enter this place. Standing beside the lake that was as calm as a clear mirror, a silver-haired and silver-bearded old elf seemed to be able to look through the lake and into the void with his deep eyes. What do you see, First Elder? A middle-aged elf who wore the same luxurious elder robe walked up from behind. I see nothing. Except for darkness. That elder murmured, how long has it been since the last time that we received a message from the elf god? Only silence answered him, Elder. After a long while, an elf reported to him, from the clues that we have gathered, we seem to have found something new. The silver-haired and silver-bearded elder of the elf clan nodded and asked solemnly, "Where's Elder Sewell? I haven't seen her lately." Elder Sewell went to a human nation, saying that she would try a mystical realm in a place called Origins Internet Café. She said that she will be back at the end of August. What month is it now? The first elder of the elf clan glanced around the trees. Despite the permanent spring in the forest, he could still detect the small changes. It's October now, Elder. Has Elder Sewell returned? Not yet. In the new Candlin City shop of Origins Internet Café. At this moment, messages jumped in Mr. Fang's QQ's interface. Inside the chat box with Dong Qingli. Mr. Fang said, "I say, can't you detect any new business opportunity after being a shop owner for so long?" Dong Qingli replied, "Pikachu's cute emoji, what business opportunity? You won't agree to sell me hundreds of boxes of instant noodles." Mr. Fang's face twitched. "No, with so many people coming from outside the city, don't you see their needs?" "What needs?" Mr. Fang replied, "They need to eat." Dong Qingli said, "I know it. Many of them go to my restaurant, but the seats are not enough for them all sometimes. Later, some people have begun bringing meals with them. So, Mr. Fang suggested, can't you do the takeout business? Since you don't have enough seats in the restaurant, you can deliver the food to them. Now that everyone has communication jades, can't you guys use your brain and think of a solution?" You might be right. Dong Qingli thought for a moment and said, "Might be. What do you mean by might be?" Mr. Fang's face darkened. "Do you know how to do business? Do you need me to teach you how to run your own business?" "No, my restaurant is managed by Wanyu and others." Mr. Fang was at a loss for words, in the chat box with Shen Qingqing. Mr. Fang said, "Do you guys have plans after graduation?" Shen Qingqing said, "What plans?" Mr. Fang said, "Don't you have any ambition? What's your dream?" Shen Qingqing replied, "My dream is staying in Juhua City. After playing games for a few more years, I will become a female emperor. Warrior with my talent." Mr. Fang said, "Don't you have a bigger dream?" Shen Qingqing said, "I think this dream is very big." Mr. Fang looked frustrated. "You lazy people. By the way, I got the content ready for the new official novels. One is Dungeon Fighter Online and the other is World of Warcraft, Rise of the Horde." The plot for Dungeon Fighter Online focused on the stories of the adventurers and thus was relatively simple. The other book, Rise of the Horde, could be seen in World of Warcraft the game. On Mr. Fang's screen, the undead rogue was holding a damaged book, Rise of the Horde. When he opened the book, he could read the fragments of the story. In World of Warcraft, one could find treasure chests and treasures in the relics and caves. Likewise, there were stories about World of Warcraft in relics or libraries. They told some stirring past events relating to World of Warcraft. Fang Qi exhaled deeply. He only remembered the general plot of the story. Only if he could find the original story. Even a partial one would be helpful. Of course, in the game, he could only see a damaged book written in the Horde language, which meant that he would need translators who excelled in the spiritual state language and the Nora continent language to do the work. Therefore, an idea occurred to him. At this moment, Jessica and the other janitors who were eating melons and drinking tea in the Yuanyang City shop picked up their communication jade. An opportunity to get a promotion. Translate Rise of the Horde. After the teleportation array was in operation, Fang Qi could travel between his shops with ease. In the Wind and Moon Pavilion, Mr. Fang booked a compartment. Besides Mr. Fang, Shen Qingqing and the super janitor team including Jessica sat in it. Mr. Fang was sulky that he, an internet cafe owner, had to tell stories to these people. On second thought, he realized that it would be great for him if his games could be presented to all the players perfectly. As told in the book, this tale isn't about the Horde as it existed today, a loose organization of orcs, taurens, forsaken, trolls, and blood elves. It is about the earliest Horde, the Horde that first rose. Like that of any infant, its birth was marked by blood and pain, and its harsh cries seeking for life meant death to its enemies. This bloody story had a peaceful beginning. It was in a rolling valley in the green continent named Draenor. The story told how the orcs turned from a peaceful race to slaves of the Burning Legion, how they became bloodthirsty, combative, and destructive, and how Ner'zhul and Gul'dan fell and degenerated driven by their hunger for strength and power. With a tragic tone, the book retold the gradual downfall of the orc clan and the helpless lamentations of all the conscientious orcs. The exile of the Frostwolf clan gave the orcs a sliver of hope and made them get away from the conflicts, saving the last bit of force for the orc race. The following was one paragraph from the book. Blackhand, the warlord of Blackrock clan, demonstrated the first group of warlocks that he had trained to other clans. Brothers and sisters of the orc race, Blackhand shouted, "You gave me honor and respect, and I will not let down the countless noble warriors. We're strengthening our weapons and armor each day. Now, we discard those unpredictable elements and possess true power, which means that we don't have to beg from anyone for anything. This power is controlled and mastered by our warlocks. This is true power. We have a clear objective: we will eliminate the Draenei from our land. They will not be able to block the crazy herds of our warriors and warlocks. We will be their worst nightmare. Fight!" He raised his arms and shouted, "For the Horde!" Thousands of voices yelled with great passion, "For the Horde! For the Horde! For the Horde!" The tragic and thrilling scene was only a small splash in the huge plot of World of Warcraft, but the words, "For the Horde," had since spread all over the world. Chapter 691, The Exploitation Journey of the People in This World. While mentioning Deadmines, it was closely related to Stormwind City. If a foreign traveler walked into Stormwind City through its grand main gate, the first thing that this person would see would be the grand statues in the Valley of Heroes. These Alliance heroes stood out at the critical moment and led troops to the battleground in another world named Draenor. For a long time, no one had received any word from them. Mistakenly thinking that they had died, the Alliance set up these statues to commemorate these great heroes. With exquisite designs, the Stonemason Guild built Stormwind City into a place with districts that had different functions, including the prosperous Trade District, Noble and Elegant Mage Quarter, and Dwarven District where the dwarf and gnome artisans lived. The core of Stormwind City was Stormwind Keep, sitting at the highest position in the northwest district of the city. It was probably the most magnificent construction in the entirety of the Alliance. Every human player would be stunned by this fortress-like super city after they entered Stormwind City. All the designs, executions, and construction of the city were done by the most talented stonemason guild in the kingdom at the time. However, due to the instigations and conspiracies in Stormwind Kingdom, King Varian Rin lost his queen, and the artisan heroes of Stormwind City didn't get their pay for their work. Instead, they were kicked out of their homes by the king. These heroes later became the Defias Brotherhood. For the new players in the Alliance, the most stunning thing next to the grand Stormwind City was the vast and fertile Westfall full of withering weeds. This was the home camp of the Defias Brotherhood. Blinded by hatred, they had done many crazy things and were no longer the great and talented artisans they had once been. They had contacted almost all the pirates and rogues in the world and recruited many of them into their brotherhood. Taking possession of most of the farmlands, mines, and villages in Westfall, they built their headquarters in the mine shafts. It was the background of the Deadmines instance in World of Warcraft. The players of the Royal Clan Guild obviously had found this place through a quest. Despite the remoteness of this place, the NPC Grian Stoutmantle at Sentinel Hill in Westfall would give quests about the Defias Brotherhood. The dwarves in the Dwarven District at Stormwind City would give related quests as well. Following the instructions of the quests, the players would have little difficulty in finding the entrance. Therefore, besides members of the Royal Clan Guild, Lu Ningyun and other disciples of the Nanhua faction of the Morning Star Sea Realm, the mercenaries in the new shop who had chosen to join the Alliance, and mages such as Adolf and Dekas were also coming to this place. Controlling her female warrior character of the Alliance to come before the mine shaft, Royal Princess Ji saw the entrance to the deserted mine, the wagon tracks half buried in the ground, and the deserted miners' lamps. Outside the gate was a dark purple vortex, looking like a magic portal. At this moment, the Royal Clan Guild had gathered dozens of elites at this place including several princes, the Shungjing Academy instructor Liang Haihu, and his disciple Xiao Lengyu. They looked as if they had taken over this mine for themselves. Let's go in and see what's behind this mysterious spiritual spell. Vortex. Ji Shu said. A big team of Royal Clan Guild elites and disciples of Shungjing Academy followed her into the vortex. The moment Ji Yu entered the spiritual spell vortex, she felt as if. Senior Liang, are you still here, Ms. Xiao, Captain Yu? She looked around and only saw the second prince and the fifth prince. Where are the others? How come only you two are here? No idea. The second prince looked nonplussed. Fifth Prince Ji Yong said, is it because we formed a team? Ji Yu froze. We can't stay together without forming a team here. But, the maximum of a team is 5 people. After all that, only 5 people can form a team. Royal Princess Guyu's face darkened, realizing that it was a waste of effort and time to gather so many people here. Forget it, Giyu said, let's explore this. Dead mines ourselves. If we can loot a technique book similar to Enchanting Light, they would be rich. Obviously, these players were thinking of the mine tunnels in the Legend of Mir 2. The mine tunnels with many branches were illuminated since there were people living inside. The lights were dim but were bright enough for them to see their surroundings. Then, we must explore this mine by ourselves, Royal Princess Giyu said. The 3 members of the Royal Clan Guild were all warriors. It seems like some people are in here, Royal Princess Giyu said in a low voice. At this moment, a few members of the Defias Brotherhood in the complex depths of the tunnels heard the tiny sounds and walked up to them. As rogues at the headquarters of the Defias Brotherhood, they were very alert and had acute senses. 1, 2, 3, there are 3 of them, Royal Princess Giyu whispered. Each of us take one. 3 figures bust out almost at the same time. With crisp noises, their blades were all blocked. These humanoid mobs were many times better than the mobs outside in terms of combat skills, speed, and reflexes. However, the players in the Royal Clan Guild were veteran fighters with a ton of experiences. When their swords were blocked, they turned their blades and slashed again. After experiencing Devil May Cry 3, Final Fantasy VII, and the duel, they were very skillful with both single-handed swords and two-handed swords. Soon, the rogues of the Defias Brotherhood were no match for them. At this moment, a sword beam hacked down viciously and drew out a bright silver arc. Executed. Blood sprayed in all directions. Execute was a skill for warriors. Attempts to finish off a foe, turning the remaining rage into a ton of damage. In the mine tunnels, many miners and foremen of the Defias Brotherhood heard the commotion and swarmed out from the many tunnels. The miners were not strong, but the foremen had great strength. We killed them all. They were good. Royal Princess Giyu brushed the dust off her clothes and said in a cold voice, but they were not good enough to kill us. Meanwhile, Lu Ningyun, Mo Xian, Yu Yan, and other disciples of the Nanhua faction were. Senior Sister, cast the Frost Nova, Arcane Blast, cast an Arcane Blast, cast Polymorph, Sheep. They had also fought their way into the tunnel. The dead mines sounds scary, but it is quite easy. Yu Yan brushed the dust off her hands. Let's go, there might be treasures inside. The group hurried to the depths of the instance. While they walked into the interior of the mine, the scene before them changed. Walking out of the dilapidated and dim mine tunnel, they found that the space before them turned bigger, and the huge metal archway looked like a portal leading to an underground fortress. The entrance was guarded by a humanoid monster with grayish-red skin, and it was as tall as 2 men. The huge hammer in its hand was as big as half of Giyu's body. Without thinking, one strike of the hammer could smash a person into a meat pie. 2 elite Defias rogues flanked him. I'll go up and cast Frost Nova and Arcane Blast. Yu Yan walked up and said. Good, I'll cheer for you, junior sister. Mo Xian encouraged her from behind. On the other side, each of us charge at one of them. Royal sister, you take the big guy, okay? Of course, he's mine. Giyu said proudly. Chapter 692. The darkness that can't be dispelled by light. In this world, there was a name called Shadow Hand. Perhaps for the mercenaries and mages under level 7, they didn't understand what this name meant. The world was much bigger than what the low-level and mid-level people could imagine. Only those existences above level 7 or had a lofty status knew of this name. The name was guarded so heavily that even these people could only pick up on a few clues about it. The people in the world would be shocked if they truly understood the meaning of the name and the truth behind the shadows. Perhaps it was a mercy for most people that they lacked the logic and ability to put things together in the big picture. In the elf clan's Silver Moon Forest, the silver-haired and silver-bearded old elf gazed at the lake that was as tranquil as a mirror with his deep and turbid eyes. In the reflection of Silver Moon Forest in the lake, a gloomy shadow seemed to have appeared. Shadow Legion, the first elder of the elf clan murmured, I see its traces in the shadow of time. Meanwhile, Adolf, who was dressed in a white mage's robe, was standing on the top of a high white spire. Before him was a statue of a mage that had ancient facial features, and the statue held a crystal ball as big as a head in its hands. As he said the incantation, the crystal ball slowly revealed a strange and ancient land. Do you feel that? In the jade-like greeneries was a layer of gloomy mist which engulfed the whole place like an invisible shadowy hand. Death and desolation covered the place without the intention of loosening their grip. In this world, there might be a type of darkness that even light can't dispel. In the distant radiant light godly nation, the supreme holy palace of the judgment godly palace stood on the highest position in the mountain range covered in ice and snow. Street. Heinz had gone to the highest position in the supreme holy palace where people could almost directly face the godly light, trying to get inspiration and messages from the gods. At this moment, Street. Doolin was chanting his prayers in the sacrifice hall in the supreme holy palace. He only walked out of the hall after a long time. Then, a priest walked up and presented him with a document respectfully. Have you found out all about it? Obviously, Street. Doolin was quite busy, he asked while quickly striding forward. Yes. The Origins Internet Club seems to come from the East Continent. It's a mystical realm agency for several alchemy workshops. The East Continent. Street. Doolin frowned. Yes, the priest said in resentment, it reached its hand into the continent of immortal relics, and we can tolerate that. However, now they are reaching out their hands under our nose. Damn it, Street. Doolin snorted heavily. Indeed, they should be damned. It would be fine if it was only a small shop. But if it was backed by the forces of the whole East Continent, we should call for all races on the whole continent to kick out these people who came from the foreign continent. They are not welcomed here, the priest suggested in a loud voice. Meanwhile, Nolan Mingxie was live-streaming the quest that she was doing with her classmates in a group of elves. With so many people in her team, the risk was low. Therefore, they chatted with each other while doing the quest. It's a bonus that we can hear stories about the elf clan while watching the livestream. They said that many members of the elf clan had died while they resisted a knight legion joined the battle, and many knights died too. It's a sad story. What sad story? Dong Qingli had finished her business talk with Mr. Fang and just began watching the livestream. Having not heard the story, she immediately sent a bullet message onto the screen, asking, I'm new here, is there a new story here? Hey. Don't just lament about sadness, tell me the story. Sorry, the person before me, you're late. It's what you get for not paying attention. Dong Qingli was frustrated. The damn Mr. Fang forced me to listen to the story about L.me, and kept me from watching the livestream and listening to stories. He even called me lazy. Why, can the food delivery business be more profitable than running a restaurant? TL note. L.me means, are you hungry, in Chinese, and it is a large food delivery company in China. Feeling as if she had missed out on many good things, Dong Qingli had to wait for tomorrow's VOD. At this moment, Adolf's disciple was playing World of Warcraft in the Internet Café and finally came close to level 16. Do you choose to release the soul? The screen turned gray while the mob left without looking back. Level 15, 99% experience points. Dekas, your mage character is weak. Obviously, many mages of the Royal Magic Union had been watching her doing quests. Right now, she was in Westfall as well. You progress so slowly. And your damage is weak too. It takes you a long time to kill a mob. Why did you choose this character? I can't watch it anymore. Are the mages in this mystical realm all as weak as this one? Not all mages in this mystical realm are weak. A mage who had watched the battleground said, only her mage character is weak. I saw another mage freeze everyone with a ring of frost. Those black magic arrows are good too, at least in terms of low-level spells. Why don't you change your character? I suggest you change it. Oh. You guys are so annoying. Dekas wondered in bafflement, but how come I feel like this priest character is leveling up slower and slower? She had felt fine when everyone could cast only one spell. But now, while other mages could cast several spells and could even attack a group of mobs and have crowd control, she still could cast only 2 spells. The most infuriating was that when she fought several mobs, her magic energy, mana, would run out before she could kill them. What's this holy light or something? It's not useful at all. How can it be named with the word, holy? In the opening animatics, it said that I must shoulder the burden of saving the human race. How can things go awry in such a way? Meanwhile, in the Deadmines. Hiya, Royal Princess Ji charged first. In another Deadmines, Yu Yan, a mage, dashed out bravely. Frost Nova, Ji hacked her double-handed sword onto the belly of the huge ogre with a vicious force. Meanwhile, in another instance, chilly frost swept across the place as if it would freeze everything it touched. The dark red-skinned ogre lowered its head curiously. A sword left a small scratch on the thick skin on his belly. A shaft of frost swept across his foot, giving him a cool sensation. It said in a muffled voice, "Van Cleef will get good prices for your heads." The two saw a huge hammer crashing down toward them. They dropped to the ground and couldn't get up. The two princes who were ready to charge at the remaining two monsters looked at Royal Princess Gu. Mo Xian and others who had been watching Yu Yan trying to control the monster were at a loss for words. While their faces twitched, they fled instantly. "Hey, I'm still alive." Lying on the ground, Royal Princess Gu lifted her hand up and shouted. The hammer struck again. The fifth prince Ji Yong said, "I felt like I heard something." The second prince, "I don't know." Run. Silence permeated the area. Chapter 693, The Greatest Power of Holy Light, Redemption. "Where are you guys?" Having turned into a soul, Yu Yan yelled in the group channel. In the complex mine tunnels, other disciples of Nanhua faction had fled for a good distance. "Let's see if that big guy is still there." Having watched Yu Yan instantly getting killed by one hammer strike, Mo Xian suggested with unease. It seems like it's not chasing us," a disciple of Nanhua faction said. The moment he said it, they heard heavy footsteps coming from the nearest corner in the mine tunnel. A huge figure appeared at the end of the tunnel. "My goodness. It is chasing after us." The group ran out of the instance, and they were out of breath. In a huff, Yu Yan put down her virtual reality headset and said, "You bullied and deserted me, a cute and smart little junior sister. Are you still human?" Mo Xian replied, "We chose the human race. Of course, we are human." Meanwhile, the brothers in the royal clan guild were beaten so hard that they almost fell below a table. Big sister, how come this big guy is so powerful?" After a while, fifth prince Ji Yong finally found a chance to change the topic while raising his arms to protect his head. "Powerful. After all, she had been killed with 3 hammer strikes. If you helped me, we could still fight it. The problem is, if we did, we would still have to deal with the other 2 elite mobs." The fifth prince said with a troubled expression. At this moment, the people who had entered the dead mines came out one after another. They either came out shaken after having a tough time, or they came out as souls, waiting to return and pick up their corpses. "Should we?" Fifth Prince Ji Yong said with a dark expression, "should we find 2 more teammates and try it again?" "What are you doing here?" A voice came from the nearby crowd. Nolan Hungwu glanced around the crowd with a sword in his hand, seeing that many people had gathered here. "This mine is impossible to pass," said fifth Prince Ji Yong. "Should we call the shop owner?" Ji Yu complained, "I feel like it's not a quest for players who are level 16 or 17. There must be a problem with this quest." With a frown, Nolan Hungwu thought for a moment and said, "Don't call him. I'll go in and try it with you guys." When he watched and played The Legend of the Sword and Fairy 4, Nolan Hungwu was deeply stunned by the human cultivators' spirit of independence and self-improvement. Regardless if what they did was right or wrong and what the ending was, the unyielding determination touched him more than anything else that he experienced. It was a sensation different from the amazement he felt when playing the previous games in the Legend of Sword and Fairy series. In the past, he had only been amazed by the novel sword techniques, spiritual spells, and the great powers exhibited by the immortals and demons in the games. Those powers didn't belong to mortals after all. One would be extremely fortunate to learn a sliver of it. But the spirit and the determination of overpowering the mandate of heaven shown in the Legend of the Sword and Fairy 4 gave him a different feeling. Mortals were born insignificant, but perhaps this willpower and spirit were what made them great. "I think we must find a solution by ourselves this time," said Nolan Hungwu. "But," Yu Yan complained, "that monster can't be frozen, and we will be killed or severely wounded by one touch of that big hammer. I don't know what other skills it has." "I think Senior Nolan is right," Liang Haihu said in a loud voice. "Each time we meet some difficulties that seemed impossible to solve, we would ask Mr. Fang, and he would solve them with ease. What does it tell us? It means that the designs are reasonable, and we just didn't find a way to deal with these difficulties. Knowing this, why not try it ourselves?" Yu Yan and the others froze. "You're right." Lu Ningyun suddenly nodded deeply. "Why can Mr. Fang do it?" "Because the mysterious senior gave him private lessons. Why do we always think that other people, who can solve problems that we can't, must have had private lessons or even cheated?" Mr. Fang's proficiency in the game and familiarity with each detail couldn't simply explained by having private lessons. Perhaps he had experienced the same hardships and had even thought that these issues were impossible to overcome. However, he had kept working on it to accumulate experience and finally found a way to solve the seemingly impossible problems. Perhaps it is just that we don't know about his hard work. Yu Yan wiped sweat off her forehead while blazing determination appearing in her eyes. You're right, today, we'll explore by ourselves. Like the people in the legend of the Sword and Fairy 4, we must strengthen ourselves and take our destiny into our own hands. Then, Liang Haihu said with enthusiasm, Senior Nalan, Princess Ji Yu, Fairy Lu, Mo Xian, and I will form a self-improvement team today. How about me? Yu Yan stared at them and gaped. Mo Xian said in a hurry, Junior sister, you just wait here. This self-improvement must be very tiring. When I get tired, you can take my place, okay? The knights in this world were more noble than ordinary warriors. They were usually personal guards of different forces or protectors of a certain area. For example, the Golden Griffin Knight Legion was one of the guardians of Kanglan City. In fact, even the Stan Kingdom, the nation of knights, didn't have a clear definition for knights. Perhaps they were warriors who sat on mounts. At this moment, a group of paladins in the Kanglan City shop finally earned enough money to learn skills. It seems like there's a quest. Having learned new skills, the knights chatted with the trainer who usually only shouted, May the holy light be with you. They found that they had another quest left to do. At this moment, the prompt for the quests on the interface were about to turn gray. In this online game, the gray-colored quests gave no experience points. If you agree, I'll give you a book. With this book, you'll understand what holy light is and its expectations for you, the trainer said. After understanding it and proving your abilities, you'll obtain greater power. Soon, Commander Elvin chose to accept it and received the quest for the Tome of Divinity, which was a special quest only for paladins. What's this? Other knights moved over to Commander Elvin and took a look. It was an ancient and thick book with a dark green cover. The content of the book seemed to be the ancient beliefs and code of conduct for paladins. In all things, paladins must reflect the light, which supplements our strength. To strive to be divine for one of our kind does not mean we strive for godhood, we strive to be good in all actions. Although called upon to smite evil in these harsh times, you must always remember that it's aiding others that will truly set you apart from the other citizens. Compassion, patience, bravery, these things mean as much to a paladin as strength in battle. Know this well, and never forget it. After reading this book, the paladins followed the instructions of the quest and helped pure-hearted people in difficulties. While they did these good deeds, they began to consider the meaning of being a paladin. They felt as if they were engulfed by the warmth from the friendly smiles, sincerest blessings, and heartfelt gratitude. They felt as warm as if they were bathed in holy light. Finally, after they had proven their compassion and patience, they came before the trainer again. At this moment, they received a quest to rescue a dead person. It's already a corpse, and we need to go and save it. The paladins exchanged a look, reading the shock and alarm in each other's eyes. They had heard from the trainer that he would teach them the greatest power of holy light. Could it be that the greatest power was, quote, exclamation mark question mark quote. Their horrified expressions turned into shock. Chapter 694. Shadow. According to the legends, the Shadow Legion was also followers of gods. However, these gods probably were not kind and friendly gods. It was a tranquil small border town in the northeast of the Orc Kingdom. It was evening. The setting sun shined on the small lanes in the fields, and the sunlight seemed to spread dark red blankets over them. Some kids were frolicking tirelessly at the entrance of the village, and a butterfly lightly landed on a nearby fence which was covered by vines of morning glory. Most of the busy villagers had walked back home after a long day. A middle-aged shepherd hummed an unknown song while he herded a group of sheep through the fields. Also, the hunters returned, chatting and laughing after a day of hunting magic beasts in the forest. Right now, giant gray wolves were draped over their shoulders. Suddenly, like a dream, black winds swept across the land, and lightning bolts and thunder tore open the sky, shattering the tranquility of the small town. A thin and tall demon-like figure walked out of the darkness. Another figure wearing a wide black mage's cloak walked beside him. Under the cloak, nothing but a dark void could be seen. They walked up as if they had brought death with them. You're A farmer froze and asked uneasily. Ah. We need some sacrifices. You mean these cows and sheep? The farmer looked at the horrifying figures with confusion and fear. In the shadows, it seemed like a monster opened its giant mouth. A shrill scream rose and didn't stop for a long time, as if this person who just screamed was being cruelly tortured. It didn't stop even when the voice turned hoarse. Blood sprayed all over the ground. All the people in the town, regardless if they were civilians and warriors, screamed in fear and fled as if they had become crazy. Don't waste our time, the figure dressed in the black robe said. No. Seeing the people struggling in pain, the thin and long figure said, it's fun, isn't it? No. Don't come closer. Two knights drew out their longswords and demanded. Don't you want to run? We're not afraid of you. While shaking, the two knights stood their ground with cold sweat drops sliding down their heads. They looked as if they would turn and run in the next instant. You are looking for me, right? At this moment, a middle-aged knight walked out from the crowd. You are. The two knights studied the bearded man whose face looked like a lion. In disbelief, they looked again to confirm and shouted, Lion's Heart. Are you Lion's Heart Sudafare, a level 9 knight? You guys back off. The middle-aged knight looked grim. But in the next instant, with a snort of pain, the level 9 knight looked down at his chest in horror and saw that his heart was gone. Only a black claw-shaped hole was left in its place. Level 9. Knight. The thin and tall figure smirked and tossed away the knight's corpse as if it was a piece of garbage. What garbage is that? As if countless horrifying monsters and evil creatures struggled out from the darkness, screams and howls filled the small town which had been tranquil a moment ago. Even the frolicking kids at the entrance of the village were turned into corpses with distorted faces as if they had experienced things that were extremely painful. The whole place was turned into a living hell of blood and death. We only need a little sacrifice. No one knew about the event that was taking place on the other end of the continent. Candlin City was as bustling and busy as usual. It must be noted that in the period before Fang traveled through time and space, the max level in World of Warcraft was level 60, and every class had its class quests every 10 levels. The quests explained each class's code of conduct, beliefs, and the meaning of its existence. From doing these quests, the players learned that their classes weren't just different in name, there was more to it. Having come to this stage of their quests, the Golden Griffin Knights had the last person to save, and it was a dwarf. The dwarf who they had saved in the cathedral told them that some dwarves had overheard the scheme of the Defias Brotherhood by Stonecairn Lake in the east of Elwyn Forest and tried to stop them. They were attacked during the process, and their brother, Hens, died while he tried to hold off the mages of the Defias Brotherhood. Coming to Stonecairn Lake, the Golden Griffin Knights started to breathe rapidly. Can we really use this? Commander Elvin was uneasy while he held the symbol of life that the best paladin in Stormwind City had handed to him. Can we really bring people back to life with this? Chilly rain was falling in Stonecairn Lake. At this moment, the Defias rogues had been driven away, and only a cold corpse lay in the center of the small island. It was a stout dwarf whose clothes were soaked by the rain. With a ton of blood washed away by the rain water, this dwarf obviously had been dead for some time. Use this thing. Under the gazes of other Golden Griffin Knights, Commander Elvin activated the symbol of life with holy light in his body. Soon, his palms and body were engulfed by a wave of warm light. The golden light seemed to have spread to the dwarf's corpse. Then a hole appeared in the dark clouds in the sky, and a beam of golden light shined on the corpse. Then, they watched as the corpse recovered his senses and got up from the ground. Miracle. It's a miracle. Seeing this scene, the knights were greatly amazed and deeply touched while they witnessed the miracle under holy light with their own eyes. This amazing power, and this terrifying miracle. Is this what paladins are? No, even saints can't bring the dead back to life. It was the forbidden privilege of gods. They were elated and thrilled that they could bring a person who had been dead for a long while back to vibrant life. They felt as if they had grasped a giant horrifying secret. They felt like it was probably the biggest miracle in the world. No thing could top it. Thank you. When the dwarf stood up, most of the wounds on him were all healed. Thank you for saving my life. Not everyone can use the symbol of life. The fact that you can activate it means that you have enough faith. Oh, really? Commander Elvin looked around in disbelief. I also think that Mr. Elvin is a humble and friendly person. Oh, ha ha ha. Does it mean that I can learn this ability? Commander Elvin said in elation. Chapter 695. Class oath. A solemn and holy declaration resonated in the cathedral. From now on, I'll embrace holy light with my heart, protect the weak with my sword and shield, and vanquish evil with holy light. Humility, honesty, compassion, valor, justice, sacrifice, honor, and spirituality are the 8 virtues that I'll never forget. We'll not fall as long as people need our protection. May holy light be with you. Perhaps they have had moments of confusion and loss, but at this moment, a small flame was kindled in their hearts. It was insignificant now, but it might one day be able to emit radiant lights like the sun. From now on, they had a new skill. Redemption. Brings a dead ally back to life with 35% of their maximum health and mana. Perhaps at this moment, they truly embarked on the holy journey of paladins. I think we should try this. After obtaining this new skill that was SP powerful that it could be considered a miracle, the members of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion were as elated as kids who had just gotten a new toy. Walking out of Stormwind City into Duskwood and Westfell, they cast redemption whenever they saw a corpse. The people had died due to various reasons such as being ganged up on by mobs falling short on mana. Regardless of what caused their deaths, they were resurrected one by one. Seeing the confusion and elation on the faces of the revived people and how they turned into gratitude in the end, the paladins felt like their hearts were wrapped in warmth. May holy light be with you, they yelled. This feeling is so good. Helen sat down on a boulder by the road and drank some water to recover her mana. Meanwhile, the exploration in the dead mines continued. Stop it, shouts came from the mine tunnels. Turn the elite mobs to sheep. Mage's spell, polymorph, sheep, was miraculous and could last a long time even at low levels. 2 mages waved their wands, and the 2 elite monsters flanking the boss instantly turned into bleeding sheep. At this moment, the ogre roared. Bypassing Nalan Hongwu and Liang Haihu, it lunged at the 2 mages behind them. Caught off guard, mages who were just above level 10 didn't have enough physical strength to deal with the boss even if they had fast reflexes. They were smashed instantly. Then, the whole group was wiped out. It's impossible to win, Mo Xian complained. Obviously, it wasn't the first time that they were wiped out. In the system version of World of Warcraft, there were no skills to fixate aggro, which meant that the melee players must do their best to anger the target since the monsters would decide whom to attack using their own judgment. If it thought that the ranged players posed a greater danger, it would dump the melee players and lunge at the ranged players. I think that you warriors should have stopped it when the big guy lunged at us. How could we? Royal Princess Gu said angrily, we can only dodge its giant hammer and attack it while jumping around. I can't block it even with my double-handed sword. Its strength is so great that even the counterforce will make us spit blood. We can't win unless our defense can block its attacks, Liang Shi said, but the truth is, the strength gap is too huge for us to do that. How about, I will try again with a shield. As a man who grew up in the military, Nalan Hongwu had used every kind of weapon in his hundreds of years of service in the army. Besides, there were shield soldiers in Dajin. Changed to shields, their eyes suddenly brightened. When they entered the dead mines again, they were more proficient. Immediately, they turned the 2 elite mobs into sheep, and then Nalan Hongwu charged with a shield. 3 warriors tried to battle around the ogre. Soon, the ogre lunged at the mages in the back of the formation again. At this moment, Nalan Hongwu blocked the ogre's way with a shield. Get out! The ogre smashed its hammer onto the big shield with vicious force. Excelling in every kind of weapon, Nalan Hongwu shifted the shield slightly to the side, and the ogre's huge hammer slid to one side while gliding on the surface of the shield. This impact only forced Nalan Hongwu to retreat a few steps. That's effective. Everyone got excited, thinking that they were closer to success. Continue with the DPS. The 2 mages chanted the magic spells again. The ogre moved, and Nalan Hongwu moved with this monster. Meanwhile, the mages adjusted their distances continuously. Soon, the ogre was covered in wounds. But at this moment, they suddenly found. No, Senior is going to fall. He can't take it anymore. Liang Haihu roared. While the big shield managed to block the attacks, the huge impact force from the hammer strikes could still injure the defender's organs. Each player worked like a highly efficient machine, but they still were no match for the boss at the moment. Soon, the party was wiped out again. Should we change to shields too? Waiting to recover the corpses was a long process. Each time they died in an instance, they had to release their souls and come back from the graveyard. At this moment, a group of knights and mage dekas also came to this place. Why are you all standing here? Why don't you enter? Commander Elvin and the other Golden Griffin Knights looked at them curiously. It was after 4 p.m., and most of the players had spent over 8 hours in the game now that the limit of daily game time was 10 hours. Soon, players of all classes from different places of the Alliance gathered here. We're waiting for our teammates to run back and recover their corpses. Looking at this unfamiliar paladin, Liang Haihu said mildly. Run back. For corpses. Commander Elvin said friendly, do you need help? We can help resurrect your teammates and save you lots of time. Of course, another reason for his offer was that these paladins were still eager to cast this spell after using it many times. Helen felt like screaming. Each time she resurrected a dead person, she felt like a great miracle rose right before her. Resurrection. Not only Liang Haihu and his party, but all other players standing by the entrance of Deadmines looked toward them in stupefaction. The players who had played other games in the shop knew that all the techniques, immortal spells, and artifact-making skills were not faked. They could all be learned and used in the real world. If it was true, then, at least all the players in the new shop including Dwarf Elder Sock, Elf Elder Sewell, and Deekas all looked at them in disbelief. Is there really such a spell? If it is real, then the soldiers charging and fighting on battlegrounds will never fear death again. Chapter 696, Warrior Mage Priest System. The Blizzard Workshop has such a deep understanding of magic. Yes, we can resurrect you and heal you with holy light. If there's a monster that's hard to deal with in the mines, I think we can help you, Commander Elvin said. Deekas looked astonished, and so were the mages who were watching her play the game through the spiritual spell visual projection, thinking that they had heard it wrong. Your holy light can bring people back to life. You can heal injuries. Yes. Do you have a question, lady? I use holy light too. Isn't holy light a spell used to attack enemies? Deekas was frustrated as she thought, I can't even properly level up, but others can even resurrect people and heal injuries. You mean his holy light can heal people, but yours can't? Liang Haihu asked. There seems to be a healing spell, Deekas said morosely, but it's constantly interrupted and not useful. Didn't you put any points into talents? Royal Princess Gu asked casually. Haven't you learned any skills? Liang Haihu asked as well. Since the game was a product of Blizzard, many old players had discovered that it had a talent tree just like the skill tree in Diablo 2. However, the newbies didn't know that. Deekas had tears on her face since she had died many times and used all her money to repair her items. I saw healing skills but I have no money to learn them. She felt like crying. After all, she spent all her money to learn the offensive skills and couldn't afford to learn the healing skills which looked ineffective to her. As a high-level mage in the Royal Magic Union, she was so poor that she couldn't even afford to learn spells in this mystical realm. What kind of mystical realm is this World of Warcraft? Why is it so hard? What? Talents. Deekas froze and then pulled up the interface. I clicked on it. I clicked them all, such as Discipline and Mind Blast, etc. There are 3 talents in each class, Gu said, check and see if you have the other 2 talents. Baffled, Deekas opened the interface for talents. Other talents. How come this online game is so complicated? I've never seen these things in other mystical realms. Deekas, who had never played online games before, had tears on her face. With others' help, Deekas finally discovered that there were 3 specializations of talents including Discipline, Holy, and Shadow, and Shields and Healing could be used on allies. The members of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion discovered that Paladins also had 3 specializations of talents. I never knew that the Holy Light spells should be cast this way. The Knights and Mages who had never played online games before finally understood it. I always thought that I'm a mage warrior, but now I finally realized that it's a class for healing people. I know what to do. At this moment, an idea dawned on Royal Princess Gu. If Senior Nolan becomes too weak to block the attacks, we can help him with healing spells. Standing beside her, Liang Haihu said with sudden understanding, combining this Ms. Priest Shield, I'm sure that we can pass this time. No, I'm a mage who can cast holy light spells which are as golden as an immortal spell. I'm a woman who wants to focus on DPS. How come I became a nanny? TL note. Chinese players give the healing class players the nickname, nannies, and call healing spells, milk. While Deekas was still in a daze, she was pulled into the instance. Of course, Commander Elvin's paladin character was also pulled in since only the paladins could cast redemption. So, The team consisted of Nolan Hungwoo as the main tank, Commander Elvin as the off-tank, one nanny, and two mages. I'm sure that they can pass it this time. Royal Princess Gu wasn't a part of this exploration party anymore, but she was still excited, knowing that if the plan was proved effective, she could copy it and use it in her own team. I also think that we've finally found a solution, Liang Haihu said excitedly. The confused Dekas who was pulled into the exploration team was at a loss for words. The weak mobs in the mine tunnels had been cleared long ago, and the 5 of them soon came before the boss. Nolan Hungwoo had kept his livestream on, and there were many people watching it. What is old Duke doing here? Some newbies among the audience were puzzled. The technical streamer is doing exploration on livestream. Obviously, some audience members, such as the Lingyun Academy disciple Shichi, had watched the livestream for a while now. They had been wiped out all afternoon. I hope they can pass this time. Is this Deadmines really so difficult? How come there is such a big monster? As a priest who had difficulty fighting weak monsters, Dekas was alarmed when she saw this big ogre. Can we fight it? Heal us, and I assure you that we can do it. Mo Xian promised her with confidence. Nolan Hungwoo charged at the ogre without a fuss. Mages, turn the 2 elite mobs to sheep. Each of you take one. Dekas still kept her spiritual spell visual projection on, and the mages in the Royal Magic Union who were still watching widened their eyes at this scene. What spell is this? They had instantly turned 2 lively and extremely dangerous enemies into harmless little sheep. More importantly, this spell was instantly cast. What did it mean? In these mages' minds, the low-level mages could only instantly cast the super low-leveled spells such as small fireballs or burning spell. They had to spend time on chanting and casting if they wanted to use any spells that had greater power. Even for saint-level masters, polymorph, sheep was an extremely powerful spell. Unlike the players of the old shops who had seen the transfiguration spell in Harry Potter, the mages on Nora Continent had never seen it before. They even had the feeling that the previously unknown Blizzard Workshop knew more about magic spells than themselves. Although these mages hadn't seen Redemption yet, Holy Word, Heal, Frost Nova, and Polymorph, sheep were all classic spells on their own. This Blizzard Workshop, what is its background? Getting even more astonished, the mages who were watching exclaimed, how can it be so knowledgeable in magic spells? It's incredible, a male mage commented. The spells were simple and effective for mages of all levels, including low-level mages to level 8, 9, and even higher mages. I'm sure that such spells will create a hot new magic spell trend. Eagerness grew stronger in everyone's eyes. Chapter 697, Doing Instants Throughout the Night. You people of East Continent cultivate Saddam enthusiastically. At this moment, Dekas shielded Nolan Hungwoo with power word, shield. When the ogre smashed down its huge hammer, Nolan Hungwoo raised his shield and blocked it as he had done before. He blocked the attack without making any noise when the attack was perfectly absorbed by the combination of power word, shield and Nolan Hungwoo's shield defense. With the impact force totally absorbed, Nolan Hungwoo stood his ground firmly. When his shield was broken, a streak of holy light would fall on him before he received another power word, shield. Everyone's eyes lit up at this scene. This exploration was now on a different difficulty level compared to before. If the previous exploration was on the hellish difficulty level, then the present one was on easy difficulty. Only Nolan Hungwoo needed to keep his eye on the boss to prevent it from lunging at others. As for others in the party, I'm doing DPS without thinking. Mo Xian yelled. The group was supported by the powerful main tank. Every time the ogre tried to bypass Nolan Hungwoo and lunge at the players in the back, Nolan Hungwoo would take the critical position and appear in its way. If it focused its attention on attacking Nolan Hungwoo, it was impossible for it to win. The players behind Nolan Hungwoo felt no pressure at all. It seemed as if an iron wall had been put up between them and the boss. I feel like we're unrivaled this time. Mo Xian yelled. All kinds of spells and sword and saber techniques poured toward the boss without mercy. We passed it, elated shouts sounded. At this moment, they were filled with an inexplicable thrill. It was the elation of success after overcoming a difficult challenge. Wahahaha, Mo Xian almost jumped up in joy. Putting down her virtual reality headset, she turned a circle sitting in her swivel chair, feeling as if they had created a new era. Nolan Hungwoo exhaled deeply and put down his virtual reality headset as well. In his livestream room, comments such as awesome flooded the screen. Seeing powerful enemies falling before them, the other members were also thrilled, including Ji Yu and Liang Haihu who had backed out voluntarily for this new strategy. This was the result of collective wisdom, and they deserved a portion of the credit. Smugly, Mo Yan sent a screenshot to Mr. Fang. Sir, aren't we good? Isn't it a nice surprise? Our self-improvement team killed the boss in the Deadmines all by ourselves. We also discovered a super powerful system of warrior, mage, and priest. Are you envious of us? Busy with the official novels, Mr. Fang suddenly saw this QQ message. He clicked it open and read it. Hiss. Meme of Mr. Fang clapping. Awesome, awesome. Mr. Fang drew on his cigarette and said deeply, but, you are using QQ shortcut keys to take this screenshot. Aren't you controlling your character in the game? Yeah. Any problem with that? Mo Xian said smugly, we cleared all the nearby mobs. Don't worry. Wiped out, Mr. Fang replied. What wiped out? Look at the game. Your party was wiped out. Impossible. You're just jealous that this fairy created a new. While she spoke, she switched to the game. Opening square bracket ... era. Her voice turned weaker and weaker when she froze at the scene before her. Her screen was gray. Only Paladin Elvin was still swinging his sword against waves of mobs while yelling with indignation, ah. Where are you guys? How come you are all AFK? The party was wiped out. The commotion of the battle in the Deadmines will easily alert the patrolling mobs behind the gate. If you guys drop your guard, you'll be wiped out. Then, Mo Xian saw Mr. Fang's reply, quote exclamation mark quote opening square bracket. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Mo Xian was frustrated. After recovering their corpses in the Deadmines with great efforts, they cleared the patrolling mobs. After defeating the monsters guarding the door, they entered the interior of the Deadmines and discovered that the interior was a huge spacious area. It looked like a huge underground kingdom. Walking deeper into the tunnels, they saw a huge lumber mill. Sneed was leading its goblins to process every wood piece with great care. His huge shredder not only could be used for cutting wood but was also a powerful mecha. Walking down the wide spiral steps, they saw a huge furnace center. Smelter Gilned and a team of engineers were mining all kinds of minerals and ores while all kinds of machines and cannons were being developed in this place. Fuck. Take positions. Don't pull the patrolling mobs. Pull over here. Pull over here. Dropped. Despite the occasional wipeouts, the players worked more smoothly after getting familiar with the system of warrior, mage, and priest. Luxury jewelry ring. A ring with a blue name appeared before everyone. Blue rare quality. A ring. After all, the players hadn't seen a piece of jewelry yet after playing for so long. At this moment, all players were using white common equipment and green uncommon equipment. The loot distribution system in World of Warcraft had 3 methods: rolling for points, free for all, and assigned by the leader. Clearly, they chose the method of rolling which was fair and just. Give me 100 points. Mo Xian exclaimed, excited that the first boss dropped something good. She rolled 30 points. I'll try it. Nolan Hungwu rolled for need. TL note. In group loots, all members in the party will get a rolling window with the item and 2 buttons. Party members can press the dice button to need roll for the item, or the gold coin to greed roll for the item, or lastly the red X close button to pass on the item. The looting will first resolve all need rolls, if none then greed rolls. 28 points. Mine. For the mages in the real world, the magic pieces of jewelry were quite valuable. Even though this ring was only a virtual item, Dika's was still excited, which made people wonder about her purpose in the mystical realm, cultivation or something else. She immediately clicked on need roll 90 points. Teammate Fairy Lu obtained the item, luxury jewelry ring, 100 points. Ayah, Dika's almost spewed out blood. This ring can only be used in this mystical realm, right? What's so good about it? The mages who were watching Dika's spiritual spell visual projection looked puzzled. Aren't you in the mystical realm for cultivation? How come you look as if you are here just to play in this so-called online game? At this moment, their playtime was almost up. Borrow some time from tomorrow. Lu Ningyun suggested. Let's do it. I will give you milk. Dika's was excited at the good item that they had looted. I can borrow 10 hours. Nolan Hungwu said, I have no objections. We need to return to our faction tonight. Lu Ningyun said, let's borrow 2 hours. With our current pace, we can kill the next boss if we're careful. I still have training tomorrow. Commander Elvin looked worried. Don't worry, we'll play at most 3 to 4 hours. Let's go, Mo Xian assured him. Okay, we'll finish this instance and get offline in 3 to 4 hours. Sir, add 3 hours for us. Clear the mobs before us. Don't pull the patrolling mobs. They roared in the game. When the group entered the depths of the mine, the players saw a huge ship equipped with many cannons docked on the vast underground lake. They had never imagined that there would be such a powerful weapon in the depths of the mine. This ship was the ultimate weapon that the Defias Brotherhood intended to use to destroy Stormwind City. The gifted artisans and builders had spent the first half of their lives on building Stormwind City, and the second half of their lives were invested in this ship. This ship's mission was to destroy the masterpiece that they had created in the first half of their lives. Add 5 more hours. I think we'll finish this instance soon. The mages who were watching Dika's spiritual spell visual projection almost wet their pants when they heard it. They want to continue. After the players fought their way onto the battleship, they encountered 4 bosses including First Mate Mr. Smite, Captain Greenskin, Murloc Cookie, and Leader Vancleef. It's lunging at the back. Cast shields on the players at the back. Pull it, warriors, keep the aggro. Ah, we did it. Dika's, Mo Xian, and others all had dark circles under their eyes. Ahahaha, look at what items they dropped. The mages, who had been watching Dika's doing this instance led by people of the East Continent, looked out at the sky dumbfoundedly. It's daybreak now. You people of the East Continent cultivate so damn enthusiastically. Chapter 698. The least lucky player and the luckiest player, and the war between 2 of the least lucky players. The Stonemason Brotherhood that had created Stormwind City, the grandest keep in the Alliance, received no pay and none of the glory that they deserved. With their abilities, they should have had a glorious legend in the history of the Alliance, but due to many reasons, these talented artisans were left forever in the depths of this mine. At this stage, the players were still patient enough to complete the quests one by one. During the process, they witnessed the Stonemason Brotherhood's history and how the Defias Brotherhood fell from its glory to craziness and then to destruction. This wasn't a great story, and there were no heroes in this story. In this story, a group of talented but tragic stonemasons wanted to receive their proper pay, but they destroyed themselves in the end. Most players in World of Warcraft felt that the legendary heroes and great deeds were out of their reach. However, after entering the game, the players had experienced the long and eventful history. The heart-warming scenes when paladins did their class quest, the many mistakes the newbies made in the battleground, the rolling battle between the lucky and the unlucky players for looting, and the simple and touching stories in the quests. Any player could experience and sense these detailed things. Every player, even the newbies who didn't know to add points on talents, was touched by these stories and events. When this group passed through Deadmines, it was almost 4 o'clock in the early morning. Move away, let me loot the corpse. Having won the jewelry ring with 100 points in rolling, Lu Ningyun yelled and reached out her lucky hand. Cruel Barb, 1 hand .30 57 damage, speed 2.8. Great attributes. Although the characters in the system version didn't have digitized bodies, the equipment still had reference data, showing the quality of each item. Since almost everyone was still using green uncommon items, this equipment was an ultimate item for them, 100 points. Give me 100 points. Nolan Hungwoo yelled while he chose need. He got 11 points. Ah, how come it is so low? Nolan Hungwoo howled, feeling heartbroken after working hard for one night. Ha 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 ha. Commander Elvin's heart raced when he saw this number, thinking that he would finally get a reward for resurrecting corpses for one night. I'll take it then, Commander Elvin said while laughing. Thank you. Thank you very much. A prompt appeared on the game interface. Griffin Knight Elvin chose need. Need 1 point. Liquor Sword Immortal ID received the equipment, Cruel Barb. Looking at the blue single-handed sword in his backpack, Nolan Hungwoo felt as if he had just leapt up from the lowest valley to the top of the world. He was feeling so much joy that he almost went crazy. Seeing the points that he rolled out, Commander Elvin let out a soul-wrenching howl, looking as sad as a kid who weighed 300 pounds. When 2 unlucky players tried their luck, one of them must be even unluckier. By now, the battle between 2 unlucky players came to an end. Tomorrow. We'll continue the game the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll help each of you get a weapon. Obviously in a great mood, Nolan Hungwoo added all of his new teammates as his friends regardless if he knew them before this or not. For the first time, Dika's, who had come to the end of her patience while playing was a priest, felt the friendliness and charm of the game. After all, some quests were beyond the ability of an individual, but they still could reach the end of the journey by helping and receiving help from players whom they had never met before. After working with each other for some time and getting along, the players began to learn to entrust their safety to others. Since mages and priests trusted that their teammates in the front could shoulder the responsibility of protecting the whole team, they could do DPS and heal as much as they could. The melee players could only charge at the enemies without a care when they believed that the mages and priests behind them were competent enough to cast shields and healing spells on them whenever they were at a disadvantage. In this world, a friendship going beyond distance and boundaries formed among the players who were previously strangers, and the quests and instances helped them build a trust that was rarely seen among people. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and days in the future, their friendship and trust in each other would continue. For the players who had gotten good equipment, the friendship and trust were their gifts for those teammates who had worked hard for one night but obtained no rewards that they deserved. It was now 4 a.m. in the early morning. These players had greater energy than ordinary people, but it was still a big drain of their spirit and energy after battling in the virtual reality world for 20 hours without stop. Glassy-eyed, the members of the party that explored the deadmines walked out of the shop. Commander Elvin looked around. He saw that all other members of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion also walked out of the shop. "How come you guys are so late too?" Commander Elvin asked in surprise. "We don't want to come here tomorrow on our own. It is boring without everyone there. Yeah, we must do things together, so we enjoyed ourselves today too. Let's go, let's go." Elvin suddenly froze. In the game, they made friends whom they had gotten to know and trust. On top of that, in the real world outside the game, they had a group of friends who would stick together through all the hardships and merriment. The Knights of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion walked out together and talked among themselves. "Have you finished the deadmines? You know what? Today, I found a treasure chest when doing a quest. There were several gold coins in it." They walked away from the shop in the darkness while talking among themselves. "Let's go and have breakfast. Now that you mention it, I'm starving." On the other side, it was almost dawn when people such as Lu Ningyun and Mo Xian returned to the Nanhua faction. The distant east sky began to lighten. A few figures hurried across the Nanhua square. "Hurry, hurry, the morning lesson is about to begin soon. We must greet Master before that. Hurry, or we'll be late." In her courtyard, their master, the Shichi spiritual master, opened her eyes in the darkness. "How come you people came so early today?" Their faces froze. They had cultivation homework to do each night. If their master learned that they had played all night, they might be scolded. Each faction had its own inheritance. It wasn't right to dump their unique ways and become a copycat. They needed to get inspirations to improve themselves and thus find their own path. They couldn't achieve that if they didn't do their own cultivation work. Yu Yan quickly thought of an explanation. "I had a sudden understanding about the immortal Tao, so I called over senior sisters to talk about it." A collective session of cultivation. The Shichi spiritual master froze for a second and then said, "Indeed. The cultivation of immortal Tao is like sailing against the current, you'll fall behind if you don't move ahead." Good. It's good to hear that you're working so hard on it. Hehe. Yeah, we worked hard on cultivation through the night. With dark circles under her eyes, Yu Yan quickly winked at each other to pass the message. The Shichi spiritual master suddenly changed the subject. "Then, have you passed the deadmines?" "We have." Chapter 699. Leader, how come the milk is green? The Alliance had the deadmines, and the Horde had the Wailing Cavern. The Alliance had paladins, and the Horde had shamans. Generally, both sides were in a balance. Since many players had watched the livestream, the system of warriors, mages, and priests spread out, giving the Horde players some good inspirations to pass the seemingly impossible instance of Wailing Cavern. On the next day, the Brotherhood assassins who played as rogues began to copy this setup after finding this instance in the territory of the Horde. The undead rogue Harrison yelled standing at the entrance of the Wailing Cavern, "Self-improvement team for the Wailing Cavern is calling for a nanny and a main tank." They had obviously heard the terms such as main tank from Mr. Fang and just picked them up. Nolan Mingshe shouted, "We have a main tank for the Wailing Cavern. We'll begin whenever a nanny joins us, on the side of the Alliance." At the entrance of the deadmines, some students of Shengjing Academy began yelling, "We need a mage to begin the exploration of deadmines." 4 players waiting on 1. Sock Stonehammer requests to join the party. Hunter. He was rejected. Mage Adolf requests to join the party. Mage. Confirmed. Do you know how to do it? Of course. Adolf looked baffled. I'm a level 9 mage. How can I not know how to be a mage? Good. Come on. The exploration began immediately. 2 warriors, 1 healing paladin, and 2 mages reached the first boss without issues and didn't talk as well. 2 mages, turn the 2 elite mobs to sheep. I'll hold off the boss. Familiar with this strategy, the students of Shengjing Academy charged forward. Meanwhile, one of the elite mobs had been turned into a sheep. But the other elite mob remained the same. What sheep? Adolf looked puzzled. Polymorph. Sheep. A voice yelled. At this moment, an arrow shot into the main tank's shoulder. Do we have such a spell? Adolf said in confusion. Didn't you say that you know what is going on? The healing paladin yelled as well. I'm a great mage. The moment he said it, a mob shot an arrow onto the healing paladin's head. While the healing paladin was about to cast a spell, another arrow hit him. Milk. Where's the milk? Turn it into a sheep. How come the mob is still shooting at me? Mage, can you do your job or not? I can. Heal us. We're going to die. Turn it into a sheep. The team was wiped out. Damn it. Adolf's game interface showed that he had been kicked out of the party. After being kicked out several times, Adolf and Dwarf Elder Sock met each other at the entrance. This one. Does it need several players to pass? With my skills in magic spells, I'm better than these ordinary people. Let me try it first. 1 hour later, they came back after recovering corpses several times. Forget it, let's level up first. Looking embarrassed, they went to level up. As the shop owner, Mr. Fang couldn't spend all his time killing opponents every day in the wilderness. After all, these people were all players and customers of his shops. Therefore, he created a night elf rogue character in the alliance. When he had time, he would earn some coins, open chests, and explore the histories about different places of World of Warcraft left in the relics and libraries to improve the content of the official novels. Meanwhile, Yu Jiwei's bookstore in Juhua City, which sold the official novel of Diablo 2, had become one of the biggest bookstores in the city. Of course, now that Yu Jiwei was working in Origin's Internet Café, she had asked a friend to manage the bookstore for her. Right now, the bookstore had begun selling the new official novel, Rise of the Horde. In the new shop, only the e-book was on sale. Physical books hadn't been published yet. Meanwhile, Dungeon Fighter Online had launched its official website and updated the e-book of its official novel. Deadmines, Wailing Cavern, Stormwind Stockade, Shadowfang Keep. The players left their footprints in every instance all over the world. Of course, players such as Elder Sock and Adolf were still concentrating on leveling up and doing quests after being rejected by other players. Of course, their progresses were not slow. Some players even concentrated on professions such as engineering, blacksmithing, and herbalism. Lately, the number of people watching Mr. Dirk's spiritual spell visual projection had increased. In fact, some orcs had traveled a long distance to come to the shop, so had the mages who had watched Dika's play World of Warcraft. There were more players in the shop now. The busiest time in the shop was the afternoon, and it got quite boisterous during this period. Since Li Exener had been moved from the Yuanyang City shop to the new shop, Mr. Fang didn't have to keep an eye on the shop. Ms. Dikas, what raid are you doing today? Ms. Dikas, do you have time to take me in your party? It's said that Ms. Dikas is exploring the new instance Scarlet Monastery. Has she looted any good equipment? I heard. The border of the Orc Kingdom had a situation lately. Some orcs walked through the bustling crows before the gate of the shop. I heard about it. The people of a small town vanished for no reason. I wonder what happened. The king is investigating it. It's a minor incident. I heard that Sala and other young people have looted many blue rare items. I can't fall behind. In the new shop in Kanglan City, Elder Sewell of the elf clan sat together with other elves and entered the game with a cup of milk tea in her hand. Elder, I heard that raiding instances are the most popular. They got great equipment in the instances, an elite of the Elder Guard team said. The most difficult one right now is Scarlet Monastery. Should we try it? Elder Sewell gave the elves sitting around her a long look. I think I'd better try in another party first. Nanny is needed in Scarlet Monastery. Healing is needed in Scarlet Monastery. 4 members wait for 1 nanny. A real healer. Oh, so, Healer is a nanny. This name is so strange. Elder Sewell looked puzzled. But what do they mean by asking for real healers? Having never raided instances before, Elder Sewell was confused and frustrated. Adolf and Sock were also frustrated. Adolf even felt like his disciple was doing better than him. He didn't like this situation. However, he was too proud to ask his disciple to take him into her party. Let's form a party ourselves, Adolf said. Although he hadn't done raids before, he heard about the mechanisms and setups from his high-level disciple. Therefore, he had a rough idea of what was going on. I call tank. Elder Sock volunteered. Adolf yelled, self-improvement team for Scarlet Monastery. We are looking for a nanny and a DPS. Soon, a rogue joined them. The tank was a warrior of the dwarf clan. Obviously, Elder Sock had enlisted one of his own men. Self-improvement team for Scarlet Monastery. 4 members wait for one. We need a nanny. How come they are all calling for nannies? Elder Sewell glanced at her rejuvenation and said, I can heal too, should I? Sewell requests to join the party. Druid. Adolf and Elder Sock exchanged a look. But looking at the name, an acquaintance. They added her first. Elder Sewell, we're old friends, but we need a healer. We can't do it without a nanny, the rogue on the side agreed. We don't even have to try. I can heal. Elder Sewell casually cast rejuvenation. Different from holy light, this was a life presence as if the spring returned to the land. After she cast the spell, the target of the spell, Adolf, immediately felt an intense life presence. Adolf nodded and said, this is indeed a healing spell. Now that we've got everyone, let's enter together. Okay. Elder Sewell was excited that she finally found a team leader. How come her milk is green? At this moment, the rogue glanced at his poisoned dagger and saw that it was also green. Chapter 700. You put poison in the milk. Scarlet Monastery was in the Tirisfal Glades to the northwest of Undercity, the northeast of the spawn place for undead players. For undead players who liked to explore the land, they had found this place long ago. But due to its difficulty level, players lower than level 30 couldn't possibly pass it, which was why no one had wasted time on this higher level instance even. Though they had found it, only players over level 30 could enter and explore it, different from the Dead Mines, which solely belonged to the Alliance, and the Wailing Cavern, which solely belonged to the Horde. Scarlet Monastery was accessible to both Alliance and Horde players under the instruction of their quests. Of course, since it was closer to Undercity of the Horde, it was friendlier to Horde players. The Scarlet Crusade had fought the Scourge Legion on the front lines. Many paladins and priests, who fought in the name of the Holy Light and Justice, and countless excellent warriors had joined the Scarlet Crusade with glory, loyalty, and pride in their hearts. They had the lofty dream of eliminating all the undead creatures on Azeroth. However, they had now almost been driven to crazy by their hunger for revenge. They thought that all the people not wearing Crusade uniforms had contracted the undead plague, and they mercilessly tortured the innocent people, who they suspected to have contracted this plague. This was a super large building consisting of 4 instance zones. The monastery had once been the pride of the kingdom of Lordaeron and the holy place for pilgrims. However, after the war, it became an important stronghold for the fanatic Scarlet Crusaders who were the fiercest enemies of the undead race. This was a castle-like grand building full of Scarlet Crusaders. The portals of the 4 instance zones were located in the graveyard, library, armory, and cathedral respectively. The magic portals leading to the 4 instances were called Gate 1, 2, 3 and 4 by the players in accordance to their positions. The difficulty level increased in the order of Gate 1, 4, 3 and 2. Most players wouldn't waste their time on instance zone number 1 due to its low difficulty level and poor quality of item drops. After all, the players who had diligently explored and raided previous instances had obtained many good pieces of equipment. Dekaz's party naturally wouldn't enter this instance zone. After watching Dekaz's raid for a while, Mage Adolf led his party directly toward instance number 4. Follow me, don't waste time on the Horde players. Enter it directly. Adolf obviously knew the situation. His party had 1 mage, 1 hunter, 1 warrior, 1 druid, and 1 rogue. After we enter, we need to first clear the Scarlet Crusaders along the corridor. While running forward, Adolf tossed orders to his team, sounding like an old-timer with a lot of experience. Leader, are you experienced? The rogue asked cautiously. It was quite difficult to find a player who could pass the Scarlet Monastery at this point in the game. Of course, Adolf was very confident in himself. As a grand level 9 mage, he had watched the process and was sure that this instance wouldn't be difficult for him. Follow my orders, and I'll help you pass at least 2 instances. Okay, I'll follow your orders all the way. Thinking that he had found a great player, the rogue said in exhilaration. They are frozen by Frost Nova. Do damage now, heal the tank, missed some, hunter, unleash the bears and stop them. The first part of the raid went on smoothly. Although some members hadn't done instances before, they were masters in the real world and could easily deal with the mobs. After the corridor, they came into a big garden-like courtyard. The group walked across the courtyard cautiously, trying not to alert more Scarlet Crusaders as they cleared the ones in the courtyard. Discovering the invaders, herds of Scarlet Crusaders swarmed out and attacked them in the narrow corridor. The Dwarf Warrior and Elder Sox Bear managed to block the bulk of these fearless zealots with the advantage of the terrain. The Scarlet Crusaders who managed to bypass the 2 iron walls and lunged at the players at the back were frozen by Adolf's Frost Nova and then instantly and easily killed by the rogue using his dagger with shining chilly lights reflecting off it. Even though a few mobs managed to charge to the back, they were not enough to pose any great danger. How come I feel like my HP is not right? The dwarf main tank who stood before the herds of mobs obviously couldn't block and hold off all the attacks. Although the green lights of rejuvenation kept flashing, his HP got even lower while more wounds appeared on his body. Ah! With a scream, the dwarf warrior fell to the ground. How come the tank is down? I'm healing. Elder Sewell was puzzled too. Meanwhile, the mobs rushed toward the backline. I just cast Frost Nova. Adolf roared immediately, let the bear take more of them. We will eliminate these mobs together. Healing. Heal us. They still felt like their HPs were dropping quickly. Heal me. Covered in blood, Elder Sock battled and roared from the center of a large group of Scarlet Crusaders. A green light bloomed and shined over his head. The wounds on his body healed at snail speed. Quote question mark quote. Milk. Give me milk. On the other side, the rogue had used all his skills while there were still several Scarlet Crusaders surrounded him. About to wave her wand, Elder Sewell heard another roar. A blood-covered mage jumped out from the siege of Scarlet Crusaders while yelling hoarsely, milk. Give me milk. Give me milk. His face covered in blood, Elder Sock yelled wildly. Me. Give me milk. I'm dying. The rogue player reached out a hand from the herd of mobs and yelled with tears on his face. Give me milk. Ah! A big herd of mobs were in hot pursuit of Adolf. Turning her eyes from Elder Sock to the rogue to Adolf and then back to Elder Sock, Elder Sewell felt dizzy while listening to these loud yells. How can I give you guys milk in such a situation? Her beautiful bright eyes started to turn around. Milk, milk, milk. How can I give milk to you guys at the same time? Do I look like I have 10 breasts? 3 minutes later, the 5 of them all had gray screens. What's going on? They had watched Dekas do this with ease. How come we had been wiped out? We haven't even seen the boss yet. Since there were no druids in the real world, and few players chose this class in the game, these players had the feeling that there was something wrong with this milk. In the graveyard, 5 transparent souls appeared. Quote. How come the milk was not effective? The dwarf warrior said loudly, my HP got lower with this milk. Leader. The rogue glanced at his poisoned dagger and remembered the green spell, and he voiced his doubt hesitantly, I suspect the milk is poisonous. What? Remembering rejuvenation which looked as green as a poisonous liquid, Dwarf Elder Sock, who had been beaten so hard the mobs that his mouth was filled with blood, held his wounds and glared at Elder Sewell. You put poison in the milk. Chapter 701. Nothing seemed wrong. You poisoned it. Elder Sewell was so furious. I was healing you diligently and almost worked myself to death, but you are saying that I poisoned the milk. You kept asking for milk from all directions, how can I give milk to all of you at once? What do we do now? The souls looked sulky in the graveyard. What can we do? Run back and recover our corpses. Milk. More milk. How come I can't feel the healing effects at all? Where's the milk? Are you healing us? The 5 souls gathered in the graveyard again. Quote. What do we do now? The rogue felt like crying. This healing was almost non-existent. The dwarf warrior complained. The rogue asked tentatively, my game time is almost up. Should we stop now and try again next time? The moment he said it, he quitted from the group and got offline in one breath. Only 4 souls were left standing in the graveyard. It suddenly occurred to me. Adolf said immediately, I still have things to do. I will get offline now. Let's continue next time. Grand Mage Adolf left the party. This Dwarf Elder Sock felt like today obviously wasn't his lucky day. It seems that we can't do it now. Let's continue next time. Sock Stonehammer left the party. Dwarf Raff left the party. Elder Sewell was at a loss for words. She was frustrated with confusion. Is my milk really poisonous? Different from the previous games, World of Warcraft had separate interfaces for chatting. The players could open the game interface and check the messages in different channels including the world channel and local channels. Players needed for Scarlet Monastery. Anyone can come. At this moment, Elder Sewell saw someone post this message in the channel for making parties. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Elder Sewell froze. Anyone can come. The quest of mythology of Titans in World of Warcraft. Before the disaster struck Lordaeron, there was a place in Tirisfal Glades where many books were stored, the library of the old monastery. It was said that the mythology of Titans was in this library. This old monastery was Scarlet Monastery. Besides the mythology of Titans, there were many other books in the monastery including beginnings of the undead threat. These books would be of great help for Mr. Fang to complete the information about the background of World of Warcraft in the official novel and the official website. No one answered my party invitation from my Horde character. I'll try the Alliance character. Mr. Fang posted the invitation again, Scarlet Monastery. Anyone can come. Grand Mage Adolf requests to join the party. Dwarf Raff requests to join the party. Sewell requests to join the party. The group was full instantly. Dumbfounded, Mr. Fang looked at the screen and thought, there are so many people from the Alliance. He was even more astonished that there was a nanny and a tank in the team. He didn't even have to look for a nanny now. This guy has many ultimate blue rare items. Luxury items. The moment he entered the party, he heard these people gasping and talking to themselves. Elder Sewell. Adolf's face turned stiff. Adolf, didn't you say that you had things to do? Elder Sewell frowned, finding that things were not as simple as they seemed. Adolf didn't know what to say. Leader. In the private chat channel, Mr. Fang suddenly received a message, can we change the nanny? Change the nanny? Why? Mr. Fang was puzzled. Druids can heal. This milk is poisonous. Elder Sewell was sizing up the night elf with the ID of Midnight Pig Butcher 2. How come he looks quite familiar? How come they all say that your milk is poisonous? Elder Sewell suddenly received this private message. What? Elder Sewell was furious. Who are they talking about? Whose milk is poisonous? Did you forget to switch to restoration talent specialization? Which spells did you use to heal? Ah, Elder Sewell thought for a second. Rejuvenation. What are restoration talents? You use rejuvenation when the HP is not too low. Otherwise, use healing touch. Switch to the second page of the talent specializations. The system version had dual talent specializations, and find restoration talent, Mark of the Wild, healing touch, and... Oh. Elder Sewell followed Fang Chi's instructions and clicked on the options in confusion. What do these things mean? Why should I do this? I don't have time to explain them right now. You just have to follow my orders, Mr. Fang said. The newbie didn't know how to use the healing talent specialization. The problem is solved now. Let's enter. Really? Adolf and others who had been killed several times by the healing looked doubtful. Of course. Follow my orders, and you'll pass. Come on and enter the instance. With that said, Fang Chi entered the instance. We enter. Elder Sock said, judging from his items, I think he might be a master player. Soon, the others entered the instance. Main tank, take position and block the way. Nanny, cast healing spells. Mist 2, Mage, Frost Nova. This time, the situation was many times better than before. The members in the front line fought with ease, and all the mobs bypassing them were cleared. That was easy. The healing is effective now. Looking at the corpses on the ground and their own people who were almost intact, they exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, watching her teammates, wounds healing at a visible speed, Elder Sewell was also thrilled. This experience was totally different from the previous one. This life energy is so powerful. Now, I can heal. Elder Sewell thought happily. I will see who dares to say that my milk is poisonous. It must be noted that these healing spells could be learned. Besides, the druid class seemed to be custom-made for elves since their ideology, code of conduct, and even spells fit those of the elves perfectly. I'm surprised that they have such powerful healing spells. They are as powerful as holy light. Right now, Elder Sewell's mind was full of thoughts of mastering these spells and bringing them back to the elf clan. See, I was just unfamiliar with the spells, Elder Sewell said proudly. Huh, I see. Adolf finally nodded in agreement. I didn't know druids healed like this. Elder Sock was still puzzled but acknowledged her skills. The party soon came to the first boss, Houndmaster Loxi. Mr. Fang said, let me explain how to fight this boss. It's not difficult as long as we control the 3 dogs. Houndmaster Loxi was a small boss with ordinary power, but the 3 dogs were bothers. The mage could turn one of the 3 dogs into a sheep and the druid could put one to sleep with the spell named Hibernate. Then, they could focus fire on the last one. It was an easy task. Therefore, Fang Chi said, do you see the dogs? Mage, turn one to a sheep. Druid, sleep, and the rest of us focus fire and kill the last one. Understand, Mr. Fang asked. Sleep. Elder Sewell froze with some confusion. I guess. Go, Mr. Fang dashed forward, and his flashing dagger hit the vital part of the boss with lightning speed. Meanwhile, Polymorph, Sheep had turned a fierce hound into a harmless little sheep. At this moment, Elder Sewell still didn't move. Sleep, Mr. Fang reminded her. Oh, okay. Having not encountered any danger along the way, Elder Sewell was much more confident. He's really a master player. With his casual instructions, we've improved so much. Without hesitation, Elder Sewell lay down on the ground. After waiting for a long while for the hibernate spell which didn't come, Mr. Fang looked back and saw this scene. He shouted in shock, what are you doing? Sleeping. Didn't you tell me to sleep? Lying on the ground, Elder Sewell said in confusion as nothing seemed wrong to her. Chapter 702. Arise, my champion. Is it too late to change my faith to holy light? What's wrong? The dwarf Raph looked at Elder Sewell in bafflement. The operation looks good to me. Does it need a special skill? Mr. Fang covered his face with his palms and said, I meant putting that dog to sleep with the hibernation spell. Didn't you guys learn some common terms before raiding an instance? Elder Sewell almost passed out in fury. I was wondering about your strange command. I thought this mystical realm of the Blizzard Workshop had come up with something miraculous. You could have asked me if you found it strange. You just told me not to ask questions since you didn't have time to explain. Elder Sewell was frustrated. Forget it, let's do it again. Nanny, use the hibernate spell to put one dog to sleep. The spells in the real world have different names in the games. Mr. Fang could only explain some basic terms. Usually, few people would explain these common terms to new players. The players wouldn't spend much effort to use or understand the formal names of the common skills or effects of different classes. Instead, they would give them vivid nicknames which had gradually become gaming terms. These terms were vivid and easy to understand for old players, making directing a raid simple and efficient. But for new players who had just begun to understand all kinds of new information in the games, it was difficult to make the connection. Right now, only a few big groups could take on an instance like Scarlet Monastery. I'll do a livestream and teach the beginners then. Since most players in the old shops had played games such as Diablo and could do raids by themselves after reading some guides, Mr. Fang put the livestream in the new shop. Having just gotten offline, Dika saw the big screen in the lounge area suddenly lighting up. Is the shop owner going to do a spiritual spell visual projection? The mages accompanying her looked up at the big screen curiously. Some orcs who had just entered the shop also looked over. He's also doing Scarlet Monastery. Dika's froze. As time went on, she had learned a lot while doing raids with old players and was no longer a newbie who knew nothing. This name, isn't he the player who shouted outside the Scarlet Monastery that anyone could join his party? One nearby player said, anyone. Many players froze. After all, this was the most difficult instance so far in the game. At this moment, Mr. Fang had begun the raid. As mentioned before, Houndmaster Loxi was indeed a small boss. With the assistance of Polymorph, Sheep and Hibernate spell, it was an easy raid since the members all had great strength and high-level combat skills in the real world. The boss in the library was Arcanist Doan. Different from the original game, the boss in the system version could cast all the mage spells on that level, including Presence of Mind, Polymorph, Sheep, Blink, frost nova, and arcane explosion. Of course, the only good news was that as a mage, this boss didn't have a tough physical body as other classes and didn't have as much HP. We can't use a tank to take all the damage of this boss all the time, Mr. Fang explained. It can blink, which makes it impossible for warriors to hold it off. But it has lower resistance to some controls when it blinks. If we have the right conditions, we can attack it in the instant that it makes a move. For example, the rogue can use gouge. The moment he said it, a light flashed as the boss cast blink, but Fang Chi's dagger heavily struck out almost at the same time. The boss blinked and flew out, but when it flew before the druid, it fell into a controlled state. We can actually do this. Not only the audience, but the members of the party froze at the scene as well. What are you waiting for? Quickly dish out damage. If the tank makes a mistake, the players in the backline must fend themselves, Mr. Fang added. For example, the mage can blink out to survive, and the druid can change into a bear. You must react very quickly. Obviously, the thick-skinned bear was hard to be instantly killed, which meant that the team could still fight it out if all teammates came up in time and helped. I got it. Understanding dawned on many players. Led by Mr. Fang, the party made it narrowly. They are actually doing the last zone now. How come it feels like this instance isn't too difficult? At this time, Mr. Fang led the 4 members to the last zone of the whole instance. It was a grand and magnificent cathedral, the end of this instance. As mentioned before, we must clear the mobs before we meet the boss. Otherwise, the boss would summon them over while we fight. Fighting from both ends will only lead to a team wipeout. Is that so? So many Scarlet Crusaders. The battle was fierce and dangerous, but Fang Chi still gradually led his party to the boss. The paladin dressed in blood-red armor was Mograine, the commander and leader of Scarlet Crusaders. Some rumors said that he had taken the power and controlled the Scarlet Crusaders by killing his father. There were also other rumors saying that Mograine killed his father since the latter didn't approve of his love toward someone. The old man demanded his son to strictly abide by the ancient creeds for the paladins and treat ladies with respect and good manners. Paladins had the duty to protect ladies but didn't have the right to possess them because emotions and lust would weaken the paladins' will to fight. The paladins followed very strict creeds and ancient virtues of humility, honor, valor, sacrifice, mercy, faith, honesty, and justice. This was why not many players changed to these classes such as Paladin and Priest despite the classes' abilities with Holy Light and Resurrection. Not all players could abide by these creeds, nor could Mograine. Of course, the real reason was probably the temptation from demons. Finally, he became a traitor detested by everyone. This boss is easy too, Mr. Fang continued explaining. In your eyes, every boss is easy. Who isn't? Dika's face turned dark. Obviously, the new players had some issues in cooperation. Under Mr. Fang's command, it took them a long time to make Mograine fall down. They passed just like that. Many players started breathing heavily. It doesn't seem to be very difficult. However, at this moment, everyone saw a figure dashed out from the back of the cathedral. It was a female priest dressed in a blood-colored priest robe. Arise, my champion, at your side, milady. Bathed in golden holy light, the last boss resurrected under everyone's gaze. What's happening? The audience froze. The boss that the players had worked hard to kill just resurrected with full HP. In the quest of Tome of Divinity and in the recovery of corpses in the instances, the resurrection spells could only be cast in an absolutely quiet environment, which was a very strict requirement. But at this moment, they saw resurrection being properly used in a battlefield. Just imagine the scenario. A powerful enemy finally fell at your feet after a hard fight. While you were in your most fatigued and relaxed state, you suddenly heard someone yell, "Arise, my champion," and then the powerful enemy you had just killed stood up intact, bathing in holy light. What would you feel then? Isn't this just a livestream teaching session for beginners? Chapter 703, The Avengers, and a new round of mental strength cultivation. It's said that people vanished from a few more towns in the Orc Kingdom lately. Not only the Orcs players in the shop, but mercenary Crete who had just entered the shop had heard about the news. It seems like the border area of our homeland isn't peaceful lately. Mr. Dirk was also talking about it with his audience. Have they found out what had happened? It seems like not yet. In the endless void, a huge shadow seemed to be spreading in silence. Hovering in the dark void, it emitted death and horror that could swallow everything. As if summoned by It got closer and closer to the huge continent. Sitting in the high and dark void, its huge eye looked down and monitored everything that was happening in the world. Ms. Dekas, do you think there really are gods in the world? What are you talking about? Those miracles and catastrophes were not fake, and the ruins of those catastrophes can still be seen in some nations. On the screen, Mr. Fang's livestream teaching session for beginners was approaching the end. Now, you're facing two bosses. But still, you must attack and kill these mobs with well-organized moves. You need to kill the priest first before handling the paladin, Mr. Fang said. High Inquisitor Sally Whitemane was a powerful priestess and accompanied Commander Mograine as his lover. She had a more powerful resurrection spell than the one that players had. The players were not strangers to resurrection since they had seen it in Diablo 2. The Lords of Hell in Diablo had been killed many times, but their souls still remained in the world. Likewise, the resurrection spells of World of Warcraft could pull back the players' souls, repair their bodies, and bring them back to life. It was well known that the conditions required for the resurrection spell that the players had learned were very strict. Even though the paladins and priests in the game were extremely devoted and faithful by default, they could only cast the spell in an extremely quiet environment without any disturbance. If the players were attacked during the casting process, the spell would be interrupted. However, Whitemane only needed to put the players to sleep for a little while and then quickly cast the resurrection spell. We must kill this priestess first, Mr. Fang said, otherwise, you'll face a paladin who can't be killed. Of course, it wasn't easy to kill the priestess who stood behind and was protected by a powerful and fierce paladin. If the enemies had a mage with them, they could form a team of warrior, mage, and priestess to battle the players since paladins could count as half a warrior. Their current partnership of warrior and priestess was still a combination very hard to defeat. So, we need a nimble class which can bypass the paladin. Meanwhile, our tank must hold off the enemies on the front line. In fact, this was more like a PvP instead of PvE. It was how it felt like when 5 low-level, poorly equipped players fought with 2 high-level, well-equipped players with special abilities. It must be noted that in the system version of World of Warcraft, Mograine would flee with Whitemane's corpse after they were defeated. Only when someone took back the fallen Ashbringer from Mograine's father, Old Mograine, who had been resurrected as one of the powerful 4 horsemen under the Lich King, could Mograine be finally killed. Of course, that wouldn't happen for a long time. With the boss fleeing, the players looted in a different way compared to the original version. After Fang Qi and his party defeated their enemies, a loot chest appeared in the center of the cathedral. Loot gathered after searching the cathedral. Aegis of the Scarlet Commander. The attributes are so good. With such a shield, the tank will be unrivaled. The equipment triggered waves of exclamations. Of course, Mr. Fang backed out of that conversation since his purpose was teaching the new players some basic knowledge and terms in the game. Female Knight Helen of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion came to the shop very late today. She didn't play the game through the night yesterday, but her face looked haggard. Lately, she always dreamed of some strange and weird things, which gave her an inexplicable feeling. Fear could erode and eat away one's will like a horrifying plague. At this moment, an invisible plague seemed to be spreading in the crowd silently, in the distant Silver Moon forest of the Elf clan. Several elders of the Elf clan gathered on the bank of the mirror-like lake. Do you sense the force of horror in the darkness? The silver-haired and silver-bearded old elf murmured, it's getting stronger each day. Fear can erode people's will, and darkness will swallow their remaining consciousness. Eventually, they will become the puppets of fear. We must find the followers of those shadows as soon as possible, another elder said, we can't let it continue. Otherwise, we'll completely lose all power to resist them when they arrive. Ah, in the new shop, a shrill scream sounded. Helen seemed to have bumped into someone and then jumped away like a startled rabbit. What's wrong with you? You scared me, Mr. Fang looked at her disapprovingly. No. Nothing. Her voice was as quiet as the buzzing of a mosquito's wings. I'll go and get online. Am I so scary? He did nothing but send this girl flying with a sneeze before. At this moment, Fang Qi seemed to feel a tiny but extremely creepy force invading his brain. Mr. Fang shivered, but this force seemed to have done no harm to him and soon disappeared. At this moment, Fang Qi suddenly received a new prompt. With the number of players in the new shop reaching 5,000, a special movie will be activated in the new shop. You have obtained the right to release the special movie, The Avengers, in the new shop. and you can also choose to release it in the old shops at the same time. New task. A new round of mental strength cultivation. Task objective. As a shop owner, you must have a tougher mind than the customers. Please enter the game cultivation room for special training until the task is finished. Task reward. Outlast. Virtual reality remake. Task description. After training in this game, our mental fortitude will be even more powerful. Although the system had once released Silent Hill, which could also toughen one's mental strength, the bigger feature of that game was to remove inner demons and patch up the holes in people's minds. Obviously, this game was a bit different. Outlast. Mr. Fang glanced at the system interface, and his expression turned dark. Your aim is not to strengthen my mind but to shatter it, right? Words appeared on the system interface, a product of the system. Chapter 704. The New Crisis of the Players. Street. Dulan. In the group of holy palaces that were as magnificent as the palaces of gods in the Radiance Light godly nation, the gods' peak sitting in the highest position was rumored to be a palace where true gods lived. Perhaps no one had ever seen the true gods, but the citizens of Radiant Light godly nation had always believed in them. A woman dressed in a holy and pure white long robe seemed to have walked out of a painting and was floating in the endless void. Her skin was as smooth as crystal and her facial features were exquisite and gorgeous. Her body emitted a layer of faint crystal white lights, and her feet that were as beautiful as jade seemed to leave radiant light prints on the ground with each step she took. The Centennial Gods Banquet will be held in midsummer of next year, the voice said coldly. The time for the gods' banquet comes again. Street. Dulan said emotionally, I remember that Princess Your Highness has solely taken the holy seat for several banquets consecutively. It's an honor that has never been heard before. The woman shook her head coldly and said, I've been absent from it for a long time now. Now, you must be sitting on the judgment seat. Street. Dulan asked cautiously. It was probably one of the positions closest to the gods in the whole continent. The gods' banquet was a gala held in the Nora continent, and it only invited followers of gods. In the banquet, only godly and immortal spells could be used, which was said to be the agreement among the gods in ancient times. It was said that the winners of the gala would not only get the chance to show the people in the world their devotion to their gods, they would also win the favors from the gods they believed in. They could even enjoy the banquet blessed by the gods. It was a rare opportunity for all the cultivators who studied godly and immortal spells. The participants could be followers of any god. Of course, this banquet was usually used to test the devotion of the followers in the younger generation. Street. Dulan looked very humble, as if the projected image of this woman had a higher position than him. Farewell, Princess Your Highness. He didn't look up until the white projected image gradually disappeared. Mr. Dulan. At this moment, a large, middle-aged man with a wide forehead and wide cheeks walked to stand before Street. Dulan respectfully. Dulan nodded and said, the gods' banquet will begin soon. I need to select some elite young people from the godly palace. Yes. The middle-aged man said, my lord, about kicking out the outlanders. Street. Dulan gave him a long look and said, Sir Peeble, you seem to have some ideas. Tell me your thoughts. To kick them out, we must find their weaknesses. Just as the East Continent people say, know your enemy as well as you know yourself. Peeble was Dulan's most trusted and most competent subordinate, and it was rumored that he would become Dulan's successor in the near future. Go on. Street. Dulan nodded his encouragement. We have found some information about this shop and its customers. He handed the documents to Saint Dulan. The Golden Griffin Knight Legion in Candlin City of the Morning Light Empire was absent from work for one day due to them playing World of Warcraft through the night. The Morning Light Land Knight Legion of the Orc Kingdom neglected a kingdom leader while they talked about World of Warcraft with magic letters when they were on duty. Alchemy Master Hebrew secretly read the guides of professional skills in World of Warcraft while he was practicing alchemy in the Alchemist Union of Crescent Kingdom, causing very negative consequences. His behavior infuriated the high-level officials of the Union. He continued reading, Oslan Royal Magic Workshop already forbids its mages and alchemists from talking about anything related to World of Warcraft during work. However, these people watched the spiritual spell visual projection named Mr. Fang's livestream teaching session for beginners, and they severely delayed the creation process of some very important alchemy items. Elder Sewell of the Elf clan seems to have neglected her duties as an elder for a long time because of the mystical realm named World of Warcraft. Yes, my lord, Peeble said loudly, I think the so-called Origins Internet Club and the mystical realm named World of Warcraft have affected people's normal life and work like poison. People even secretly watch the spiritual spell visual projection during work time right under the nose of their superiors. It's horrible. Besides, its influence even extended to the aristocrats in the distant Orc kingdom. We can take use of it and ask the owners of the workshops, union presidents, kings, and leaders to ban everything about this mystical realm. Otherwise, the workshops will go bankrupt, and the kingdoms will decline and go corrupt sooner or later. Of course, I don't think it's proper for us to interfere, but with such solid evidence against the shop, we can ask the empires to issue new policies together and make it hard for the customers of the Origins Internet Club to continue their visits to the shop. Before long, no one will take such huge risks and enter the shop run by these damn people from the East Continent. Of course, when they lose their jobs, I don't think they can afford to enter that place, people laughed while saying. Street. Doolin nodded and said, do as you see fit. If you have questions, I'm always here for you. Don't worry, my lord, people sneered, I'm not a clown like Luther. Achoo, Mr. Fang exited from the game and did a big stretch before sneezing for no reason. Lately, I have a feeling that some people are talking about me. Mr. Fang rubbed his nose and thought for a moment. Then, he gave up this futile effort after being unable to come up with an explanation. Maybe some pretty girls miss my handsome face even though I seldom go out. The system was at a loss for words, but it wanted to strongly detest what the ordinary-looking Mr. Fang had said. It seemed like he had no idea of what was going on. Obviously, without any acute senses, the players in the shop didn't realize that danger was getting close to them. As time went on, many players had passed all the instances of Scarlet Monastery. Even Commander Elvin, who had probably joined a party due to some friendly deals, had luckily got the much-coveted Deadman's Hand, one of the few purple epic items in World of Warcraft. I've graduated from Scarlet Monastery. Lounging in his computer chair, Commander Elvin looked idle. Commander. At this moment, a paladin of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion got close to him and said, now that you've gotten such good equipment, should we go to South Shore and kill the despicable horde people who keep ambushing our alliance people who are doing quests? Good idea. Commander Elvin's eyes lit up. Chapter 705, Unrivaled Add-on Hearthstone. At this moment, Mr. Dirk sat with a group of orcs. Clearly, some of them were new players who had just joined the game. Roar, tremble for my recklessness, cheer, shout for your heroes, I entrust you with my back, my beloved friends. Our shield never falls, and our will never vanquishes. Remember the lost fighters forever while we chug down the spring of victory. An orc with a tiger head who had just finished class quests shouted out the class declaration. Feeling harassed, a group of people glared at him at a loss for words. For the horde, for the horde. An orc with a lion head sat before his computer and roared with his eyes glued on the official novel, Rise of the Horde, on the screen. If you howl again, I'll kick you guys out. Hearing the howls, Mr. Fang singled them out with a dark expression. Rise of the Horde is such a touching story. The lion man rubbed his teary eyes apologetically, I'll be quiet next time. The moment Mr. Fang left, the group of orcs yelled, Woo-ah! Rise of the Horde is such a sad and grand story. They banged their fists on the desks. With a dark expression, Mr. Fang turned his head instantly. The noises stopped immediately. At this moment, the paladins had set out for South Shore. For light and justice, may the holy light be with you. Let's see if our alliance people are being threatened by those damn horde people. Protecting the weak is the duty of the paladins. Commander Elvin shouted. Hillsbrad foothills were located south of the Alterac Mountains and northwest of the Irati Highlands. To its south was the ocean. South Shore was the biggest settlement in Hillsbrad. At this moment, the smirk face emoji player had created another mage character and was doing quests at the moment. It glanced at the list of quests. It seems like it wants me to release a lich. South Shore Graveyard. The mage player with the ID, Almighty Demon God, followed the map and came to the position as instructed by the quest. This must be the place. In the South Shore, several guards stared at him from a distance with glints in their eyes. You're dead, do you want to release your soul to the nearest graveyard? What happened? The smirk face emoji player froze when it saw a few guards dashing out from somewhere. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. You dare to mess with me. Your days are numbered. In the half-city shop, The black cloud hovering in the air turned darker as it yelled in his livestream chat, "Anyone in here?" Black Demon replied, "Yeah, what's up? I was blocked by some NPCs while I was doing a quest. Bad luck. All come. I'm coming. South Shore is under attack. Local defense. South Shore is under attack. Here come the Horde people." Commander Elvin's eyes brightened. Then, the Knights of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion set out valiantly. In the South Shore graveyard, about 4 mages and warlocks were drawing away the guards of South Shore. "Ha ha ha ha, I will finish the quest soon. Thank you, guys." The small mage who was about level 30 walked up happily, ready to hand in the quest. Suddenly, he saw a golden flash. Hammer of Judgment, Seal of Righteousness, Seal of Command, Sacrifice, Exorcism. Ah! With a shrill scream, Almighty Demon God dropped to the ground instantly. Inside the half-city shop, the smirk face emoji slammed its fists on the desk furiously. "How come you're dead again?" Other players looked over in bafflement. They watched as more than 10 paladins spread out valiantly in one line while riding horses. "Accept the judgment of justice." "Fuck. Ah, how come there are so many people? Run, 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 how come they have horses?" The Horde people were green with envy since horses were very valuable and expensive in this era. For paladins, they would be given a small horse when they reached level 40. "Ha ha ha ha." Commander Elvin and the other Golden Griffin Knights laughed wildly. "Stupid Horde people, I'll see if you dare to sneak attack South Shore again. We're the Golden Griffin Knight Legion. We'll protect the peace of South Shore forever." Lying on the ground, Black Demon's face turned stiff. "You just wait. They dare to mess with our Black Demon Guild." Lying on the ground with a dark expression, Black Demon was furious. What's he babbling about? The Golden Griffin Knights exchanged a look and didn't know what was going on. After all, the players in the Alliance didn't understand the language of the Horde. "Today, I'll smash your damn dog heads," Black Demon yelled. "Call as many as you can. For the holy light and justice." Suddenly, Commander Elvin felt great pressure coming from behind him. He looked back and saw hundreds of Horde players gathering outside of South Shore, looking like a black mountain and a black sea. "How come there are so many people?" The paladins of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion turned pale instantly. "What now, you still want to block us?" Commander Elvin didn't understand their words but could roughly guess what they were saying at this moment. "We didn't know that you had so many people." Hundreds of people instantly surrounded the Golden Griffin Knights. "Commander, what do we do?" A Golden Griffin Knight swallowed saliva with difficulty as he watched the big crowd gather before him. "You dare to block my quest?" A smirk face emoji player's expression was dark in fury. "Today, you can't get away even if you have wings. Retreat," Commander Elvin yelled. Silently, the knights each took out a stone engraved with a rune. Then, a streak of pale light rose around them. "What are they doing?" Black Demon yelled in surprise. "You dare to cast heartstones in front of us? Interrupt them. Interrupt them all." The smirk face emoji player led hundreds of players to launch wild attacks on the paladins. The paladins didn't move a muscle. Their eyes almost popped out when they saw that the paladins were still intact while using the heartstones. Swoosh. All the paladins vanished. Ayah. The smirk face emoji almost spewed blood as he saw that they fled using this method. "I'm furious. Furious. How could they do this?" Black Demon was also stupefied with rage. "Today, I'll smash every Alliance player's head. Charge into South Shore and kill everyone for me." He was about to go crazy. Chapter 706. An Evil God's Whispers. The huge world that World of Warcraft presented to the players in the game contained abundant and complicated information, but its theme wasn't hard to understand. By now, many players had formed an initial understanding of the whole world and the series of events in it. On the land of Durotar, the Horde led by Thrall built campsites here and continued to enlarge the troops. In the official novel, Rise of the Horde, they invited creatures such as the undead, orcs, taurens, and trolls to join them. On the other side, the alliance led by the Human Kingdom, Stormwind City, had begun to form an alliance with different races such as the elf race and dwarf race. While the hidden conspiracies slowly spread on the land, the dangers left from ancient times still threatened the safety of the alliance and the Horde. However, after the retreat of the Burning Legion, it was clear that their biggest enemy was each other. In South Shore, which was heavily guarded by alliance guards, all players received an ear-piercing prompt: "South Shore is under attack." There were many alliance players doing quests in South Shore, including Mercenary Crete and his mercenary group. The mercenaries didn't have stable game time every day, but mercenary Crete had already reached higher than level 30. He had quite a few eye-catching blue rare items looted from Scarlet Monastery. It's annoying that I didn't encounter any horde players in the wilderness. Yesterday, I made about 7 honorable kills. Yesterday, I killed one horde player who was over level 40. The mage named Lily, Crete's friend and one of the first customers of the new shop, said proudly, "These horde people are all noobs." "Look, what's that?" A nearby rogue suddenly pointed at a spot outside South Shore. A large group of horde players swarmed into the town like tigers released from cages. The group of players who were a little over level 30 but were still half new to the game didn't have time to react. Lightning bolt. They all dropped to the ground. My goodness, so many horde people. Without warning, the entirety of South Shore was swallowed by magic spells and sword and saber energies. Butcher. Butcher them all. Today, crush the heads of these damn Alliance people. Soon, South Shore was littered with corpses of Alliance players, and many undead, Tauren, and Orc players danced on these corpses smugly. Ha 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 ha, I killed over a dozen. I feel like my prestige rank is about to increase. In the half-city shop, a black cloud hovering in the air laughed wildly while wearing a virtual reality headset. We new players can't do quests now. The big white deer had been playing a new druid character who belonged to the Alliance, enjoying itself by turning into a cat or bear. However, the moment it entered the game today, it was struck to the ground by all kinds of magic spells. Now, it was lying on the ground with tears in its eyes. We need masters to help us. There are so many horde people. Then, she received the party invite from Elvin. She received a party invite from Big Sword Crete. She received, "I'll summon my brothers from the Mercenary Union. They dare to bully newbies of our alliance. Shame on them." They pulled out the fraction channel on the game interface. "Brothers, the horde butchered our South Shore and even our newbies. Can we tolerate this atrocity? Brothers with hot blood enter the group. Let's kick out these pieces of garbage. Sell myself to play WoW requests to join the group. Lichen makeup requests to join the group. Requests to join the group." Instantly, group requests flooded the screen. In World of Warcraft, the players got all the information about the races and classes and even details of each faction. They could even earn gold coins with the professional skills in the game to pay for the cost of playing the game. They felt as if it was an alternative universe that they lived in. Yes, they lived here, performing alchemy, opening shops, cooking food, and making machinery. They could find almost anything that they wanted to do in this world. There was more than just battling in this world. This was why players had a strong sense of ownership and honor. For example, the paladins had sworn to protect the weak with their swords and shields, so they couldn't sit back and watch at this moment. Similarly, the druids had once made the promise to their beloved forests, "We'll shatter all barriers with sharp teeth and claws while roaring." Maybe years later, I can return to this place and enjoy eternal peace while leaning on the tree of life. Now facing the invasion of their biggest enemy faction, the Horde, how could they back off? Therefore, even the players from different guilds began to organize themselves indignantly. They worked together all by themselves without needing orders from above. They felt as if this was their duty and honor. Brothers of the Alliance, enter the group and counterattack the invasion of South Shore. A hoarse roar resonated in the whole faction. On this continent, humans were respectful toward the gods. It would be better described as fear, a fear for the great power of the unknown existence that ruled over all species. The innate fear that the lower-level creatures had toward the higher-level existences had been engraved in their bones. This fear couldn't be changed overnight. Different from the bustle in World of Warcraft, some spots in the shop were quite peaceful. Not everyone was involved in the big fight. For example, Elder Sewell, a peace-loving elf, never read messages in the faction's chat channel. At this moment, she was searching for useful minerals in Duskwood. Suddenly, she saw a message jumping out from that QQ in the bottom right corner of her screen. "Trailer for the Avengers. What's this?" Elder Sewell froze. Then, she casually clicked it open. Humans were made to be ruled. A blood-colored setting sun shined lights on the tall buildings that had a totally different architectural style, and the voice that sounded like that of an evil god whispered at her ears. The movie recreated by the system made everything as real as it could be. It even made the voices in the movie sound so real, let alone the power level in it. A horrifying force swept across the whole city, knocking down buildings and setting all the cars on fire. "Yeah," Elder Sewell almost jumped up from her seat. Elder, what are you watching?" The elves beside her looked over. It seems. Elder Sewell calmed herself down. It seems to be a story about an evil god's invasion of Earth and the people's resistance to the invasion. Ha, an evil god. Can humans resist gods? Another elf said in surprise. Chapter 707. It was too scary for elves. I think this should be a terrifying disaster movie. Elder, how did you know that there is this trailer for the new movie, The Avengers? Elf girl Sala also looked over. You can go use this. QQ. Elder Sewell said cheerfully. When the trailer of the new movie came out, a prompt just popped up. It's really useful. There is something this useful. Elf girl Sala blinked her big eyes. Where did you find it? Show me, Mr. Fang had just walked past them, and he said to the system while putting his hands on his forehead, awesome. Proud and lofty, the system didn't reply. Yeah, the shop has free stuff. Elf girl Sala was delighted. I thought the shop owner charges money for everything. Now, I see that he's a nice guy. Then, she activated QQ free of charge. Sure enough, she received a recommendation, trailer of The Avengers. Sala clicked on it immediately. They had heard about the movie, Resident Evil 2 feet in the shop but hadn't watched it. This city looks similar to the one shown in Resident Evil. Sala recognized the similarity since it was a style different from any city on the continents she knew. What is Resident Evil? Elder Sewell looked puzzled. What's that? It is the first mystical realm in this shop, Sala said. I watched Ms. Helen play it before, it looked quite interesting. I'll watch the trailer of The Avengers first, she continued. I heard that it's a type of mystical realm that, we can't control, just like the images left by the ancient elves in the elf royal palace. Be careful, Elf Elder Sewell warned, be careful of the voice of that evil god, and his words are full of temptation and degeneration. I'm being careful, Elder, Elf girl Sala whispered. Then, she watched the trailer with great caution as if even a tiny sound would alert an extremely horrifying existence. In the city full of skyscrapers built with reinforced concrete and steel, seeming to be able to reach the sky, soldiers walked around with great caution as if they were watching out for a demon. Different from the original movie, the system version recreated each detail to correspond to the characters' backgrounds and abilities. For example, the characters' looks. When the black-clothed figure who was carrying a scepter looked up, people saw his wicked face and abyss-like deep eyes. Even one glance at him would make people shiver with an inexplicable fear. For another example, the viewers could feel the bone-deep despair of the humans who were fleeing from the catastrophe even from the screen. We get ready. Sala watched as the people in the trailer finally blew the trumpet for the counterattack. There was an idea to bring together a group of remarkable people. When we needed them, they could fight the battles that we never could. I think this movie will be great. Pleasantly surprised, Sala grabbed Elder Sewell's arm and said, this must be a great legendary story full of sorrows and great deeds. What are you watching? Obviously, Sala's loud voice alerted other elves near them. We're watching the trailer of The Avengers. Excited, Sala recommended it to the other elves. In the movie, a horrifying evil god is trying to rule the humans. You can't imagine how scary that evil god is. Elder Sewell said, if you see him, you will freak out. Evil god, a god that is evil. Rolling, a member of the Snow Pigeon team, almost shivered when she heard it. How can such a horrifying creature exist in the world? They had seen the gods in the East Continent, when they played the legend of the Sword and Fairy, but those gods were fair and abided by rules. But now, there is an evil god. She jumped to one side like a startled rabbit and said, I don't want to watch it. Captain Lance lamented, this must be a great story just like the one depicted in the epic legends. No, I even have a feeling that it's greater than the epic legends since their enemy is a god. What are you guys talking about? What god? Hearing the ever louder voices, the players who didn't join the defense battle in South Shore looked over. The Avengers, Captain Lance said in a loud voice, you'll know how horrifying that evil god is after you watch it. Beside them, Rolling almost jumped up with fear. Please don't mention it again. She looked so frightened as if the evil god could raise the whole elf clan to the ground with one wave of his hand. After all, there were such existences in this world. They were especially afraid because that evil god is so scary. He has a voice that can lure people to fall into an abyss. He has a chilly and creepy look, and demon-like horns. Hearing Sala's words, the elves who listened with perked-up ears screamed and almost shed tears of fear. Is there really such a horrifying evil god? I think this must be a horrifying catastrophe, one elf commented. I think we will watch how the humans on this Earth flee from the catastrophe. Can we really watch this movie? Some elves exclaimed. Can these people defeat this evil god? I won't watch it if they can't do it. The elves were truly freaked out. When the players died in World of Warcraft, they had only two options. One was to resurrect in the camp with resurrection sickness and couldn't do anything when the negative buff was there, and the other was to run to their corpses and revive there with little HP to be killed again by the players who were guarding the corpses. While these elves talked about the trailer of The Avengers, the situation in the battleground of Southshore changed again. The mercenary players in the new shop didn't have masters with top-tier equipment, but they had the advantage of numbers. In the whole shop, the biggest group was the mercenaries. Since they were playing the game on and off, some of them hadn't reached level 30 yet, but they all rushed over from the nearby towns. With almost 1,000 players gathering in Southshore, this place was crammed. Chapter 708. Heaven is on the left, and the warriors turn to the right. TL note. A popular saying in the Chinese WoW community. It emphasizes that warriors sacrifices themselves for the greater good. Battle. For the Horde. Bedlam broke out in Southshore. Countless corpses and endless blood of the Alliance players and the Horde players formed a wave of red and black shadows in this small border town under the light of the setting sun. Waya, don't chase me, look at the dying paladin. Why don't you chase him? In the Yuanyang city shop, a big white deer sitting in its computer chair cried desperately while controlling its little druid character to flee wildly on the screen. For the Alliance, ha ha ha, this Horde player was killed by the guard. Ha 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 ha, all die from laughing. It suddenly laughed heartily. Little Bell, a clear voice came from behind. My leave for experience is granted. Do you want to go to the new shop with me and have fun? Yes, yes, yes. Bright glints flashed in the pair of black crystal-like deer eyes. I want to see the cute elves. I wonder if the orcs are as dull as the Taurens. It immediately put down the virtual reality headset. On the battlefield, the Alliance and the Horde players were still fighting fiercely. Ha ha ha, I feel like I will soon be promoted. My prestige rank will level up. Presence of mind. Bladestorm. On the screens, humans, dwarves, orcs, and elves fought fiercely with each other in a state of great chaos. At this moment, Mr. Fang was leveling up with some of the members of his heaven-defying online games guild. Of course, despite its overbearing name, this guild had a peace-loving principle and mainly engaged in leisure activities, and the idle members chatted each day in the guild in a friendly and harmonious atmosphere. Boss, Mr. Fang was surprised to see this message from Zhang Xiaoyu. You promised to take me to see the elves. Closing square bracket. Opening square bracket. Oh, did I? Mr. Fang was having a practice battle in Orgrimmar and had just obliterated an orc warrior. He thought for a second and replied, oh, I seem to have said something like that. What do you mean by seem like it? Zhang Xiaoyu was so angry that she wanted to bite him. Did you forget, Mr. Fang's face stiffened since he had put all his time in the game in the past few days and indeed forgotten it. Ah, this. Absolutely not, Mr. Fang looked as sincere as he could. I've been busy with work lately and didn't have time. That's all. Then, when do you have time? Humph, I have time now. Okay, I'll forgive you this time. Today, I want to go and see elves with Little Bell. No problem. After all, Mr. Fang had the duty to promote harmony among the players from different shops. Are you in the shop? I'll come over now, Mr. Fang went upstairs. On the way to the staff dorms, there was a giant hollow golden gate that was engraved with mysterious patterns. He knocked on the gate. No response. Meanwhile, in the half-city shop, a black cloud hovered before a computer close to the counter. In the Horde Battle Command channel in half-city shop, a player with the ID, Almighty Demon God, was standing before the microphone stand. Clear them all. Clear all the Alliance players in this area. Follow me. Do you see them over there? Are the Alliance people still standing there like morons? Wipe them out. Wipe them out for me. Its voice was passionate while messages popped up in QQ like crazy. It switched out of the game and replied, who is it? Don't bother me. I'm commanding the battle. Seeing this, Mr. Fang directly kicked the gate. At this moment, the orcs heard a soul-wrenching howl in the Horde's battle command channel. Wipe them out for me. Wipe. Ow. Ow. Almighty Demon God suddenly said, I have some urgent business. Ow. Ah. It got offline immediately as if its butt was on fire. Black Demon said, fuck. How can we go on without the commander? Let's stop it here. Stop. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Why don't you command it? Old Black, some cultivators asked. Can't do it. I've got to get offline in less than 1 hour. What's happening? At this moment in the new Kanglan City shop, an orc with a lion head looked around in puzzlement. After the guild members left, the number of horde players dropped sharply, leaving only a large group of independent players who moved like headless flies now that they didn't have many people to follow. Meanwhile, about 2,000 alliance players swarmed toward them like the black waves of an ocean. How come they are all gone? Where are they? The orcs who had just resurrected watched as large groups of alliance players swarmed up while the horde players scrambled to flee. Go, let's kill some more. Bladestorm. In less than 10 seconds, they all fell to the ground. Like black waves, the alliance players swarmed into Terran Mill in the north. A few new players who were about level 20 had just arrived and only got a glimpse of this horde camp when the waves almost instantly engulfed them. Seeing the cruelly trampled Terran Mill, the orcs' eyes turned red. Coming back after resurrection, the horde players saw more than 1,000 alliance players swarming over like groups of locusts. They also saw the corpses of the new horde players on the ground. A few orcs directly raised their long sabers and axes before charging over. For the horde, then, they were engulfed instantly. At this time, in World of Warcraft, each death came with high equipment repair costs. However, these orcs spared no thoughts to it and came back again. Soon, several orcs appeared on the horizon, and they fell. Again, for some people, this was only a virtual world, and they didn't take things happening in here seriously after seeing many ups and downs. But for some other people, the world meant much more to them. It could be said that they were naive and reckless, but they had put their feelings into this world and formed a sense of honor for this place. Again, the horde players charged into the horde camp which had become empty after the slaughter. How come these people aren't escaping? Are they stupid? Fuck, I killed this orc instantly with one saber strike. Their equipment should all be damaged. I guess they can't afford to repair the equipment. Maybe they won't return. Some alliance players murmured to themselves. The orcs fell again and again. Each time they fell, they got up again and charged. It felt as if they knew that this was meaningless, like a mantis trying to stop a car. They wanted to contribute their efforts. Our horde can't defeat them. An orc lamented and howled. Again. Charge again. Upon entering the class, these orc warriors took the oath. Heaven is on the left, and the warriors turned to the right. These orc warriors felt as if they were empowered by a fearless strength. They charged, and they fell again. In World of Warcraft, the detestable enemies sometimes had admirable qualities as well, regardless if they were naivety or recklessness. One alliance warrior bowed to the orcs since he understood their feelings as a warrior. The warriors had no regard for their lives while they charged into the battle. Let's go. Many alliance players started to cast their hearthstones. Chapter 709. Onlookers of the Big White Deer. Soon, the next morning came. Zhang Xiaoyu set off quite early with Little Bell. As they did every day, the elves came to the shop in the early morning, eager to find out more about the Avengers. On the way, they talked about the events that took place in World of Warcraft yesterday. When they reached the door, they quickly moved back immediately. Is it the right place? They saw a loli with exquisite facial features sitting at the counter with a big white deer. Where's the shop owner? Sir, some people are sneaking glances at us by the door. Are they trying to steal something? The sharp-eyed Zhang Xiaoyu pointed at the door and yelled. Ah, mister. Fang stood up and saw a large group of elves walking in. Yeah, they are elves. Zhang Xiaoyu exclaimed, and her big round eyes widened. How come there are so many? Yeah, what do I see? The big white deer rubbed its eyes with its front hooves incredulously. I see many elves too. Their ears are pointy. I seem to see a talking deer. Elf girl Sala suspected that her eyes were playing tricks on her. This deer can talk. Of course, of course. Little Bell yelled excitedly. The elves' eyes brightened. Sir, is this an orc of the deer clan? I've never seen a white one before. Orcs are green-skinned, right? There are no white orcs. They watched as the deer walked from behind the counter. Yaa! Instantly, the elves shrieked. It's indeed a deer. Sir, where did you capture such a deer? I want one too. Nonsense. This must be a holy beast. Only holy beasts can talk. The elves surrounded the deer, looking at it up and down and poking it frequently. Ahahaha, what are you doing? It's itchy. It's itchy. The deer almost fell to the ground as if it was having a stroke. My goodness. A thought occurred to Sala. Is it a demon from the legends? What do you mean from the legends? Little Bell brushed the dust off its body and asked with its baby voice. I'm from the demon clan. Little Bell introduced itself. This is our princess, Xiaoyu Her Highness. Sir, are they elves? Zhang Xiaoyu asked in a low voice. Princess Your Highness. The elves obviously hadn't seen real demons before. Do you mean this little girl is also a? Do you have Lu Mengli in your world? The elves widened their eyes as if they were trying to see if this little girl would change into another form soon. Do you live in the demon realm? Oh, I'm not from the Taper clan. Zhang Xiaoyu explained. The demon realm is an imaginary world in the legend of Sword and Fairy. With great curiosity, she looked at the elves in amazement. How come you're all white-skinned? Are there dark elves among you? We don't have dark elves. Don't be misled by the owner's game in the shop. Sala said angrily with her hands on her hips. We don't have that many kinds among us. At this moment, Helen, Commander Elvin, and other Golden Griffin Knights walked into the shop. They exclaimed in surprise, Ms. Sala, did this deer just talk? Did I see it wrong? Hello, guys. Little Bell greeted them friendly. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? May the holy light be with me. This isn't real. How come the deer can talk? At this moment, an orc with a head that looked like that of a Shiba Inu walked into the shop. He was wearing a red scarf, looking dominant. Today, I'll continue the broadcast of World of War. With 1 foot over the threshold, he suddenly froze on the spot. Look. Is that deer talking? The audience watching Mr. Dirk's spiritual spell visual projection quickly wrote down comments on the magic letter. Is this a mutated member of the deer clan? I've never seen a white deer-headed person before. Maybe our eyes are playing tricks on us. I feel like it's a real deer. My goodness. Mr. Dirk joined them. What's going on? Are there our own kinds on this continent? Little Bell stared at the dog-head man curiously. This is an orc. Elves hurried to explain. This cute little white deer is from the demon clan. Lu Mengli's clan in the legend of Sword and Fairy. Of course, they were still amazed while doing the introduction, thinking, damn, how come there are really such creatures in the world? Unbelievable. Sala exclaimed. Mr. Fang patted his forehead and said earnestly, I think you guys are unbelievable too. How come we are unbelievable? Elder Sewell glared at Mr. Fang. You are slighting us elves. We are all doing good with ourselves. How can you say that we're unbelievable? Is there any place in the world that doesn't have elves? While they were arguing, some assassins came into the shop. Why are you all standing here? Ms. Alina, quickly come and look. Sala beckoned at her excitedly. The demon clan does exist in the world. Soon, a big group of people surrounded the deer in the new shop. They kept staring at it and forgot about getting online. While Zhang Xiaoyu and the deer went over to make instant noodles, the elves and orcs followed them and watched. Can your Princess Xiaoyu turn into a taper? I already told you that I'm not in the same clan as Mengli. Aren't you all demons? When Zhang Xiaoyu and the deer finished their instant noodles and began drinking milk tea, the elves and orcs were still staring at them. Do you think? The deer was transformed from a druid. Druids don't have the spell to change into a deer. Elder Sewell said. Then, we can't change into deer and play with it then. Oh, elf girl Sala finally found a new topic. Have you watched the trailer for The Avengers? The pop-up on QQ. Do you want to watch it together with us when it's released? Rolling, another female elf of the Snow Pigeon team, said, that evil god is so scary. I'll freak out if I watch it by myself. This must be a terrifying movie. Sala agreed. The trailer said that we can watch the movie tomorrow, right? Sala said, warmly, watch it with us, and you won't be frightened. Zhang Xiaoyu was still studying this group of elves and orcs, trying to see if the orcs had just put on headgears that looked like dog heads and if the elves had glued those pointy ears to their heads. She snapped back after watching them for a while. The shop owner has a tour bus, should we watch it together tomorrow? Sitting on the couch beside her, the big white deer was slurping down instant noodles. Chapter 710. A group tour to the lake. The curious and friendly elves found that this race was miraculous since they could change their formations. It seemed like both parties wished they could capture each other to do some careful research to understand more about the miraculous races and clans. Finally, the elves said, do you want to group with us and play World of Warcraft? Are you in the Alliance or the Horde? Are you a part of the Horde? A few orcs joined in the conversation eagerly. We have the fiercest orc warriors. Roar. We have horde characters. After all, many demons were playing as races such as the Tauren and trolls on the side of the horde, thinking that these characters had more demon-like features. Therefore, Zhang Xiaoyu had also set up a horde account. Lately, she was still playing as a night elf on her small account. It was because she had chosen Tauren as her main account. If she played as a member of the undead race, it would be a little bit better. In the system version, if the players had natural good looks, they only needed to make minor adjustments and look as if they had Queen Sylvana's skin. Therefore, the elves didn't feel uncomfortable choosing the undead race. However, the Taurens looked a bit too coarse. You are horde players. The elves playing as members of the alliance with Elder Suel looked disappointed. We have both. We have both. Zhang Xiaoyu said, some of my friends chose the alliance, so we created characters on both sides. Can we do that? We can play together then. Obviously, many of the new players didn't know about alt accounts. Have you been to the beautiful and tranquil Lakeshire? Obviously, the elves were fans of natural scenery and preferred viewing beautiful environment to doing instances and leveling up. You must visit the Night Elves, Ashenvale. The view is breathtaking, especially in the evening when the moonlight shines on the clear river. Yes, there are also trees that can move freely on their own. Another elf introduced, some of them can even talk. Zhang Xiaoyu asked in surprise, don't you have such ancient trees in your own clan? We're not night elves. You aren't. Of course not. Look at our skin. It's not as dark as that of the night elves. Okay. The group chatted animatedly and introduced themselves. When they got online, a large group of people stood behind Xiaoyu and Little Bell. The players who came late such as Dikas and other high-level mages of the Royal Magic Union were puzzled when they entered the shop. Why are you guys all standing here? Then, a scream came, oh, how come there is a deer here playing games? Then the elves, orcs, and assassins enjoyed their astonishment and told them that the deer came from the demon clan of the East Continent. I feel like I'm dreaming. Yeah, I always thought that this race was imaginary. Even dwarves kept glancing this way while they played games. They had never seen people from the demon clan before. Sir, why don't you take Xiaoyu and Little Bell for a tour in the city? Right, I think you can take them to see the Red Lake and the maple forest by the lake. It's autumn, the most beautiful time to see these places. You can also stand on the top of Canglin Castle and see the whole Canglin city. In one glance, elf girl Sala and the knights tossed out suggestions eagerly. Yeah, boss. Zhang Xiaoyu was a bit shy at their enthusiasm. They are so passionate. Boss, can we go out and have fun? Obviously, Zhang Xiaoyu was more reserved here than back in her home where she was reckless. This, Mr. Fang was still considering the proposal. Let's hit the road. I'm sure the shop owner will agree, right? Sir, will you come with us? Today, we can take a boat and row to the central island in the lake. Before Mr. Fang could tell Zhang Xiaoyu if they were going on or, he was dragged out of the shop by others. Little Exener, you guys keep an eye on the shop for me, and I'll be back later. Anyone else wants to come with us? Me. Hearing this invitation, the big group of orcs and assassins who were watching them all eagerly came out. Almost 100 people gathered on the street in front of the shop. The passers-by who didn't know their tour plan thought that they were doing window shopping together. My goodness. What's happening? Look at the deer in the front. The deer seems to be talking. The residents of Canglin City all froze at this scene. It was incredible. What's happening up there? Why are you following them? There's a talking deer up front. It seemed to come out from the Origins Internet Club. There are many orcs and many elves. That one looks like Grand Mage Adolf. How come he's here too? How come I feel like I saw that Grand Mage Merlin? A figure dressed in a mage's robe immediately went deeper in the crowd. How come I feel like I have been discovered? Sir, we heard that you're taking Xiaoyu and Little Bell for an outing. In the group chat in QQ, Su Tianji in Juhua City, Ningbai in Half City, and Zhongwu and Jiyu Tingyan in Yuanyang City all emerged with questions. Why don't you put it on the livestream? Tang Yu said, Sir, you can't enjoy the sight of elves every day by yourself. Put them on the livestream so that we can see them too. We've never seen elves before. Yu Bai added, I agree. Group picture of Xiaoyu and some elves. Look, even Xiaoyu sent us pictures. Okay, I'll livestream after I ask for their permission. Mr. Fang felt harassed that he had to livestream while he went for an outing. In the shops, the big screens in the lounge areas suddenly lit up. The shop owner is live streaming again. I wonder what we'll watch this time. Soon, large groups of audience gathered before the screens. Yu Bai, Tang Yu, other disciples of Heavenly Academy, Fairy Qing Yun who was wearing a big pair of sunglasses, and even the janitors all sat down on the couches. On the screens, Elf Girl Sala and other elves of the Snow Pigeon team stood in one row. Sir, they can see us now. Greetings to people in the other shops. Hello, the elves waved. Behind them, some orcs poked out their animal heads. What are these? Does World of Warcraft have orcs like these? Are they new races? They are not night elves. A new elf race appeared. Look, Xiaoyu is with them. They are at the new shop. Ah, I see real elves. Look, a dog-headed man is catching fish in the lake. Su Tianji exclaimed. When others looked over, the dog-headed man was swimming back to the bank with 2 fish dangling from his mouth. Today, I'll treat you the roasted fish of orcs. He was very hospitable. Exclamations erupted among the audiences in the shops. It was about 6 o'clock in the evening. Under the fiery evening clouds in the late autumn sky, maple leaves flew down on the banks of the lake. While the orcs roasted fish on the bank, some knights were rowing a boat toward the center of the lake. Yo ha 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 ha, it's so fun. The big white deer stood on the bow and spread its front hooves to enjoy the warm breeze on the lake. Then, its 2 hooves slipped. Why splash, the big white deer fell into the lake. Everyone in the area froze. Help the deer, help me. Chapter 711, is this a horror movie? The sun was setting gradually. The aroma of roasted fish permeated the air around the bank of the lake. A few golden griffin knights pulled out the drowning big white deer from the lake. When they returned to the shop, it was very late. Mercenaries such as Big Sword Crete were enjoying the attention from the city's aristocrats and the civilians. Crete, can you tell us where the talking deer came from? Crete, how come there were so many elves a moment ago? I heard some servants talking about something named the Avengers, and a battle against an evil god. My goodness, are they gathering together to deal with an evil god? Some noble ladies who liked reading fantasy novels about knights sent servants to ask about the movie. Obviously, the outing of the large group of elves and orcs with the talking big white deer caused a great disturbance in the whole city. In this empire, people could also do other stuff besides learning combat techniques or practicing magic spells. The members with moderate talents in the big families would be sent to learn how to manage the family business. These types of fantasy stories circulating in the Nora continent were quite popular among aristocrats, including the noble ladies who were just mentioned. Of course, the people who were most eager about it were the peace-loving elves. Oh right, can you tell us about, the Avengers that you were talking about? The orcs asked while they walked back to their inn. That's a trailer of a new movie in the shop. The elves happily introduced the orcs to the movie. It's a story about an extremely horrifying evil god trying to rule humans. Mr. Adolf, do you think that there's really an evil god who is trying to rule the humans in the Avengers? Dwarf Elder Sock asked while they walked to a street in the distance. I heard from the elves who have watched the trailer that the evil god is extremely scary. I think that the elves would never lie, Adolf said gravely. Oh, then, it will be a horror movie. The dwarf elder sighed. It's said that people can feel the great power of that evil god by watching the trailer, and it's a level of power that we can never withstand. It was midnight, and Elder Sewell was still awake when she heard someone knocking on her door. Elder, are you asleep? Outside the door, elf girl Sala asked in a low voice, may I enter? A small head poked in. Elder, I can't sleep. Do you think there is really such an evil god that would turn us to ashes with one wave of his hand? After all, in the legends, such existences were all powerful and capable of many great deeds. Today was the day that the Avengers would be released. Shakily, the elves, dwarves, and orcs sat before their computers with curiosity for the unknown. Are we really going to watch this extremely scary horror movie? An orc asked with a shiver. We orcs are the bravest beings. Another orc said shakily, if the elves dare to watch it, why can't we? I heard that the cute little white deer of the demon clan is also brave enough to watch it. Another orc said loudly, we brave orcs surely are not frightened. They all activated the movie and began to watch The Avengers, which seemed to be a super horror movie. After hearing the exaggerated descriptions from the elves, they had to encourage themselves for the movie. Meanwhile, Others such as Dwarf Elder Sock and Elf Elder Sewell had also begun watching the movie. In fact, many elves even boarded Mr. Fang's tour bus. So many people. We should be fine. Right, some elves were still uneasy. We elves are the bravest beings and are not afraid of this evil god. Ha, yeah. Sala and other elf girls dashed onto Mr. Fang's tour bus with battle shouts as if they were trying to say, we elves are fearless. Some customers from the old shops were also on Mr. Fang's tour bus, including Su Tianji, members of the Heaven-Defying Online Games Guild, and students of Heavenly Academy. Although they had seen these elves and orcs yesterday, they still stared at the latter in amazement. Seeing the elves who had pointy ears and orcs who had lion heads or tiger heads, demonic woman Ningbai suddenly felt like she looked quite normal compared with these people. Soon, the movie began. The Tesseract has awakened. Before the viewers was a mass of icy blue flames wrapped by a square crystal cube. Even though they were looking at it from the side, the viewers vaguely felt the deep and horrifying energy inside it. The gloomy and evil voice slowly sounded from the darkness, a human world. They would wield its power. But our ally knows its workings as they never will. He is ready to lead. And our force, our Chittori, will follow. In the gloomy dark space, countless weirdly dressed gloomy monster soldiers put on their armor while the deep voice continued, the world will be his. The universe yours. And the humans, what can they do but burn? Yeah. The elves let out a series of screams, are they all evil gods? There are more than one. According to legends that were passed down from ancient times, they could do nothing but wait for their death if such an evil god decided to attack them. The humans here are not powerful at all. Sala said, look at their commander. He doesn't even have the presence of a level 1 warrior. He's just an ordinary person. They are finished. This will be a horrifying catastrophe of the biggest scale. Do you think the humans on this Earth will be wiped out? One elf asked. It was scary even just thinking about it. The system version of the movie didn't only make viewers feel like they were in the world. Furthermore, the great power of the characters would be showcased in many ways, including the god-like presences, glances, and the horrifyingly huge force which could destroy all viewers with only a tiny part of it. Apart from all these, the most horrifying was the ability of easily controlling people's minds at will. Just imagine how horrifying it would be if your body and mind no longer belong to you. Woo, I don't want to watch it. Rolling, the elf girl standing beside Sala, almost wept. The other elves were not faring any better. Their screams resonated in the tour group, and some elf girls even huddled together. Chapter 712. Something doesn't feel right. Not only elves and orcs, but dwarves, human mages, assassins, and knights were also watching the new movie. They didn't quite understand what the movie was about, but they believed that all the products in this shop had top quality. Therefore, the people watching, the Avengers, in the new shop included not only old players but many new customers. Is this the movie that was said to have an evil god in it? In the new shop, there were some noble young ladies who loved night stories. One of them had wine-colored curly hair and was dressed in an aristocratic long dress. The badge she wore on her chest showed that she wasn't an ordinary noble lady since the stars rising from clouds engraved on the badge could be only seen among the royal members of the Morning Light Empire. The young men and women sitting around her were obviously also high-ranked. This was their first visit here. Yesterday, they heard everyone talking about the movie. Today, driven by curiosity, they each bought a membership and activated the Avengers. Now, they were watching Loki make his appearance. Ah, they instantly shrieked. They were so frightened by the scene that they almost wet their pants. Different from the players in the old shops, the newbies who had never watched such movies before almost went crazy. Just imagine the scenario in which a mortal stood before a real evil god who could frighten them with a tiny bit of his presence. The system had perfected each detail in the movie. According to the legends in this world, the gods were so scary that they could turn humans into ashes with a wave of their hands. This evil god, the talentless aristocrats who knew nothing but watching knights screamed as soon as they saw this evil god. Even some orcs swallowed their saliva with difficulty. The plot of The Avengers was quite simple. After the evil god Loki took the Tesseract with force, the SHIELD organization planned to gather the superheroes to handle this mess. Although it was simple, this plot made the story easy to understand for the new customers who had never watched such movies before. Soon, the heroes made their appearances. This woman looks like an ordinary person. The audience watched and commented on Black Widow. But she's pretty. One orc with a lion head commented. What is the use of beauty when fighting against an evil god? Then, they saw the second superhero. This guy is also an ordinary person. The audience scrutinized the Hulk, who was in his human form. How come I don't sense any special abilities from them? He is even afraid of an handgun. Sala, who had watched Resident Evil, felt like she was going to die. This is the least powerful weapon. This Iron Man looks to be an ordinary person too. Naively, the elves looked at Iron Man, who was in a strange armor suit. His feet are spitting fire. The elves, orcs, and aristocrats watched in puzzlement as Iron Man shot into the sky above an extremely prosperous city like a shooting star. Under the nightly sky, the neon lights in the city flashed like starry lights, which were dizzying for the audience who were not familiar with this style of tall buildings. The night view of this city is breathtaking. Despite their fear for the evil god, the elves, fans of natural beauty, still enjoyed the night view. Then, they saw Captain America. This Captain America doesn't look powerful either. One orc commented with a muffled voice, "Can these humans defeat this evil god in a battle?" Then, the viewers turned back to watching the evil god as he teleported and used all kinds of destructive spells that had been upgraded to a godly level by the system. They were impressed by his calm and unique air, as if he had everything under control. A set of weirdly shaped armor appeared on Loki's body, and he stepped out with casual steps as if he was walking in a park, but the people around him were so frightened that they scrambled to flee. Obviously, in the system version of the movie, the audience could better sense the horrifying godly pressure. Without a fuss, all humans before him kneeled while shaking. They submitted to the terrifying power of this evil god. All viewers could feel this horrifying pressure. Can humans really battle with such an existence? Has this evil god recovered his godly power? I feel like he's getting stronger. Is not this simpler? The audience in the new shop stood in the crowd as they watched Loki make his proud speech. Is this not your natural state? It's the unspoken truth of humanity, that you crave subjugation. In the end, you'll always kneel. Finally, an old man stood up shakily and said, "Not to men like you." Loki sneered, "Look to your elder, people." The scepter in Loki's hand condensed a destructive pale blue light. Let him be an example. Then, the destructive light shot out like a bright blue beam of death. Yeah, he'll die. He is going to die. The less brave elves and humans covered their heads with their arms when seeing this scary evil god. A timid elf removed her fingers from her eyes and saw the blue light being bounced back. Loki dropped to the ground and was silent for a long while. Captain America stood before the old man with a small round shield in his hand. Then, a rocket-like light beam flew down from the sky. Two blinding light beams with great energy from the nuclear reactor shot from the center of two hands. Make your move. When the horrifying, evil god tried to move again, Iron Man stood before him. Yeah, isn't he an evil god? The audience, who had been frozen in fear, looked baffled. How come this plot feels fishy? This Captain America doesn't look powerful, but what's the trick with his shield? That Iron Man looks no different from an ordinary soldier apart from his metal armor. But what were the light beams that instantly knocked down the evil god? I don't like it. In the movie, Captain America opened his mouth and spoke. What? Rock of Ages giving up so easily? Is this a scheme? Hearing their conversation, the audience became uneasy again. I also feel like things can't be this simple. They had seen the calmness of Loki, as if he had everything under control even though he was captured by these humans. It seemed like everything was going as he had planned, and humans didn't have any power to resist the slow corrosion. This feeling even suffocated the orcs and dwarves, let alone the elves. This evil god must have given himself up on purpose, right? Elder Sewell stared at the scene before her and commented, "This evil god is so cunning. I feel like he's brewing some horrifying scheme." Chapter 713. I thought I'd wet my pants in fear, but I ended up laughing like a pig. It must be. Dwarf Elder Sock had somehow joined the tour group, and he added, "Oh. This must be the most cunning, evil, and powerful god that I've ever seen. Look. Even after he was captured by Thor, who is as powerful as him, he looks as if he had everything under control." Adolf said with a nod, "He must have a plan, or he just has no regard for these humans who are extremely weak in his eyes." As the movie went on, the evil god Loki, who had been captured by Thor and the others, was put into a specially made cell by S.H.I.E.L.D. The specially made glass around the cell couldn't be broken by any ordinary person, not even Loki, who had obviously lost his strength again. However, everyone saw that Loki's power went beyond his physical strength. Like a born demon, his words could always lure and bewitch people. Even without using any force, he seemed to be able to lure anyone who had contact with him to work for him. For example, he was now luring Black Widow to step into his trap with words. At this moment, everyone in Mr. Fang's tour group was watching the scene. Is this love? In the cell, Loki's voice full of sins and degeneration sounded, luring Black Widow to open her heart and tell him her past. Oh, this horrifying evil god has control over someone important to her. So despicable. Watching this scene, the elves felt even more frightened. Pathetic. You serve liars and killers. Do you think you can wipe out all your sins? The evil god's voice grew even more vicious. I won't touch Barton. Not until I make him kill you. Slowly, intimately, in every way he knows you fear. And when he'll wake just long enough to see his good work, and when he screams, I'll split his skull. The words turned the atmosphere more and more suffocating. It's finished. I feel like this woman is going to break. At this moment, the pretty woman dressed in black body-fitting clothes said, Thank you for your cooperation. I know your plan now. Loki, who was in the cell, was at a loss for words. What's happening? Of course, this small incident didn't affect the main course. Oh, look at this evil god, how come he still looks so confident? Dwarf Elder Sock exclaimed, My goodness. He got out. He actually got out. What do I see? He activated the horrifying tesseract. Will the world come to its end? The pale blue light beam shot into the sky and opened a huge portal in space. From being captured to escaping to activating the tesseract, this evil god seemed to have everything in his control. Countless spaceships from the alien dimension flew out of the pitch-black space, shooting out destructive light beams and turning everything that they touched into ashes. Instantly, the buildings in the city were turned into shambles. This evil god is so calm. Will the humans in this world be destroyed? The horrifyingly huge metal beasts also crawled out from the wormhole in space. A wiggle of their giant, mountain-like bodies could knock down all the high buildings around them. He's chasing after Black Widow. My goodness. At this moment, Hawkeye Barton, another superhero, shot an arrow at Loki. It was dead-on accurate. Loki couldn't dodge it. However, in the next moment, the powerful evil god caught the arrow in his hand. He looked down overbearingly with a smile of great self-confidence. Oh, I think this evil god is indeed powerful. Elder Sewell said in shock. The head of the arrow exploded, sending Loki flying. He was dazed by the explosion. It was absolutely silent. Ha 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 ha. Wild laughter filled the whole internet cafe while a few orcs dropped to the ground with merriment. Enough. After breaking through the window and falling into a tall building, Loki looked at the Hulk who had chased him into the building, and this evil god now had a distorted expression. Enough. All of you are beneath me. I am a god, you dull creatures, and I will not be bullied. Is the evil god going to use his true power now? Some noble ladies exclaimed. After all, in the stories of knights, the evil antagonists would always show their hidden cards after a temporary defeat. Then, they saw the green giant with unthinkable strength grabbing onto Loki's legs. Then, he smashed Loki against the floor repeatedly like a bat. Boom, 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 crack, crack, crack. He glanced at Loki, saw that the latter was still alive, and swung again. Loki slowly snapped back. He lay on the floor in a daze. ... All of the audience were at a loss for words. After a long while, they finally understood what happened and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The orcs slammed their fists on the floor. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha ha. Oink. Elder Sewell suddenly covered her mouth. ... People seemed to hear a snorting sound from a pig. ... Everyone looked over. Not me. Not me. Elder Sewell's pretty face darkened. I didn't laugh. Ha ha ha. We thought we'd watch a super horrifying evil god and were prepared to be terrified. But you forced us to end up laughing like pigs. Are you sure you're not kidding me? Ah, Mr. Fang looked at the elves in confusion. I'm showing you a comedy. Seeing you work hard playing games every day, I decided to give you some entertainment and relaxation. Isn't it great? Ha. The elves and orcs all froze. We thought we were watching a horror movie. You ruined our view of this world. Elf girl Sala felt like her belly hurt since she laughed so much, and she rushed over and swung her little fists at Mr. Fang. How can we look at evil gods with proper fear after watching this? At this moment, the real battle had just begun. As mentioned before, Loki opened a spatial portal with the Tesseract. On the other side of the portal was an extremely huge spaceship floating in the endless space full of radiant stars, and the ship hovered in the space above Earth like a giant shadow. Chapter 714. A simple story about heroes. In the city which was gradually turning into ruin, viewers looked up and saw giant warships flying out from the huge hole in the sky. Even the soldiers of the lowest rank used the horrifying laser weapons which could pierce an entire skyscraper with blue light beams. The Chitauri claimed that they were part of the immune system of the universe, with the job of destroying chaos and free will, which made them truly a nightmarish evil legion. They passed through the portal that was opened by the Tesseract which was taken by Loki, and they rushed into the sky above Earth continuously. With nimble bodies like fish, their spaceships looked like huge deep ocean whales that could soar in the sky. Each of these spaceships was as big as an aircraft carrier. The most terrifying thing was that these alien spaceships equipped with alien technologies were no longer ordinary spaceships in humans' imaginations. The fins of the spaceships cut open skyscrapers as if they were sharp knives cutting through tofu, and their huge tails knocked down countless buildings like dominoes. These weird spaceships looked like machines and lifeforms at the same time, and they turned the city into shambles like spatial giant beasts that were soaring in the sky. Sitting in small flying boats like compact groups of locusts, their soldiers butchered every living being that they saw with destructive laser beams like raindrops in a storm. The 6 superheroes stood below the portal. Obviously, this movie didn't follow the traditional way of expressing the storyline by putting the heroes at a disadvantage at the beginning. Instead, the movie showed the heroes' great powers in a humorous way. At this moment, the audience was amazed by the humans on this Earth, subconsciously. How come the humans on this Earth are so powerful? Dwarf Elder Sock asked loudly. There are several of them. They were amazed by the unthinkable power that Iron Man obtained from the reactor on his chest, or Hulk's pure and horrifying physical strength that was greater than a god's. They had thought that Thor, who was a god, should be the main force of the alliance, but now they found that each of the heroes was a main force. At this moment, the audience saw the heroes gathering again to deal with the present crisis together. Even the customers in the new shop in Candlin City were thrilled by the movie. Meanwhile, they began to get extremely curious about the past and backgrounds of these heroes, wondering what had made them so powerful. At this moment, their fear for the evil god had vanished, and in its place was a combination of fear and curiosity that the modern people felt while they watched horror movies. Call it Cap. In the spatial void behind the portal, the mothership that was many times larger than these spaceships stood in the deep darkness, sending more and more spaceships to Earth. Alright, listen up. Until we can close that portal up there, we're going to use containment. Baton, I want you on that roof, I on everything. Call out patterns and strays. Stark, you got the perimeter. Anything gets more than 3 blocks out, you turn it back or you turn it to ash. After these orders were issued, it was Thor's turn. You got to try and bottleneck that portal. Slow them down. As the climax of the movie came, the audience in the other world were enthralled. Hulk, with a deafening, furious roar, Hulk's huge body shattered the ground like a huge cannonball. Then, he instantly grabbed the soldiers from one flying ship on the sky. The powerful light beams that these flying ships sent out couldn't even penetrate the green giant's skin. It seemed like nothing could block his huge force. Everything, including metal, rocks, and the spaceships carrying the Chitauri army, was shattered by his huge iron fists. Thunderous clouds surged in the sky while many thunderbolts formed a huge destructive net. Many thunderbolts that were as thick as buckets struck on the portal viciously under the control of Thor's hammer, exploding the huge spaceships that were just passing the portal in the blink of an eye. They turned into waves of fire clouds while many debris of the spaceship fell from the sky like shooting stars. The thunderous lights and flames in the sky looked like many radiant fireworks. On the other side, Hawkeye Barton shot out arrows, exploding the spaceships in the sky and turning them into fireballs. The blazing flames and lights shot across the city, making explosive and artistic destruction everywhere. This was absolutely a great visual feast for the eyes to enjoy. Wow, the elves, dwarves, and knights found that they were completely enthralled by scenes of the war. Oh, holding a big bag of potato chips that she had bought in Q-Zone, Zhang Xiaoyu stuffed a big handful of potato chips into her mouth while she enjoyed The Avengers. Obviously, as a player from one of the old shops, She was calmer than the others but was still fascinated by this novel and humorous movie. To her surprise, another hand reached into the bag and grabbed a handful of potato chips. Xiaoyu, this original flavor isn't so good. Why didn't you buy the cucumber flavor? Mr. Fang said while crunching on the potato chips. You are saying that it doesn't taste good after you finished eating. Zhang Xiaoyu was mad. You eat my potato chips every day. At this moment, the war came to the end. Although many Chidori troops that had entered Earth through the portal had been destroyed, the mothership in the void was still sending more spaceships down as if there was an endless supply. Like black clouds, more and more spaceships surrounded the Hulk and poured light beams onto him. Even the energy from the reactor couldn't last for long in such a big-scaled war. Tony Stark, Iron Man, found that his energy was low after destroying several Chidori army spaceships that looked like huge beasts. At this moment, the military activated the most horrifying weapon. A white missile flew toward the city with a long tail of exhaust flames like a rocket. It was a nightmare for both the humans and their enemies. Produced by the technology much more advanced than that in the world where Fang Chi had lived before he traveled through space and time, this nuclear missile had much greater power. Everyone, both the humans and their enemies, would be destroyed. Seeing Iron Man getting close to the missile on his own and pushing it to change the trajectory before propelling it to the other side of the portal, the audience seemed to begin to understand what the word, hero, meant. Perhaps it was a one-way trip, which was a price that an ordinary person couldn't pay. From humor, to passion, and then to heroism. Yes, this was a simple story about heroes. Perhaps it was only a very simple movie about superheroes, but its simplicity had many benefits. At least everyone understood its humor. And while they laughed, they also understood the message the movie tried to convey. On the other side of the portal, the nuclear fusion turned the whole mothership into an ocean of fire, annihilating it in the void. Yeah, this Iron Man isn't dead yet. The elves were pleasantly surprised while they watched the last scene of the movie. Chapter 715. Life Skills and Casual. Players. The evil god isn't as scary as we thought. After the movie, the viewers felt like this evil god Loki was quite entertaining. I thought I would be scared senseless by this movie. Elf girl Sala put down her virtual reality headset and began to talk about it excitedly with the elves around her. Such a weak god. Ha 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 ha. A big white deer joined their discussion. I feel like the part when he caught the arrow is the most interesting. A dog-headed man joined them too. I wonder if there are more movies of this style. Some new customers asked while sitting down beside them. Sir. The elves looked at Mr. Fang expectantly. Probably not recently, Mr. Fang said. We'll soon have a new game, but not movies. A game? What new game? Even the assassins who were playing World of Warcraft in a zone quite far away walked over upon hearing this news. Having spent only 2 hours on the movie, the players still had lots of time left today. While the elves talked about the movie with Zhang Xiaoyu and Little Bell in excitement, others entered the game and began today's exploration. By now, most of the players had reached levels over 50 in World of Warcraft. Right now, the max level in World of Warcraft was level 60. After reaching the highest level, the players could choose to play different styles, including casual, PvE, or PvP. During leisure time, the players could go to the battlegrounds and improve their combat techniques, or they could try blacksmithing, enchanting, gathering, or even touring the world. On the windowsills at the northeast corner of the shop, there were several pots of blue gladiolus orchids, the special plants that could only be found in the Morning Light Empire. The dwarves and mages were sitting at computers near the flowers. A box of spicy sticks sat on Mage Adolf's computer desk, and he had eaten more than half of the box while watching the movie. Without thinking, he stuffed one into his mouth. Elder Sock, come and take a look at this blueprint. Can you create it? Adolf asked with a scroll of recipes in his hand. Some of us mages formed a group and looted this while you watched the movie. For Dwarf Elder Sock, even though the artifact-making techniques in the Legend of Sword and Fairy 4 were inspiring, blacksmithing and alchemy were still his specialties. In World of Warcraft, there were equipment that brought some classes great glories for one generation, and such god-tier equipment could be obtained through blacksmithing. For example, the recipe for destiny that he was holding. As everyone knew, reaching the max level was only the beginning in World of Warcraft. 2 max-level players would have a great difference in strength if one of them was well-equipped and the other was poorly equipped. As told by its name, Destiny had tremendous power in the blade, and the player with this weapon would feel as if they could control their destiny. It was the first of the 7 weapons in World of Warcraft that had legendary backgrounds. Elder Sock instantly widened his eyes. My goodness, what's this? While exclamation sounded, many people nearby also looked over and intensely stared at the purple epic two-handed longsword that could be made by blacksmiths. Elder, can you make this sword? Dwarf warrior Raph stuck out his hairy head and stared at the screen with envy in his eyes. Be patient, I'm doing the quest for the master blacksmith. Elder Sock looked smug. While he was chatting, he put down his virtual reality headset with his mouse cursor hovering on the recipe that he had traded from Adolf. I'm doing the quest named, The Art of the Imbue. I don't think anyone in World of Warcraft is faster than me. No, Dwarf Raph said, I meant, with this detailed blueprint, can you make it in your blacksmith workshop? He meant the workshop in the real world. This, Dwarf Elder Sock thought for a moment and said, I'm afraid that I can't do it until I've mastered all the blacksmith skills in this game. In other words, it's entirely possible. The art of the imbue, as was indicated by the name, was to inject magic energy into items. As a result, the equipment created in World of Warcraft had many powerful magic attributes. On the other side, Grand Mage Adolf was studying enchanting and alchemy with many other mages. Hiss, look at this healing potion, it can heal wounds in a flash. Adolf said, Dekas, I think we must study its creation process. Different from Diablo, one could find incomplete production methods of things in World of Warcraft due to the existence of professions. In a corner close to the entrance of the shop, the Golden Griffin Knights obviously didn't spend much time on discussion after watching The Avengers. After chatting with the elves for a while, Helen turned to look at Commander Elvin's screen and found that he had gone to the Eastern Plaguelands. Commander, what are you doing here? Some knights came over and watched him play. Yesterday, in the west of the Eastern Plaguelands, I met an old knight who had been exiled for treason because he had saved an orc. Commander Elvin said, my guts told me that there are some secret stories in this place. I plan to do this quest, and it will give me lots of experience points. On his screen was an old paladin named Fordring. In the lounge area, the elves were still talking about The Avengers that they had just finished watching. They were sitting on the couches in the lounge area in a circle. Elder Sewell was enjoying a mug of cappuccino casually. Sitting across from her were a group of orcs who were talking animatedly. Ding dong. Zhang Xiaoyu's communication jade made a sound, and she took it out and chatted on it cheerfully. You guys all have this thing. You can use QQ on this thing as well. This communication jade is an updated version after we studied the cell phones shown in the shop's games. Zhang Xiaoyu glanced at the elves. Don't you have this? I remember there are cell phones in the new game and the movie Resident Evil. Aren't they virtual objects? Elder Sewell said curiously. But you can open and study them. Ah, we can open and study them. Elder Sewell looked astonished. Then, the Avengers. Everyone looked over in astonishment. Didn't you know that? Zhang Xiaoyu looked at her in surprise. We can do it in all the games and movies. Yeah, we always thought they are fake. Obviously, the elves and mages had always thought that they could only practice combat techniques in the games. Chapter 716. Don't be fooled by the trailer, this must be a funny game. Sir, what's the new game? On the morning of the next day, the elves who had finally finished their animated discussions about The Avengers finally remembered the new game. Doesn't it have a trailer? Oh, aren't you guys going to return to your elf forest? Mr. Fang looked at the elves who came to the shop to play games every day. Elder. Little Sala glanced at Elder Sewell beside her and asked, didn't you say that you will apply for a teleportation array? Was the application approved? Oh, Elder Sewell patted her forehead. Did you forget it? Elf girl Sala stared at her in suspicion. How is that possible? Elder Sewell rolled her eyes at Sala and said, little girl, don't doubt your elder. Do you think I'm a forgetful person? Elder Sewell said with great dignity, it's not a small issue to build a teleportation array connecting the elf clan with another nation. I need to demonstrate many benefits that we can obtain here. To the Elder Council, I've only collected a small part of the evidence, it's not enough yet. Then, we must play some more games to get enough evidence. Sala asked cheerfully, What are you talking about? Elder Sewell's pretty face reddened, and then she said solemnly, I've sent a message to the Elder Council, telling them that the Elf Guard team that came out with me this time would obtain a huge leap in strength when we return. We're here to do hard cultivation. We've been working so hard raiding instances and got such a fright from the so-called evil god. Yes, we're here for hard cultivation. This girl is getting so unruly that she dares to tease me, an elder. Then, Elder Sewell said with a serious expression, cultivate hard. Do you understand? You guys will protect Silver Moon Forest in the future. Okay, got it, that is better. Satisfied, Elder Sewell turned to look at Mr. Fang and said, Sir, didn't you say that there would be a new mystical realm? How about it? Do you have a trailer? Sir, which workshop made it? In their minds, the East Continent had many workshops, which had made most of the games long ago, and that was why this shop could release new games faster and more frequently than the Doolin Workshop and Lava Workshop. Of course, it must be noted that Mr. Fang's shop was popular only in this area and not as well known as the big workshops in other nations. After all, in the Royal Magic Union of the Morning Light Empire outside Candlin City, how come I always hear people sing high praise of the Blizzard Workshop? A mage dressed in a black mage's robe complained, they keep saying that Blizzard is the best in the world. Everything originates from Blizzard. Seriously, they brag about it every day. I was a bit curious about this Blizzard Workshop, a blonde mage said while shaking his head, but I'm now tired of hearing their bragging. A bunch of morons. Is Blizzard their daddy or something? Hey, who are you talking about? Who else? The mages led by Dekas are the most enthusiastic supporters. They even claim that it is the most realistic and vastest mystical realm. This was pretty much the current situation. However, the new game clearly wasn't a product of Blizzard. It's Ubisoft this time, Mr. Fang said. Ubisoft. Assassin Alina had just walked into the shop. Hearing the word Ubisoft, she strode over immediately. What was Ubisoft? It was their faith. Is it a sequel to Assassin's Creed? She asked excitedly. It's not a game in the Assassin series. Mr. Fang shook his head and said, today, the trailer was released. You can watch it in the Super Theater. Then, when will the game be released? While looking for a seat, elf girl Sala asked casually. While his face twitched, Mr. Fang glanced at the task on the system interface and said, it's not decided yet. Is my mind very weak? Why do I need to do special training? Mr. Fang looked disdainful. The system replied, if the host thinks he has a tough mind, why not begin the training immediately? No, Mr. Fang's face stiffed. To calm down his nerves, Mr. Fang went and made himself a bowl of instant noodles. So, the release date was still undecided. Yeah, Xiaoyu, you guys are early. Seeing Xiaoyu and Little Bell were already online, the elves immediately sat down in the seats near to them. Morning. Zhang Xiaoyu exited from the virtual reality mode and waved at the elves. Xiaoyu, do you want to eat some spicy sticks? Sala took out a box of spicy sticks with a smile. I bought a big box today. I do. As a foodie, Xiaoyu's eyes lit up at the mentioning of spicy sticks. Then, you must say, Sister Sala is the best. I like Sister Sala the most. Well, Zhang Xiaoyu blushed, standing behind them with a bowl of instant noodles in his hands. Mr. Fang felt awkward, feeling like Xiaoyu would be easily lured away by a spicy stick. Expressionlessly, Mr. Fang interrupted with a bowl of instant noodles in his hands. You can open Super Theater, it is the most eye-catching one on the top. Oh, sir, are you sure that Ubisoft didn't release a new game of Assassin's Creed? Alina obviously was still thinking about Assassin's Creed, and she asked while opening Super Theater. Outlast, Alina froze. What game is this? Sala asked curiously while she gazed at the screen. It's a survival game, Mr. Fang explained, you can see it from the name. It's about escaping from a dangerous place. Mr. Fang's explanation was not even better than no explanation. Isn't it simple? Alina looked confident. After all, she had escaped from the minions of the Judgment Godly Palace and the place is full of traps many times even before she played Assassin's Creed. I'm good at this, but it looks so gloomy. Little Bell only took one look of the trailer and immediately exited from virtual reality mode, covering its eyes with its hooves. On the screen was a desolate sand-covered road leading to a nightmarish castle-like building. As the camera entered the interior of the building, they saw dirty bloodstains in the gloomy ward-like rooms. The whole space felt suffocating and heavy. In the darkness, creepy figures would flash past occasionally. In some places, it was pitch black, and the players could only see things with the night vision function of the camera. Through the night vision of the camera, The world on the screen looked gray, which added more gloominess to the place. "It's fine," Sala said, "don't be fooled by the trailer. We were frightened by the evil god, but what happened?" "Humph," Sala said calmly, "I think this must be a hilarious game." Chapter 717. Of Love and Family. Many Assassin players resonated with what Sala said. For example, Assassin Harrison began to boast about his survival skills of his earlier life. "After all, this game was named Outlast. I once got away from a level 9 master," Harrison said excitedly. Although he couldn't talk about his assassinations of the high-level officials of the Judgment Godly Palace, this man could reveal some of his survival skills. "I always took shelter in the filthy places since I was sure that those lofty people wouldn't even expect me to hide in those places in their dreams." "Hey." Beside him, another assassin reached over and covered his mouth. Ha ha ha. "Anyway, we excel in this area." Harrison laughed heartily. After the reputation of assassins turned from that of a dirty job to a great profession, Harrison began to wonder about the imminent game named Outlast. Is it possible that these survival skills will also become great abilities? Alina rolled her eyes at Harry and then told the elves, "Don't listen to him. I'm way better in this than him. I'm the best expert in fleeing elegantly from the most dangerous places and angering your enemies during the process." Really, many members of the Snow Pigeon team were intrigued. If they could do some homework and get prepared before the release of the game named Outlast, they might be able to progress quickly after they entered the game, right? For example, these people had been wondering why New Snow, the girl who usually teamed with them in the game, and the Tauren with the ID, young Master Song, and his buddies were so sharp. Sala was envious of them whenever she watched them play, and she thought that it was necessary to get some training in these skills, so she could show off her own abilities when they began playing Outlast. "Should we go outside of the city and have a special training for Outlast this evening after we finish with World of Warcraft?" Sala suggested. "No problem," Alina said excitedly, "I will teach you the secret to hiding your presence and magic energy in the body." "Me too, I want to learn it too." A big white deer lifted its front hooves and yelled. This deer's teammates always said that it was dumb when they played games together. If it could do some preparation and learn the advanced skill of hiding its presence and magic energy, it felt like it could lord over other players when it began playing Outlast. In a corner not far from them, some Golden Griffin Knights were standing behind their commander and watching him play. "Isn't this man just an old farmer? Is he really one of the 5 paladins of the Knights of the Silver Hand?" Helen exclaimed while she watched the old man's self-narration on the screen. During the first war in World of Warcraft, to fight the invading orcs and deal with the fact that warriors couldn't heal themselves in battles, Archbishop Alansis Fold decided to create a new class which combined the abilities of warriors and priests, Paladin. Together with his disciples, he established the Knights of the Silver Hand and entrusted it to one of his apprentices, Uther the Lightbringer. This order later became the famous Silver Hand. In other words, the Silver Hand was the first Paladin order in the world. Naturally, the first 5 Paladins at the beginning of the Silver Hand had special meaning for Paladin players. "Commander, you discovered such a great existence in the suburbs of the Eastern Plaguelands." One of the Golden Griffin Knights couldn't believe his eyes. "Is it real? An insignificant and dejected farmer living reclusively in the Eastern Plaguelands. Commander, how did you find him?" Helen gasped in a low voice as if she had discovered a new world. Subconsciously, she felt like the situation wasn't as simple as it looked. "I got lost in the spider cave and then I came here after walking through the cave." Commander Elvin obviously was also puzzled. "Let's see what else this paladin needs." Impatiently, they wanted to watch how this quest would continue. In fact, in the world where Fang lived prior to his travel through space and time, players who hadn't played World of Warcraft would still know Tyrion Fordring if they had played a game named Hearthstone. Race does not dictate honor, human. Helen followed the route that Commander Elvin mentioned and found this paladin as well. "While you remain on my farmstead, I ask that you remember and respect this credo. I have known orcs who have been as honorable as the most noble of knights and humans who have been as vile as the most ruthless of scourge. But I shall not bore you with tales of my youth. There is much work to be done, if that is what you desire." Helen soon heard the instruction from this paladin. Obviously, this was a neutral quest that could be completed by both Alliance and Horde players. Of course, this man didn't trust the players at the beginning and didn't tell them some of the past events until these knights did some favors for this reclusive old man. The players got the remaining parts of the story from other people. Bit by bit, they finally put together the complete and special event in the past. Tyrion Fordring, was exiled for treason. This old man seemed to have returned to the past when he recalled the period where he was young and arrogant. Once, Fordring found a reclusive orc and fought him fiercely. Then, the ruins of a nearby tower collapsed, and Fordring, who had been engrossed in the battle, was caught off guard and buried in the debris. When Fordring woke up, he found himself lying in his own bed, and the captain of his guards told him that the rescue team found him unconscious on the back of his horse a few days ago. Fordring tried to recall what had happened and surprisingly realized that the person who had rescued him from the ruins must have been the orc. After he recovered, Fordring followed the clues in his memory and found the orc named Eitrig. The Alliance and Horde had always met each other with weapons, but at this moment, the two heroes appreciated each other and became friends. But soon, the Alliance found out the orc's whereabouts. When Fordring got the news, the orc had been brought to the city and was tortured inhumanely. Of course, Fordring couldn't stand back and watch, which was why he was sent to the court with the crime of treason. His wife and previous friends all tried to convince him to place all the blame on the orc. Of course, this quest included more than listening to this old man's memories. The quest's name was, Of Love and Family. On one hand, Fordring did it to show respect to this orc with great virtues. On the other hand, he wanted to set an example as a father. He hoped that his 7-year-old son would learn from his noble virtues instead of despicable behaviors. Chapter 718. Can't think of anything but fancy operations. Elves want to livestream their fierce fight in Outlast. Race does not dictate honor. People shouldn't make quick judgments about people different from them. This noble paladin wanted to set an example for his son with his actions and words. In the days following the trial, Fordring was stripped of the power of the holy light. Not wanting his son to know that he was exiled, Fordring lied and said that he had died on the battleground. Tyrion Fordring had only secretly returned to his hometown when his son, Talon, joined the Order of the Silver Hand. From the distance, he watched his son who had grown into a paladin. The fallen Prince Arthas betrayed the honor of paladins and disbanded the Order of the Silver Hand after killing Uther. From then on, the Silver Hand was divided into several factions, and the major ones were the Brotherhood of Light, Argent Dawn, and Scarlet Crusade. Tyrion Fordring's son, Talon Fordring, had also lost his faith. Disillusioned, he became a puppet of the Scarlet Crusade. The main character of the quest was a great paladin, but during the quest, the Golden Griffin Knights clearly sensed a father's deep concern and expectation for his son, which was common in any ordinary family. Talon Fordring was a High Lord of the Scarlet Crusade in Hearth Glen. From this position by the river, one could see the only road coming out from the Hearth Glen. Standing by the river, this old paladin looked at the road from the distance every day. At this moment, Commander Elvin and other knights of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion who were watching the scene from behind felt something wrenching their hearts. Senior Fordring begged the players to help him wake up the honor and memories buried deep inside his son. In quests, of forgotten memories and, of lost honor, the players must find a toy battle hammer and an old battle flag respectively for Fordring. Thinking that his father had died, Talon had buried the toy battle hammer together with his memories about his father. After the death of Uther, the leader of the Silver Hand, due to Arthas's betrayal, Talon thought that the Silver Hand had lost all its honor, which was why he joined the Scarlet Crusade. These two items signified his memories and honor. The last item was a painting of the happy Fordring family where Senior Fordring stood with his wife and son. For this painting, I must go to. Commander Elvin read the quest introduction. Stratholme. Commander Elvin froze. Commander. What's it? It was the next day when he came to this stage. Commander Elvin froze for a second and said, 15 people instance. Still at rating stage. I only got halfway through the storyline. Can't you let me finish the quest first? What happened after that? Did Senior Fordring save his son? Can't you let me get to the end of the story first? He almost passed out in a fury. Immediately, he sent a message to some old teammates such as the healer Dekas, "Are you going to raid today?" He was feeling very frustrated. "Sir, when will you release Outlast?" In the early morning, some elves skipped their way to the counter. Sala felt like her survival skills had greatly improved after the training. This time, I can finally show off some fancy skills in the game. After all, she had learned lots of stuff this time. For example, she learned how to conceal her presence from someone stronger than her. how to suddenly attack when she was cornered by chasing enemies, and how to find an opportunity to grab some important figures as hostages. She even learned some scouting and searching methods. Feeling well prepared, she was impatient to try the game, Outlast. I hope you guys won't be startled by my amazing skills. Sala thought smugly. It's not released yet, what's the hurry, mister? Fang rolled his eyes at her, having never seen anyone so eager to play Outlast. I'm still dreading the training. You must at least wait until I finish my special training. Why not? Sala was impatient with waiting. Tell me the exact date that you'll release it. I don't know. She felt like beating Mr. Fang. She was finally ready, but the shop owner just wouldn't release the game. I plan to livestream my plays. Then, I'll train for a few more days. Sala and her companions said huffily. Forget it, Alina said, should we go back and do some more practice? I just came up with an awesome idea. What idea? Sala asked curiously. The best survival skill is fighting back. Alina said excitedly. Just think, since this game is produced by the Ubisoft workshop, we can fight our way through it. Use Musou. Killing all your enemies is the best way to survive. Alina seemed to be proud of her smart idea. We'll stun them by our fierce combat techniques. Good, good. The elves almost jumped in joy when they heard this idea. How come you're so smart? Let's go. We'll practice for a few more days before we enter the game and use Musou. These people were planning to shock everyone. Sounds great, Elf Rolling said cheerfully. Let's go and practice. We'll enter the game together and put our fierce battles on livestream. The scene would be magnificent. Elf girls such as Sala and Rolling could think of nothing but fancy operations. At this moment, Mr. Fang heard his communication jade making a beep and saw a message from Su Tianji. Sir. Su Tianji sent the emoji of a husky's cute face. I watched the trailer of Outlast and found the monsters in it are not very powerful. Do we really need to flee from such monsters? I'm surprised that you thought of this. What do you mean by surprised that I thought of this? I'm very smart, okay. Mr. Fang said after taking a moment to organize his thoughts. Different from all the previous games, this game strips you of all methods of resistance, and the main character is an absolutely average person. Even the main characters in Resident Evil have physical conditions far superior than those of average people, so they are not truly average people. This is a game to cultivate players' minds and will powers. Strips of all methods of resistance. For some unknown reason, Su Tianji shivered. Chapter 719. A lecture from Masters. The players in the new shop were doing all kinds of preparations for the imminent release of Outlast and dreaming of doing all kinds of fancy plays. Cool breezes drifted across White Pigeon Square in the evening. Many people living in Kanglan City liked to take a walk here after dinner. They would feed the pigeons or sit on the square, watching free spiritual spell visual projections. Those were all good options. Occasionally, a couple of bards would play harps on the square, singing ancient poems. When people sometimes put coins in the standing baskets before them, they would smile back friendly. Some young people seemed to have gotten fatigued from frolicking and sat down on the benches on the square while laughing and chatting in joy. The 2 boys and 1 girl were 3 young people who regularly played games in Mr. Fang's shop. At this moment, these 3 looked toward the huge and clear visual projection on the square expectantly. What's today's projection about? I know, the blonde and young Ron said. Of course, it is the Secrets of Mystical Realms, which is all the rage recently. Secrets of Mystical Realms was a professional and academic program which focused on the new emerging industry, cultivation mystical realms. The program, Secrets of Mystical Realms, usually showed the latest information about new mystical realms and talked about some new topics, which was why young people loved it so much. It seems like we're late. Ron said, has it been on for a while now? No, I think today's Secrets of Mystical Realms started earlier. Allow me to introduce again. In the spiritual spell visual projection was an exquisitely decorated stage. The male host dressed in a black suit sat across from 3 people, and the person sitting in the outermost chair was a white-haired mage dressed in a white mage's robe and a pointy hat. This is the most influential and authoritative Master Oth, who is a special advisor of the Crystal Workshop, a workshop on the same level as the Dulin Workshop. He is also a special level instructor of the Dusk Cloud Mystical Realm Workshop Academy. The mage dressed in the white mage's robe stood up and waved at the audience. Awesome. These young people stared at this master with widened eyes. Sitting beside him was a middle-aged mage dressed in a dark gray mage's robe with a reagent bottle embroidered on the chest. This is Master Lywood, an honorable advisor in the Worldly Alchemist Union, and he has achieved extremely high skills in the field of alchemy. At this moment, Mercenary Crete was also watching this spiritual spell visual projection and saw a stout middle-aged priest dressed in a red robe sit in the innermost seat on the screen. Isn't that Peeble? That Mr. Peeble of the Judgment Godly Palace? What are they talking about? Beside him, another mercenary had just arrived, and he asked curiously. I think they seem to be talking about this Blizzard workshop. Crete listened for a while and said, the fame of World of Warcraft has spread so far out already. The things that Mr. Peeble has just mentioned, such as negligence at work while watching the spiritual spell visual projection of World of Warcraft, are quite common, so I won't dive into them again. On the spiritual spell visual projection, the mage in the white mage's robe said while gesturing with his hands, the purpose that we use mystical realms for is to obtain strength in a more efficient way. However, the mystical realm known as World of Warcraft, which was imported recently from the East Continent, has become a piece of entertainment. For example, people view the scenery and even tour all over the world in the realm. They have become fans of natural scenery and fans of stories. They are obsessed with the game and have neglected their work. At this moment, the elves who were enjoying the scenery in World of Warcraft and the knights of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion who were engrossed in the plot of the quest of love and family, sneezed repeatedly. Huh, one elf glanced around in confusion. Who's talking about us? According to the research that I've done in recent years, 99% of the people obsessed in entertainment activities can achieve nothing in their lives, the master named Oth said. The remaining 1% could only obtain much fewer achievements than they were supposed to have. The mage dressed in the white mage's robe gestured and said, obviously, the mystical realms from the East Continent workshops are going in this improper direction and are trying to influence our people with this bad style. I think our people must be wary of it, Master Oth said with great dignity. The male host nodded and lowered his eyes to glance at the paper in his hand. Interestingly, another master has done similar research. About 50,000 people had been surveyed. These people had talents to be warriors or mages but also were frequently engaged in entertainment activities. It was found that only a few hundred out of the 50,000 people have obtained some achievements. The result is very close to that of Master Oth's research. The issue that Master Oth just mentioned is very severe. Master Lywood, who had brown curly hair and was dressed in the alchemist's robe, said with a smile, but I think we must pay attention to another more severe problem. It exists in the legend of Sword and Fairy in the agency shop named Origins Internet Club. I wonder if you guys have heard of this mystical realm. The others looked baffled, which showed that this mystical realm was obviously not as famous as World of Warcraft. In this mystical realm, they say, I control my destiny and not the heavens. I think it will severely mislead the people who cultivate in this mystical realm. More importantly, this mystical realm is a comprehensive one which consists of skills for people from beginners to level 9 masters, which is why I'm afraid that the young people will turn blindly arrogant after learning this idea. Master Lywood said with a sarcastic smile, besides, I got the news yesterday that they made a god into an evil and funny clown in The Avengers, which was newly released. It's blasphemy. The most important thing is that it has no academic ground to do so. As everyone knows, we must base our mystical realms on academic evidence since we use the mystical realms for cultivation. We can't allow these mystical realms to mislead people who enter them for cultivation. Chapter 720. Playing World of Warcraft equals to treason. Right, the male host said, we have gathered comments from many viewers lately, which is why we are taking some time from this program to talk about this issue. Now, let's see what our audience say about this. Soon, a spiritual spell visual projection appeared between these master seats. On the visual projection was a big comment wall which looked quite like a magic letter. Let's look at the one on the top. The host read, it seems to come from a level 2 mage student from an academy. It's unbelievable. This Blizzard workshop is despicable. Ever since my roommate started using the mystical realm created by the Blizzard workshop, he keeps bragging about it each day, saying that Blizzard is the #1 in the world, as if our current mystical realms are all garbage. I'm being harassed by him. I just love using the mystical realms of the Crystal Workshop. Why should he mind my business? Oh, haha. The host snickered. The roommate of this level 2 mage student sure is confident. He is saying that Blizzard is the #1 in the world. This young man is such a boastful person. If you encounter someone like this, you'd better ask your instructor to move you to another dorm room. This is the problem that I've mentioned before. Master Oth said, the ideas in their mystical realms will turn these kids blindly arrogant. It's only a new mystical realm workshop, and people are already boasting it and saying that it is the #1 in the world. I admit that this Blizzard workshop must have a high position in the East continent, but it needs at least dozens of years to reach a high level in our continent. Okay, the host said with a nod, let's see the next message. I'm in a lousy mood. I argued with my lover the day before yesterday, and he said that he doesn't need a lover now that he has his games. Go to hell, World of Warcraft. Go to hell, Blizzard Workshop. Oh, ho ho, the host said while laughing, this is indeed a serious issue. But girl, just keep away from these people who can't appreciate you. Before he could finish, he saw the next message. Today, I played the World of Warcraft with my lover. It was so fun that I just couldn't stop. I feel like our love deepened during the process. The host froze with the sudden urge of burning this couple to death. Ha 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 ha. The people who were watching the show on the White Pigeon Square burst into laughter. At this moment, Master Oth immediately continued, poor people, they are oblivious to the fact that they have been eroded by this entertainment mystical realm. Did you notice that she used the word, play? Oh, my son doesn't look right ever since he touched World of Warcraft. Can you imagine, there are many good girls in the academy, but he claims that he wants to marry an orc girl. He even said that the Deer in Origins Internet Club, that agency shop, is super cute. I hope you can help me. Oh, what a poor mother. Let's read the next message. The host continued to read, I'm a shop owner of an agency shop for a middle-sized mystical realm workshop in the Morning Light Empire. I'm going crazy lately. The big workshops like the Duelan Workshop and Lava Workshop are fine, but smaller ones such as my shop have been getting less and less business lately. This foreign agency shop has driven us to despair. Our customers say that our mystical realms are not good enough. But my goodness, how can our mystical realm workshop make better products if we can't make more money? The next message read, my companions and I have always believed in the God of radiant light judgment. But recently, one of them changed his faith to the holy light. My goodness, one of the citizens in our faithful nation changed his faith. At this moment, even Peeble, who was sitting next to Master Oth, opened his mouth. Peeble said, I think the other issues are not as severe as the one we're talking about right now. Right, Master Oth said, a master alchemist friend in my workplace once predicted that the foreign workshops, novel and fun methods of attracting customers would have a huge impact on the small to mid-size mystical realm workshops. The biggest impact is that these workshops might go bankrupt. As everyone knows, many nations provided aid to the mystical realm workshops in their territory. If this situation continues, these nations will lose lots of money. This is a disguised method of weakening their national power. In the faithful nations, the people all have their own ancient faiths. People said, if they change their faiths one day, are they still citizens of those nations? Master Oth said loudly, therefore, playing the so-called World of Warcraft and the Legend of Sword and Fairy is almost an act of treason. Hiss. Playing World of Warcraft equals to treason. The audience on the White Pigeon Square was stupefied. After listening to their conversation for a while, the audience found that this conclusion sounded logical. After the Duelan Workshop's attempt to enter the elf clan, the elves had learned their lesson and would occasionally watch the news about the mystical realms in the human world. At this moment, an old elf was also watching this program with some middle-aged and old elves. The silver-haired and silver-bearded old elf suddenly shook, and he blinked as if he was still dazed. Treason. One of our elders is taking a team to play this so-called World of Warcraft. Does it mean? The sun gradually set, and a few returning birds flew across the darkening sky. The program on the spiritual spell visual projection at the White Pigeon Square finally ended. Of course, apart from the White Pigeon Square, there were many other broadcasting spots in other nations. At this moment, Peeble walked out of the recording hall and warmly shook hands with the masters. Your opinions are very valuable. It was a great decision to invite you guys to this program. Mr. Peeble, don't worry, Master Oth said, we are the most professional and authoritative names in this field. Master Oth has studied this area for dozens of years. Before that, he had studied areas related to alchemy. Beside them, Master Lywood said with a smile. Master Lywood is not inferior. A while ago, he published the theory of golden rock which caused a great sensation in the world of alchemy. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, the elves and knights in the shop were still oblivious of the comments claiming that playing games in Origins Internet Café was treason. The elves were standing around the counter with eagerness in their eyes. Sir, when will Outlast be released? Mr. Fang touched his head. Tomorrow. Maybe. Mr. Fang had been receiving devilish training from the system on and off, but I can only say that I'm doing my best. Chapter 721. Welcome to Mount Massive Asylum. The customers in the old shops such as Zhongwu and Jiyu Tingyan in the Yuanyang City shop, Su Tianji and Song Qingfeng in the Juhua City shop, and Ningbai in the Half-City shop also showed great attention to the new game. Of course, their focus was different from the newbies in the new shop. In the early morning when Mr. Fang opened the door of the shop, the players of the new shop, including the assassins such as Alina and elves such as Sala, immediately asked upon entering, "Sir, is Outlast released? When would we get to play it?" Meanwhile, the customers in the old shops sent Mr. Fang messages while they walked to the counter, "Sir, is Outlast released or not? When will the players in the new shop get to play it? I say, why are you guys asking if others are playing the game?" They were so diligent that they asked Mr. Fang the same question every day. In the new shop, most of the players were still playing World of Warcraft, but some players were waiting to try new stuff. After all, there were many leisure players in online games. Now that the earliest players had reached the maximum level, Sala and other players like her just followed her teammates and obtained the first victory in battlegrounds each day before going around to see the scenery. Therefore, these people had lots of time to do stuff. Naturally, such players wanted to try the new game. Outlast. Mr. Fang looked more confident today. It's released. It's released today. Really? Sala exclaimed. Mr. Fang knocked on the small blackboard, and Sala followed the direction that his finger pointed and saw the words. New game, Outlast. Activation price, 15 magic crystals. Then, can we play it now? Sala said in pleasant surprise. Then, I'll go and activate it right away. Would you please pour a mug of cappuccino for me? Just play the game. Do you have to have cappuccino? Why not? Don't mind me. While rolling her eyes at Mr. Fang, Sala looked quite proud. I just like it. Okay. Anyway, I'm making money from this. Mr. Fang wanted to drink cappuccino as well, so he took the opportunity to pour himself a mug. At this moment, a group of elves and assassins sat down at the computers close to the windows in excitement. Sala took the mug of cappuccino from Mr. Fang and sipped it with enjoyment, cheerfully activating the new game with the money deposited in her membership card. Nana, would you like to play it with me? Sala asked Alina who sat across from her. It seems like we can't connect the game, Alina said while loading the game. We can play it separately and talk about it when we get some inspirations. Okay, Sala entered the game cheerfully. After all, Sala wasn't even afraid of the evil god. After her experience with the Avengers, she felt quite confident when she entered Outlast. Before Sala was a dim and messy room, which was the background when she entered the game. On the screen were options such as New Game and Load Game drawn in pale lines. Different from the original game, the system version only offered 2 difficulty levels after players entered the game. One was Nightmare, which was the normal difficulty, and the other was Insane, which was a higher difficulty level. At the beginning, the word insane was gray, which meant that the players could only choose Nightmare. In Insane mode, the chapters couldn't be saved before they were completed. Once the players were dead, all the progress would vanish, and they had to start from the beginning. Naturally, this mode wasn't open for newbies to try. In the original game, when the players entered it, the game would introduce the main character and the background in words. However, the system version was different. After Sala entered the game, she opened her eyes slowly as if she had just woken from a dream in which she had turned into an elf in a world named the Nora continent and had lived a long time in there. Now that she had woken up from the dream, she remembered that she was, in fact, a journalist named Miles. Yes, this feeling was so real that Sala got the illusion that the real world was fake, and this game world was real. Even after the players entered the game, they would still have a blurry sense of surrealism when they recalled things that they had experienced in the real world. In the game, players even had the illusion that the whole world was materialistic, and the intangible things such as magic spells, essence, and combat techniques were exaggerated products of movies and TV series. It was because the players' minds were influenced by the main character. In the game, Sala opened her eyes slowly and thought, I'm now Miles, a journalist. I have a plan to reveal the dark core secrets of that Mount Massive Asylum. Shaking her head, Sala finally remembered that this was a virtual reality gaming space and that exiting the game would get her back to the real world. After she understood the situation, the game finally began. When she drove to the destination, it was midnight. Of course, to save game time, the driving part could be skipped. Right now, Sala was driving on the mountainous road near the destination. The surroundings were pitch black, as if she was driving in a wilderness in midnight. Even with the headlights on, she could only see a few meters before her. Beyond that was thick darkness. She continued driving as if she was heading into the endless darkness. After a long while, she finally saw lights at the end of the mud road. Yes, in this role-playing game, Sala played as a Western journalist who always dreamt of finding a big story. "Have you guys entered the game yet?" Sala asked while driving. Since the main character could drive, Sala could do the driving part by following the memories of the character, just as the players did in the offline mode of Grand Theft Auto 5. Since it was night, she drove slowly and thus encountered no accidents. "I've already driven to the asylum now," Alina said, "but isn't the game named Outlast? I've covered a big distance now and seen no danger at all." After driving through the open iron gates outside the hospital, the main character parked the car and walked in curiously with a video camera that was taken out from the car. It was very dark, and no one seemed to be in the hospital. In the places without lighting, she could only see the surroundings with the night vision of the video camera. Walking in from the side door, the main character saw all kinds of greeneries along the curving corridor. The high building in front of her looked like a modern-styled castle. Of course, this was only a relatively old hospital. "Should we try that livestream?" Sala suggested. Although the livestream software had just been released in the new shop, with their knowledge of the spiritual spell visual projection which was popular on this continent, these people knew that they could show off their gameplay more clearly this way. Chapter 722. How come you slid under the desk during your livestream? In the distant mountains of Colorado, Mount Massive Asylum was a psychiatric hospital that had reopened after a long period of desertion. However, after the hospital was reopened, many mysteries and horrifying things were rumored to have happened in it. The hospital was owned and operated by the multinational corporation Murkoff under the disguise of a charitable organization. It had been operating in secret. Upon receiving a tip-off from an anonymous source inside his hospital, freelance journalist Miles Upshur came here to disclose the criminal conduct of this company with his video camera. The players were in the role of this brave journalist in the game. This was the general plot of Outlast. "Oh, I saw that several new streamers are live streaming Outlast." In the Yuanyang City shop, some players had experienced the horror in Silent Hill. Those who hadn't played it had heard of this extremely horrifying game from other players. So, when they found that Outlast was a game of the same kind, they didn't enter it as soon as it was released. Instead, they wanted to see if other players played it and planned to watch the livestream of the game first. Among the students of Heavenly Academy, Mu Qing was one such player. Soon, many other students such as Yu Bai and Tang Yu also looked over. "Someone's live streaming it, I'll watch it." At this moment, with a bottle of iced red tea in one hand and her communication jade in the other, Su Tianji was sitting on the spiritual ship that was flying toward Juhua City. While sipping iced red tea, she browsed the messages in the communication jade. "Master, Master." Holding a communication jade, her disciple Fenghua yelled, "Here. An elf is live streaming Outlast. There is more than one of them." The other disciple Yuexin shrieked, "Many elves are live streaming Outlast. Let me see." Su Tianji immediately clicked on her communication jade. Then, she randomly clicked on one link and saw it was indeed an elf. "This elf looks familiar. I'll watch her then." Besides these people, many other players in the old shops were watching the livestreams too. Sala only livestreamed for a little while and found that there were hundreds of people watching her right now. "Yeah. So many people. As an elf with a sense of justice, I must stop the villains from doing evil things here," Sala yelled with indignation while controlling the main character to walk deeper into the hospital. "I shall disclose the evil going on in this place. We'll enter this place and see what's inside." With that said, she walked directly toward the main gate. After entering through the big iron gates of the walled property, she found that door of the hospital was closed. "Let's enter through the door," Sala explained to her audience as she pushed the door. Clank, clank, clank. "Is anyone in there?" Sala controlled the main character to push the door, making clanking noises. Sala pushed so much that her hands went numb. "I can't push it open." She began to pull the door. She made huge sounds and she pounded on the door. Everyone watched as the elf wildly pounded the door of the psychiatric hospital. What's this elf doing here? The audience were stupefied by the scene. Oh, I must enter and use Muso. What's happening? Let me show off my skills. Sala had imagined her fancy plans, but she couldn't even open the door at this moment. She was extremely frustrated at this moment. No idea. Now, we know that the main door can't be open. Seeming to realize that she had lost her composure due to her impatience to show off her skills, Sala immediately calmed down and said, "Then, we must find an entrance from the side." In some areas, this game was similar to Assassin's Creed, climbing was one of them. Of course, as an ordinary person, the main character couldn't climb as well as the main characters in Assassin's Creed. The main character here had to grab onto wooden frames on one side of the hospital to assist before being able to climb into the building through a window. The room behind the window had been lit, but as soon as Sala jumped in, the light flashed twice and turned dark instantly. Even the audience could see nothing but darkness on the screens. The main character had sensed the thick darkness and ominous atmosphere that engulfed the whole place when driving here. Now, these negative presences seemed to have intensified. At this moment, the ominous feeling and suffocating atmosphere were even more obvious. Oh, it's so dark inside. While sipping iced red tea, Su Tianji watched the livestream, thinking that it was a bit creepy in the building. Standing in the room, Sala had a totally different feeling. Through the main character's body, she could feel the darkness pressing on her like a pile of heavy and invisible rocks. It would be no big deal if Sala imagined such a scenario during the day. However, standing there at midnight, she felt chills running down her spine and couldn't help but wonder if something would suddenly jump out from the deep darkness around her. As an ordinary person, Miles could influence the players with his thoughts and senses. The suffocating feeling forced Sala to draw in a deep breath. Then, she quickly turned on the video camera and checked the surroundings with the night vision. Since the surroundings were so dark that one couldn't see their own fingers without the video camera, the players had to observe the world through the video camera with night view mode. Through the night view mode, everything was grayish-green like the creepy supernatural scenes in the old movies. How come I feel like something is not right? While holding the video camera, Sala felt her way in the darkness and said to the audience in her livestream room. But this main character, his heart rate so fast that Sala could even hear the thumping heartbeats while an excruciating headache attacked her. Sala couldn't decide if it was a result of the lack of oxygen caused by the high pressure that the main character felt or it was her own problem. After inhaling deeply, she held her breath and exhaled slowly. She didn't dare to exhale too fast to make noises. In this state, she couldn't use any of her combat strength even if she had it, let alone that she didn't possess any combat strength at all in the game. Creak. Perhaps it was due to wind or other reasons, the narrow window closed by itself. In the silent room, the rattling noises made by the wind blowing on the air duct were especially ear-grating. With the light coming from the hall through the glass window on the side of the room, Sala finally turned off her video camera. The only exit for her was the half-open door on her right. It seems like no one is here, Sala told the audience and pushed open the door. Ah, the character on the screen jumped in fright. A corpse hung before the main character upside down, and the light flashed twice. Sipping iced red tea, Su Tianji watched the livestream and said, "Ha ha ha. This elf is so fun to watch. She jumps when she is scared." Seeing that it was a corpse, Sala heaved out a breath of relief. "It gave me such a fright." Hurriedly, she explained to the audience, "This is nothing. He. Let's move on." She hadn't shown off her skills yet. Controlling the main character, Sala ventured deeper inside. Walking down the path through the rooms, she walked to the other side of the corridor. The atmosphere felt even creepier. She seemed to hear someone talk around the corner at the end of the corridor, but when she walked over, no one was there. The path before her was blocked by a desk and a wooden shelf, but she could squeeze through by walking sideways. "This game looks simple, ha," Sala said while slowly squeezing through the crevice between the bookshelf and the desk. At this moment, she felt that a cold hand grabbed her shoulder. She turned her head and saw a fat and nightmarishly distorted face. Before she could have a clear look, her body broke through the window behind her and flew out of it, which was several floors high. In a flash, Sala exited from virtual reality mode. While putting down her virtual reality headset, she stood up and slipped. At this moment, Most of the players in the internet cafe were all in the games, and a few players were walking past in the corridor with bowls of instant noodles in their hands. Suddenly, they heard a scream. Clank, a noise sounded. Everyone looked over, and they saw an elf getting up from under the desk and looking at the people around her in confusion. Dust was all over her hair and face. Quote. What? How come you slid under the desk while live streaming? Chapter 723. Continue the live stream. I have had special training on survival skills. Huh, where's that elf? Yu Bai and other students were also watching Sala's livestream. Mu Qing ate some potato chips and said, it seemed like the elf vanished in a flash. At this moment, in the camera of the livestream room, they saw a confused elf sticking out her head from below. I just slipped. With a red face, Sala returned to her computer chair and explained with great dignity and a please believe me look. Meanwhile, Mr. Fang was chatting in a group chat in QQ with a bowl of instant noodles in his hands. I stood behind an elf and watched her play out last. I lowered my head to eat noodles, and when I looked up, she had fallen under the desk. Pooh. Su Tianji, who was also watching Sala's livestream, almost had a spit take when this message suddenly popped up. So dumb and cute. Ha 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 ha. I was watching it too. Ha 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 ha. She was squeezing through a bookshelf when a fat guy jumped her. Yu Bai also quickly posted a message in the group. Then, she vanished from the camera. Now I know that she slid under the desk. Sala had just snapped back to her senses, and she glanced at the messages in her livestream room. Elder Su sent you 666 goose eggs. Young Master Song gifted you 10 feet awesome. Ji Yong of Royal Clan Guild gifted. Huh, so many people sent gifts to me. This was Sala's first livestream, and she felt incredulous. Sala, where are you now? Alina, who was sitting across from her, asked. Someone just threw me down the building. He suddenly appeared while I was squeezing through the crack and couldn't run away. It scared me. At this moment, Sala hadn't re-entered the game yet. You were caught off guard by his sudden appearance, right? Alina said. You didn't have any warning. However, as an assassin, Alina's mind was stronger than Sala's. Nana, are you still in the game? Sala asked in a hurry. Really? Sala replied and wasn't willing to admit defeat. Then, I'll play some more. That guy wasn't so scary, he just caught me off guard. Right, don't be paranoid, Alina said while playing the game. I'll find a good weapon and show you how to fight. Yeah, you're so good. Sala looked at Alina in surprise. Since these two sat facing each other, Sala couldn't see Alina's screen. At this moment, on Alina's screen, she was filming her surroundings with the video camera. Quote. Huh, it's a dead end. She looked for a long while until she discovered something above her. So, there is a vent that I can get into. No one has tried to throw me down yet. I haven't seen him. All I saw were dead bodies. At this moment, Nana isn't afraid at all. Sala sat straighter. Okay, we'll continue the livestream. As an elf with the sense of justice, I can't stop until I reveal all the criminal acts in here. Hey, this elf is continuing with her livestream. The audience continued to watch cheerfully. After entering the game again, Sala felt as if all the bones in her body would dislocate. However, the main character was lucky that he didn't die of the fall or even break any bones. However, the main character's internal organs had obviously received shocks and damage. He felt dizzy with ringing in his ears and was listless. A priest suddenly appeared, mumbling something unintelligible. He gave the main character an injection which made the latter feel better. Of course, one injection couldn't heal all the injuries caused by the fall from several floors high. His physical conditions were obviously not good. If you were in your physical prime, you wouldn't feel very frightened when you ventured into a dangerous place. However, if you almost died from a fall and was greatly weakened by it, it wasn't hard to imagine how you would feel in such an extremely dangerous place. This weak feeling, both physically and mentally, also reflected on the player. Obviously, the main task of the game had changed. The main character had come here to do an investigation, but now his task was fleeing from this place. At this moment, Sala felt like her body was as heavy as lead. How can I continue the game like this? She wanted to quit from the game. The game was totally different from what she had imagined. She was not only an ordinary person but was severely injured. How can I use Musou in such a state? In such a state, even a legendary saint-level master would probably be knocked down by an ordinary person with a club. The most important thing was that Sala's head felt dizzy while her body felt numb. She would feel better if she was in a healthy state, at least she would know what to do and would have the energy to dodge an attack. I feel like I had the ability to fight that monster before I fell. While panting, Sala opened her mouth and explained, in fact, I'm not so faint-hearted. You guys must trust me. Before I fell, I had the ability to fight that monster. Let's see how I can get out of this place. Obviously, this hospital was fully enclosed. Now that she fell from upstairs, she lost her chance to go back the way she came. In the enclosed lobby and rooms, only a few places had lights and got rid of darkness. However, the areas around the dimly lit places were still pitch black, looking even darker due to the effects of the lights. Walking through the corridor on one side of the lobby, Sala saw bloodstains everywhere and even headless corpses. This one must be dead. Sala swallowed with difficulty, feeling dizzy due to her poor physical conditions. It can't get up again, right? While sipping iced red tea, Su Tianji posted a bullet comment, this kind of game released by this shop is all scary. Tang Yu said, I think this elf is faint-hearted. I just saw another elf who's bolder than her. Hey, Sala was displeased at this bullet comment and demanded while slamming her hand on the desk, I'm not afraid. It was just an accident. The message says that I'm faint-hearted and another elf is brave. That's unbearable. I must redeem myself. Otherwise, the players in the old shops will laugh at me. While holding her breath, Sala tiptoed into the pitch-black room and tried to find some clues, continuing with the game. In a while, I'll show you how I get away from this place. This Outlast is just an escape game. Although the safest escape is killing all the enemies, but my physical conditions don't allow me to do that. But still, I have had special trainings on survival skills. Chapter 724. A large group of haters are arriving on the battleground. In the early stage of Outlast, there were no supernatural phenomenons, but people in this place were all mentally ill patients who had been tortured so hard that they were almost no longer humans. In other words, they were monsters. Due to the failure of the experiments, these people's appearances and thinking process all became different from ordinary people. If you didn't know that they were humans, you would think that they were monsters to begin with. It would be best not to be caught by them. If you were caught by them, you might end up worse than in a supernatural phenomenon. You could never imagine what an unhinged half-human, half-monster being would do to you. In the Yuanyang City shop, the students were watching this elf's livestream while eating potato chips. On the screen, Sala bent down and sneaked into a control room. So lame. Mu Qing crunched on potato chips and posted a bullet comment. I feel like she's making herself into a ball and rolling forward. Tang Yu and other students enjoyed this livestream very much. On the screen, Sala's ears perked up like those of a rabbit while she glanced around the room. Seeing no danger, Sala said, this must be the place, right? Then, she heaved a sigh of relief. Next, Sala began to use the computer in the document room. Since the main character knew how to use computers, she had no problems logging into the computer and began unlocking the main gate. After I open the gate in this control room, I can get out, right? It feels so simple, Sala said while she operated the computer. At this moment, a creepy figure suddenly appeared on the surveillance monitor beside the computer. Her hand shook, and the mouse flew out of her hand. Sala looked at the surveillance monitor and saw that the priest who had appeared after the main character fell from upstairs pulled down the power switch with a cracking sound. The entire control room was instantly plunged into darkness. Meanwhile, the voice of the fat demon-like monster sounded outside the door. In total darkness, Sala could tell that the footsteps were slowly moving toward this room. There was no exit except for the door. Sala had nowhere else to go, she was trapped. Sala screamed inside, getting anxious in the room as she quickly walked around. There's a locker behind you. Hide in the locker. Ha 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 ha. This elf is so afraid. Ha 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 ha. I think she'll faint in fear. Enjoying the livestream, Su Tianji posted bullet comments and sipped iced red tea. Obviously, it wasn't scary to experience the game through the screen. Master, do you think this elf will be caught? Feng Hua asked. While the monster-like man broke down the door and entered the room, Sala instantly slipped into the locker behind her. Through the slit on the locker and with the aid of the dim light outside the control room, Sala watched as the fat man searched the room and roared in a low voice, "You were here, right?" Then, Sala saw the monster walking toward the locker that she was hiding in. Clank. The locker next to the one that she was hiding in was opened. This monster didn't seem to find anything. Then, Sala heard a series of faint footsteps. It seemed like this man was walking toward her locker. A drop of cold sweat slid down Sala's face when she heard the footsteps getting closer. How about bursting out of the locker? Someone tentatively suggested with a bullet comment. Right. If you burst out now, you will certainly catch him off guard. The students in Yuanyang City shop who were crunching away potato chips immediately posted bullet comments. Then, I will go out now. I really mean it. Clank. Sala pushed open the door of the locker. Then, she raced out as if her pants were on fire. This elf was so fast that even the fat man who was about to open the locker door froze with his hand reaching out. She vanished in a flash. My goodness, can this journalist run this fast? The audience froze after seeing that. While the audience enjoyed the livestream, something was happening in an alchemy room on the other side of the world. Exquisite statues were placed around the alchemy room, and promotional posters of Forgotten Forest, the mystical realm made by the Crystal Workshop, were hung on the wall. It's annoying. Words jumped on the magic letter. Lately, more and more people are beginning to sing high praise of Blizzard. I'm angry whenever I hear them bragging about the so-called Blizzard Workshop. I'm furious. Yesterday, I bought a mystical realm made by the Crystal Workshop and was looked down by a player of World of Warcraft. What's wrong with the mystical realm made by the Crystal Workshop? World of Warcraft has a complete world which seems endless. Why would I want such a big mystical realm anyway? From Mage Deli of Stars Magic Union. How come their mystical realms are so good? Some players of the Legend of Sword and Fairy brag about it every day in front of me. I can't argue with them, all I can do say that they have a servile attitude to foreign things. They even boast that it's the origin of the world. Anyway, I trash talk Blizzard Workshop, Softstar Workshop, and Ubisoft Workshop everyday days since I feel annoyed whenever I see people using their mystical realms. Damn it, when I praised the new mystical realm of the Duelan Workshop last time, someone immediately rebutted me with the alleged Duelan Workshop's failure in Silver Moon Forest. I was so furious. However, I just can't argue with them, everything I say sounds weak. At this moment, a mage commented, "Didn't you watch the last episode of Secrets of Mystical Realms?" Master Oth and Master Lywood both expressed their opinions in the show, saying that the Legend of Sword and Fairy beautifies stealing since one of the female characters is a big thief. They even proved how playing World of Warcraft and the Legend of Sword and Fairy equals to treason. What? Playing these games equals to treason? The mage who had been lounging on a recliner immediately bolted up as if he had just been given a shot of stimulant. He commented excitedly, "Well said. When did they say that? I want to watch it." These are the conclusions that those masters made after thorough investigation and research. The mage who previous commented replied. Soon, many more messages appeared on the magic letter. Keep away from these mystical realms, masters issued warnings. I'm astonished. Mystical realms quality doesn't increase with the degree of complexity. Masters said that mystical realms need professionalism. Masters said that using these mystical realms might be treason. Let's see if you're using them. My goodness. Instantly, these people felt like they stood on the moral high ground. Today, I'll repost them all. Ha 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 ha. I feel like we are waging a holy war, comrades. Tell you a secret. I slipped into the magic forum of World of Warcraft, and I'm sure Bedlam will break out when I post these messages in the forum. Aren't you afraid that they will beat you? How can they? They don't know where I am. The problem is, these claims don't have any supporting evidence. I don't care as long as they can give those people who love to brag a blow. Ha 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 ha. Right, I'll post them to all the people around me anonymously. Mage Deli commented, I know a damn kid near me who plays World of Warcraft and keeps bragging about it in front of me. Today, I'll send these messages to his dad. Seeing this, I'm sure that his dad will give him a good beating when he brags about Blizzard again. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, in the distant Silver Moon Forest, a silver-haired old elf read these messages and said, these human masters seem to have solid data and facts. Elder, should we go to the so-called Origins Internet Club with some people and see what Elder Sewell is up to? Worked up by the word treason, these elves wanted to check things out with some people as if treason was being committed right now. Okay, chapter 725, come and play if you dare. You will be terrified. Outside the game, the players might be masters with extremely high cultivation strength and combat abilities. But in Outlast, the players were ordinary people who had fallen from a high place and had poor physical conditions. Even with great willpower, the best that they could do was fleeing since it was impossible to fight any monsters. All my preparations were in vain. Sala felt like crying in the game. In the darkness, she filmed her surroundings with her video camera, clutching onto it like a precious treasure that her mom gave her. Trying to survive and escape from so many monsters as an ordinary person who would have great difficulty catching a chicken, Sala felt like she was going crazy. The most depressing part wasn't being caught but listening to the footsteps of that fat monster while she hid in the darkness. When it came close to her hideout, her heart would always be in her throat. Besides, whenever she was about to finish the quest and get out, the priest would always stop her at the critical moment, turning all the efforts to waste. Then, she had to continue her investigation in this extremely creepy place. Having played for a few hours, Sala wondered, how come this game is so scary? In the beginning, Sala had marched up to the gate of the hospital without a care and pounded on the gate of the hospital. But now, she felt like she was going crazy in this game. At this moment, Sala's movements seemed to have alerted the deranged inmate who was trapped in a chair. This man's shouts attracted the attention of all the nearby inmates. These monsters who had been crazily tortured and mutated in the experiments had stronger physiques than ordinary people. Seeing them smashing on the locked doors on both sides of the room and trying to break in, Sala was suffocating with fear. Sala raced away while screaming, "Ha ha ha ha, this elf runs so fast." Sala thought, "I almost died of fright, how can I not run fast? Which way should I go? I guess this way." Frantically, Sala pulled open a door and dashed inside. "Who are you? You're not one of them, right?" At this moment, an electronic voice came from an unknown source, "If you want to live, come into this small lift." Sure enough, there was a very small lift which could have been mistaken as a chimney or an air duct if one didn't look carefully. Without thinking, Sala got into it. In the next moment, a large group of deranged inmates knocked down the doors and swarmed in. Sala could even see them rushing toward her location before the lift went up. With her heart in her throat, Sala thought that she was out of danger when the lift went up. However, when Sala went up with the lift, a brawny monster swung out a punch and said, "You made the right decision, sir." This monster's skin on his upper body seemed to have been torn open to reveal bloody flesh, and the lower half of his distorted face was covered by filthy bandages. When Sala woke up again, she found herself locked in a wheelchair. At this moment, Sala swiftly put down her virtual reality headset and looked at her screen as the main character got his fingers amputated. Sala felt lucky that she had scrambled to exit the virtual reality mode in time. She was going to go crazy. Then, without any bandages or any medication, the main character had to continue the rest of the exploration after 2 of his fingers were amputated. It had been creepy to watch the 2 bloody amputated fingers while climbing in the original version of the game. Now in the system version, the players also had to endure everything that the main character felt, including blood loss while they continued the game. "I quit." Without hesitation, Sala quitted from the game while her pretty face paled. She was thrown into a very bad mood. The shop owner had been playing games at a nearby computer, and Sala dragged him over and pointed at her screen while saying, "Sir, how can I continue playing this game? Fuck. This game, Outlast, is thrilling." The players in the old shops obviously had a different feeling. After all, they had watched it on the screens. The students of Heavenly Academy and the idle players in the Juhua City shop didn't play the game but had watched it on livestream for most of the day. These people even talked about it in the group chat and had heated discussions. "The elf whom I watched ran so fast. I watched her run all around the place." "Which one did you watch?" "I watched the elf with poisonous milk." Even Sia of the Ultimate West Realm joined the discussion. "What elf with poisonous milk?" Ningbai asked in the group chat. "Didn't you see last time? The nanny that Mr. Fang took to raid the Scarlet Monastery." Sia posted a screenshot. "Ha ha ha ha, these elves are all funny. I watched the elf who slid down the desk." Demonic woman Ningbai also posted a screenshot. Not knowing if she should laugh or cry, Yubai said, "I wonder if the elves will kill us if they knew." Mu Qing chimed in, "But I just can't stop it. Ha ha ha." At this moment, Sala noticed that messages were popping up in her World of Warcraft group chat. While she read the messages in the group, her eyes instantly widened. Hey, how come you guys even took screenshots?" Sala wished that she could go over through the internet cable and kill them all, so no one would talk about her humiliating acts. Everyone turned silent. "How come this elf is in the group?" Nolan Mingshe replied, She's my playmate in the game, Husky's disdainful face. Mr. Fang was standing beside Sala at this moment, and he tried to soothe her. This is a horror game, it's unnatural if you're not scared. I thought it was a comedy game. Sala had the sudden urge to kill the shop owner. How come this shop does things so differently? I braced myself to watch the so-called evil god and ended up laughing like a pig. Now in this game, we were prepared to show off our fighting skills against these monsters who have low combat strength, but we ended up wetting our pants due to fear. I even put the whole process on livestream. It's all your fault. He's a scummy shop owner. Mr. Fang touched his head and replied, it has nothing to do with me. You guys kept asking me when Outlast would be released. You even trash-talked me as a scummy shop owner every day when I didn't release this game. It's your fault. It's all your fault. Hearing the shop owner toss their own words back at them, Sala and the other elves were furious. Hey, don't be like this. Obviously not able to continue the game, many elves around Sala also put down their virtual reality headsets. Sir, is this Mystic Realm designed for people to play? Why isn't it? Come and play if you dare. The elves glared at Mr. Fang as if they would eat him alive. Afraid that what they said didn't hold enough weight, these elves added in a hurry, otherwise we won't come back to the shop to play again. Humph. Of course, these elves amended silently, if the scummy shop owner refuses to do it, we'll still come back and play the games despite the humiliation in the worst-case scenario. In the other Mystic Realms, they could fight or flee using their skills. After some practice, they could manage by themselves. But in this game, they couldn't even use a sliver of their skills. Despite their powerful strength and skills, they couldn't bring any of them into the game. How could they finish the game? Chapter 726, You use Musou. Instead, you show us hide and seek. When he was in the Juhua City shop, Mr. Fang had played Silent Hill for a while. Obviously, that game left a deep impression on the veteran players too. At that time, Mr. Fang gave a moderate show in which he didn't get lost, but he couldn't show off any special plays. In fact, some rumors even said that Mr. Fang was so scared afterwards that he was paralyzed by fear and couldn't walk. To get the desired effects, Sala even asked about it secretly in the group chat. The responses were, Su Tianji said, good idea. This will definitely scare the scummy shop owner senseless. Nolan Mingshe replied, I think it can be done. Song Qingfeng chimed in, awesome. I like your idea. Therefore, these elves were confident with their request. While staring at Mr. Fang with her big eyes, Sala asked him, what about it? You're afraid. Mr. Fang thought for a moment and said, it's just a game. There's nothing to be afraid of. Ha, nothing to be afraid of. We thought so at the beginning of the game too. The shop owner must be bluffing, Sala said in a low voice. Yeah, I asked in the group. He played a similar game before and was an average player. Rolling agreed. Some rumors even said that he was paralyzed by fear and couldn't walk in a while. Humph, he will be scared witless this time. Sala said, that's what he deserves for frightening us. So many of us elves got scared, that's despicable. A group of elves stood behind Mr. Fang and watched him play in a hurry. In addition, I'll go buy a bag of potato chips, Rolling said. I'll get a box of spicy sticks. Sala thought it would be great to eat snacks while watching the shop owner get scared. Bring me one box, Elder Sewell said immediately, one bag of potato chips too. With snacks in their hands, the elves brought over a bench so that they could sit behind Mr. Fang and watch him play. During the process, they contributed to the revenue of the shop. Influenced by the elves, some assassins and even passers-by also bought potato chips or other snacks. Soon, a large group of people stood behind Mr. Fang. Someone is playing this game again. He will surely be scared to death. Obviously, the shop owner hadn't come to the part of finger amputation since he had been standing behind Sala and watching the elves play for a long time in the morning. In the early stage of the game, there were no supernatural phenomenon, but the fat monster was not only extremely strong but had great patience. Regardless of where or how far players had fled, he would catch up sooner or later. In fact, this monster even waited for the main character in spots that he must pass. The players would have to directly exit the game if the main character got punched by the monster. If he was caught, he would get his head pulled off his body. At this moment, Mr. Fang had come to the part before encountering the doctor, who would amputate his fingers. The main character got upstairs again with great efforts but then was thrown to another zone of the lobby by the sudden explosion of the elevator. From here, the main character could go to the sewer of the hospital. If he wanted to continue, he needed to open 2 valves in the sewer. Here he comes, Sala said excitedly. I was trapped and caught in this room several times. Sala ate a spicy stick with great enjoyment. Mr. Fang ran all the way down the sewer. Hearing someone falling somewhere in front of him, he didn't spare a glance at it and turned right, dashing into a side tunnel. Mr. Fang explained while live streaming, at this time, we must run. When we run to this valve room, close the door in the valve. At this moment, all the players in old shops and the new shop were watching the livestream. Sala said smugly, you're trapping yourself inside, right? Ha ha ha, you dug a grave for yourself. Sala ate a mouthful of potato chips. Then, Sala heard Mr. Fang continue to say, now, we have only one way out, and the monster is coming from that way. At this moment, we must keep calm since we can still do something here. Mr. Fang turned around and saw that there was only one light bulb in the valve room, and it could only illuminate the area around the valve. The corner further away was pitch black. Mr. Fang squatted down in the darkest corner on the right of the entrance. At this moment, the iron door of the valve room was crashed open. What would an ordinary person think right now? They would search for barriers such as lockers and chests which one could hide behind. You must keep calm and think from the opponent's perspective and do the opposite, hiding in a place that he thinks no one would hide in. Mr. Fang squatted in the corner and could see the fat man standing a few meters away from him without any barriers between them. The fat monster looked around and saw darkness in the corner. Then, he walked toward the depths of the room where he thought people might hide in. Then, Mr. Fang stood up calmly and slipped out the door. He didn't die. The moment that the fat monster moved, Mr. Fang slipped out silently and opened the second valve. When the fat monster caught up, Mr. Fang slipped into the tunnel on one side of the sewer while he just heard the clanking noises of iron chains. The sewer area was very big, and most of the place was in the darkness. After dodging the pursuit of the fat monster at the second valve, the main character came to the last zone. At this place, the monster must be waiting for the main character in a spot ahead of him. It was all dark, and the players couldn't even see where the monster was. Mr. Fang said, in the sewer, we can't jump around or run. Since you don't know his whereabouts, and he doesn't know yours, the person who makes noises will be detected. First, since you would expose yourself. It must be noted that the video camera's night vision function would emit dim light, which in the system version would also increase the possibility of being detected by the enemy. Therefore, the players could use it for a quick look at the distance in the darkness, but they would be exposed if they used it near the enemy. Mr. Fang used the night vision to take a quick look. Sure enough, the fat monster was waiting for him on the path ahead. Mr. Fang didn't go up until the monster went to one side to scout. However, Mr. Fang couldn't avoid making a sound when he stepped on the metal plate on the bank. Soon, he heard a series of noises closing in toward him as iron chains collided. In the darkness, Mr. Fang opened the night vision on his video camera, raced to the stairs at the entrance of the sewer, and climbed out. The audience felt like they were not watching a horror game. You're playing hide and seek. The audience spoke from the perspective of the fat monster and flooded the scene with bullet comments. Fatty. Damn it, I didn't even see him in the whole game. Am I playing with a ghost? Fatty. The director told me to act with him in the sewer. Where is he? Am I still a monster? Can't you show me some respect? Is this really a horror game? I think this game should change its name to Assassin's Creed, Hide and Seek. Can we play like this? Sala and other elves had tears on their faces, thinking, I don't think you can show us the Musou, but in turn, you are showing us your hide and seek skills. I think this is fun. Su Tianji ate some potato chips, thinking that she might try the game later. As the game went on, the supernatural phenomenon that was absent in the early stages of the game began to reveal the truth hidden in the story. Chapter 727, The Daily Life of Haters. After watching yesterday's livestream, the elves entered the shop as soon as it opened the next morning. Sir, since the shop is open, you can continue playing Outlast now. Mr. Fang looked at the elves in bafflement. It's early morning, and you guys have nothing to do but watch the livestream. Helpless, Mr. Fang sat down before a computer and continued the livestream after eating some instant noodles. Huh, The shop owner is live streaming again. In the old shops, at least half of the players had new communication jades, so it was more convenient for them to watch live streams than the players in the new shop. Some elders of Luyun Taoist Palace and disciples of the Cloud Ocean faction began to watch the livestream while having morning tea in the passenger spiritual boats to Juhua City. Huh. The livestream is on again. Mr. Fang rarely livestreamed, he didn't even livestream the massive game, World of Warcraft. Therefore, most of the players entered the livestream room and watched. Meanwhile, on a street in Kandlan City, newspaper. Today's newspaper. A boy who was about 14 years old waved his arm and yelled on the street. As an autumn leaf slowly landed on the ground in the morning breeze, this boy suddenly felt the air turning cold and murderous. Give me a copy. The boy turned his head and saw a group of elves walking in through the city gate. The leader was a silver-bearded old man who was holding a silver staff with wood whisks. This old man's grayish-blue robe looked ordinary but was exquisitely made. On a closer look, one could even see exquisite embroidered leaf patterns which were the unique decorative patterns of the elf clan. 5 copper coins. The boy handed him today's newspaper immediately. Although mages and aristocratic knights communicated with magic letters or visual projections, this cheap and useful communication method was still popular. Today's news is all here. 1. Elf Elder read the newspaper and said, Elder, some humans are indeed saying that visiting the so-called Origins Internet Club equals treason. Look, the newspaper says that there are. He looked at the number printed on the newspaper and said, there are hundreds of thousands of humans publicly criticizing the, Origins Internet Club. Hurry up, let's go to this Origins Internet Club and see if Elder Sewell is in there. Although they didn't believe it too much, the elves must give this issue proper attention. Meanwhile, in the alchemy room that wasn't very spacious, the stout mage dressed in a black mage's robe looked excited while words appeared on the magic letter line after line. He seemed to be in a magic forum focusing on mystical realms. Then, this mage reopened a post named, Love the Legend of Sword and Fairy, and under the post was a comment from him. Are you referring to the mystical realm in which the heroine is a thief? What? The heroine is a thief? This mystical realm named, The Legend of Sword and Fairy, has such an evil theme. Is it true? I was planning to visit that shop and try it. Sure enough, this mage saw many people replying to this comment. Yeah, not only is the heroine a thief, but one of the main characters is a traitor of his faction. Besides, someone tested the so-called artifact making in the Legend of Sword and Fairy and found that it's useless. Remember, don't trust the Legend of Sword and Fairy. Ha 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 ha. After replying to many comments, this mage cheerfully opened another article which was posted by himself. Listing 10 reasons not to play World of Warcraft. In the post, the mage quoted many professional comments of some masters. Next to his post, there were other posts such as Don't let garbage mystical realms mislead you in aesthetics, Holy Light spell in World of Warcraft mystical realm was tested to be useless, and don't be fooled by it. These posts almost flooded the whole forum. As a mage of the Royal Magic Union, Deekas bought a bowl of instant noodles this morning and began browsing this magic forum. Suddenly, she saw the post titled, The Heroine of the Legend of Sword and Fairy is a Thief. The main character is a traitor. Han Lingsha used the proceeds that she took from the tomb to help the poor people. And why are they trashing Yun Tianhe? While reading these posts, Deekas replied furiously, have you played it? Don't talk about things you don't understand. How come they're hating on the game so blatantly? In the not-too-big alchemy room, the mage heard a beep. Someone replied. Seeing Deekas's reply, this mage sneered and replied, another traitor. He first tossed out the accusation without hesitation. Aya. Deekas was enraged when she saw this reply. She almost threw her cappuccino onto the floor. Deekas felt like crying in fury. As a member of the Royal Magic Union, she loved her nation, but someone dared to accuse her of treason. Meanwhile, in the distant radiant light godly nation, dressed in a bright red priest's robe, Peeble glanced at the many delicacies on the table and personally put food onto the plates of the masters with a smile. This idea is excellent. Ha 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 ha. Master Oth smiled and said proudly, I'm one of the administrators of the magic forum named Eye of Mystical Realms. If any heated comments defending Blizzard Workshop and Softstar Workshop appear on it. While he spoke, Deekas was organizing words and had written hundreds of words on her magic letter. She was about to post her reply. When she injected magic energy into the magic letter to begin the transmission process, words appeared on the letter, your commenting privilege has been locked. Waya. In the lounge area of Mr. Fang's new shop, people saw a female mage. Wildly slammed her hands on the desk in fury. How can they do this? At this moment, Mr. Fang was still live streaming Outlast. After the main character got his fingers cut off, the game became more difficult to play. It was scary to face the bloody hands which were not treated with any medication. Besides, this condition further weakened the main character's physical state in the game. Before his fingers were amputated, the main character still had some strength to fight with the deranged monsters, but now he lost all abilities to even struggle. The main character's body could even turn cold due to the loss of blood. It meant that the main character couldn't last long in this state. Mr. Fang was still calm in the game, but he began to pant when he spoke due to his poor physical conditions. When we flee from the deranged doctor, we must close the door behind us since this act will earn us a lot of time. Then, Mr. Fang ran to get the keys to the elevator. After all, the elevators in the hospital needed keys to operate. The moment that the main character entered the elevator, the doctor caught up. Obviously, the doctor knew the terrain and anticipated the escape route of the main character. The main character tried to push the doctor out but obviously was too weak to do that. When the doctor got half of his body into the elevator, it began to move. Ah, killer elevator. Another killer elevator. Sala obviously remembered how she had died from the fall in Undercity. After the doctor died, rain began to pour outside the hospital. The ominous presence got thicker in the darkness while the whole atmosphere of the game felt even creepier. It felt like something was trying to crawl out from the gloomy darkness. Chapter 728, The Ending of Outlast I. If the first half of Outlast was only crazy, then the second half truly turned weird. After escaping to the courtyard inside the hospital, chilly rain poured on the main character, sending shivers to the elves who were watching from behind. They felt cold just watching it. There was almost no light outside, and the occasional lightning flashes illuminated the flowerbed in front of the main character. Now, we should search the surrounding area, Mr. Fang said on the livestream, and he soon found a key in the room on his left. The dim lights in the distance showed that there seemed to be a door. It looked like the exit from this endless dark abyss. Mr. Fang ran over, opened the door, and finally got inside before seeing some lights. However, the lights were limited to the corridors on the outside. When the main character ventured further inside, he was plunged into endless darkness again as if he was swallowed by it. On the screen, there was nothing but darkness. Fang Chi opened the night vision mode of the video camera and felt his way in the darkness. Faintly, he saw a door on his right. At this moment, Sala, other elves, and students of Heavenly Academy were still watching the livestream while eating potato chips or spicy sticks. In the Yuanyang City shop, Yu Bai, Mu Qing, and other students sat in a circle on the couches and watched it on their communication jades. At this moment, Ji Yu Tingyan and others walked in from the outside. On Mr. Fang's screen, he pushed open the door and entered. Suddenly, through the night vision of the video camera, Fang Chi saw an extremely creepy figure floating from the depths of the corridor outside the door and coming before him in the blink of an eye. The elves who were watching the livestream behind Fang Chi almost huddled together in fear. Startled, Mu Qing's hand shook, and she threw out her communication jade. Ji Yu Tingyan had just pushed the door open and entered the shop at this moment. A communication jade hit his head. Mu Qing was at a loss for words. When Mu Qing looked back at the screen, nothing happened. At this moment, she saw that Mr. Fang had walked out from the corridor, climbed up a wall, and moved forward while staying close to the wall. Now, we will jump down. Do you hear the sounds of iron chains? Fatty is coming after us. Now, squat down and move forward close to the wall under the cover of the grass, we must not let him see us. In the system version, everything was more real, which meant that the main character couldn't even run in his current physical state. Do you hear the sounds around the corner? Mr. Fang continued, not able to find us, the monster will wait for us on the only route that we can take since it knows that we must go and find that Priest Martin. Now, we'll retreat a bit first. Priest Martin was the only relatively normal person whom the main character had met in Outlast. On the one hand, he stopped the main character from getting out. On the other hand, he was directing the main character to the truth step by step. Sure enough, the audience saw the fatty walking out from the corner. On the screen, Mr. Fang hid in the grass and aimed his video camera at the fatty. The fat demon-like monster looked around and didn't see the main character. The audience sent funny bullet comments and filled the scene. Fatty. Where are you? I'm so afraid. Mr. Fang. I'm observing you discreetly. Fatty. I was sent here to chase after him, but I see no trace of him in the whole game. Ha ha ha. The bullet comments are so funny. The elves almost choked with laughter. The main character continued to explore and finally got to the deepest spot underground through the elevator. The elevator went down more than 10 floors underground when it finally stopped. At this moment, the gaming environment changed to a tunnel made of white rocks. Obviously, these were rocks in the depths of the ground. At the end of the rock tunnel, the audience saw a huge underground laboratory. The lab in the depths of the ground wasn't dark, the lights were on. However, there wasn't even a single living being in it. There were only corpses in twisted forms, making this place creepier than anywhere else. Even with the lights on, it looked gloomy and chilly. The elves held their breath as they watched the main character venture deeper into the lab. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed past the corner of the tunnel. Without thinking, Fang controlled the main character to turn and run. A black shadow ran after the main character at a greater speed. Through the screen, the audience could hear the main character's heavy breathing while he ran desperately. It felt like one touch of that shadow would bring extremely horrifying results. The main character raced all the way back. The moment that he opened the door, he saw a fat demon-like face. Ah, the sudden sight startled the audience. Then, a huge hand caught the main character and threw him down heavily. At this moment, the screen turned blurry. Just as this demon-like fat monster was about to attack the main character again, it was suddenly pulled up into the air by an invisible force. Then, he was viciously thrown onto the wall. The fatty's body, which was hard to injure with sabers or swords, now looked defenseless. The fatty howled and struggled while it seemed like this monster was lifted by something invisible and thrown onto the wall, ground, and ceiling like a ball. Finally, this monster's fat upper body was stuffed into the air duct and was chopped into pieces by the fan blades of the vent in the air duct. It was extremely hard to imagine how the aluminum alloy vent fan, which could be easily bent by an adult's punch, had chopped the fatty's iron-like body. The monster didn't have any ability to resist. The elves who were watching from behind screamed. It wasn't that these elves had never seen ghosts before, but they had never seen any other ghosts so powerful before. After the ghost left, the main character found the doctor who was kept alive on a breathing machine. The answer to why the ghost didn't kill the main character was revealed. The ghost was an entity with 2 consciousnesses, and one of which didn't want to kill the main character. That was why the main character was safe in 2 of his encounters with the ghost even though the rest of the encounters meant certain death. There is a normal living being in this place. The audience watched the scene incredulously. He takes care of me. The doctor said, he may think I'm his father. Do you know what this symbol represents? The doctor pushed his wheelchair to the strange symbol on the wall. It warns of a nanohazard. Nanoscopic machines, technology we have had for decades, but never mastered. Turning the cells of human bodies into nanofactories. It's the natural function of cells to produce molecules, but through psychosomatic direction, we engineered the precise molecules necessary. Mind over body. It was foolish and wrong to think we could control it. To use madmen to control something so strong. Yes, this wasn't a ghost in the normal sense. It was a horrifying monster combined from technology and some supernatural things. Chapter 729, The Ending of Outlast 2. We achieved something like this in 1944. Those fascists thought it was spirits. The doctor continued babbling. He also revealed the method to deal with this ghost. Since the ghost couldn't exist separately without a body, it needed a host, which was why it had 2 consciousnesses. What the main character needed to do was to shut off the life support system of its host, Billy. A simple example would be in the Wind and Cloud TV series. In it, the Sword Saint's physical body died first when he used Sword 23, and that was why he wasn't able to kill Shang-Ba. Now, the main character had to destroy the physical body of this ghost to kill it. Usually, it wasn't something that an ordinary man with severe injuries and poor physical conditions could do. However, since the ghost had 2 consciousnesses, and one of them was willing to help the main character despite its short periods of existence, this task wasn't impossible to do. Finally, Fang controlled the main character to dodge the ghost's attacks and shut down the life support system of the host. The creepy black shadow pulled the main character up into the air and then threw him onto the ground heavily. During the process, its force was being weakened repeatedly. In fact, Its force was weakened to such a point that it could no longer sustain itself and looked vague. At this moment, the elves were enjoying the livestream while eating spicy sticks. Suddenly, the black shadow entered the main character's body before it disintegrated. With a shrill, helpless, and desperate scream, the horrifying black shadow entered his body. After falling from several floors high several times, getting his fingers amputated, and enduring all the pain and fright for so long, this night felt like 100 years to the main character. Another person might have become crazy long ago. After this weird thing entered his body, the journalist named Miles was on the verge of mental collapse. Everything was now meaningless, regardless if his intention was just that he wanted to disclose the criminal acts or that he wanted to dig out a big sensational news story. The audience could see the main character's sight becoming blurry on the screen as if his mind was breaking down. He still protected his video camera as if he wanted to bring the results of his hard work, even one bit of it, out to the world. His sadness and disillusionment made everyone watching this scene sense a chill. After picking up his video camera, Miles dragged his heavy body toward the gate slowly and painfully. He even fell to the ground several times. At this moment, everyone watched as Miles finally got to the gate, and then the gate opened by itself. He faced dozens of black gun muzzles. In between the soldiers, the professor who had told Miles the truth was standing there. Miles, the main character, was peppered by machine gun bullets. Why? Hearing the screams through the screen and watching Miles, eyes slowly close, everyone asked this question subconsciously. After going through so many trials and tribulations and enduring so much pain, the main character still couldn't escape death. The players, who had experienced the horror and hardships in the game alongside the main character, understood his bitterness and resentment. The truth was now obvious. The whole underground lab and the deranged inmates had been part of an experiment. The experiment failed, and the ghost killed everyone in the lab. Now that the ghost was dead, the mercenaries who were moved here to deal with the ghost could enter the lab safely. Of course, the secrets underground couldn't be disclosed to the public. How can it end like this? Sala asked loudly. The other elves who had played this game also had complicated feelings about the ending. In the darkness, it seemed like only despair was left. However, the audience seemed to hear another voice rise in the darkness. My goodness, you have become the host. When Miles's body slowly fell down, a black shadow seemed to have gotten out of the cocoon, which was Miles' body, and evolved into a butterfly. The elves who were watching screamed again. The screen dimmed again. When the horrifying spiritual energy got freed from the restraint of body, gunshots and screams mingled in the darkness. But this time, the screams came from the enemies. All the living beings were annihilated. After Mr. Fang finished the game, the elves stood behind him in a daze. One elf froze with a spicy stick in her hand in midair. She forgot to put it into her mouth. This was obviously a game to test the player's spirit and will. In the last moment, when the main character's spirit ascended, the players could feel the massive amount of spiritual energy which was so powerful that it could exist without a body, rule over every living being, and control everyone's life. Fang Chi could even feel the sharp growth in his spiritual energy. No one noticed that Fang Chi's eyes emitted bright glints that had never been there before, which seemed to be the result of the unusually horrifying spiritual energy. It ends like this. Then, is Miles dead or alive anyway? Is this entity Miles or the ghost? Elder Sewell asked after watching the livestream. This game looks good. What looks good? At this moment, an ancient voice sounded from behind Elder Sewell. This game, Elder Sewell said, should we continue with the game? What game? The ancient voice asked again. Outlast, Elder Sewell pointed at the screen and said, this voice sounds so familiar. Elder Sewell furrowed her pretty brows and thought in bafflement. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Captain Lance of the Snow Pigeon team also asked. Then, every elf in the area shook, and they turned their heads mechanically. The elves were so scared that they looked as if they were looking at a ghost. First Elder. These elves, minds turned blank. How come the first elder is here? Also, he caught us right in the middle of discussing a game. Finished. We're finished this time. At this moment, it was clear that every customer in the shop noticed the disturbance. They saw a silver-haired and silver-bearded old elf who was dressed in a pale gray robe. Despite his old age, he looked dignified and grand while his hair and robe fluttered without wind moving them. He was flanked by elf elders and guards. The trace of anger hidden in the depths of his deep eyes looked like lava that was moving at the bottom of a volcano. His horrifying presence felt as if a storm was coming, and it slapped toward the people in the area like surging waves, suffocating them all. This old elf stood there like a holy spirit, and no one could look him directly. The whole shop instantly fell silent. We're dead, we're dead, the first elder is going to lose his temper. The elves felt as if they were going crazy. They had never seen the first elder lose his temper, but at this moment, a voice sounded. Mr. Fang put down his virtual reality headset and asked, Senior, are you here to get online? All the elves stared at Mr. Fang with their eyes wide open. Chapter 730, The Burning Crusade and the Imminent War. Senior, are you here to get online? Do I look like someone who is here to get online? The first elder stared at Elder Sewell and the other elves as he said, What are you doing here? Playing online, Elder Sewell said uneasily, It means using the mystical realms in the shop. What's so special about the mystical realms in this shop? Another elf elder said with a snort, They are all humans' mystical realms. Are they any different? This mystical realm is different, Elder Sewell explained. How is it different? I've experienced all kinds of mystical realms. What new tricks can it have? This is really different. Solace said uneasily, You'll know the difference if you try it. Really? The first elder looked at these elves suspiciously. Although he had heard about the theory of treason, he knew that it was just an accusation coming from some industries which were negatively affected by this shop. However, he wondered what magic power these weird mystical realms had and why the elves came to cultivate in the mystical realm shop named Origins Internet Club every day. This was what he wanted to find out. Humph. Then, I'll try it. Tell me how to use this mystical realm. The silver-haired and silver-bearded elder pointed at the computer before him and said. A shout rose in the shop, I'm dead. Ah. Surrounded by a group of elves, an old elf exited from the mystical realm ashen-faced. Hiss. This one is indeed different. His whole face had turned dark. 3 days later. First elder, do you want to play World of Warcraft? This is fun. First elder, do you want to try the Legend of Sword and Fairy? The scenery is superb. First elder, you might want to try Assassin's Creed. Surrounded by a group of elves, the old elf felt dizzy. You claim that this is fun and that is classic. Which one should I play then? 1 week later. The Knights of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion finally returned from their raid with the painting which portrayed the happy family of 3. Then, these people continued the quests that followed. Among all paladin players in World of Warcraft, this reclusive old paladin was a great hero and one of the paladins from the legends. But in this story, he was only an ordinary father. On the one hand, he lived a reclusive life so that his son wouldn't be burdened with his father who was accused of treason. On the other hand, he silently directed his son to advance on the right path. The story showed an old man's love for his family. At the end of the quest, this old man still couldn't save his son. This old paladin whose holy light was stripped from him had to watch his son die among the Scarlet Crusade. The reminiscent words of the young paladin as he lay in blood still resonated in the ears of the paladin players. I always dreamed that my father stood proudly beside me and watched me join the Order of Knights. We fought with swarms of Scourge Legion and brought glory to the Alliance in Lordaeron. Something in the players' hearts seemed to be stirred, and they gained a deeper understanding of holy light and glory. This story began to spread to other players of World of Warcraft. As their explorations went on, the players left footprints in Stratholme, Blackrock Depth, and Zul'Gurub. The players yelled all through the night when they did the first raid of Molten Core, and they wrote the legendary chapter of slaying dragons in Blackwing Lair. Later, both Alliance and Horde players worked together and opened the gates of Ankiraj. Only one team passed the Naxxrama's graveyard. Now, 1.5 years had passed since World of Warcraft was released. Meanwhile, Dungeon Fighter Online was updated to the version with a maximum level of 70, and the players began to venture from Arid Continent to Empriene. Of course, the most important thing was that many players had made many new friends in the past 1.5 years. Under the influence of the Judgment Godly Palace, every major mages forum kept trashing the Blizzard workshop with passion, and some nations even banned games such as World of Warcraft. But still, there were new players entering the games. Meanwhile, since the Orc Kingdom wasn't influenced by these hate comments and regulations, even though it was far away, the number of Orc players rivaled that of human players from the nearby nations. The Orc Kingdom had an architectural style totally different from that of the human nations. Their buildings looked coarser and full of strength. The semi-tribe-like cities looked very special, and the city streets were just as prosperous as those human cities. Reinster was a powerful level 8 orc warrior. As an orc from the Lion clan, he had a strong lion man's face, a giant body, and a straightforward personality. He was a veteran player of World of Warcraft. He still remembered how Mr. Fang reprimanded him when he yelled too loudly while watching Rise of the Horde. It felt as if it had just happened yesterday. As a veteran player in the shop, Reinster had started using the communication jade which was said to be imported from the East Continent. While walking with other orcs on the street with this communication jade in hand, he always looked proud when he saw the passers-by's envious glances. Right now, his communication jade showed a group chat in QQ named Independent Peoples in Guild Communication Group. Since QQ had a translation function, these people could talk to each other without problems. Yi Xiaoyi of the Cloud Ocean faction said, "Today, we will raid Naxxramas. Get there on time, guys. Got it. Do you know that in our Orc Kingdom, playing World of Warcraft is a great honor?" It came from a player with the ID, second group's main tank Reinster. "I'm envious of you, Uncle Reinster," a mage with the ID, Lily, said. Here is the latest news. The Burning Crusade, World of Warcraft max level 70. I just got it. A cultivator with the ID, Beilong, posted a short video in the group. Obviously, he was a veteran player from the old shop. New version, are we going on raids again? Yeah, Yi Xiaoyi said, the first group is arranged. Uncle Reinster, please lead the second group. Okay, he posted an, okay, emoji. Ha ha ha, it feels so good to be with these young people. I feel energetic all the time. Walking on the street in the Orc Kingdom, Reinster laughed and said to his companions. At this moment, the ground shook violently. The land quaked as dark clouds covered the sky. A black light shot across the air as if it was tearing open the sky. Countless black birds filled the sky like sun-blocking dark clouds. In the distant horizon, pitch-black waves swallowed the land and sky like a tsunami. Also, people seemed to vaguely see meteorites falling to the ground. Another huge noise sounded. A communication jade dropped to the ground, still showing the virtual images of the Burning Crusade in which Illidan spread his demon wings and roared before falling into the depths of the abyss that appeared as the ground cracked. Chapter 731. Small Game Warcraft, and the World's Nightmare. At this moment, all the players in the new shop and the old shops were watching the new cinematics trailer. By now, even some players in the new shop had begun using the new communication jades produced by Wuwei Taoist Alliance, so they could watch the trailer when they were not in the shop. A group of elves gathered in the lounge area of the new shop, each with a communication jade in hand. The sun had just risen, and the radiant lights shined through the morning clouds. "I have been prisoned for 10,000 years. A deep voice sounded as thunder rumbled in the sky. "I was then expelled from my homeland. Now, you dare to trespass my territory. You are seeking death. Wow, who's this?" The assassins were also watching the trailer. Although they hadn't seen the entity who just spoke, they felt like this being was lofty and grand after hearing it. In the next scene, blue-skinned Draenei's opened scrolls. The beautiful palace decorated with crystals glittered as if holy lights were flashing inside. This scene signaled that in the new version of the game, the Alliance would have a brand new race. Sunlight dyed the distant clouds golden. Under the red maple trees, the beautiful blood elves caressed the mana worms that seemed to be a little vague. "Yeah, blood elf." Sala pointed at the elf who was wearing a bright red priest's robe in the virtual image and said, "Finally, I can choose blood elf now, right?" In the battleground, orc warriors swung their swords fiercely and fell as messy arrows shot them. Behind them, blood elf priests lifted their magic wands, and then holy light fell. Elves almost screamed in elation, "Arise! My warriors, Aya!" The Horde players can choose priest too. Above the desolate land, the dark green clouds in the gloomy sky looked as if they would fall at any moment. A demon sat on the top of a mountain. Then, it slowly stood up, revealing its powerful iron-like body. "Who is this? It looks powerful," Alina exclaimed while she watched this. Other assassins were also enthralled by this trailer. "This is Illidan." Sala looked disdainful. "How come you don't know it?" "Ah, what one egg, how come I don't know this name?" The assassins looked puzzled. After all, they had also read the official novel and played the game. "How come only you know this name?" TL note. In Chinese, Illidan's pronunciation sounds like, one egg. In her communication jade, Sala dug out a screenshot of a small game named Warcraft. This is a small game in Qzone. Other than Illidan, there are also Sylvanas and Arthas in the game. Huh, we have such a game. Looking at the exquisitely made little figures which were totally different from those in World of Warcraft, which was a virtual reality remake, they asked, why isn't it included in World of Warcraft? At this moment, Illidan leapt up into the clouds and spread out the demon wings. With the silver moonlight shining on the pitch-black demonic presence, he looked down proudly and said, "You are seeking death. My goodness, this person looks powerful. Tell me how to play Warcraft that you just mentioned. Can we increase cultivation strength in this game too? I want to play it too." Alina exclaimed. It doesn't increase your cultivation strength," Sala said in embarrassment. She was embarrassed to introduce others to a game that wouldn't increase their cultivation strength. "I don't care. I want to play it even if it doesn't increase my cultivation strength." Alina waved her hand. "Does it tell us the things that this Illidan did in the past?" "It does. This Warcraft is very simple." Surprised that Alina still wanted to play the game without the benefits of increased cultivation strength, Sala immediately explained the small game named Warcraft to her. Different from World of Warcraft, Warcraft is played with the mouse. Many of the stories are about events in World of Warcraft. But you can play this loading map. We now only have this one map called Loading Map of Midnight Pig Butcher. This map is made by the shop owner. How come the shop owner loves this kind of names? Alina heard the name, Loading Map, and found it to be quite strange. "Where did you find this kind of stuff?" "New Snow told me," Sala said. "There are many interesting small games in Qzone. There are cartoon and anime too. I'm MT is super fun. Do you want to watch it?" TL note. I'm MT is a popular Chinese Warcraft cartoon. "Oh, she's one of your friends from the East Continent, right?" Alina asked with sudden understanding. At this moment, the vast sky above the Orc Kingdom was terrifyingly gloomy. Black ravens covered the sky and let out shrill screams as if they were announcing the arrival of death. On the horizon, darkness oozed out from the crack in the sky. The darkness spread out like ocean waves, swallowing the ground while it swarmed in this direction. The ground tilted as if a huge monster was trying to tear open the ground and crawl out from the depths. The ground was collapsing and sinking, and the defense magic arrays seemed to be useless. At first, people only saw dark clouds covering the land. However, the clouds moved at a great speed, and only when they came before the city wall could people see that a horrifying army was inside the dark clouds. The army was so huge that one couldn't see the end of it in one glance. There were at least over 100,000 soldiers. Among them were humans who didn't belong to the East Continent or the West Continent, and there were also non-humans among them. These soldiers had different facial features, but they all had one similarity. They all wore the same style of black armor and had cold and bloodthirsty eyes. They are the Shadow Legion. Shadow Legion. As the ground shattered, the city walls collapsed while booming noises resonated in the sky. Countless ordinary orc soldiers who couldn't fly fell from the city walls while screaming. The prosperous orc city was instantly turned into a hell of death. In this huge city, countless orcs who couldn't fly were swallowed by cracks in the ground. When the huge earthquake stopped, the whole city was in shambles. As far as eyes could see, there was not a single spot left intact. According to legends, wherever this legion went, it would turn the place into scorched land of death. Once people found those plains that were invaded by the Shadow Legion, they only saw a blazing sun and white bones buried in yellow sand, which were all the things left in those worlds. Some people joined the Legion due to fear, which was why there were all kinds of races among them, even including saint-level human masters. They were the nightmares of the world. Chapter 732. The players who probably won't go online again. In the desolate city, few people were left alive in the ruins. Woo, wah, dad, mom. A cute small orc with a bull head stood in the middle of the ruins and bawled, looking like a small lonely flower that was growing in the ruins. This flower was so weak that its tender stem would be broken by a gust of wind. A hurricane appeared in the sky and knocked this small orc down, and his cries got louder. A huge shadow slowly landed from the sky. It was a huge demon-like dragon that was over 10 meters long, and it had 2 horns on its head. A huge figure which looked like an iron tower got off from the dragon. Cackle. This figure let out a series of gloomy and cold laughs while it lifted a huge sword. Then, the sword slashed down heavily. The sword hacked open the ground and left a huge crack, but no blood dripped down. This figure looked up and saw a tall lion man dragging the kid to the side. Anyone else alive? Reinster asked. A few soldiers walked over and gathered around him. Some of Reinster's orc companions climbed out of the shambles. Before them, the 100,000 soldiers of the Shadow Legion looked like an ocean. Looking at the knight who was riding the huge shadow dragon, Reinster knew what force he was facing. He was facing the legendary existences that had only existed in the ancient prophecies and poems. All the orcs looked horrified. However, despite their disbelief, they must force themselves to accept the fact before them. These existences had returned from the legends. Shadow Demon Dragon, Death Lord, Dross. Beneath the rusty and decayed armor, the pair of eyes that appeared as deep as an abyss seemed to look through the void and into the ancient past. The cold gaze seemed to contain no human emotions. What's going on today? In Juhua City Shop, people were missing from not only independent peoples in guild but many other guilds as well. Yi Xiaoyi had been sending messages with her communication jade. Is anyone in the second group online today? The main tank is missing. Several DPS players are not online either. What's happening? Yi Xiaoyi glanced at the time. Didn't we agree that we will raid at noon? At this moment, Yi Xiaoyu saw a message from a player with the ID, Professional Healer Paladin Elven. I'm not familiar with this guy. What does he want? Yi Xiaoyi remembered that they had added each other as friends when they played together with Royal Clan Guild, but they had never talked to each other. She immediately clicked on the message and read it. In the new shop, Commander Elvin of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion looked anxious. I heard that your main tank isn't online either. Are your people missing too? Yi Xiaoyi frowned. We have people missing from 3 groups. Commander Elvin replied with sweat on his head. We are all here waiting for them. What's the situation? How come they are all missing? We agreed on the time. Take everyone who can move out of here. Reinster roared. The gaze before them was still cold as if it was telling these stupid orcs that none of them could leave. Mr. Reinster, are you afraid of death? One orc asked beside him. I am, but I have a daughter, and she is of the same age as this boy. She's not in this city, but I hope that a warrior will bravely stand before her when she's in a dangerous position as this one. Perhaps no one could block such a legion, and they would soon sweep across the whole world. But Reinster hoped that some people could hold them off, even if it was only for a little while. Me too, I have a son, the orc beside him said in a muffled voice. Looking at the flood-like legion, the few orcs who survived the initial disaster charged forward instead of escaping. Shield wall. With a ground-shaking roar, these orcs' shields seemed to form a solid barrier standing before the black flood. These orcs even saw a large number of enemies in black being sent flying. Someone once asked them, do you want to be a coward for a lifetime or a hero for only a few seconds? Now, these orcs gave the best answer to the question. They still remembered when they stood before their mentors, raised their arms, and made the oath with confusion yet great solemnity. Our shield never falls, and our will never vanquishes. Remember the lost fighters forever while we chug down the spring of victory. Heaven is on the left, and the warriors turn to the right. For one moment, the black flood was interrupted by them. A horrifying rumbling noises sounded from their shields. The huge force seemed to be able to send huge dragons flying. Roar, roar. With their hoarse roars, the last bit of blood was shed. Meanwhile in the shop, some elves and assassins were watching the new anime called I'm MT. Upbeat and deep singing sounded with the passionate tune, my name is MT, and I have an iron-like body. I challenge, I dodge, I defend you with my body. Don't be afraid, I'm still standing. Everyone says that tanks are powerful and hold the highest degree honor in the guilds. I'm sorry, friends, perhaps I can never be your main tank again in the future. Roar, for the Orc Kingdom, for the people who we need to defend. 4. The Horde. Reinster leaned on his shield while his voice got fainter and fainter as if he had fallen asleep. Blood flowed down the shield and onto the ground. Perhaps these orcs were just tired and needed to rest. The great army swallowed one orc city after another like a tsunami. A huge catastrophe that no one had imagined swept across the whole Orc Kingdom and then spread toward the neighboring human kingdoms. Wherever the Black Flood went, no living being could stand a chance. These humans. Orcs always think that they are heroes. Beside the demon dragon, a tall and thin figure said, in fact, they can't even take one strike from us. Their acts are insignificant, and no one will remember them after they die. This was one of the 2 figures that had first appeared in the Orc Kingdom. A tiny bit of its presence was as great as that of the horrifying saint level. Stupid. Only people who believe in our God can live for eternity. Our God once said that the war among gods is a war of faith. Except for the gods who made it clear that they are staying away from the war, everyone else is pawn. Hee. They are a bunch of pathetic ants. From this day on, some players of World and Warcraft never got online again. Chapter 733, The Oath of Knights. How come the warriors in our guild are still offline today? Sitting before her computer, Helen controlled her character and looked bored. We agreed to raid. They must be delayed by something, another member of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion said. Helen frowned since she felt like these warriors were straightforward people who would never go back on their words. Commander, I can't get through to them either. Commander Elvin seemed to be thinking about something. Ms. Helen, do you want to play this Warcraft? The shop owner made a new map named Wind and Cloud. They say it's super fun. Sala called on the other side of the shop, we just need one more player. Coming. Helen exited the game and said to others, since we don't have enough people and are waiting, I'll go and play a round of Warcraft. Commander Elvin nodded, looking not as casual as usual as if he had something on his mind. Why do you look so absent-minded? Sala had begun the game with other elves for a while now. Sitting at the computer desk in her Q-zone, Helen clicked on her mouse abstracted LY. I don't know. Helen moved the mouse aimlessly. I feel a bit uneasy. Do you think that something happened to them? Sala also felt uneasy, but she tried to soothe Helen, don't worry. Didn't you say that those warriors in your group are mercenaries in the Orc Kingdom's mercenary union? Perhaps they received an urgent mission. Right, Helen nodded with force. The business in the real world is more important. Since they came early each day, they like to sit at computers close to the counter and thus were close to the entrance. Suddenly, they seemed to have felt some disturbance behind them. They turned their heads and saw that people on the prosperous street outside the shop were swarming toward the direction of the White Pigeon Square. What's happening? Helen suddenly froze. She had never seen people look so anxious and panicky before. Although Mr. Fang's shop was not in the core area where the high-level aristocrats lived, it was in one of the most prosperous zones in Kanglan City. Even a small aristocrat would be disciplined from youth to be composed and well-mannered, and these people would never scramble to run to a place with crowds in public. What the heck is happening? Helen grew even more anxious. Should we follow them and check it out? Sala suggested. Before she could finish, some mercenaries had run out of the shop toward the crowds. Hurry, let's go and see what's happening. These people ran out of the shop, followed by the whole Golden Griffin Knight Legion, mages of Royal Magic Union, and other players. On the White Pigeon Square, many humans in Kanglan City gathered here. There were also some dwarves and elves. We will be playing an urgent announcement. On the spiritual spell visual projection, there was a female mage who was wearing a white robe with a badge of Magic Communication Union pinned on her chest. According to the latest news from the frontline that the Military Intelligence Department gathered, the Orc Kingdom and neighboring human nations are conquered. The enemies are still unknown for the time being. In the spiritual spell visual projection, the long-range visual projection spell turned the visual to the sky above a city in the Orc Kingdom and showed that the previously prosperous city had been turned into a pitch-black scorched land. The cracked land and the ruins on it were a frightening sight. Our nation has entered the emergency war preparation status. All residents please get ready for the war that might come at any moment. The war might come at any moment. This is Mountain Rock City. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. One guy in our guild told us about it. The voice got fainter and fainter as if this person suddenly realized something. Watching the scene on the spiritual spell visual projection, the Knights of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion and many other players here suddenly felt their mind turning blank. How can it be? Loud discussions erupted in the crowds. May luck be with the people who are alive, and may peace be with the dead. A noble lady murmured. However, they were outsiders and wouldn't understand what this meant to some people here today. Standing on the square in a daze, Helen felt like her whole body had turned numb while her mind was filled with the images of the warriors in her guild. She remembered that they even generously invited all the members of the guild to drink wheat wine after finishing their first raid. She had never met some of them in the real world, but after many nights of yelling together and countless wipeouts, these previous strangers had become comrades who had each other's back on battlegrounds. They promised that when they got offline last time. Didn't you guys promise that we will raid together? Helen's tears gushed out without control. Carrying a two-handed huge sword on his back, Commander Elvin, a sedate middle-aged man, had never looked so bitter before. His face paled a little as if he couldn't bear the departure of his friends. Together, they had conquered terrifying enemies one after another. But he had never imagined that these trusted teammates would fall in such a way. Seeing the helpless glances from the other knight in the Legion and the lost gazes from other players, for some reason, he heard the oath resonating in his head. From now on, I'll embrace holy light with my heart, protect the weak with my sword and shield, and vanquish evil with holy light. Humility, honesty, compassion, valor, justice, sacrifice, honor, and spirituality are the 8 virtues that I'll never forget. We'll not fall as long as people need our protection. Perhaps it was only an oath that these paladin players had casually made in the virtual world, and they hadn't taken it seriously. But now, Elvin suddenly understood that since he had chosen this class and took those words to heart, it meant that he agreed with the code in his mind. Slowly, Elvin drew out the 2-handed big sword from his back and pierced this heavy sword that was close to the height of a person into the stone ground before him, making the ground seem like it was as soft as tofu. I, Commander Elvin of Golden Griffin Knight Legion, here swear. If you're still alive, I swear with the honor of Paladin that I will defend you to the last moment. If, Elvin paused as if he was bracing himself for the worst possibility. Regardless who your enemies are my enemies. I'll battle to the last moment in your place. I'm born for honor and die for glory. Like my sword, I'd rather break than bend. At this moment, all the paladins yelled hoarsely with red eyes, I'm born for honor and die for glory. Like my sword, I'd rather break than bend. Chapter 734, New System Task, Holy Light Miracle. In the crowds, a group of elves stood together. As the race with the longest lifespan and most ancient history, the elves seemed to know something that others didn't. First Elder. Do you know something about it? Looking at the knights who were roaring hoarsely with red eyes, Sala almost cried with them. Although most of their good friends were from Juhua City, a few members of their guild seemed to be missing. Thinking of the disaster and the missing players, the players' hearts sank. I heard of rumors about them when I was young. The silver-bearded and silver-haired first elder of the elf clan said in a deep voice, no one knows where they come from and what their purpose is. In every plane and every world that they went to, they destroyed all the living creatures. In the knowledge of people in the Nora continent, this almost endlessly vast world was surrounded by many planes or worlds, including the smaller ones such as the Elf Royal Palace in Silver Moon Forest and the larger planes such as the continent of immortal relics. They battled in plane after plane. Their leader is said to be in existence closest to a god. Only God's miracles can hold them off. We've been searching for the traces that they left in this world with the hope that we can stop them from bringing catastrophe to this world. The silver-haired and silver-bearded elf elder who was extremely old sighed, still, the inevitable came. The name, Shadow Legion, might mean nothing to ordinary mercenaries and aristocrats, but it was a horrifying name for those who had access to the core secrets of the world. Its most recent pillage caused the demise of the Evil Empire hundreds of years ago. That empire was once a place full of sunshine, but now it was engulfed in darkness and became the headquarters of the Underground Council. Of course, with the expansion of the Brotherhood, many members of the Underground Council had joined the Brotherhood. With red eyes, Alina said to the knights in a loud voice, please count us in. Meanwhile, in the Royal Magic Union in the Morning Light Empire. Grand Mage Adolf wasn't watching the spiritual spell visual projection with others on the square. However, with his background, he had much more information about the current situation than all other people. Before him was an ancient-looking magic crystal platform, and a pure and clear magic crystal ball was inlaid on it. In the flowing magic lights, a layer of white mist appeared in the transparent crystal ball. Then, the mist revealed a scene that looked half real and half fantasy. Countless black ravens soared in the pitch-black sky as if they were declaring death to everything they saw. Then, a huge dragon spread its wings which seemed to be able to block the whole sky. Suddenly, Adolf shook violently and then spewed out a mouthful of blood. The gaze in the sky was turning toward the direction of the area in the crystal ball where Adolf was looking at. A hill-like figure wearing decayed armor was revealed in the endless dark clouds in the sky. It lifted its huge hand, and everything on the ground including the rocks, soil, city walls, and houses was sucked up by a horrifying invisible force. Countless debris, houses, trees, and living creatures were lifted into the air by an unrivaled force. Then, the whole city was shattered. At this moment, in the distant Judgment Godly Palace, all kinds of delicacies were placed on a long desk that was more than 10 meters long in the magnificent hall. A middle-aged man dressed in a red priest's robe picked up some food with his chopsticks and said, "Try this. It's the meat of a level 8 sea beast, a delicacy that you can't have in any other place." Sitting across from him were Master Oth and Master Lywood, the most popular, super masters, in the mystical realms. Master Owl put a piece of sea beast meat into his mouth and savored it appreciatively. The agent shop from the East Continent now has a bad reputation, right? Some people are still defending it. But it's not important now, Peeble said with a smile. Now, we're presented with a rare opportunity. After our guidance in the past year, people are casting more and more doubts on their holy light. This time, if we make good use of the incident with the Shadow Legion, they will become public enemies. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Peeble, this is an excellent idea, Master Lywood said with a laugh. I'll arrange people to direct the public opinions. Then, it seemed like he contacted someone. Deekaz was still browsing the magic forum. Her pretty face darkened all the time. So many haters. Do you guys make a living by trashing Blizzard? This forum was full of comments trashing the Blizzard Workshop. If anyone defended the Blizzard Workshop and other related workshops, they would be tagged as traitors. Are you still bragging about Blizzard? The Orc Kingdom has the most braggers of Blizzard. Where is your holy light? Where are your resurrection spells? You all died of bragging. At this moment, Deekaz saw a comment that frustrated her. With red eyes, Deekaz was so enraged that she cried as she replied immediately, "Can't you show some respect to the dead people?" At this moment, probably since he had played the time for too hard and too long, Mr. Fang had fallen asleep at his computer desk, AF King. Then, the system suddenly beeped with a prompt. Mr. Fang didn't move. Beep, beep. What? He continued sleeping. Don't bother me. Buzz. A sharp whistle sounding like metal grating on glass came to his ears. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. He instantly woke up. What are you doing, system? Mr. Fang was puzzled. In his opinion, the system had got lazy in the past year since it seldom talked to him except for releasing some sequels of games such as Assassin's Creed, but now. Two simple words appeared on the system interface, issuing task. Nonplussed, Mr. Fang thought, why are you suddenly issuing a new task when everything is fine? Is it going to be another new game? But the Burning Crusade was just released, right? Mr. Fang glanced at the task. New task. Holy Light Miracle. Task description. Lead the players in the new shop to a glorious victory with Holy Light. Task assistance items. The symbol of life *5. Carrier rock *2. The rock can make the figures whom the host has a synchronization rate of over 10% in the cultivation room appear in the real world for 5 minutes. It's an item for one-time use. Task reward. Carrier rock 1. The symbol of life. Fang Chi remembered this item well. This is the special item that the paladins and priests use to resurrect the dwarf when they learn the skill named redemption, right? Why did you give me this item? And what is this carrier rock? At this moment, Mr. Fang saw a group of elves, knights and assassins running into the shop with tears in their eyes. What's the matter with you guys? Mr. Fang was baffled. What's wrong? You were all fine and cheerful only yesterday, why do you all look so sad today? Chapter 735, The Gathering of Masters. You mean you watched the broadcast with the spiritual spell visual projection on White Pigeon Square and saw that the Orc Kingdom is in trouble? The players over there might be in trouble too. Fang Chi's hands shook, but he quickly covered it. He would still behave wildly once in a while in the shop, but he had generally acted more maturely than before. Hearing the fragmented and messy explanations from different people, Fang Chi finally understood the situation. He realized that this was a real disaster compared with previous incidents. Sir, I've decided. With red eyes, Sala said, we'll return to our elf forest today to gather our people, and then we'll go to the front line. I've decided too. Besides Sala, Assassin Harrison said, when we played Assassin's Creed, the Master Assassins taught us that the Assassin's Creed is free will. Now that some people are even deprived of the right to live, how can we have freedom? I thought that the things in the virtual worlds were far away from our real world, but similar tragedies are taking place right before us, Alina said. I'll return to the ruins of Aval Empire and gather more brothers. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. At this moment, Dwarf Elder Sock also walked up with a group of dwarves. I never thought that another workshop's mystical realms would be better than those of the lava studio of our dwarf clan. But the mystical realm, World of Warcraft, attracted me from the very beginning. I liked the hardy dwarves, the delicious alcohol, and every inch of the land in the game. Oh ho ho. I still remember that in one raid, a young paladin was so nervous that he cast divine intervention on my hunter pet. In the end, we were wiped out and had to watch that pet boar laugh. Others all laughed when they heard the old dwarf telling the old story. It must be noted that it was a precious spell used to protect the priest and other players who had resurrection spells. After laughing for a while, they felt even sadder. Do you know, that paladin resurrected us many times in the mystical realm, but now. Even the old dwarf was full of sorrow. He's a young knight from a neighboring nation of the Orc Kingdom. If something happened to him, I wish someone could resurrect him. Elf Elder Sock glanced around the people standing in the shop and said, I'm thankful to World of Warcraft for bringing us together and giving me a chance to make so many friends. But I'm sorry to say that we must leave now. We have to leave not only for them but for our own homeland as well. Sir. They say that our holy light is useless. Dika's had come to the shop to say goodbye to other players as well. After all, as a member of the Royal Magic Union, she wouldn't have time to continue playing World of Warcraft in this situation. However, when Dika saw the atmosphere in the shop and remembered the sneering comments of the mages in the Magic Forum, she felt even more despondent. Mr. Fang had a small headache and patted his forehead. If the situation continues, my shop will lose all business. Some elves even ran over and hugged Mr. Fang, as friends of course. Farewell, I'm thankful to the mystical realms in the shop for giving us so many beautiful memories. With tears flowing down her cheeks, Sala waved at Mr. Fang. Although the resurrection spells can't be used, I'm still thankful. Ha, what are you talking about? Mr. Fang looked at them. Who said that you can't use the spells? All the people looked at Mr. Fang and were stunned. At this moment, the huge army swarmed down south from the Orc Kingdom like a black flood, wiping out several small and middle-sized nations on their way. The humans on the Nora continent were divided into two big groups. One group included the Radiant Light Godly Nation and its subordinate Faith Nation. The other group included the Morning Light Empire and other nation which didn't require their citizens to believe in a certain god. Of course, some nations of the second group would lean toward the group led by the Judgment Godly Palace. The high-level officials of each nation obviously acted more swiftly than Mr. Fang, who had been oblivious of the situation. After all, Mr. Fang was only an internet cafe owner instead of a military officer. His main job was playing games. This continent had many masters come. They had reached the supreme level 9, and some of the elites had even become legendary saints. Under the crushing force of the huge flood transformed by the soldiers of Shadow Legion, the Selene Principality and Lianshan Principality sitting in the inland of the continent became the war zone between human nations and the Shadow Legion. Masters of the continent gathered there, and so did the elites from different nations. Some of them had projected their images in St. Heinz's Grand Hall. They included World Mage Hemadan and Sword Saint Claus. Of course, some hadn't appeared in the Judgment Godly Palace. The nation protecting Sword Saint of the Morning Light Empire was one of them, and he came here accompanied by Grand Mage Adolf. I don't think we need to make it a big deal. In the conference room of Lianshan Principality, the old man dressed in a white sorcerer's robe without any badges on it was Hemadan. The truth is that we defeated them several times in history. But we paid hefty prices. Another person said loudly, dressed in shiny golden armor. The person who spoke was the only saint-level master in Lianshan Principality. Mr. Hemadan, you must know that we had to ask the Radiant Light Godly Nation to create miracles each time when the Shadow Legion attacked us. But now, he slammed his fist on the table and roared in a fury, they didn't respond. Didn't respond at all. Don't they know the current situation? They only care about their faith. Mr. St. Heinz is cultivating in seclusion, Sword Saint Claus said coldly. Her Highness the Princess is busy and tied up. She sent me and a portion of the Godly Palace Legion here to help you. Mr. Claus, when did you begin to serve the Radiant Light Godly Nation? The man wearing golden armor sneered. I've sent messages to the Elf clan and the Dwarf clan, Adolf said. Everyone, I think it's time for us to put down the grudges between different races. Although these people were here to discuss and come up with an answer, it was clear that they were not as friendly to each other as they claimed. Chapter 736, Internet Café Rescue Mission. if people looked to the north of Lianshan Principality, they would find the sky getting gloomier the further north it went. Shadows engulfed the land as if no sunlight could penetrate them. In the long history of expeditions, there were many veteran super masters in the Shadow Legion. Among them were 7 of the most ancient ultimate masters who were there when the Shadow Legion was created. One of them was Death Lord Dross, who rode the Shadow Demon Dragon. As the most powerful existence among the 7, it had the horrifying power that was rumored to be closest to that of a god, and its mount, the Shadow Demon Dragon, was said to have a strength of the same level. No one knew where it came from. Under the 7 ultimate existences were super masters from different planes who had chosen to join or follow them due to fear. It wasn't strange to see true saint-level masters in the Legion. Right now, the huge figure sitting on the Shadow Demon Dragon gazed at the human city before it with cold eyes. Its gaze was indifferent, as if it had seen too many such cities which had eventually been destroyed. 13. Are they almost all here? They seemed to be waiting for something, and they didn't move. The hoarse voice came from the tall and thin figure beneath the pitch-black robe. Do they really think that they can hold us off? Under the sky of the distant Lianshan Principality, several figures stood on the city wall, which extended for dozens of kilometers while the whole city was in the highest alert state. Outside the city walls, a faint magic wall of light began to light up. Then, black cannon muzzles stuck out through the holes in the wall. These are the destructive level magic energy cannons. The middle-aged knight in golden armor said in a furious voice. I heard that these 10 huge cannons almost used up all the wealth of Lianshan Principality. I wonder if it's true, Sword Saint Claus said. I guess you've moved all the magic energy cannons guarding the royal city to this place, right? At the border of Lianshan Principality, the war would break out any minute. I still remember that in one past battle, one of the leaders of the Shadow Legion was almost killed by one such magic energy cannon, World Mage Hemadan said. He seemed to be telling some ancient events in their glorious history. That is why I'm sure that they are prepared. The speaker was the nation-protecting sword saint of the Morning Light Empire. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, and he was dressed in light armor which was convenient for him to move around. Our names will be forever recorded in the history book in this war. Sword Saint Claus put one hand on the city wall while he watched the large troops swarming toward the city. Meanwhile, in one of the magnificent palaces on the top of high mountains in radiant light godly nation. The inside of the palace was covered in countless big, bright, and clear crystals, and a woman lounged on the throne which was carved out of a giant crystal. Before her were the visuals from the battleground. What? While the masters argued with each other in Lianshan Principality, exclamations erupted in Mr. Fang's Origins Internet Club. Can we use them? In fact, some people could now gradually use Blink, Portal, and some other skills, but no one had ever mastered resurrection spells. Many people had doubted if the resurrection spells of different classes really existed in the real world. The spells which could bring people back to life were forbidden skills for humans. They only heard of them in godly miracles and didn't know if those miracles were just rumors or the truth. Even though the players regarded the resurrection spells as virtual spells, World of Warcraft still attracted them with its unique charms. In fact, there were indeed resurrection spells in the storyline of World of Warcraft, but not every paladin or priest could cast them. As miracle-like spells in the category of holy light spells, they had very high casting requirements. As for why most paladin and priest players could cast them, it was because in the game, the players' game characters were created by the system and could meet these strict requirements. In the whole history of World of Warcraft, there were only a few cases of miracles of resurrection. The most well-known incidents happened in Scarlet Monastery. Sir, you mean, except for the super geniuses, how can one understand it without any assistant items? A game was just a game, and it must pay attention to the entertainment value while trying to make things look real. However, in the real world, things must operate strictly according to the laws of nature, which was why people couldn't do anything they wished. Then, if we can find the symbol of life used to cast redemption in the game, we can understand it faster. Helen exclaimed in astonishment. It depends on your talent if you can understand it or not. After all, the symbol of life acted only as guidance and assistance. Then, the Knights of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion almost wept in joy. Then, how can we get the symbol of life? As a thank you gift for your patronage to my shop in the past year, I plan to give out 5 symbols of life, Mr. Fang said. Huh, how come it sounds like a promotion activity by a shop on the roadside? The people froze for a moment. If we can do it, I want to travel to the Orc Kingdom, Helen of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion suddenly said. If we race to the front line, do we still have the chance to bring them back to life? Helen grabbed Fang Qi's arm, looking anxious and uneasy as if she was afraid that Fang Qi would give her a negative answer. I'll go there, Helen suddenly yelled suddenly, I'll go to the Orc Kingdom. It seemed like she didn't care how dangerous that place was. For the elves who loved life, they wouldn't want to miss a chance to witness such a miracle in their lifetime. Besides, the elves never casually made friends. If they did make a friend, they would trust the friend all their life. There was no way that they were going to watch their friend enter a dangerous place without offering help. Meanwhile, the dwarves were simple and hardy people. Dwarf Elder Sock said, if so, we'll all go with you. At this moment, searching for survivors was probably the most important thing on their minds. At this moment, they suddenly realized that glory wasn't fame or status but the faith in their hearts. After all the sorrow and despair that they had experienced, Fang Qi gave them a glimpse of hope. Just like what Dwarf Elder Sock had said, they resurrected us countless times in the game, if we can resurrect them once in the real world. Even if they could do it only once. First Elder. A few elves looked toward their first elder imploringly. Only this most senior elf had a steadiness gained through ages of experiences. But at this moment, the first elder didn't have the heart to refuse this request while looking at the sincerity in the eyes of the elves. Then, the rescue mission begins. Mr. Fang yelled. Chapter 737, The Secrets from the Ancient Times. At the border of the Lianshan Principality, more than half of the masters from all over the Nora continent gathered. Yes, perhaps it was the first time in the history of the whole continent that they had gathered together so orderly. Of course, so many masters of the continent could gather here so fast since they had been prepared for this moment. Despite the suddenness of the attack, the influential figures on this continent were not completely caught off guard. There were altogether 13 Saint-level masters, including Sword Saint Claus who was sent here by the Radiant Light Godly Nation, the nation protecting Sword Saint of the Morning Light Empire Wilson, and World Mage Hemadan. Nation protecting Sword Saint Wilson was a gray-haired middle-aged man with dignity and aristocratic elegance. He was probably the Saint-level master living closest to Mr. Fang. Kanglan City was in his territory. He would occasionally read and handle official documents in the quiet study room in the castle in Kanglan City. As the most talented genius in the Morning Light Empire, he was married into the Hymia family, which was regarded as a shame on his knightly honor by many people. Therefore, few people knew that the Empire's Sword Saint had a daughter in the Golden Griffin Knight Legion, a second or even third-tier Knight Legion. As the top masters on the whole continent, they seldom paid attention to information about workshops or mystical realms since those things were meaningless on this level. Standing on the right of these people was a middle-aged man dressed in a dark brown mage's robe, and his beard was shortened and shaven. No one would think that this disheveled middle-aged mage was in fact the current leader of the World Magic Union. On his right stood a woman dressed in a robe with dark golden patterns. Under the hood of her cloak revealed fiery red lips and an exquisite chin. On her chest of her robe was an exquisite embroidered logo of the Alchemist Union. Of course, there were also people from places believing in other gods. For example, the Frost Nation believed in the god of ice of the Bitterwinter Godly Palace. The imposing man dressed in the thick fur coat and holding a scepter inlaid with a precious gem came from this place. Although they were not as famous as the Judgment Godly Palace, there were still saint-level masters in these places. Apart from them, there were other people with dignified middle-aged faces or ancient weathered faces. They stood proudly on the city wall, casting deeper proud gazes into the distance while their robes flapped in the wind. They had enough reasons to be proud since each of them was among the ultimate pride of the humans in this world. They formed the strongest line of defense. These masters had the best magic legions at their command, and they had the most elite knights charging for them while lifting swords high in the air. On the opposite side of them, in the distant sky, a figure moved closer and closer. Dressed in a black cloak, it looked extremely tall and thin. Inside the cloak, there seemed to be a deep vortex which could suck in people's souls. What did you find? The existence sitting on the shadow demon dragon finally spoke, and its voice sounded dry and hoarse as if rocks were grating on the ground. No, they seemed to be searching for something and didn't spare much attention to the ultimate masters among humans who were before them. Meanwhile, in the high broken cliff at Heavenly Abyss Sea in another world, cold rain kept falling, and ocean waves surged up and crashed onto the reefs on the shore. In the chilly rain, a tall figure enveloped in a black robe slowly pulled up the hood which covered his face all year round. It revealed a face that seemed to be as dry as that of a zombie, but this man's face didn't rot. Instead, it had gradually turned black and began to fill up. Also, this man's forehead bulged a little as if demonic horns were growing out. "Have you confirmed?" he asked. Behind him was a slim and curvy figure. The hem of the long black silk dress fluttered in the gusts like the waves in the heavenly abyss sea. Her face was white as if there wasn't a drop of blood in it, but the demonic presence in her body felt more powerful and more contained. "I've confirmed it. The person who possesses the pair of Dao pupils is now working in Half City. They have a reason to call the Dao pupils the divinity fragments. What a pity. It's a pity that we don't need this pair of pupils now," the woman said mildly. "They couldn't afford to have them anyway. I meant it as a pity that I have a fine demonic bloodline, but others call me Uncle Black and Sea Urchin Warrior." Their faces twitched. It's indeed a problem. Several figures hovered in the dark high sky. The figure standing on the left of the shadow demon dragon had a weird twisted face, which showed that it was definitely not a human. The huge figure hovering on the right had strange hooves, and its robust body contained a force so terrifying that it couldn't be suppressed and spilled out uncontrollably. Black storms and lightning flashes could be seen around its body. Then, the figure sitting on the demon dragon lifted its huge sword and let out a soundless roar. The sky and the land, even the whole world, seemed to have been plunged into dark shadow. Fire! With a hoarse roar, several horrifying light beams tore open the sky and pulled open the curtain of the war. From the sky and the ground, a black flood crashed onto the protective magic shield around the fortress-like city. Meanwhile, the ultimate existences on the continent, the royal palace of the elf clan, the sky fortress of the dwarf clan, the radiant light godly nation, and the judgment godly palace were all watching the war closely. Even some magic forums were flooded with comments about this war. After all, this wasn't a war that everyone could participate in. It was why the discussions on some magic forum were even more heated. For example, on the biggest magic forum named Eye of Mystical Realms, there were over 100,000 posts about this war. "Don't worry, we have masters to defend us. Even if the sky falls, they will be the first to bear its weight. I've moved to the south. I'm sure that the war can't come this far. Hee. I'm now in the Radiant Light Godly Nation as a manager of the Crystal Workshop. The workshop sent me to work in the capital of Radiant Light Godly Empire. Yesterday, I even visited Master Lywood. The mage dressed in a mage's robe with star patterns was active in the discussions while sitting in his alchemy room. Then, he posted a spiritual spell visual image, showing magnificent buildings in the aristocratic zone. On the wide and clean street, a luxurious carriage drove forward swiftly. I even saw Her Highness the Princess on an outing. Chapter 738, The Sorrowful Cries of Orcs. I'm envious of you, Big Boss. I admire you. On the magic parchment appeared flattery comments from mages all over the world. The customers of Blizzard used to brag about how powerful the mystical realm named World of Warcraft is, and how they could learn holy light resurrection spells and go on so-called battlegrounds. But now, I'm afraid that none of them dare to go to the war. In the messy and dirty alchemy room, the mage dressed in the mage's robe with embroidered star patterns lounged on his chair and browsed the posts while dissing the players of World of Warcraft. Meanwhile, Master Oth also posted a comment in the Eye of Mystical Realms. Blizzard players, you have trained for so long in the mystical realm named World of Warcraft. I want to ask if you are qualified to join the war. My goodness. Master Oth posted a comment in person. It immediately received many replies from active users. I admire you, Master. We must call out the forum Pet Dekas to look at the personal post of Master Oth. What's a forum, Pet? It's a name for people who defend Blizzard Workshop brainlessly and bite people like a dog. Isn't forum Pet a good name for them? It's hilarious. A pet dog. Those Origins fighters need to see this too. Another person commented. They also boast about their alchemy skills besides their sword techniques and magic spells. It sounds as if everything originates from their shop. It's the origin of everything in the world. If not, how can it be called Origins Internet Club? How come none of the Origins fighters are replying here? Ha ha ha. Below the post, many people posted ha 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 to show their merriment. At this moment, Master Lywood and Master Oth, who were not combatants, were also watching the war while keeping an eye on the magic forum. They posted a sarcastic comment. They probably have gone to resurrect those orcs with their great resurrect spells and have no time to deal with us, mortals. The laughter got even louder. The magic forums are very boisterous lately. Yes, Your Highness. Even though he was a trusted subordinate of Saint Dulan, people rarely had a chance to come to this palace. While lifting his eyes cautiously, he only dared to look at the position below the woman's lower leg while she sat on the crystal throne. Under the hem of her dress revealed a small portion of her exquisite shoe tips. A small workshop from the East Continent brags about the so-called resurrection spells, but I doubt that they have the ability to go on the battleground, people said in a hurry and took a quick glance at the images of the war on the spiritual spell visual projection. Of course, aside from this place, in the conference room of the Nation Summit, where high-level officials from different nations were having discussions, people were also watching the war through the spiritual spell visual projection. The Elf clan and Dwarf clan were also invited to watch the war. Of course, it was also the best way to supervise the war. Meanwhile, Mr. Fang led his Internet Café rescue group to the Orc Kingdom. The place before them couldn't be described as shambles, it was a nightmare. The bodies of Orc warriors scattered on the ground randomly. Some of them still tightly held their weapons, not letting go even after dying. Some were pierced together by one spear or lance, left standing in the ruins like skewers. Helen, who was born and lived in peaceful time, and the elves who had lived in the tranquil forest shivered when they saw the horrifying scene. At this moment, they felt like they were staring at hell. It was so horrifying that it swallowed everyone here like endless darkness. It was a real hell. Perhaps they must do something. Otherwise, this hell would be their fate too. First, search for any survivors in this area. Everyone, move. The first elder of the elf clan was obviously calmer, but his words still sounded regretful and heavy. We probably can't save all of them, so we must work quickly. How great was the power that could bring people back to life? It worked fine in the virtual world, but in the real world, it wasn't as easy as just pulling someone up from the ground in the game. It involved energy consumption, faith, spirit, and many other aspects. It was definitely not a spell that one could cast with ease. If the bodies were decomposed or had only bones left after wild beasts were fed on them, even resurrection spells couldn't bring them back. At least, the beginners could never achieve that with their resurrection spells. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Orc Kingdom, this was a small valley named Jade Valley. Countless orc corpses were scattered on the ground outside the valley. They wore heavy armor with the crest of a roaring flame lion. These were armor worn by the Roar of Kingdom, Legion of the Orc Kingdom. Darkness spread out like a black blanket. On the ground outside the valley, an orc lifted his hand from the pile of corpses, trying to get up. But soon, he was engulfed by the spreading darkness before being eroded and turned into ashes. The Orc Kingdom was a prosperous and powerful nation, and their king was an ultimate peak saint-level existence. But now, the wounded old orc roared while he was being dragged to retreat by his legion. Then, countless horrifying black shadows swarmed up like a flood. Bladestorm. A not very tall figure charged up like a madman. Mr. Dirk, a wolf-headed general, who was dragging the old orc dressed in the royal robe to retreat, roared hoarsely. Although Mr. Dirk was only a rogue, he was the most popular person in the nation, and he was well received by the aristocrats and civilians. He was like a national treasure in the Orc Kingdom. Among the orcs who valued strength, Mr. Dirk was popular not only because of his frequent spiritual spell visual projection shows. With a furious roar, Mr. Dirk charged into the horrifying flood like a cannonball. Countless sharp blades spun around him, and these terrifying blades seemed to have turned him into a horrifying mincer. Even the elite soldiers of Shadow Legend who had experienced countless battles and killed many beings were knocked down in large groups like wheat before a farmer's sickles. Holding the huge double-handed sword, Mr. Dirk hacked around in the crowds like a tornado, cutting down soldiers one after another. All the soldiers on the battleground shivered at the sight of the crazy sword shadow. Evacuate with the king. Swoosh, swoosh. Several sharp spears whistled across the darkness and torn open the void like flashes of lightning that represented death, and they created strong winds. With a furious roar, Mr. Dirk hacked open two sharp spears with his sword that moved like a phantom. However, the third spear pierced his chest. At the same time, a dark and ominous presence appeared out of the blue and clutched Mr. Dirk's neck like a pitch-black hand, lifting his whole body into the air. Mr. Dirk. A furious roar sounded as if this orc bit his teeth. Demon spirit, Sal. I saw many orcs like you, a deep voice sounded from an unknown place. Like morons, they always tried to block us with their little strength and yelled words like, for the horde. They were hilariously stupid. I hate such ignorant people the most. Don't they know what fear is? The hand smashed Mr. Dirk viciously against the hard face of a mountain, knocking off large pieces of rocks while the sickening and distorted voice snarled, "Why don't you run? Why don't you break down and scramble before running in panic just like everyone else? To deal with people like you, I always pierced them with a long spear like a skewer. You know, they usually don't die immediately, they groan for a long time." Roar. A shrill and long howl resonated throughout the entire Jade Valley. Chapter 739, Arise. The sun slowly set on one side of the valley. The blood-red sunlight seemed to put a blood-colored thin carpet on the previously jade-green valley. Roar. A ferocious roar rose. Mr. Dirk. With a furious roar, the old orc king broke away from the generals who tried to drag him away, and he shouted, "Guys, we have no way out. We'll only survive a few more days by using the terrain advantage of the valley." The orc king's face was concealed by his silver mask, but his ancient voice sounded strong and firm. "Our orc soldiers would rather shed blood on the ground than leave their comrades to hold off the enemies alone and escape on their own. I'd rather die in battle than live in shame. Our strength comes from blood and thunder. Our strength will turn into fire of fury and death. We're fearless." The old orc raised his huge sword high, facing the ocean-like Shadow Legion which had sealed up all the exits of the valley. "We're fearless." The rest of the orcs also raised their weapons. "A bunch of morons." With a furious roar, Mr. Dirk somehow struggled out of the hand of Shadow. Instead of retreating, all the orcs charged toward the Shadow Legion before them. In the Green Valley, the small group of orcs cut into the shadow like a sharp long knife. Combat technique, concentration of will. While holding his huge sword, Mr. Dirk let out a low roar and then thrusted it outward. An invisible surge of essence rushed out with the huge sword like a cannonball. The trees in the valley collapsed, and more than 10 meters of plants on the ground were raised. The soldiers of Shadow Legion were sent flying for dozens of meters, piling up into a small hill. Soon, many soldiers swarmed up again in a dense troop. War Stomp. The bull-headed man beside Mr. Dirk roared in fury and stomped forward with vicious force. The land cracked and sank before being pushed around. Then, a horrifying shock wave swept across everything with the violent quake of the ground. Countless soldiers fell, but more swarmed up. In the sky, the knights of the Shadow Legion riding ferocious huge black birds shot down like meteorites as their long spears stabbed with the vicious downward momentum. Dozens of knights pierced forward one by one like a black meteor shower. Bothersome. The old orc king raised his huge sword. With a shake of his hand, his huge sword which was thicker than a gate pillar transformed into hundreds of sword shadows. The sword was only about 2 meters long, but its blade now looked like a group of mountains that were hundreds of meters high. The knights who were still charging in the sky were turned into a blood shower in the blink of an eye. But at this moment, a weak whistling sound came. Poochie. A pitch-black long spear from an unknown place shot through the armor and pierced the old orc king's shoulder. The old orc stumbled a few steps and barely managed to remain standing by putting his weight on his sword. Cold sweat slid down his cheeks beneath the mask. No one could see his face beneath the mask, but it was obvious that his face was twitching in pain. "Can't fall. I can't fall." Seeing the elite warriors of the Orc Kingdom falling one by one around him, the old Orc King's heart was bleeding. "You must all die here since you're a bunch of morons," the distorted voice said. Black mist condensed in the air and transformed into a pitch-black cloak which revealed only half of the gloomy and distorted face beneath the hood. "Then, I'll kill your people one by one until they beg for mercy in fear. Then, I'll see if you're still so brave." Then, his long spear shot across the sky with sharp ear-piercing whistles, and more knights dashed down from the sky like many shooting stars. When the last bit of the sun disappeared, the sky turned even darker. In the future, these orcs would only have a vague memory of this day. That day, we were plunged into darkness and despair. We tried our best to fight but still failed. Our eyelids felt heavier and heavier, and our hands couldn't hold the swords anymore. Our bodies felt as heavy as lead. From light to darkness, from darkness, we seemed to see the pale golden dawn light in the distant east. We seemed to hear someone calling out our names. "I'm not willing to fall. Wouldn't." In the beautiful Jade Valley covered in vibrant green plants, there were only the last few orcs. Some of them stood over countless corpses. They were surrounded by enemies, looking as if they were deep in sleep. Some leaned on their huge swords and panted heavily as if they couldn't remain standing any longer. Kill them, the gloomy figure hovering in the air said. At this moment, a voice suddenly yelled, "There are people here." Then, a figure landed. Then, with a white flash, several mages suddenly appeared. Everyone froze. Then, herds of soldiers of the Shadow Legion surrounded the invaders. "Are you here to beg me to release the remaining orcs?" Hovering in the air, the non-human existence gazed at the ordinary-looking young man coldly. "Mr." Fang's face darkened. "Do you know who we are?" "I don't need to know who you are, Mr." Fang said. "Huh." Hovering in the air, the figure, that emitted a presence more powerful than that of a demon, froze again. "You guys affected the business of my shop." "Ha ha ha ha." Demon Spirit Sal laughed wildly. "I thought you would say that you're here to avenge them. What business in your shop? Are you nuts? It seems like you overestimated yourself." Even Helen, the earliest customer of the shop, hadn't seen Mr. Fang's face so dark and cold before. "We don't hold grudge against each other. I don't need to avenge anyone." "Aren't you angry that I killed them? Aren't you here to save them?" The figure concealed in the black cloak stuck out a withered claw, and it asked in a cold voice as it pointed its claw at Fang Chi. "Can we really do it?" On the other side, paladins and priest players such as Commander Elvin, Helen, and Dekas walked up and stood before the orcs. Each of them had a symbol of life in their hands. "What are you doing?" Sal finally looked suspicious. Redemption. Either from incomprehension or stupefaction, that existence didn't attack. Instead, it watched as the symbols of light released the force of holy light. The warm light felt like the morning sun in the bitter cold winter. "Arise." Demon Spirit Sal and all the soldiers of Shadow Legion saw beam after beam of golden light fell from the sky. Then, they saw the most unforgettable, astonishing, and incredible scene in their lives. The orcs who had stopped breathing long ago suddenly moved their eyelids. Bathed in the golden lights, they looked as if they were woken up from sleep. With a shiver, they all slowly got up. Then, the fatal wounds in their bodies began to heal with visible speed. "How can it be?" Almost everyone let out horrified shouted. They had been killed. How can they come back to life? This went beyond their understanding. Even the caster of redemption such as Helen and Dekas widened their eyes and covered their mouths in astonishment. The elves, who had braced themselves for this scene, still froze at the scene. Then, tears uncontrollably gushed out of these people's eyes as they were touched with heartfelt gratitude. At this moment, they acutely felt the greatness of life. Seeing the orcs, confused looks, fierce smiles appeared on the faces of these paladins and priests. From now on, they embarked on a holy path without any regrets. In the green valley which had been dyed blood red by mountains of corpses, the butchers of Shadow Legion had never seen such heartfelt smiles. Standing in the orc kingdom which had been turned into ruins of destruction, these people had tears in their eyes since they found people they could resurrect one after another. How can it be? How could they come back to life? Kill them all. After a long while of silence, mad roars suddenly rose in the valley. Chapter 740. Holy light is with us, the horn for counterattack. Seeing the scene before it, Demon Spirit Sal felt foggy in the brain. Having lived for many years, fought countless battles, and saw all kinds of opponents, it had never seen a scene like this before. It had never encountered such a weird situation. It knew that some existences had stronger life energy and couldn't be killed with usual methods, but these people had been completely dead for a while. These bodies had run out of all their energy, and their vitality couldn't be any weaker. It was almost negative. However, Demon Spirit Sal saw these orcs standing up again with all their injuries healed. The most shocking was that the fiercest god of war of the Orc Kingdom also stood up. The elites of the Kingdom Guard team around the old king also stood up one after another. Although I don't know what happened. The old Orc King did some stretching. "I'm grateful toward you. If we can return alive, you will be the most honored friends of our Orc Kingdom." The old orc bowed to the newcomers, and the others followed. Kill them for me." Demon Spirit Sal finally snapped back to its senses. In and out of the valley, there were still about 10,000 elite soldiers of the Shadow Legion. At its order, the soldiers swept over from the sky and the ground. In the small valley, the knights, priests, elves, and about 10 orcs who had just been resurrected were instantly surrounded. "What if you are resurrected?" The horrifying demon spirit was obviously enraged. "You're surrounded. Since we killed you once, we can kill you the second time, the third time, the 10th time and the 100th time. I think we're in trouble again, my friends. The old orc looked grim as he watched the Shadow Legion swarming up to them in herds. No, old king, Mr. Dirk also bowed to their saviors. I think it's them who are in trouble. He pointed at the Shadow Legion that had surrounded them and said. You're right, the others laughed. I think you don't understand your situation. Mr. Fang looked at the ghost-like demon spirit in the sky and said, it's you who is surrounded. Wah, what? This demon spirit flew up into the high sky and saw the white-robed figures walking out of the mist one after another and standing on the tall cliff on the top of the mountain on the east of the valley. They were dressed in white assassin's robes and stood in one row, looking like magnificent eagles that were ready to soar up into the high sky. On the other side, the sounds of firearms resonated in the sky. Many dwarf troops appeared on the mountain on the west, ready to fight. On the top of the mountain in the south stood an ancient elf who was holding a wooden staff, and behind him stood countless elite elves. At the northern entrance of the valley, a blond young man took the lead in the charge. He was Big Sword Crete, and he was followed by mercenaries from all kinds of mercenary groups in the Mercenary Union. Although the new shop's business progressed slowly, the continent was rich and had a large population. Right now, there were about 10,000 dwarves, elves, and humans at the valley. This number didn't include the large number of orcs who couldn't participate in the battle and some of the mages and elite knights on the other battleground. I'm sorry, but it's you who are surrounded. Commander Elvin walked over and said, Mr. Sal, the counterattack begins, brothers. This furious roar resonated like a horn that signified the counterattack. At this moment, dwarves, elves, assassins, mercenaries, knights, and sorcerers swarmed up from all directions. Paladins and orc warriors charged before others. The holy flames of consecration blazed on the ground beneath their feet while the lights of judgment fell. Demon spirit Sal hated these paladins the most. These orcs already dead, but it was these paladins who had resurrected the dead orcs. You can resurrect, right? Under the cloak, its face turned chilly. Then, I'll kill you first. The darkness spread out behind demon spirit Sal like sky blocking wings. Then, everyone saw a black shadow tearing open the sky and shooting toward Commander Elvin of the Golden Griffin Knight Legion. Commander! In exclamations of alarm, Commander Elvin reacted quickly and positioned his shield before him. However, the force was too big for a knight of his cultivation strength to block. With a crisp sound, the huge shield that was as tall as one man was instantly pierced, and a horrifying bloody hole appeared in his chest. In fact, not only him, but the soldiers of the Shadow Legion, the trees, and the cliff behind him were all pierced. Commander Elvin stumbled 2 steps and sat down listlessly with his mouth full of blood. It seemed like this strike had drawn out all his strength. For a moment, demon spirit Sal seemed surprised that this little knight wasn't killed by his strike. Then, he attacked again. Before everyone else could react, the second strike came. With this speed and force, no one could come to Elvin's rescue in such a short time on such a chaotic battleground. Demon spirit Sal smiled cunningly. Resurrection spell, I'll see if you can resurrect yourself. The lightning-like black light beam shot across the sky and created thunderous howls, looking as if it would swallow Elvin whole. Commander Elvin, how could the people that were only level 7 or level 8 rescue him from a saint-level master? The masters who had enough strength to save Elvin were too far away. It's done. Demon spirit Sal sneered smugly. But in the next moment, it suddenly heard a roar. Divine shield. A faint holy light engulfed Elvin while the lightning-like shadow crashed onto the divine shield formed by holy light and shattered. Then, demon spirit Sal saw that the knight sat on the ground and moved slowly like an old man due to his severe injuries. The knight condensed whitish gold light between his hands and guided it to his wound. Demonic energy piercer. Demon spirit Sal roared furiously and shot out another streak of black light. Holy light, holy light, holy light. Engulfed in the divine shield, the paladin concentrated on casting the spell named Holy Light, paying no attention to the storm outside. His wound healed with visible speed. About 10 seconds later, Elvin's wound completely healed. Looking at Sal, who had launched over 100 magic energy piercers in 10 seconds and lowered the ground by several meters, Commander Elvin said solemnly, "The Holy Light is with me." Roar. Sal went crazy. When it roared wildly in undisguised fury, a huge sword hacked at it with sky-piercing force. Your opponent is me, the old orc king roared. A huge fireball crashed down like a meteorite, sending this horrifying demon spirit flying. And me. The first elder of the elf clan flew up from behind. I think you should consider how to flee. The old orc grinned. You're finished, black-faced monster. Chapter 741, Embrace the fear in you heart. You seem to have overestimated yourselves. As a saint-level master, Sal wouldn't be easily defeated even though it had to fight two opponents at the same time. Demon Spirit Sal glanced around and saw that the elves, dwarves, and humans indeed outnumbered them, but the difference in numbers wasn't too big. It's been a long time since our last battle, so perhaps you've forgotten the combat force of the Shadow Legion, Sal said with a snicker. You dare to fight us with this messy and mismatched army? What do you think you can do to me? The soldiers of the Shadow Legion were all veteran fighters who could each fight 10 enemies at the same time. In the busiest times, the soldiers of the Shadow Legion fought several wars in 1 year and had toughened themselves in countless battles of blood and fire. The old orc king who didn't know much turned grim, but the first elder of the elf clan smiled as he said, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. At this moment, Mr. Dirk and the others thought, we go on the battlegrounds each day. We began fighting in small-scaled battlegrounds such as Warsong Gulch ever since we were at level 10 and have since then battled in all kinds of large battlegrounds at maximum level. We fought in dozens of battlegrounds each day when we tried to level up prestige ranks. We've trained like this for more than 1 year now. Do you think you're better than us? On the battleground, the bunch of commanders in the game when players fought on battlegrounds in World of Warcraft began to issue orders and shouted wildly, warriors. Shield wall, push up, keep some protection paladins here to protect the nannies. Mages, throw blizzards at the crowds of enemies. Magic spells, storms, blood, and thunder swept across the battlefield. Sal found that instead of subduing the messy and mismatched army, its soldiers were shrinking in formations under pressure until they were forced to gather together in the center of the valley. How can it be? Sal roared, and it was answered by a huge fireball which crashed down at him like a meteorite. Boulders fell from the mountains, and fire blazed like the burning sun. Before the dust settled, a forceful gust shot toward Demon Spirit Sal's face as a huge sword crashed toward him. The powerful wind that the sword's strike created pressed down the ground by several meters. The sky and the ground shook violently. Dodging and escaping almost instantly, a black figure shot up into the sky at a speed so fast that it was impossible to follow its movements with naked eyes. In pursuit, two figures flew across the battleground like two lightning flashes. Then, mountains collapsed as boulders fell, and the ground cracked. Demon Spirit Sal saw an opportunity to fight back. Black clouds gathered in the sky while countless lightning bolts poured down like a waterfall. Under the thunderclouds, that figure looked like a demonic god. I'll show you what war magic looks like. Counterspell. The white-bearded and white-haired old elf chanted lightly and waved his magic staff. A magic light flashed, and the black clouds in the sky scattered as the thunder instantly turned mute. If I can't interrupt that, then all my efforts in the raids this year are wasted. The old elf said majestically. Poochie. While spewing a mouthful of black blood, Sal felt a strange magic energy forcefully interrupting his spell. Its face twisted in fury. What the heck was that? Before it could think, the huge sword swept across its waist, even cutting the ocean like black clouds behind him that weren't fully scattered into two halves. If Demon Spirit Sal hadn't ducked in time, the sword would have cut it into two halves as well. Fighting two peak saint level masters at the same time, Demon Spirit Sal was at a complete disadvantage. How can it be? These people's combat strength went beyond its expectation. After all, it had consumed lots of energy and effort to kill the old Orc King. Now that the Orc King was resurrected, Demon Spirit Sal's remaining energy was obviously not enough to deal with the old Orc. Besides, it was shocked by its opponent's strange spells, which were simple but very effective. Retreat. In this instant, all it could think of was this word. As an ultimate master, Demon Spirit Sal carried out its thought in one breath. Hovering in the sky, it inhaled deeply, and the big cloak that covered its body bulged into a huge black ball. Even from the distance, people could feel the destructive energy that it contained. No, the first elder of the elf clan immediately waved his staff, and a tremendous force shot out from his staff and transformed into a huge water barrier, engulfing everyone in the area. In the next moment, the destructive energy erupted like a volcano and swept across the sky and the land, turning everything that it touched, including the trees, soil, and the soldiers of the Shadow Legion, into dust. Even the pale blue water barrier shook under its force and eventually collapsed. A black shadow instantly fled to the distance at a speed undetectable by the naked eyes. After clearing the remaining forces of the Shadow Legion, the orcs, dwarves, and elves looked a bit disappointed. It got away. It can't get away. Looking at the direction that demon spirit Sal fled, Mr. Fang said casually, "Huh, sir, you got an idea." Some elves walked up to him and stared at him as if he was Doraemon. Meanwhile, on the other battleground, the figure riding on the shadow demon dragon still hovered high in the sky. It looked as if it was a demonic god dominating over the whole battleground. Nation Summit was a grand palace. The ultimate masters projected their images in the elegant rooms on the top level of the palace, and in the center of the hall was the spiritual spell visual projection showing the whole battleground. A group of people were watching it avidly. The battle was entering a fierce stage, and the humans had obviously obtained the upper hand. Elf Queen, Your Majesty. Dressed in a spotless white sorcerer's robe, Street Doolin said with a smile, "If your elves don't come now, this war will soon come to an end under the leadership of our Judgment Godly Palace. After that, history will always remember our great achievement." Saint Doolin laughed. From the lofty throne, a pair of beautiful eyes looked down. She thought, "I sent a large group of elves to help them. How come I don't see any of them?" The Dwarf King also felt puzzled, thinking, "I sent a large group of dwarves to the war as well." Meanwhile, in the Magic Forum, Eye of Mystical Realms. According to the latest news, many masters have gathered at the border of Lianshan Principality and formed an iron defense line. The Shadow Legion can't break it. We're winning. This news was posted by Master Off. Cheers erupted in the forum, and the commenters almost knelt and called him daddy. Meanwhile, they didn't forget to trash the Silent, Blizzard Braggers, and Origins Fighters. Too bad, the Blizzard Braggers lost their chance. I guess they are being delayed by the many corpses on their way. After all, they must show off their resurrection spells. Blizzard Braggers are still on their way. Ha 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 ha. Sword Saint Claus would say, "You're not needed here, go and do some logistic work." Ha ha ha. Blizzard Braggers can only do logistic work. Don't take it seriously. Anyway, the resurrection spells are not real, and what can they help with in terms of logistics? At this moment, the Death Lord who hadn't moved a muscle cracked a cold smile under his helmet. "How are the seeds of nightmare?" Beside it, the slim and thin figure slightly nodded. It looked at the fierce battle on the battleground like a god who could dictate everyone's life and death. "Embrace the fear in your heart.